Lin Xiao traversed into the Douluo Continent, acquiring a fortuitous jar system. This system is designed to create happiness through monetary means. Within the jar, one can conjure any item from myriad realms, and for every jar sold, he is entitled to a jar with a tenfold probability of success. The first world Lin Xiao is bound to is the Dungeon World, where all in-game items can be produced. Awakening scrolls, luminous world instruments, enhancement scrolls, and other game items are infused with the essence of Douluo. Ning Rongrong obtained an awakening scroll from the lucky magic jar, leading to her martial soul awakening as the 9 treasures Glazed Tower. Dugu Yan acquired a luminous world instrument from the lucky magic jar, freeing herself from the debilitating poison. The Snow Knight Emperor utilized the fate coin, only to meet with failure and succumb to misfortune. Tang Hao gazed at the shattered soul rings strewn across the ground, his expression one of profound sorrow. It's so difficult. Enhancement is truly a daunting task. I will never be able to reach level 11. Lin Xiao patted Tang Hao on the shoulder. Where's there a gambler who loses every day? Where's there a child who cries incessantly? Opening another jar surely won't result in a loss. During the divine battle, Tang San, bearing dual divine positions, exuded an air of arrogance, with 9 red and 1 gold soul rings manifesting beneath him, astonishing all. However, Bibi Dong exuded an air of pride. Tang San, even with your dual divine positions of Sea God and Shura God, I remain unperturbed, for I have attained full soul rings of level 13. Tang San was rendered speechless. How could it be possible for someone to have 13 soul rings without them shattering? It must be a deception, undoubtedly. Chapter 231, Sword de Law. The jar you chose must be opened, even if it brings tears. Hockey, fruits? Moreover, swordsmanship. Sword de Law was left in a stupor after hearing Lin Xiao's words. It must be said that these were indeed novel terms. Normally, isn't hockey an adjective? Yet, Sword de Law knew it could not be that simple. Could the fruits refer to those from Sky Tree? Perhaps the abilities differ? Sword de Law instinctively speculated in his mind, though he dared not be certain. Nevertheless, none of this held significance. Sword de Law was primarily concerned with 2 words, swordsmanship. He had an inkling that swordsmanship was of utmost importance to him. Boss Lin, I am curious about this swordsmanship. He eagerly inquired. Observing this, Lin Xiao smiled faintly, comprehending Sword de Law's thoughts, and gradually explained. As you surmise, swordsmanship encompasses the techniques and maneuvers employed with bladed weapons. A formidable swordsmanship can rival powerful soul skills. Lin Xiao was not speaking whimsically. Certain sword techniques from the world of pirates could indeed rival soul skills. Techniques such as the burning slash and right angle flash are prime examples. Beyond this, even more powerful sword techniques abound, not to mention the dazzling swordsmanship of Zoro, the wielder of the named fruit, which is simply astonishing. However, what left the deepest impression on Lin Xiao was Mihawk's swordsmanship. To express it in the context of martial arts, it embodies the principle of no move surpasses a move. In gaming terminology, even a basic attack is significant. Swordsmanship capable of rivaling powerful soul skills? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Sword de Law could not help but gasp in astonishment. If even Boss Lin considers it a powerful soul skill, it cannot possibly be inferior to the soul skills granted by the 9th soul ring. He thought, increasingly excited, his heart gradually losing its composure. He yearned immensely for the swordsmanship Lin Xiao spoke of. He had a premonition that acquiring swordsmanship would greatly aid in enhancing his own cultivation. Do you plan to open a jar today, or will you wait a while longer? Lin Xiao inquired of Sword de Law. After all, during their last encounter, they had agreed not to open jars without good items. Wait? What a ridiculous notion. Delaying any longer would render the opportunity moot. Thus, he resolved to open the jar immediately. Sword de Law felt that every moment of procrastination was a disservice to himself, hindering his growth. No more waiting. I am eager to open the jar now. Sword de Law shook his head incessantly, his voice filled with determination. Haha, cowardly man, I wondered why you weren't in the courtyard. Turns out you've come here. The sect master is indeed correct, came a sinister laugh from outside the small shop. Lin Xiao turned to see the Bon de Law, sporting a mocking smile, along with the jovial Ning Fengji. Boss, I have come to disturb you once more. Ning Fengji entered and immediately clasped his hands in greeting to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. No need for formalities, sect master Ning. Oomph. Sword de Law turned at the sound, huffing at Bon de Law. Old Bone, have you completed the task assigned by the sect master? Why are you meddling in my affairs? Upon hearing this, Bon de Law's smile froze. Sword de Law indeed knew how to touch a nerve. Sword uncle, you may not be aware, but the prices of various metals have surged wildly, at least doubling, and they are scarce to find. If we wish to forge powerful soul-guiding devices, we may need some time. Ning Fengji spoke with a wry smile. The shortage of various rare metals had indeed exceeded his expectations. Thus, the fabrication of the soul guiding device must be postponed for the time being. Oh, is that so? Is someone targeting my 7 treasures glazed sect? Sect Master, have we uncovered the identity of the mastermind? My 7-kill sword is itching for action. Sword Duo furrowed his brow, gradually realizing that there was competition against the 7 treasures glazed sect. A fierce glint shone in his eyes. Haha, cowardly man, you should go confront the Spirit Hall and argue your case. Duuluo let out a cold laugh upon hearing the words. What does it have to do with the Spirit Hall? Sword Duuluo was momentarily taken aback, and his previously arrogant demeanor had indeed diminished significantly. He could vaguely sense that there might be some hidden circumstances involved. In truth, ever since he opened the jar in the small shop, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, gaining considerable insights each day. He dared not linger, dedicating himself to training nearly every day, seldom concerning himself with trivial matters. Otherwise, he would have been aware of the slightest movements from the Spirit Hall and would not have posed such a question. Uncle Jian, it is as follows. For reasons unknown, the Spirit Hall has begun to extensively acquire metals and is also hiring a multitude of craftsmen. Ning Fengji succinctly elucidated the situation to Sword Duoluo. Even Lin Xiao, who was standing nearby, could hear clearly, and he suddenly realized that the Spirit Hall intended to produce hidden weapons, while Ning Fengji aimed to manufacture equipment for the underground city. This would inevitably create a conflict over the necessary materials between Tang Sect's hidden weapons and the 7 treasure glazed tile school. One party possessed wealth, while the other wielded power. It remained uncertain who would ultimately prevail in this competition. Lin Xiao was quite intrigued by this prospect, as he believed that witnessing the spectacle would be worth any ensuing chaos. Has the sect master devised any countermeasures? Sword Duo inquired with a furrowed brow, deeply concerned about the development of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The influence of the Spirit Hall is still quite substantial within the 2 great empires, a fact that even the 7 treasure glazed tile school cannot compare to. Therefore, we must adopt an alternative approach to contend with them. Ning Fengji spoke with an air of calm detachment, as if discussing the affairs of another. What method? Sword Duoluo instinctively inquired. Not only he, but Lin Xiao also perked up, eager to learn if Ning Fengji's strategy aligned with his own conjectures. Haha, timid man, do you still not understand the sect master's character? If money can resolve the issue, then it is no issue at all. If the price of metal can't be acquired at double, then let it be tripled, Duoluo remarked, unable to suppress his mockery as he observed Sword Duoluo's bewildered expression. Triple the price? Sword Duoluo was taken aback. Was that not a bit excessive? Do you think triple is too high? You are mistaken. In reality, the sect master has proposed a price increase of 5-fold, but is merely gauging the response. Duoluo's voice brimmed with pride. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was indeed extravagant. 5-fold? Sword Duoluo was utterly stunned. Can we withstand such a price war? It should be noted that the cost of producing a hand cannon had previously been several hundred gold soul coins, and now it had skyrocketed to thousands. The disparity was rather alarming. Uncle Jian, do you recall the interest-rolling bank? I do. Ning Fengji nodded gently. Let me tell you, that small bank operates precisely as Boss Lin described. Money indeed breeds more money. Our assets in the 7 treasure glazed tile school have already doubled. With such a vast sum of money, leaving it idle was akin to treating it as worthless scrap metal. Only when it is spent does it truly count as wealth, particularly when it secures what we desire. As for the amount spent, it is merely a figure. Why should I concern myself with that? This. Sword Duoluo fell silent, recognizing the validity of Ning Fengji's assertions, and he found himself at a loss for any counterarguments. At that moment, Duo approached Sword Duo, gently patting him on the shoulder. Timid man, you need not worry excessively. We shall not squander too much money. In due course, the Spirit Hall will be unable to procure resources from the Heavendo Empire. Is there yet more astonishing news? Sword Duoluo was taken aback. During his seclusion, just how many events had transpired? What has happened in the Heavendo Empire? He instinctively asked. Haha, the sect master student, Prince Xue Ye, has ascended to the throne as the Emperor of the Heavendo Empire. Emperor Qinghe has explicitly declared his support for the 7 treasure glazed tile school's development. Duoluo laughed heartily. The current standing of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the Heavendo Empire had become increasingly transcendent. The Snow Knight Emperor has perished? Behind the counter, Lin Xiao was equally surprised, feeling a touch of regret. After all, it was indeed a pity to visit the Douluo Continent without encountering such illustrious figures. In contrast, Sword Duoluo displayed a face of astonishment. How can this be? Even though the Snow Knight Emperor appeared to be on the brink of death, it has been many years. He should have passed long ago. Even if he were to survive a few more years, it would not be an issue. Indeed, there are hidden circumstances. Ning Fengji nodded. He then asked Sword Douluo, Uncle Jian, do you recall the fake coins? Sword Douluo was taken aback. I know them all too well. As a serious jar opener, who wouldn't have a couple of fake coins in their possession? However, possessing them is one thing. Having the courage to use them is quite another. They were akin to items stored away at the bottom of the chest. Wait, Sword Douluo's pupils constricted sharply as he speculated. Are you implying that the Snow Knight Emperor used a fake coin and triggered divine retribution, resulting in his demise? Ah, indeed. Ning Fengji nodded, sighing. It is precisely as you envision. The Snow Knight Emperor used a fake coin and ultimately turned to ashes. Bone Duo added with a hint of trepidation. Not a single bone fragment remained. It was utterly tragic. He recalled the scene he had witnessed firsthand and instinctively shrank his neck. Reflecting on it now still sent chills down his spine. The might of that divine retribution was terrifying. One must ask themselves, even a titled Douluo would be unable to withstand it. However, though Bone Douluo felt fear, he did not consider it insurmountable. Let us not forget he possessed formidable soul skills, including absolute defense. Relying on the abilities of a true man for mere seconds, he felt confident he could withstand it. Did Lin Xiao truly hand the fake coin to the Snow Knight Emperor? Lin Xiao, at this moment, also regained his composure, and an enchanting figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It was none other than Lin Xiao. Without needing to ponder further, he understood she must have been the one to present the fake coin to the Snow Knight Emperor. One must admit, she is a formidable individual. Alas, the Snow Knight Emperor was foolish. How could he use such a thing so recklessly? Is it not akin to courting death? Sword Douluo sighed softly, feeling a sense of regret for the fallen emperor. Perhaps for him, living held no significance anymore. Beyond mere existence, he could no longer accomplish anything. Now Qing had grown sufficiently to stand on his own, while the Snow Knight Emperor chose to seek liberation. Ning Fengji, being a close friend of Snow Knight, could empathize with the emperor's mindset. Though he appeared to tower above all, commanding the lives of countless subjects of the Heaven Do Empire, in reality, he was but a pitiable soul unable to govern his own fate. Perhaps death was merely a form of liberation. Of course, prior to using the fake coin, the Snow Knight Emperor had uttered similar sentiments. By the way, Sect Master, before my arrival, I received the latest news that the Avalanche Prince and the Snow Star Prince have been drawing closer recently, seemingly conspiring about something that could potentially jeopardize the Qing Emperor. Bone Duo expressed with a hint of concern, recalling certain matters. No need for alarm. Qing has maintained a robust presence in the Tiando Empire for many years, with substantial foundations, he continued. Moreover, Qing is greatly cherished by the people of the Tiando Empire. Should anyone entertain thoughts of rebellion, support would not be easily garnered, even if that individual were the Avalanche and Snow Star. Ning Fengji stated with conviction, his gaze flickering. In contrast, I am far more intrigued by who delivered those two fateful coins into Qing's hands. With that, he turned his attention to Lin Xiao. I refuse to shoulder this blame. Lin Xiao promptly shook his head, thinking it absurd to reveal that the fateful coins were conjured by none other than the Qing Emperor himself. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Many have opened jars in this establishment on the Douluo Continent. If Ning Zhongzhu possesses the capability, he should conduct a thorough investigation. Ning Fengji paused momentarily, then smiled wryly and shook his head. Lin boss, you jest. I, Ning, lack such formidable power. If pondering proves fruitless, then let us set aside such thoughts for now. As the sect master, I shall proceed with opening the jar, lest I keep Lin boss waiting anxiously. At this moment, Sword Douluo had cast aside all doubts, redirecting his focus to the jar. The rise and fall of empires, the shifting of thrones, were of no concern to him. What mattered most was whether the jar could yield sword techniques that would tantalize his desires. Whether you open the jar or not, Lin boss is still present. It seems that you are the one in a hurry. Bone Duo seized every opportunity to undermine Sword Duo, immediately discrediting him. Understanding without voicing it, we remain good friends. Sword Duo let out an awkward huff, choosing to disregard Bone Duo's antics. He turned to Lin Xiao and said, Lin boss, I shall close my eyes and spin 3 times, randomly point to a jar, and then you can sequentially retrieve 10 jars thereafter. What kind of peculiar maneuver is this? Did he learn this from the metaphysical master, Ghost Douluo? Lin Xiao was taken aback, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Sword Douluo's request was reasonable and could be accommodated. With a clang, Sword Douluo placed 1 million gold soul coins on the counter and indeed began to spin. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. Was it not agreed upon to spin 3 times? It turned out to be 3 spins to the left and 3 to the right. Boss, it's this one, Sword Douluo declared, extending his hand to point. The crowd was astonished. Sword indicated the fourth jar in the fourth row. What a fortuitous coincidence. Why is everyone silent? I feel quite anxious, Sword remarked as the little shop fell into an unexpected stillness. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and looked in the direction of his pointed finger. Suddenly, he froze. This. Though not a believer in metaphysics, he was momentarily taken aback by the jar he had chosen. The number 4 held a particularly sensitive significance. When 2 4s overlapped, it became even more poignant. Could it be that today is not a suitable day for opening jars? Sword Douluo mused internally. Perhaps you should choose another starting point, Lin Xiao quietly suggested. However, Sword Douluo shook his head resolutely. No, this is my destiny. The jar I have chosen. Even if it brings tears, I shall open it to completion. Chapter 232. The Swordsmanship of Eagle Eye and the Plan of the Starry Emperor Timid Man. Your words do carry weight, I concede. Bone Douluo patted Sword Douluo on the shoulder, a rare expression of appreciation gracing his features. Yet, before Sword Douluo could bask in the warmth of this commendation, Bone Douluo continued with a sympathetic tone. The selection of jars this time was commendable, but for the next occasion, perhaps you should reconsider your choices. It was evident that he held little faith in the 10 jars chosen by Sword Douluo. Let us wait and see, Sword Douluo retorted with a huff. Feeling invigorated by Bone Douluo's disdain, their essay saying that comes to mind. Indeed, one does not strive for mere sustenance, but rather for dignity. Without casting another glance at Bone Douluo, he hefted the lucky magic hammer and brought it down with force. Crack, 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 under the cascade of white light. Sword Douluo's expression darkened. Could it truly be so disastrous? Doubt gnawed at him, and he found himself exclaiming, no way. Simultaneously, he noticed Ning Fengji open his mouth, seemingly poised to speak. Master, fret not. I understand the rationale. Rest assured, I am not concerned about wasting money, for we do possess ample funds. I merely lament the potential disappointment of not unearthing something remarkable to silence Old Bone. Sword Douluo preempted Ning Fengji's words. If you can think this way, my worries are assuaged. Ning Fengji nodded, his laughter tinged with relief. Timid man, you have some ideas brewing, don't you? Bone Douluo chuckled darkly upon hearing Sword Douluo's words, then nonchalantly added, come on then, I'm right here, waiting for you to slap my face with the treasures from those jars. With that, he even leaned forward, offering his cheek. Just wait, Sword Douluo scoffed, shattering yet another jar. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, he silently prayed, may Boss Lin bless me. I am willing to forego good fortune for the next 2 weeks in exchange for a remarkable item that will thoroughly humiliate Old Bone. With a crack, the jar did not immediately burst apart. Instead, a series of pink beams of light streamed through the fissures, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Holy moly! Has he really unearthed something extraordinary? Bone Douluo was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with excitement. Was the retribution arriving too swiftly? Had it truly manifested? Sword Douluo echoed his thoughts, equally stunned and at a loss. Ning Fengji's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure and remarked to Sword Douluo, congratulations, Uncle Jian. At the sound, Sword Douluo snapped back to reality and quickly replied, what a pleasant surprise. A delightful twist of fate. Timid man, what are you dawdling for? Shatter that jar completely. Bone Douluo urged impatiently, eager to witness the divine artifact Sword Douluo was about to acquire. Not just them. Even Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Don't rush me. I'm about to open it, Sword Douluo replied, preparing to deliver another strike. However, before his lucky magic hammer could descend, a sound emanated from the jar itself. Crack, crack. The crisp sounds echoed as the cracks deepened. Ultimately, the jar shattered into countless pieces. Such a spectacle was truly unexpected. Yet, in the next moment, their thoughts vanished as a surge of dazzling energy erupted before them. To be precise, the source lay within that jar. What on earth is happening? They all stared in bewilderment at the contents of the jar. Gradually, the radiant energy receded, revealing a shimmering pink sphere. Boss Lin, what is this? Sword Douluo inquired, his face etched with confusion. He had never encountered such an object before. Beside him, Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo shared the same look of perplexity. Though they were equally baffled, the earlier burst of energy hinted at the item's extraordinary nature, likely aligning perfectly with Sword Douluo. The timid man may have struck gold this time, Bone Douluo mused, his eyes glinting with intrigue. They all turned their gazes towards Lin Xiao, hoping he could provide clarity. Item: Eagle Eye swordsmanship, level, artifact type, non-tradable description. A remarkable sword technique derived from the pirate world, named after its master due to the absence of fixed techniques. Effect: Upon use, one may comprehend the profound mysteries of Eagle-Eye swordsmanship. It truly is Eagle-Eye swordsmanship. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the item's details. Just what kind of existence was Eagle-Eye? One of the most formidable swordsmen in the pirate world. After all, he was a man whose might was spoken of even in hushed tones, a powerhouse whose strength needed no embellishment. Yet, he had never possessed a flamboyant title, especially when compared to someone like Zoro, who bore the name of a fruit. Boss, is this item exceptionally powerful? Sword Douluo asked in a hushed tone. It was the first time he had witnessed Lin Xiao remain silent for such an extended period, deepening his curiosity about the artifact. Indeed, it is quite formidable. Lin Xiao exhaled slowly, turning to Sword Douluo and inquiring, "Do you recall when I mentioned that powerful swordsmanship could rival potent soul skills?" Sword Douluo was momentarily stunned, disbelief flooding his features. "Boss, are you suggesting that this light orb embodies powerful swordsmanship?" "Precisely," Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod. "Within this orb lies the lifetime of swordsmanship insights from a top-tier swordsman in another world. You may refer to it as Eagle-Eye swordsmanship." "What? Insights from a top-tier swordsman?" Sword Douluo gasped in astonishment. Beside him, Bon Douluo and Ning Fengji also bore expressions of surprise and elation. They were genuinely happy for Sword Douluo. This artifact, simply by its name, promised an extraordinary synergy with his abilities. "Now it makes sense," Sword Douluo exclaimed with joy, cradling the light orb in his hands. "I've struck a stroke of luck. This makes my 2-week endeavor of opening jars worthwhile. A master's touch reveals the truth." Holding the orb, Sword Douluo felt an inexplicable kinship. This item was destined for him. Should he absorb it, he would likely ascend to new heights in his cultivation. He mused inwardly. "Timid man, what are you muttering about?" Bon Douluo's ears perked up, catching snippets of Sword Douluo's murmurs. Something about 2 weeks, something about exchanges. "And nothing," Sword Douluo stammered, a fleeting look of unease crossing his face. He then turned to Bon Douluo and asked, "So, how about now? Am I still going to be slapped in the face?" "Huh?" Bon Douluo paused for a moment, then snorted, "Consider yourself fortunate." With that, he turned his head away. "Boss, how do I use this item?" Sword Douluo gazed longingly at Lin Xiao, eager to delve into the swordsmanship contained within. "Quite simple. Just exert some force and directly insert your hand into it," Lin Xiao replied, blinking innocently. "Is it really that casual?" A peculiar expression flitted across Sword Douluo's face. However, the allure of the swordsmanship proved too enticing to resist, and he ultimately chose to follow Lin Xiao's instructions. With fingers poised like a blade, he infused his soul power into a sharp gleam, then decisively thrust his hand into the light orb. "Huh!" Sword Douluo thought he heard a faint sound akin to a membrane bursting. In the next heartbeat, a series of images flooded his mind. On a solitary island, a figure stood with their back to him. Sword Douluo froze, but it was not the person that caught his attention. Rather, it was the weapon they bore, a bizarrely shaped sword or perhaps a knife, reminiscent of cross. Who would wield such an odd weapon? Sword Douluo scoffed inwardly. However, in the next instant, he realized that none of that mattered, for the figure had made its move. Whoosh! A flash of brilliance surged forth, reaching an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the oddly shaped weapon returned to the man's back. Boom! In the distance, a colossal wave, towering several meters high, crashed down with a thunderous roar. The Sword Douluo's pupils constricted slightly, his heart filled with astonishment. Such speed in the sword, such terrifying might. Is this the swordsmanship from another world that Boss Lin spoke of? Indeed, formidable. This strike bore no overwhelming force fluctuations, nor any terrifying edge of sword intent. Yet its power was genuinely astounding, rivaling even the might of formidable soul skills. At that moment, the surrounding waves surged violently once more. The figure, with his back turned to him, drew his sword again and swung it with grace. A simple motion, yet imbued with immense power. This swordsmanship held great promise. If I could comprehend it, my strength would undoubtedly soar, and I might even find a breakthrough opportunity. The Sword Douluo's gaze flickered as he repeatedly recalled that silhouette, the splendor of that strike. From the moment the sword was drawn to its sheathing, he scrutinized every detail, every motion, delving into contemplation. Gradually, he became entranced, unable to extricate himself. He even summoned the 7-killing sword, joining that figure in cleaving through waves. In the small shop, the Bon Douluo observed the Sword Douluo with envy. It seems the timid man has made significant gains this time. He could discern that the Sword Douluo was enmeshed in a state of epiphany, and the ever-growing radiance of sword intent was a testament to his rapidly increasing strength. After this encounter with the sword uncle, the distance to that goal would surely diminish. Suddenly, Ning Fengti spoke softly. However, to Lin Xiao's surprise, he detected little joy in Ning Fengji's tone, instead sensing a profound concern. Yet, even if the timid man's strength were to rise once more, he would still fall short of confronting Qian Daolu. There was a fear that, in a moment of impetuosity, he might recklessly seek a duel. Master, during this time, it would be prudent for you to remain at the timid man's side. Any matters can be entrusted to me, the Bon Douluo stated. Suppressing the smile at the corners of his mouth, his expression now serious as he looked at Ning Fengji. The timid man is far too eager to vindicate the 7-killing sword. You must prevent him from acting rashly. Rest assured, Dragon Uncle. I shall inhibit the sword uncle from making impulsive decisions. Ning Fengji nodded, saying no more. It turned out that the sword Douluo desired to confront Qian Daolu. At that moment, a look of realization crossed Lin Xiao's face. He recalled that the sword Douluo's father had suffered severe injuries and perished after battling Qian Daolu. Clearly, this was a knot within the sword Douluo's heart, though very few were aware of it. However, it remained uncertain whether, after grasping the eagle-eyed swordsmanship, the sword Douluo possessed the capability to challenge Qian Daolu. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted toward the sword Douluo, who harbored a faint glimmer of expectation. Meanwhile, within the Star Luo Palace, Emperor Star Luo lounged upon his throne, his elbow resting on the armrest, gently massaging his brow with his thumb and fingers. Over the past few days, the arrival of the Duke of Netherworld to retract the engagement had left him in a state of discontent. The Netherworld clan had grown audacious. Daring to withdraw from the engagement? This was akin to urinating on his neck, an utter disgrace. This was a humiliation unlike any the White Tiger clan had experienced since the inception of the Star Luo Empire. Your Majesty, an old minister requests an audience. Just then, a voice echoed from beyond the Grand Hall. The Imperial Marshal. Upon hearing this, Emperor Star Luo straightened, the frown dissipating from his face, replaced by an expression of authority. Enter, he commanded, his voice steady. Creak. The heavy doors of the hall swung open, revealing the stern visage of the Imperial Marshal, his armor clanking with each step, producing a cacophony of sound. No need for formalities. Simply inform me of the situation, Emperor Star Luo interrupted. Yes, the Imperial Marshal nodded, responding, Your Majesty, arrangements have been made. 3 Soul Douluo drawn from various corners of the Empire have entered the palace and are prepared to lie in ambush. Excellent. A rare smile flickered across Emperor Star Luo's face. Have there been any updates regarding the Duke of Netherworld's second daughter, Zhu Zhuqing? Your Majesty, there has been no news. She has not left the Duke's residence. It seemed the Duke of Netherworld understood that remaining within the confines of his estate was the only way to ensure safety. Yet, while he could shield himself for a moment, he could not evade the consequences forever. The one who brought shame upon the royal family shall not be forgiven nor allowed to escape. A cold glint flickered in Emperor Star Luo's eyes. In contrast, hesitation appeared on the Imperial Marshal's face. Your Majesty, must we truly resort to arms against the Duke of Netherworld? He is, after all, a pillar of our Star Luo Empire. Eliminating him would incur substantial losses. It is not I who would strike against him, but rather he who has disdained my authority, violating the ancient oaths between the White Tiger and Netherworld clans. Mentioning the Duke of Netherworld, Emperor Star Luo could not suppress a cold snort. Did you not witness the actions of the Duke of Netherworld that day? Were those words fit for a subject to utter? The annulment of Zhu Zhuqing's engagement with Dai Mubai is, in truth, a slap to my face. A slap to the face of the Star Luo Empire. To hesitate in a decisive moment only invites chaos. Such a rebellious fool must be dealt with, lest future troubles arise. Undoubtedly, he was mobilizing forces to decisively capture the Duke of Netherworld. After absorbing Emperor Star Luo's bitter sentiments, the Imperial Marshal refrained from further words. However, I am not without mercy. I have dispatched a messenger to summon him to the palace. By now, he should have calmed. Should he admit his errors, surrender the guilty Zhu Zhuqing, and present a measure of contrition, I would be magnanimous enough to forgive him and reconcile our differences. Emperor Star Luo stated in a low tone. The Imperial Marshal was momentarily taken aback, muttering softly, I fear the Duke of Netherworld will be reluctant. Then we shall proceed as I previously stated, capture him directly. As Emperor Star Luo spoke, a chilling light glimmered in his eyes, his words resolute. Since he refuses to listen, I shall appoint a compliant individual to take his place as the Duke of Netherworld. Chapter 233. The Star Luo Emperor's Resolve. Sword Douluo at level 98. It appears His Majesty is resolute in targeting the Duke of Netherworld. The heart of the imperial marshal trembled. He could sense the determination in Emperor Star Luo's words. Indeed, a dog that bites the hand that feeds it is better off removed. Your Majesty, the Duke of Netherworld has arrived. Just then, 2 pairs of footsteps echoed from outside the hall, a servant announcing their presence. Let him in. Emperor Star Luo exchanged a glance with the imperial marshal, saying no more. Yet in that fleeting moment, their gazes completed a silent exchange. If the Duke of Netherworld proved obstinate, they would proceed with their plan. Boom! The tightly shut doors of the hall swung open, and the Duke of Netherworld stepped inside, his expression calm, concealing any thoughts he harbored. I pay my respects to your Majesty. The Duke of Netherworld clasped his fists in greeting, his gaze sweeping over Emperor Star Luo and the Imperial Marshal. He could easily surmise that these 2 individuals were not harboring any pleasant intentions. Yet he felt little concern, for on his way back, he had acquired a soul ring, the 9th soul ring. The Duke of Netherworld was convinced that, in the face of absolute strength, any devious schemes would crumble to dust. No need for excessive formalities. Emperor Star Luo waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further. He awaited the Duke of Netherworld to acknowledge his mistakes and offer an apology. He knew the Duke of Netherworld was not a fool. That day, he had offended him and violated the ancient rules of the Empire. He believed the Duke had merely acted in a moment of heated impulse. After calming down, he must have spent the last couple of days in anxiety. Even if he realizes his mistake is too late. If he cannot present sincerity, I shall not grant him forgiveness. The Emperor of Star Luo pondered silently. Was he truly going to turn the tables? This time, he was determined to exert his dominance over him. After a brief moment, the Duke of Netherworld finally lifted his head, gazing at the Emperor and inquiring, Your Majesty, what brings me here today? The Duke's face was filled with feigned bewilderment. Of course, this was an act. Having accompanied the Emperor for many years, how could he be unaware of the latter's thoughts? Was it not merely a matter of wanting an apology from him? Were he not to venture to the MartialSouls city, he would undoubtedly have to find a way to quell the Emperor's wrath against the White Tiger clan. But now, what was there to fear? The Duke of Netherworld scoffed derisively within. How bold! Have you not come to your senses these past few days? At that moment, the Marshal of the Star Luo Empire furrowed his brow and interjected sharply. Come to your senses? The Duke of Netherworld feigned realization, replying, You have reminded me. Indeed, I have contemplated certain matters these past few days and wish to discuss them with your Majesty. Coward. The Marshal of the Star Luo Empire snorted coldly at the Duke's words, his eyes revealing disdain. In his view, the Duke was capitulating. Ah, there it is. A smug smile crept upon the Emperor's lips. He was already contemplating how the Duke of Netherworld would apologize. Perhaps he might present Zhu Zhuqing. At the very least, he ought to offer some rare treasures. Given the recent calamities across the Empire, which necessitates substantial resources, I shall not forgive the Duke if his offerings amount to less than 10 million gold soul coins. I believe my daughter, Zhu Zhuyan, is still too young for marriage. I humbly request your Majesty to annul her engagement with Prince Davis. The Duke of Netherworld spoke in a grave tone. Certainly, but wait. The Emperor instinctively nodded, but soon realized something was amiss, momentarily doubting his own hearing. What did you just say? He asked in a lowered voice. I said my daughter is still unruly, and I hope your Majesty can retract her engagement with Davis to select a more suitable match for him. The Duke reiterated solemnly. How dare you? The Marshal of the Empire could not contain his outrage. It must be said that the Duke's words indeed shook him profoundly. What was the meaning of this? Originally intending to demand an apology regarding Zhu Zhuqing's withdrawal from the engagement, now he was audaciously requesting an annulment for Zhu Zhuyan. This fellow was completely disregarding the established order. Do you even understand what you are saying? The Emperor directed a piercing gaze at the Duke of Netherworld. If possible, he wished he could peer into the Duke's very soul to ascertain whether he had indeed consumed the courage of a lion. He also pondered who had emboldened him to repeatedly challenge the ancient rules. Did he consider himself above the law? Of course I do. The Duke replied defiantly to their inquiries. I dare to request your Majesty to issue a decree to annul the long-standing marital alliance between my Netherworld clan and the royal family. The Duke's proclamation was nothing short of astonishing. What? Both the Emperor and the Marshal of the Empire wore expressions of disbelief. Had he indulged in drink before attending court today? And not just any drink, but perhaps something far more intoxicating? For no sane person would utter such nonsense. With a furious gesture, the Emperor rose, his right hand slamming down, splintering the armrest of his throne in a fit of rage. How dare you? He thundered, his eyes now icy. Behind him, the furious spectral image of a white tiger emerged, 8 perfectly aligned soul rings materializing one after another. A powerful surge of soul power erupted, sweeping like a tempest in all directions. Duke of Netherworld, do you acknowledge your transgressions? The Marshal, standing alongside the Duke, also issued a chilling rebuke. In the next moment, his own soul power began to fluctuate, revealing 8 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Indeed, he too was a formidable soul Douluo. The atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense. The Duke of Netherworld furrowed his brow. Being pressured by 2 soul Douluos was an attempt to force him into submission. But could that be possible? Oof. He snorted in response. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings sparkled with breathtaking brilliance. Duke of Netherworld, do you intend to rebel against the throne? Yet with your soul Douluo strength, it seems wait 1, 2, 3, 9 rings? Well, more than 8. How can that be? How do you possess 9 soul rings? Initially, the Marshal had been mocking, but soon he detected the anomaly. His speech faltering in shock. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, reflecting utter disbelief. Title Douluo, you have actually broken through to Title Douluo? The Emperor's voice trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. It was difficult not to shudder. After all, a Title Douluo was a rarity among the great empires. The entire Star Luo Empire had not a single dedicated Title Douluo until now. But now, the Duke of Netherworld had become such a powerhouse. It was undeniably unexpected and utterly astonishing. Faced with such a formidable presence, even as the Emperor of Star Luo, he had to tread carefully. For the time being, he could no longer treat the Duke as he had before. I may have been a bit overly aggressive just now. The Emperor quickly amended, his demeanor shifting to one of affable courtesy. My dear minister, you have actually broken through. When did this happen? The Emperor immediately withdrew his martial soul and soul rings, his stern visage transforming into one of cordiality. Marshal, what are you doing? Quickly retract those soul rings. This tense standoff is unbecoming. He then cast a knowing glance at the dazed Marshal of the Empire, whispering an urgent command. The Marshal understood immediately, realizing the Emperor was signaling that plans had changed and not to act impulsively. In truth, he was not blind. Witnessing the Duke of Netherworld's transformation into a Title Douluo and still attempting to confront him was sheer folly. My lord, I was indeed impulsive just now. Please do not take offense. You know me, I tend to act on impulse. He hastily offered a conciliatory smile to the Duke. It's of no consequence. The Duke of Netherworld waved dismissively, redirecting his gaze to the Emperor. What is your Majesty's perspective on my previous proposal? Perspective? Naturally, I am unsatisfied. The Emperor's ire flared anew at the mere mention of the matter. Yet, he could not afford to display his displeasure outwardly. Regarding his minister's proposal, he intended to say, I believe it requires careful consideration. However, before he could finish, he noted the Duke of Netherworld frowning. Damn it, was he dissatisfied? Traitor. The Emperor felt an impending explosion of rage, but dared not reveal a hint of it. As he was acutely aware of the prowess of the Title Douluo, he knew that the Netherworld spirit cat excelled in speed. At such a close distance, he might not be able to withstand the Duke's onslaught. I believe Xue Ye's marriage indeed seems inappropriate. Ultimately, the Emperor relented, altering his stance. Your Majesty, children of Xue's young lady's age are already capable of running errands. The Marshal interjected, unable to restrain himself, attempting to deter the Emperor from making this decision. Bowing once was one thing, but bowing twice on the same issue was far too humiliating. Then I shall amend the imperial marriage age tomorrow, the Emperor declared with a frown, his voice laced with fury. Internally, he had already cursed the Marshal's ancestry multiple times. Is this fellow deliberately leading himself to ruin? The situation is more dire than he acknowledges. Can he not see it? If he wishes to engage in equal discourse with the Duke of the Underworld, he must summon a greater number of formidable allies. According to Emperor Xingluo's estimations, at least 8 soul Douluos are required to ensure absolute certainty. Bring me the writing implements. As Emperor Xingluo's voice resonated, a servant promptly entered the Grand Hall, carrying ink and brush. Your Majesty, the Marshal of the Xingluo Empire exclaimed, agitated. If another letter of annulment is penned, the imperial family's reputation will be utterly tarnished. You wouldn't dare to believe I would not suffer from this, would you? Emperor Xingluo silently scoffed, his countenance betraying a hint of discomfort. Choosing not to utter another word, he took the brush proffered by the servant and elegantly inscribed over 100 words. It was a succinct letter of annulment. Go, present this to the Duke. He instructed the servant. The servant complied and delivered the annulment to the Duke of the Underworld. Upon receiving the letter, the Duke of the Underworld chuckled. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he strode away, not casting a glance at anyone present. He was thoroughly satisfied. As for who would assume the role of Empress of the Xinghua Empire in the future, would it not ultimately require his own endorsement? Besides, perhaps the choice of the emperor within the empire would also necessitate his approval. Indeed, with strength comes the audacity to act so brazenly. Once the duke departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the grand hall. Arrogance, utterly audacious. After a moment, the marshal could no longer contain his indignation. He trembled with rage. Now you exhibit such courage. What your earlier cowardice? Emperor Xinghua let out an annoyed huff. Isn't it you who just urged me to cower? The marshal, burdened by unspoken grievances, realized he would have to bear the brunt of this predicament himself. However, the Duke of the Underworld's actions were indeed audacious, clearly indicating he held the emperor in contempt. Emperor Xinghua furrowed his brow. What does your majesty intend to do about this? We cannot allow him to roam free, can we? Of course not. The Duke of the Underworld has already harbored intentions of rebellion. Until he is dealt with, I shall not find peace. Emperor Xingluo's gaze gleamed with a cold light, a murderous intent emanating from him. The marshal felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. After a brief pause, a voice echoed in his ear. Begin preparations immediately. Summon soul saints and soul Douluo experts to enter the imperial city. There is no limit on numbers. The more, the better. Yes. The marshal's heart raced. Could it be that his majesty intends to take a drastic stand? In Wuhuan City, within a humble shop, a sudden sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed in the ears of Lin Xiao, Ning Fengji, and Bon Douluo. However, none of them bore any weapons. Thus, the source of the sound could only be one, Sword Douluo. All three pairs of eyes focused intently on Sword Douluo, who exuded a powerful aura of sharpness, as if he were a blade drawn from its sheath. I've grasped it. I finally understand. So that is how it is. Soon, the shop was filled with his hearty laughter. Why are you laughing so loudly, you coward? One might think you have achieved a breakthrough, Bon Douluo remarked, unceremoniously criticizing him. There was no other way. After decades of banter, they could hardly communicate without bickering. Little did they know, Sword Douluo blinked and smiled mysteriously. Hee old bone. You're not far off. The barriers preventing my ascension to the next realm have vanished. A breakthrough is merely a matter of time. His insights from the swordsmanship of another world resonated with his own understanding, propelling his cultivation to new heights. What? Did I actually get it right? Bon Douluo was taken aback, his smile instantly fading. You've only just broken through days ago, and now you've done it again? More importantly, if Sword Douluo completes this breakthrough, he will reach level 98, a rarity among the pinnacle powerhouses of Douluo Continent. Incredible. Fortune has arrived, and it cannot be stopped. Sword Douluo exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. Old Bone, I suggest you don't hesitate. Once I finish opening my jars, you should do the same. If you can uncover something akin to eagle-eye swordsmanship, it would be on par with martial arts. After his laughter subsided, Sword Douluo encouraged. Upon hearing this, Bon Douluo felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 234, Scythe Fruit, Ning Fengji's decision the last time the jars included martial arts techniques. It left many with a sense of regret, including Sword Douluo, Bon Douluo, and Ning Fengji. Now, would the items within the jars remedy their previous disappointments? Bon Douluo pondered silently. However, he also trusted that Sword Douluo would not lead him astray. What are you dawdling for? Open the jars quickly. Make room for the good people. Bon Douluo chided as he noticed Sword Douluo gazing at him with a smirk. All right, I shall do it now, Sword Douluo replied, promptly opening the jars. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, Sword Douluo had opened all the remaining jars. Among the contents were sky tree fruits, magic juice, and fake coins. Behind the counter, Lin Xiao beheld each item with keen interest. How splendid it would be to uncover an upgrade scroll. I could instantly become a level 98 title Douluo. Sword Douluo sighed slightly, realizing no miracle had transpired. Enough, coward, don't be so self-satisfied. You've now crossed the threshold of level 98. Accumulating soul power is merely a matter of time. Besides, although this week did not yield experience capsules or upgrade scrolls, there is always next week or the week after. It's not as if today is the last day of your life, so why the rush? Bon Douluo chuckled. Old Bone, if only you hadn't added that last sentence, Sword Douluo retorted, his face darkening. Bon Douluo laughed again, waving his hand dismissively. Put your things away and step aside. Sword Douluo fell silent. He had never been Bon Douluo's match in verbal sparring. In the blink of an eye, the counter was cleared. Bon Douluo approached. Boss, please fetch me 10 jars from that row over there. He placed his gold soul coins on the counter and gestured. Lin Xiao nodded and retrieved the jars Bon Douluo desired. Wishing you good fortune, he said with a faint smile. Haha, boss, I have low expectations. As long as I obtain something better than what the coward got, it will be a victory. With that, Bone Douluo shot a provocative glance at Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo's expression darkened at this, and he scoffed disdainfully. If you think that way, you're somewhat overestimating yourself. What I possess is an artifact grade item. Do you even comprehend what artifact grade means? Let us wait and see. Bone Douluo remarked, turning his attention back to the jars before him. He skillfully picked up the lucky magic hammer to open the jars. Crack, crack. In an instant, Bone Douluo shattered 3 jars. The results yielded nothing but magic juice. Old Bone, I have a premonition that today might not end well for you, Sword Douluo remarked ominously, mimicking Bone Douluo's tone. This is just the beginning. The tide will turn with the next jar. Bone Douluo retorted, shattering the 4th jar. Crack. A purple glow emanated from within. It seems I might not come away empty-handed after all. Bone Douluo feigned surprise, glancing at Sword Douluo. However, when he turned his gaze back to the contents of the jar, genuine astonishment washed over him. The item within was neither a booster nor an enhancer, but something he had never even laid eyes on before. What is this round sphere? He looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. This item is known as the Devil Fruit. Lin Xiao was taken aback as he discerned the item before him. This was the very first Devil Fruit to appear in the Douluo Continent. It must be said, both the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo were exceptionally fortunate today. Item, Scythe Fruit, Level, Rare Type, Tradable Description, a superhuman type fruit derived from the world of pirates. Once consumed, it bestows remarkable powers upon the user. Effect, by slicing through the air, the user can compress it to generate slashing attacks akin to a razor-sharp scythe. Its power is formidable enough to effortlessly cleave through rock. The faster the user moves, the greater the number of wind blades produced simultaneously. Furthermore, these wind blades can coalesce to form a highly lethal tornado that can shred opponents to pieces. Lin Xiao recalled the Scythe Fruit. In his estimation, if the powers of this fruit were developed properly, its combat potential would be quite substantial. Unfortunately, it had fallen into the hands of a minor character who had yet to showcase its true brilliance before logging off. To be precise, the fruit in your possession is called the Scythe Fruit, a variety of the superhuman type fruits. The user will gain the abilities conferred by the Scythe Fruit, Lin Xiao remarked, gazing at the Bone Douluo, specifically at the fruit in his grasp. Oh, what kind of abilities will it provide? Will using it cause some part of my body to transform into a scythe? The Bone Douluo inquired cautiously. Despite the small shop, it was filled with wonders, and one could never be too careful about potentially treacherous items. Not only the Bone Douluo, but even Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo perked up with curiosity. What kind of thought process leads one to believe they would turn into a mantis after consuming a fruit? Lin Xiao shook his head in disbelief, admiring the imagination of the Bone Douluo. Your concerns are unwarranted. The Scythe Fruit will not transform any part of your body into a scythe. Upon consuming the Scythe Fruit, the user will gain the ability to convert air into wind blades, sharper than any scythe, capable of effortlessly slicing through rock. If your speed and strength are sufficient, you can unleash a flurry of wind blades, forming a storm to obliterate your enemies. There are numerous other applications, which can only be discovered by the user themselves. Moreover, the wind blades are intangible and formless, making them even more effective for surprise attacks. Lin Xiao explained slowly, observing the perplexed expressions of the crowd. However, once he concluded his explanation, the confusion among them deepened. Moments later, that confusion transformed into shock. So, after using the Scythe Fruit, it's akin to awakening a martial soul? The Bone Douluo pondered aloud, attempting to articulate his understanding. One could say that. Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. Does that not grant one a second martial soul? The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Moreover, if this was the power of a single fruit, what if there were 2 or 3? They would be invincible. Cough. Cough. Now, allow me to inform you of some important considerations. Lin Xiao observed the expressions of Ning Fengji and the others, clearing his throat. Due to the exceptionally unique nature of devil fruits, each individual may only consume one, so one must contemplate carefully before merging abilities. What? Only one can be merged? The 3 of them were left in a state of disbelief upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. Did this mean that merging multiple abilities was not feasible? The Bone Douluo regarded the devil fruit in his hand with newfound seriousness, contemplating whether he should merge it. Experience told him that if a weapon of divine quality could emerge, then so too could a devil fruit of divine caliber. Would it not be a loss to merge this rare-level Scythe Fruit? What if a more powerful fruit were to appear in the future? Would he not regret it? Yet, allowing this Scythe Fruit to gather dust in his spatial soul guide seemed an even greater transgression. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, The devil fruit is tradable. At least this scythe fruit is. Lin Xiao slapped his forehead, recalling another important detail. Boss, is this true? The Bon Douluo exclaimed with delight. Turning his gaze to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. Immediately, the Bon Douluo turned to Ning Fengji and said, Sect Master, you should handle this fruit. It serves no purpose in my hands. The Bon Douluo, finding no value in the fruit for himself, decided to pass it on to Ning Fengji. The latter was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected decision, yet made sense within the context. At that moment, the Bon Douluo pressed the scythe fruit into Ning Fengji's hands. Very well, I shall not refuse, Ning Fengji replied with determination. Uncle Long, should you require anything, feel free to ask me directly. Ning Fengji was quite straightforward. Haha, I want for nothing, and Rongrong is dutiful. Since you haven't mentioned any needs, it appears there is none. The Bon Douluo waved his hand dismissively, yet curiosity lingered in his voice. However, I am quite eager to know how the sect master intends to handle this fruit. At this moment, Lin Xiao too was intrigued and looked on, eager to see Ning Fengji's response. Yet, Ning Fengji said nothing. Instead, he took a bite of the scythe fruit. To everyone's astonishment, the sect master had chosen to consume the fruit himself. Sect master, what are you doing? Sect master, since this fruit is tradable, it stands to reason that there may be better options in the future. Compared to Lin Xiao's surprise, the actions of Ning Fengji were truly astonishing to the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. They completely failed to comprehend why he would choose to consume the fruit, considering it a waste of opportunity. After all, given his status, he had the chance to acquire a superior fruit. This fruit is truly delightful, Ning Fengji remarked, savoring the taste. Uncle Jian, Uncle Long, do not be alarmed. I understand your astonishment regarding my decision. In truth, consuming this devil fruit is the best choice for me at this moment. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, expressions of confusion crossed the faces of the Sword Douluo and others. Sect Master, what leads you to this conclusion? The Bon Douluo questioned, bewildered. Because we are currently amidst tumultuous times. The Heaven Do Empire has changed hands. The ancestor of the Haotian sect has returned to challenge the Spirit Hall, and even the Star Do Forest is not at peace. I urgently need to enhance my strength. Ning Fengji replied, a note of concern lacing his voice. Sect Master, what are you worried about? With me, an old bone here, you will undoubtedly be safeguarded. The Sword Douluo spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji shook his head slightly. Uncle Jian, Uncle Long, please do not misunderstand. It is not that I lack trust in your abilities. Rather, I believe that in such chaotic circumstances, additional strength equates to greater security. After all, no one can predict what changes the future may hold. The Bon Douluo frowned, about to interject, but was interrupted by Ning Fengji. Uncle Long, I understand your concerns. He waved his hand lightly, then smiled casually. I will not regret this choice, even if I were to awaken a devil fruit of divine quality in the future, because the items that emerge later may not provide assistance when I need it most. Furthermore, in Boss Lin's shop, there are not merely devil fruits that can enhance one's power. I can always seek excellence in other items to compensate for what I might lack in the devil fruit. Besides, this scythe fruit is hardly weak. Ning Fengji believed that there was a reason for everything, and he perceived the uniqueness of the scythe fruit. With that thought, he took another hearty bite. This time, no one attempted to stop him. Ning Fengji continued to consume the fruit, savoring each mouthful. Moments latte. A look of satisfaction adorned his face. Sect Master, how does it taste? The Bon Douluo immediately inquired. Not just him. Even Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered with curiosity. He was eager to witness what the scythe fruit was like in reality. Quite good, Ning Fengji nodded, turning to the Bon Douluo with a smile. Uncle Long, brace yourself. If I'm not mistaken, Fengji just warned you to be cautious? Upon hearing the sound, Bon Douluo was filled with confusion, almost doubting his own ears. Who does not know Ning Fengji? The master of the wealthiest sect in the world, the foremost support-type soul master. Moreover, he is an undeniable battle weakling. Yet, who is Bon Douluo? He is one of the strongest defenders of the age. To think that a weakling would require him to defend himself. What a farce. Uncle Long. If you fail to defend yourself, do not blame me for the consequences. Observing this, Ning Fengji remained unperturbed, offering a slight smile. He then gestured with his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force that swept toward Bon Douluo. Is this the power of the scythe fruit? Lin Xiao marveled, narrowing his eyes to catch the ripples manifesting in the void, resembling a crescent moon. He understood that this was the so-called wind blade, capable of splitting stone and shattering barriers with ease. What is this? Bon Douluo, belatedly aware of the anomaly, realized the distance between him and Ning Fengji was too close. and the wind blade moved with such swiftness that he had no time to summon his martial soul. Even if he could, he would refrain. For activating his martial soul against a powerhouse like Ning Xiao would be akin to bullying. With this thought, he threw a punch, simple and direct, slamming it against the wind blade. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, and Douluo's disdainful expression morphed into one of shock. How can this be? Though I did not summon my martial soul or spirit rings, even if I stood still for a soul king to strike, he would not be able to breach my defenses. Yet now, plop. At that moment, a drop of crimson blood fell to the ground. Indeed, he was injured. Though the wind blade only left a shallow cut on the back of his hand, he was still wounded. This was something that many soul kings could only dream of achieving. And yet, Ning Xiao accomplished it. Astonishment filled the air. Douluo witnessed this spectacle firsthand, feeling parched with disbelief. Is this truly our seven-treasure Glazed tile sect leader, Ning Xiao? The one whose combat prowess is nearly zero. But how can this attack be so formidable? Ha, Uncle Long, what do you think? Ning Xiao could not contain his delight, a proud smile gracing his lips. After decades, another knot in his heart had unraveled. He finally possessed some combat strength. He was now emboldened to face even a soul sage of the same rank. Finally, Douluo spoke with a bitter tone. Sect Master, to be frank, you truly exceeded expectations. I have also come to realize that I underestimated the power of the devil fruit. Chapter 235. The evolution of Douluo's martial soul from death to life. Indeed, even the rare grade devil fruit is astonishing. It is difficult to fathom the powerful abilities that lie within the devil fruits above the rare grade. Douluo smacked his lips, his eyes still wide with surprise. I shall not contemplate stronger fruits for now. However, I am exceedingly satisfied with the capability of this scythe fruit. Ning Xiao chuckled lightly, and he meant it, having acquired the devil fruit and enhanced his combat strength. Who knows what other power-enhancing items he might discover in the jars tomorrow. After all, one must eat a meal bite by bite. Who can become a glutton in one gulp? He believed that, given enough time, he would inevitably become a true powerhouse, even if he had to pile up resources. In terms of wealth, Ning Xiao was confident he possessed exceptional advantages. Boss, now that we have unearthed the devil fruit and swordsmanship, what might hockey be? At that moment, Douluo inquired expectantly. That is something you must discover for yourselves. Lin Xiao winked, flashing a mysterious smile, refraining from explaining to Douluo. In truth, Lin Xiao quietly mused. If you ask me, who should I ask? That thing I haven't even unlocked yet. Timid fellow, do not fret. Once I unlock hockey, I will broaden your horizons. Douluo chuckled. Just you? Douluo raised an eyebrow, retorting coldly, merely a series of in this lifetime. He appeared quite dismissive. Douluo, unperturbed, lifted the lucky magic hammer again, resuming his jar-opening endeavor. He sought to prove through action that Douluo's words might hold some truth. Crack, crack, crack. A series of jar-shattering sounds drew everyone's attention. Under Lin Xiao's gaze, the smile on Douluo's face gradually faded, replaced by seriousness. However, this cannot be blamed on him. To continuously unearth several pieces of obsidian, such treasures were not something an ordinary person could accept. Not displaying signs of collapse was already commendable. In the blink of an eye, only one jar remained. Old bone, it's all right. I still have several decades to live. Douluo's voice resonated softly behind Douluo. What audacity. I still have one jar left to open. Douluo huffed, casting a vexed glance at Douluo before refocusing on the last jar. Crack. The final jar shattered under the lucky magic hammer with a resounding crash. Douluo stood motionless, facing away from Ning Xiao and Douluo. Old Bone, even if you did not uncover anything worthwhile, it shouldn't be so embarrassing to face people, right? Douluo frowned, speaking softly. This is inconsequential. We can always try again. Timid fellow, you were right about this. Douluo turned around, revealing a mysterious smile. Although I did not unlock the so-called hockey, this round was still not in vain. Douluo glanced at the items behind Douluo, questioning whether it was truly not a loss. Do you think everyone is oblivious to the facts? You doubt it. Sect Master, timid fellow. Then take a look at what this is. Douluo exclaimed, spreading his hands. At that moment, a burst of purple light radiated from his palms. It turned out he had sensed that something remarkable was about to emerge from the jar and had swiftly seized the item. Could this be an equipment enhancement scroll? Both Douluo and Ning Xiao gazed at the item in Douluo's hands, genuinely taken aback. Douluo let out a slight sigh, lamenting, what a pity. I had initially hoped to unlock hockey, yet I ended up with 2 of these instead. And you could say I only got 1, but alas, 2? How vexing. Ordinary? I see you are indeed quite ordinary. Sword Douluo snorted, offering Bone Douluo a disdainful look. Ning Fengji shook his head, wondering who could tolerate such mundane talk. If I may interrupt. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's voice echoed within the shop, drawing the attention of all three. When Boss Lin speaks, something is bound to happen. However, Lin Xiao disregarded their gazes, turning to Bone Douluo and stating, I'm afraid what you hold is not an enhancement scroll. What? Not an enhancement scroll? As soon as Lin Xiao spoke, an awkward silence enveloped the shop. Had a blunder occurred? How embarrassing. Bone Douluo felt a tinge of embarrassment, but it truly resembled one. Just look at the 7 inscribed upon it. ISNT, that precisely a 7 enhancement scroll. Item, 7 golden equipment amplification scroll. Level, rare type. Non-tradable description. Enhances equipment level. Converting it to amplify the martial soul. Effect. Upon use, there's a 30 chance of amplifying one's martial soul to level 7, superseding any previous amplification levels. Once again confirming he had not misread, Lin Xiao shook his head. It was indeed not an enhancement scroll, that much was certain. However, the scroll in your hand is an amplification scroll, which, upon use, grants a 30 chance of amplifying your martial soul to level 7. So, it is an amplification scroll. In that case, there is no cause for concern. Bone Douluo instinctively reached to stow the item away, but his hand soon froze mid-air. Wait, what did you say? This is an amplification scroll? Bone Douluo asked in disbelief. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded, but the success rate is only 30%. If you intend to use it, be sure to prepare yourself mentally. A 30% success rate is already quite high. In fact, in my view, 30% feels akin to 50. There is either success or failure, with no third option. Bone Douluo exclaimed with excitement. Lin Xiao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. It must be said that Bone Douluo possesses a profound understanding of the probabilities associated with items from the underground city. Indeed, the title Douluo is not to be underestimated. He has developed his own unique insights regarding the opening of treasure chests. Old Bone, this is an amplification scroll. You've struck it rich. Not only Bone Douluo, but even Sword Douluo displayed a gleam of excitement on his face. Whether or not it is truly a windfall will depend on the results of the amplification. If successful, all will rejoice. But if it fails, we shall consider it as if nothing happened. Bone Douluo gazed at the amplification scroll in his hand, his expression heavy with gravity. At that moment, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo stepped back a few paces. Lin Xiao was also filled with curiosity. It had been so long since he had seen anyone achieve amplification to level 7. In fact, not to mention level 7, even level 3 had yet to be surpassed by anyone. With a tearing sound, Bone Douluo immediately ripped apart an amplification scroll. Roar! Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a roar echoing in his ears, followed by the appearance of a skeletal, bony phantom enveloping Bone Douluo. It was a bone dragon, the manifestation of Bone Douluo's martial soul. To Lin Xiao, it bore a striking resemblance to the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex he had seen in the anime. Whoosh! A streak of light shot forth from the amplification scroll, swiftly landing upon the skeletal bone dragon. In that moment, everyone fixated their gaze on Bone Douluo, fearful of missing even a single detail. Yet nothing happened. All that could be heard was Bone Douluo's resigned sigh. Alas, it failed. What? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Sword Douluo frowned and remarked, I thought it hadn't even begun, yet it has already concluded. That was too swift. He was quite taken aback. Do you think I wanted it to be so brief? But I simply cannot control it. The duration is beyond my grasp. Bone Douluo spoke with an air of helplessness. Uncle Long, do not be disheartened. Did you not prepare yourself for the worst beforehand? Moreover, do you not still have another scroll in your possession? Ning Feng titimeli interjected, offering words of consolation. Indeed, Bone Douluo nodded lightly, glancing at the amplification scroll in his hand before tearing it apart once more. Forget it. The sooner one dies, the sooner one is reborn. Whether it succeeds or fails is left to fate, he mused. In the next moment, his martial soul was once again enveloped in the radiance of the amplification scroll, accompanied by a voice. Congratulations, amplification successful. Amplification successful? Bone Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. However, there was no time for him to dwell in shock. A surge of formidable power began to manifest upon his martial soul. His martial soul underwent a transformation. Old Bone, you sword uncle, Uncle Long has succeeded. Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xiao too noticed the changes in Bone Douluo. No, more precisely, it was Bone Douluo's martial soul, the bone dragon, that had undergone a transformation. He observed that crimson hues began to emerge along the bony skeleton. To be precise, It resembled red tendrils that swiftly attached themselves to the entirety of the bone dragon's form. This bone dragon, could it be resurrecting? Lin Xiao thought to himself, astonished. My goodness, am I not seeing things? Ning Fengji, who remained composed in the face of calamity, could no longer contain himself, his face reflecting shock. Sir Uncle, if I am not mistaken, it appears that Uncle Long's martial soul has sprouted flesh and meridians? He looked at Sword Douluo in bewilderment, asking earnestly. It must be said, the transformation of Bone Douluo was astonishing beyond measure. Even with his extensive experience, he had never witnessed anything as outrageous. If I am not mistaken, it is indeed the case, Sword Douluo nodded gravely. However, is this not a bit absurd? There is no way he would have believed it had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. A martial soul, actually on the verge of resurrection. Can you believe it? Roar. At that moment, the bone dragon suddenly unfurled its wings, unleashing a burst of crimson mist that enveloped it. Soon after, the mist was absorbed by the bone dragon. However, when the bone dragon reappeared before everyone, its transformation left them utterly astounded. Its flesh was now robust, and its meridians and bones were completely formed. If it were to be covered with a layer of scales, it would resemble a true dragon. It seems that amplifying the martial soul to level 7 has provided Bone Douluo with tremendous benefits. Lin Xiao silently marveled. It is not difficult to surmise that Bone Douluo's power has undoubtedly received a significant boost. However, the exact extent of this enhancement would only be revealed once the transformation of his martial soul concluded. Almost as if to affirm Lin Xiao's conjecture, the bone dragon gradually underwent another transformation. White scales began to sprout along its surface, proliferating until they covered its entire body. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of soul force erupted. It truly lives. Sword Douluo and the others were left speechless, as such a colossal transformation rendered the previous semblance of the bone dragon utterly unrecognizable. This was nothing short of a dragon. Who would have thought that amplification would yield such an extraordinary metamorphosis? Ning Fengji's eyes flickered with excitement. Considering that he would soon be able to activate his self-selected treasure chest, he felt a surge of fervor within. Could it be that he too might have the opportunity to amplify the 7 treasures Glazed tile pagoda to such an extent? In contrast, Lin Xiao remained relatively composed, keenly observing that while Bone Douluo's martial soul appeared akin to a genuine divine dragon, it still bore certain incomplete aspects, the most glaring of which was the absence of pupils in its eyes, replaced instead by 2 flickering flames of soul. Cowardly fellow, how'd my martial soul fare now? Bone Douluo's voice resonated softly, jolting Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji from their astonishment. Old man, are you trying to show off again? Sword Douluo immediately discerned the underlying tone of Bone Douluo's words, yet he still earnestly nodded. Not only is it remarkable, but there are likely very few martial souls of higher quality than yours in this generation. No, upon hearing this, Bone Douluo shook his head. Upon hearing Bone Douluo's words, Sword Douluo was taken aback. What has gotten an old bone to suddenly be so humble? This is quite out of character. Just as he pondered, Bone Douluo spoke once more. Cowardly fellow, you are mistaken. If we consider all the beast martial souls across the Douluo Continent, none can surpass mine. At most, they can only be considered of equal standing. The amplification to level 7 has granted you such a substantial enhancement. Sword Douluo's voice rose several notches. Indeed, I too did not anticipate such a significant boost. So how is your strength now? Once I break through, I will possess the combat power of a title Douluo at level 98. Upon hearing this, both Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji were taken aback. You can still break through? Bone Douluo chuckled, remarking, haha, what difficulty lies in that? This time, the enhancement to my martial soul's rank has directly liberated me from the constraints of my cultivation realm. As long as I return and meditate for 2 days, breaking through to level 97 will be a breeze. Even the cultivation beyond level 97 will proceed smoothly. Level 97 is far from my limit. Excellent, this is truly wonderful. The shock in Ning Fengji's eyes gradually transformed into exhilaration. Undoubtedly, Bone Douluo's substantial increase in strength is a monumental boon for the 7 treasures Glazed tile school. If I may interrupt, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rang out in the ears of the crowd. Ning Fengji and the other 2 turned their gazes in that direction, their eyes filled with confusion and perplexity. Lin Xiao waved his hand gently, urging them not to be so tense, for his curiosity was merely piqued. Curiosity about what? The others inquired, their expressions even more bewildered. Lin Xiao, however, did not keep them in suspense. He turned to Bone Douluo and asked, do you not wonder which is superior, the angel spirit or your own? His curiosity was genuine, as he recalled that the angel spirit was indeed a type of bee spirit. Douluo was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for Boss Lin to speak, and when he did, his words were often quite incisive. After a brief pause, Douluo replied earnestly, I have a premonition that if my spirit were to be enhanced eightfold, it would undoubtedly undergo a significant transformation, consequently elevating its quality once more. When it reaches a ninefold enhancement, discerning which is stronger between it and the angel spirit might become quite challenging. As for a tenfold enhancement, not only among beast spirits, but throughout the entire Douluo Continent, is there any spirit that can rival mine? Is it not possible that other spirits could also be enhanced to 10, potentially leading to unforeseen changes? Perhaps even a transcendence. Just as Douluo contemplated the promising future, Sword Douluo interjected unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Douluo's confident smile froze in an instant. One could not deny that Sword Douluo's remarks were rather irksome, as they were akin to opening a wound. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, if my 7-kill sword were to receive the same enhancement, who could assert that it would be inferior to your spirit? Let us discuss this once you have achieved your enhancement, Douluo retorted, somewhat irked. Subsequently, the three of them bid farewell to Lin Xiao in unison. Master, are we not going in? You brought me here at the expense of your energy, surely not just to observe from afar? Outside the shop, Xiao Wu, glancing at the exquisite girl beside her, asked in confusion. They had followed the scent to this location and had observed the shop for quite some time. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated, the girl replied with a solemn expression. Xiao was taken aback by this response. She could discern that the master held considerable esteem for the individual within the shop. The more she realized this, the more astonished she became. After all, the master was no ordinary person. Even the esteemed Lord Emperor Tian bowed in deference to him. Such a powerful figure seemed to harbor apprehensions about that man. What kind of existence have I inadvertently provoked? Xiao Wu's heart was nearly in turmoil. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the shop, capturing their attention. It's him. Xiao Wu's gaze flickered, and she quickly lowered her head. She recognized the silver-haired man with striking brows. Was he not Sword Douluo himself? Do not panic. With me concealing your aura, even a titled Douluo would not detect your anomaly. The girl's voice drifted softly to Xiao Wu's ears. Master is not like that. The silver-haired man is a titled Douluo from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, and we have met once before. He must have recognized my identity long ago. Xiao Wu replied anxiously. Oh, I see. However, it matters little. The 3 of them have already distanced themselves, seemingly engaged in some discussion and not casting a glance around. The girl's voice resonated once more. Really? Xiao Wu cautiously lifted her gaze for a fleeting moment, akin to a startled rabbit, before promptly averting her eyes. Phew, thankfully, it is just as the master said. They have indeed moved away. Xiao Wu exhaled deeply, finally feeling a sense of relief. Master, why don't we rush into the shop now and subdue that vile man? De Ming and Er Ming must have suffered greatly at his hands, perhaps even becoming soul rings. Xiao Wu clenched her small fists, her face taut with urgency. She had silently vowed to never coexist with Lin Xiao. The girl nodded slightly at her words, seemingly ready to act. However, in the next moment, just as she lifted her foot, it hesitated. Why aren't we moving? Xiao Wu observed in surprise, turning her attention to the girl, who was now gazing elsewhere. Instinctively, she followed the girl's line of sight and beheld 3 imposing figures approaching from a distance, evidently headed towards the shop. These 3 are all titled Douluos. Xiao Wu instantly sensed something amiss, her heart racing. Moreover, they were not just any titled Douluos. The girl spoke again, her words still sparse. With her keen insight, she easily discerned that these 3 were all formidable beings above level 96. What do we do? Xiao Wu inquired, her voice laced with anxiety. The girl replied with a single word. Wait. Yet, within her, an unexpected curiosity emerged. Why were there so many titled Douluos drawn to this humble shop? What secrets did that man, Lin Xiao, conceal? After a prolonged slumber, she suddenly felt somewhat out of touch with the world. Second Elder. Ahead lies the shop where many of us have open jars. The demon suppression remarked to the second elder, the golden crocodile, Douluo, who walked ahead. Indeed, the 3 titled Douluos, Qianjun, demon suppression, and golden crocodile, all esteemed offerings of the spirit hall, were approaching the shop, creating joy through wealth. The golden crocodile, Douluo, neared the shop, glancing at the sign hanging at the entrance, and then at the inscriptions on either side of the door, revealing a disdainful smile. Second elder, when we encounter Boss Lin, such arrogance is unwise. The demon suppression, Douluo, frowned in response. What manner of being is Boss Lin? If we maintain this haughty attitude, it may provoke his displeasure. Should he decide to punish the golden crocodile, it would be one matter. However, should he break even a few of your ribs, you wouldn't dare to complain. Fear not. Should his wrath fall upon the spirit hall, we might all lose our chance to open jars. Qianjun and demon suppression, where is your pride and dignity as offerings of the spirit hall? To bow so low before an unknown individual? The golden crocodile Douluo scorned, frowning deeply. Awaken, in the spirit city, and indeed across the entire Douluo Continent. Our spirit hall is a sovereign power. No one can compel our offerings to bow in submission. This is a disgrace to the spirit hall and to the esteemed offerings. He declared, upon the return of the great offering, I shall report this matter thoroughly. The great offering? We highly suspect the great offering has also opened jars. We simply lack evidence. The two brothers pondered further. Moreover, you asked me to choose between opening jars and maintaining dignity? Does dignity enhance strength? Second elder, such words cannot be uttered lightly. While we may uphold our identity and maintain our stature with others, we cannot afford to do so with Boss Lin. He is kind-hearted and sells jars not for profit, but to rekindle hope for those of us who have lost sight of it on the path of cultivation. We privately refer to Boss Lin as a philanthropist. Despite the immense pressure from the golden crocodile Douluo, the demon suppression Douluo voiced his thoughts sincerely. He cannot bear to see anyone offend Boss Lin. A philanthropist? It seems you've been thoroughly deceived. This so-called Boss Lin intends to shake the very foundations of the spirit hall. The golden crocodile Douluo's expression turned icy as he spoke. Beside him, Qianjun opened his mouth, wishing to interject, but was silenced by a wave of the golden crocodile Douluo's hand. Enough. You shall not speak further. In the absence of the great offering, I hold sway in the hall of offerings. Regardless of the circumstances, this shop cannot be allowed to develop unchecked. The treasures within must be appropriated for our use. We shall go and reclaim these jars for the spear hall. What? We are to reclaim the jars for the spear hall? The two brothers exclaimed in disbelief. This is a momentous opportunity for the expansion of our spirit hall. How could we possibly allow it to slip through our fingers? You need only adhere to my instructions. When the Grand Elder returns, not only will I refrain from reporting you, but I shall also advocate for your commendation. Second Elder, have you ever contemplated that our strength might not suffice? Of course. The golden crocodile, Douluo, confidently asserted, you have all witnessed the might of the Grand Elder. Who in the entirety of Douluo Continent could rival him? Who would dare to provoke the spirit hall? Even if he possesses great strength, what does it matter? Would he have the audacity to strike against us in the spirit city? Would he dare to oppose our spirit hall? As the golden crocodile, Douluo, spoke, he placed his hands on the shoulders of the brothers Qianjun and Jiangma, reassuring them, do not worry, even if the heavens were to collapse. The Grand Elder would bear the burden. Nothing will go awry. Why do I incessantly feel as though I am pushing the Grand Elder into a pit of fire? The brothers Qianjun and Jiangma exchanged glances, an involuntary sense of foreboding swelling within them. Who was muttering outside? Suddenly, Lin Xiao's voice echoed from within the small shop. Second Elder, it seems that Boss Lin has discovered us. As for what to do next, ponder it for a moment. We shall enter first. With that, the brothers Qianjun and Jiangma quickly stepped into the shop, wishing to distance themselves from the golden crocodile Douluo at once, fearing that they would be implicated should he face suppression. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Douluo found himself at a loss. These two brothers had entirely disregarded his words. Damn it! I must thoroughly report them before the Grand Elder. He grumbled internally as he entered the small shop. Second Elder, what a coincidence. Are you here to open jars as well? Upon entering the shop, the Jiangma greeted him with a look of surprise. Golden crocodile Douluo. What is happening? Did we not just come in together? He was utterly bewildered. Who is this? At that moment, Lin Xiao's voice rang out behind the golden crocodile, tinged with curiosity. Allow me to introduce you, Boss Lin. This is our spirit hall's second elder, known as the golden crocodile Douluo. Upon hearing this, the Jiangma promptly turned around, smiling as he explained to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's gaze flickered slightly, memories of the golden crocodile Douluo surfacing in his mind. A venerable title Douluo of level 98, devoted to the spirit hall and loyal to the angel lineage. He had met his demise at the hands of Tang Hao during the later stages of the original story. Is he the owner of this small shop? It appears he is indeed as unremarkable as everyone has said. However, his strength, I cannot discern its depths. As Lin Xiao regarded the golden crocodile Douluo, the latter was also appraising him. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still somewhat taken aback. Boss, I have made my selection. Please retrieve 10 jars for me from the second row. Just then, the voice of the Qianjun Douluo rang out, snapping the golden crocodile Douluo back to reality. Damn it! So that's why they acted as though they had chanced upon me upon entering. These two fellows wish to sever ties with me and open their jars independently. What is more outrageous is that they have already paid up in this brief span. They still do not trust me, nor do they believe that the Grand Elder and the Spirit Hall can manage this enigmatic SoulLand. The golden crocodile, Douluo's anger simmered as he thought further. Instinctively, he was about to explode. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao's voice interjected, "Everything has its order. If you wish to open jars, you must wait." Lin Xiao's words carried an inexplicable authority that rendered the golden crocodile, Douluo, immobile, rooted in place. How is it possible that a mere sentence can restrict my movements? The golden crocodile, Douluo's heart trembled. Such power is something even the Grand Elder does not possess. I cannot contend with him. Instantly, he regained his composure. I shall refrain from advancing. I will merely observe. He promptly responded, forcing a strained smile upon his face, a facade of effortful cheerfulness. So, this is the kind of second elder you are? You promised to remove all the jars from here. Why has that not been executed? You spoke of being forceful. Is this all? The Jianma Douluo observed and silently scoffed at the display. On the other side, Ning Fengji and his companions arrived at a fork in the road. Uncle Jian, Uncle Long, you both seem poised for breakthroughs in your cultivation. It will be best for you to return to the estate and enter seclusion. Ning Fengji suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, the Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo were momentarily stunned, immediately inquiring, "Sect Master, what do you mean by that? Do you not intend to return with us?" Their surprise was palpable. Indeed, such thoughts had crossed their minds. Ning Fengji smiled and nodded. Recently, our 7-treasure Glazed tile, Sect's Merchant Guild acquired a soul bone imbued with ice abilities. I have arranged for an auction, which will take place in a couple of days in the Heaven Do City. I had promised to attend in person. Upon hearing his words, the Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo were taken aback. Is that so? Sect Master, your recent progress has been extraordinary. I refrained from mentioning this to avoid hindering your cultivation. Ning Fengji replied with a hint of amusement. That won't do. Let that coward retreat into seclusion. I will accompany you, Gu Douluo insisted. The Heaven Do Empire has been rather tumultuous of late, and as the imperial teacher, you may find yourself the target of ill intentions. Please, Uncle Long, remain calm. Ning Fengji interjected gently, gesturing for Gu Douluo to settle down, and continued, based on the clues available. It is evident that Prince Xue Ye and Prince Xue Ye have been up to something today. However, what can they achieve with their limited strength? It is not arrogance on my part. Rather, I would welcome their direct assault, as it would spare me the trouble of forcing them to reveal themselves. Only by eliminating them can the throne of Qinghe be truly secure. The Jian Douluo frowned, but you cannot place yourself in harm's way as bait. Ha, Uncle Jian, Uncle Long, do you still perceive me as that defenseless support, the so-called strongest auxiliary? Ning Fengji chuckled at their concern. In the midst of their laughter, he waved his hand. With a swift sound, an invisible edge sliced through a large stone in the distance, cleaving it in two. Witnessing this, the Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. Such extraordinary abilities were indeed not something an ordinary soul master could rival. Gu Douluo glanced down at the blood on his hand, realizing that as long as the sect master refrained from courting disaster, there was little cause for concern. After all, there were not many formidable individuals within Heaven Do City. Chapter 237. Zhao Wuji's quest for vengeance. Qianjun achieves his aspiration. Meanwhile, in Heaven Do City, within the prince's residence. In the conference hall, Xue Ye sat in the main seat, calmly observing the youth who entered the hall. The youth was none other than Prince Xue Ye. Uncle Long. He respectfully saluted Xue Ye, his demeanor devoid of any trace of his former reckless self. I wonder why you summoned me? Xue Ye inquired directly. After a moment of silence, Xue Ye slowly replied, I am preparing to take action. Take action? Xue Ye paused, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Uncle Long, Xue Qinghe is now the emperor of Heaven Do. We should withdraw. It can be said that the entire Heaven Do belongs to him. He quickly sensed Xue Ye's intentions and urged caution. What is there to fear? Over the years, we have gathered substantial evidence pointing to Xue Qinghe's heinous acts against his own kin, and there are even subtle indications of poison directed at your father. His position as the new emperor is not yet secure. Should we reveal this information, a change in dynasty may not be beyond possibility. Xue Ye's gaze flickered with shrewdness, appearing to have grasped the situation entirely. After he finished speaking, his gaze turned towards Xue Peng, noticing the hesitation in the latter's eyes. He snorted dismissively. Are you still clinging to your sentiments? Are you waiting for Xue Qinghe to solidify his position as emperor? If so, your chances will be utterly extinguished. Upon hearing this, Xue Peng's face drained of color, his heart tormented by inner conflict. Finally, he bit his lip and replied, but Xue Qinghe has the Imperial Master Ning Fengji backing him, along with the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School. Can we truly contend with such formidable forces? What if Ning Fengji were to perish? Xue Xinghan questioned coldly. What? Xue Peng's pupils constricted sharply, unable to fathom what Xue Xinghan was insinuating. Or perhaps he already guessed, but could hardly believe it. The words were on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not bring himself to voice them. Indeed, you're thinking correctly. I want Ning Fengji dead. If he were to fall, the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School would be unable to protect itself, and, at that point, our strength would be sufficient to overthrow Xue Qinghe. Xue Xinghan articulated his plan with clarity. It was simple yet effective. Of course, this was a last resort. Previously, it might have been different, but now Ning Fengji was the entrusted guardian of the late Emperor Xue Ye, revered as the Imperial Master, and had ample reason to meddle in the affairs of the Tiando Empire. One could say that Ning Fengji was akin to a towering mountain. To topple Xue Qinghe, they must first ascend this mountain. But can we succeed? Xue Peng asked cautiously. Not to mention, Ning Fengji is always accompanied by title Douluo, making it exceedingly difficult. How can we know if we do not try? Xue Xinghan whispered. Soon, an auction hosted by the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School will be held in Tiando City, and I have heard that Ning Fengji will attend in person. I will dispatch assassins to lie in wait in the shadows. Amidst the crowds, we may find our opportunity. Or rather, we can create sufficient chaos to seize the moment and strike him down. It was evident that he was resolutely determined to deal with Ning Fengji. As Xue Xinghan spoke, he rose and moved closer to Xue Peng, reassuring him, do not fret too much. Though Ning Fengji is renowned as the world's foremost support soul master, his combat prowess is rather feeble. If he is without protection, even a soul king could easily eliminate him. Gradually, Xue Peng felt a stirring within himself. He understood that collaborating with Prince Xue Xing was his chance for redemption. Thus, he resolved to lend his full support to Xue Xing. As events unfolded, Zhao Wujie strode through a bustling street in Tiando City, his imposing figure causing passers-by to recoil as if encountering a harbinger of doom. Even small children burst into tears upon seeing him. There was no denying that Zhao Wujie's appearance was terrifying, his visage contorted in a fierce expression, a fitting demeanor as he sought vengeance. Old gorilla, after so many years, I have returned. Did you not lament my escape back then? Well, here I am, Zhao Wujie thought to himself. At that moment, a grand estate came into view, flanked by several guards, standing sentinel, exuding an air of magnificence. As his gaze rose, he saw a plaque hanging above the entrance emblazoned with 2 gilded characters. Time Mansion. Without a doubt, this was the residence of Titan. Zhao Wujie paused momentarily. Creak. Just then, the firmly shut gates swung open, revealing a youth resembling a towering iron tower. Young master. The guards on either side promptly bowed in respect. However, the youth seemed oblivious to their presence and fixed his gaze upon Zhao Wujie, frowning. What beggar is this? Have you come to beg at our doorstep? Scram, scram. Go somewhere cooler. The towering youth waved his hand dismissively. In truth, Zhao Wujie did appear quite disheveled. His clothes were tattered, and his hair unkempt from his hasty escape from the Star-Do Great Forest. He bore a striking resemblance to a beggar. Huh! Zhao Wujie suddenly chuckled at the towering youth. They call you young master. You are from the Tai Mansion? Are you blind? Don't you recognize young Master Tai Long? Before the youth could respond, one of the guards interjected sternly. Zhao Wujie ignored the guard and turned his attention back to Tai Long, asking, what is your relation to Titan? At least you possess some knowledge. He is my grandfather. Tai Long began to reply, but faltered. He sensed something amiss. After all, his grandfather rarely appeared in public, and for this beggar to invoke Titan's name was no small matter. Are you here to seek my grandfather? Tai Long instinctively queried, his expression tightening in apprehension. Indeed, Zhao Wujie replied with a smile. For reasons unknown. Tai Long found the smile somewhat unsettling, as if foreboding ill tidings. Wait here. I will fetch him, he said, turning to re-enter the mansion. Wait, Zhao Wujie called out. I have a gift for your grandfather. What? Tai Long was taken aback, quickly waving his hands. There is no need for gifts, really. Nay, this is my heartfelt offering, Zhao Wujie declared, striding forward to bridge the gap between them, closing in on Tai Long. What do you intend to do? Tai Long panicked instantly, recognizing that the visitor's strength far surpassed his own. No, he suddenly cried out in terror, witnessing the disheveled giant raise his hand. Stop! He shouted in fear as Zhao Wujie remained undeterred, and with a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps to Tai Long's face. You strike me? You, a senior in the realm of soul masters, have no shame? Tai Long exclaimed, trembling. Besides, why do you slap me for a gift to my grandfather? Zhao Wujie retorted coolly. I shall treat you as you treated me. There is nothing wrong with that. After making his point, he disregarded Titan and began to rub his wrist, relishing the feeling. So this is the thrill of bullying the weak. No wonder that old gorilla is so fond of it. Yu Tailong instinctively took several steps back, fearing Zhao Wujie might strike him again. Meanwhile, the surrounding guards stood dumbfounded, retreating further away, helpless and bewildered. Ugh! Tailong could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. His spirit was utterly shattered. At that moment, Zhao Wujie tossed a letter at Tailong's face. Go tell your grandfather I will be waiting for him in the woods outside the city. With that, Zhao Wujie turned and departed. Outside the city, in the woods? Titan was momentarily stunned, glancing at the envelope which bore the 4 bold characters. You come. This must be a declaration of war, he thought, unable to restrain his exasperation. However, it was only after Zhao Wujie had departed that he dared to express such emotions. Who dares to act recklessly before my family? Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from the mansion, as a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Tai Long emerged, his large, round eyes bulging with fury as he surveyed the scene. Tai Long noticed a nervous guard trailing behind him, evidently having discreetly returned to summon reinforcements after sensing the situation was dire. Don't bother looking. He's already gone, Tai Long replied irritably. Gone? Titan was taken aback, and upon looking at Tai Long, his pupils narrowed sharply. Son, what happened to your face? His voice was filled with wrath, his eyes seemingly ablaze. There's no need for theatrics. Can't you see I've been struck? Tai Long snapped back. Damn it. Titan clenched his fists, a growl escaping his teeth. Where has that scoundrel gone? Since you cannot handle him, I shall deal with him myself. Tyron contemplated for a moment, gestured towards a direction, indicating the need to venture beyond the city. He warned that if one were to delay, the person would vanish without a trace. Heaven and earth, I shall retrieve him, Tainua declared, turning on his heel and racing after the path taken by Zhao Wujie. However, after taking only a few steps, he was halted by Terran's haunting voice from behind. I almost forgot to mention, that individual gives me a sense of confronting an elder. An elder? A soul Douluo? Tainua stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell, his mind turbulent with unrest. No matter how he perceived it, he could never be a match for a soul Douluo. If he were to engage in combat with that individual, he would either be crushed or succumb to defeat himself. He could conceive of no other outcome. Damn it, this lad is trying to ensnare me. Why did you not mention such a critical matter sooner? Tainua slowly turned, gazing at Tyron, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. He struggled to suppress the impulse to deliver a blow to this rebellious son. Tyron, how have I instructed you in the past? In times of great significance, one must remain calm and composed. I trust your grandfather could handle this matter with greater finesse. As he spoke, he approached Tyron and unceremoniously pulled him into the estate. A moment later, within the depths of the estate, in a cool pavilion, a silver-haired Titan, exuding a commanding presence, raised his hand and smashed the stone table within the pavilion. Yet, even after such an act, dissatisfaction lingered, prompting him to tear the letter in his grasp into shreds, scattering it into the air. His chest heaved like a bellows, clearly filled with ire. Ah, Zhao Wujie, you escaped by mere chance back then. I wonder how you dare to prance before me after all these years. His voice carried an icy chill, sending shivers down the spines of Tainua and Tyron, who awaited nearby. They could scarcely recall the last time the elder had been this enraged. Grandfather, do you truly intend to meet him outside the city? The opponent is likely a tidal Douluo, which could pose great peril for you. Although Tyron felt trepidation in the presence of Titan, he could not help but voice his concerns. Peril for me? Titan paused momentarily, then scoffed, child. Your naivety does not surprise me. But what merit does Zhao Wujie possess to threaten me? In the past, I hunted him like a stray dog, and I could do so again. Even if he is a soul Douluo, what of it? Tyron pressed on, but he has become a soul Douluo now, a contender of your caliber. A soul Douluo? Him? Titan sneered disdainfully. Do not be intimidated by the title of unmoved king. In truth, Zhao Wujie is likely a mere shell of his former self. A shell? Both Tainua and Tyron exchanged bewildered glances. Soul Douluo's vary in strength. You may not realize this, but while Zhao Wujie's soul rings may be adequate, his soul skills are lacking. A power-type attack soul master who chooses not to enhance their own strength and offensive capabilities, but instead opts for skills related to tracking or gravitational manipulation has entirely misplaced their priorities, squandering the potential of a formidable martial spirit like the great strength diamond bear. Titan continued, revealing a scornful sneer. Let me ask you, as fellow power-type soul masters, if his soul power is not at my level, and his skills do not surpass mine, can I possibly lose? Absolutely not. Even if I wish to lose, it will be a daunting task. At once, Tang Hao and Tyron shook their heads vigorously in agreement. Precisely. Titan smiled slightly at the father and son before him. Come, accompany me, and witness how I deal with that scoundrel. He treated Tyron poorly, and I shall ensure he pays double. No, tenfold. It was solely up to the grandfather. Tyron was elated at the prospect. Once Zhao Wuji was defeated, he vowed to shatter the man's limbs first. Meanwhile, in a small shop within the Spirit City, the Qianjun Douluo, with disheveled hair and billowing garments, emanated an enigmatic aura that was impossible to ignore. The demon hunter Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo both fixed their gazes upon Qianjun Douluo, while Lin Xiao maintained an air of indifference. To him, this was an inevitable outcome. It must be noted that today, Qianjun Douluo's luck was extraordinary. With items like Wild Strawberry and the Destiny Coin, he had not only opened 4 proficiency capsules, gaining considerable insights into the application of soul skills and realms, but this also enabled him to shatter the bottleneck at the 97th level. Furthermore, Qianjun Douluo had acquired a more valuable upgrade scroll, sparing him several years of soul power refinement. At that moment, Qianjun Douluo was on the verge of a breakthrough. Crack! Just as Lin Xiao began to grow weary, a clear sound rang in his ears. Boom! Instantly, Qianjun Douluo erupted like a volcano, releasing an aura far surpassing his previous state. This was entirely reasonable, for the disparities between each minor realm after achieving the title Douluo rank were monumental, especially the leap from 96 to 97. Such a tremendous phenomenon was hardly excessive. Brother, you truly have broken through. The demon hunter Douluo exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 97, before the jars appeared, it was the pinnacle of our aspirations. Now, it feels within reach. Indeed, who would have thought that Qianjun would reach the 97th level? Qianjun Douluo laughed exuberantly. The countless visions he had once imagined had come to fruition today. How could he not feel elated? Today's jars were worth it. The notion of profiting immensely could scarcely encapsulate the exhilaration within him. Conversely, the golden crocodile Douluo wore an expression of shock and disbelief. Had he truly broken through to 97? Was it really possible for a few small capsules and a scrap of paper to yield a title Douluo of such caliber? This was simply outrageous. Chapter 238. The demon hunter breaks through, and the golden crocodile Douluo also seeks fortune throughout the life of the golden crocodile Douluo. He had never encountered such absurdity. Can anyone explain what precisely has transpired? The golden crocodile Douluo scanned the surroundings, but Qianjun and the demon hunter could not provide an answer, as delving into the details seemed pointless to them. If the jars contained items that could enhance strength and confer benefits, then it was sufficient to simply open them. Reluctantly, the golden crocodile Douluo turned to Lin Xiao for answers. Lin Xiao merely shook his head slightly, signaling his inability to disclose anything. He could not simply state, I'm also a worker, you know. Boss, I shall take my leave now. Just then, Qianjun Douluo spoke softly. After his enhancement in strength, he did not become haughty before Lin Xiao. Instead, he grew even more respectful. For the stronger one became, the more one could perceive the terror that Lin Xiao embodied, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Lin Xiao inclined his head slightly. Why linger after the jars had all been opened? Was he waiting for the new year? As Qianjun Douluo began to retreat, the golden crocodile suddenly stepped forward, saying, Boss, here is 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Grant me 10 jars as well. The golden crocodile Douluo waved his hand, producing over 1,000,000 gold soul coins from his spatial soul guide, preparing to hand them to Lin Xiao. Second offering. You wish to open jars too? Qianjun Douluo feigned surprise from the side. He distinctly remembered how, outside the shop, the golden crocodile Douluo had proclaimed with great conviction his intent to seize all the jars within the shop. Now, his actions seemed to starkly contradict his earlier assertions. Noticing the laden gaze of Qianjun Douluo, the golden crocodile Douluo felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been so dismissive outside the shop, and now he was faced with undeniable irony. But what could he do? The situation outweighed the individual, confronted by the enigmatic and formidable boss Lin. He harbored no doubt that any reckless actions on his part would result in immediate demise. I too am a loss, raising my hands in exasperation. Furthermore, this could be viewed as a circuitous means to salvation. While the jar itself cannot be taken, surely one could remove the contents within, correct? Round it off, and it effectively amounts to taking the jar, does it not? Subsequently, the intention was to present the contents to the grand offering. beseeching him to deliver a scathing critique of this modest establishment. However, Lin Xiao shook his head. The golden crocodile Douluo was taken aback. What was happening? Did he not intend to sell me the jar? There exists a sequence of precedents. Previously, Qianjun had paid for the two brothers to open the jars. Lin Xiao gestured towards the demon slayer Douluo as he spoke. At that moment, the demon slayer Douluo, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and stepped forward, saying, "Second offering, kindly take a step back. Once the jar shatters, the shards may not be kind to you." He even went so far as to nudge aside the golden crocodile, Douluo, who bristled with indignation. Today had been an unyielding series of misfortunes. Now, even the demon slayer, Douluo, dared to offend him so brazenly? The demon slayer Douluo, however, remained undeterred. In truth, he had harbored dissatisfaction with the second offering for quite some time. Otherwise, how could the two brothers have contemplated striking him? A mere second offering? Appearing more like a grand offering, what was he constantly scowling at? Previously, due to the vast disparity in strength, they had dared not voice their frustrations. But now, that was no longer the case. Qianjun Douluo had broken through, and their confidence had surged. Moreover, with his brother's breakthrough, how far could he, the younger sibling, be from achieving his own? In due time, the two brothers, both possessing the esteemed rank of 97, would join forces. Would they truly fear the 98-rank golden crocodile Douluo? Preposterous. Have you devised a plan? Lin Xiao inquired of the demon slayer Douluo. The latter appeared somewhat perplexed, feeling that every jar seemed to contain treasures, yet none seemed to hold any real value. Boss, why does your shop offer such a plethora of jar choices? Why not simply provide 10 jars to those wishing to purchase one? The demon slayer, Douluo, lamented. For the sake of fairness, the jars you choose, even if opened with tears, must be completed, Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. The crowd? One must atone for their own transgressions. No, demon slayer. If you trust me, then proceed with the jars I select next. Suddenly, Qianjun Douluo spoke with a serious expression. The demon slayer Douluo looked on in confusion. Because that is the fortune I have bestowed upon you, Qianjun Douluo replied with a gentle smile. Ah, are you certain that's not a joke? The demon slayer Douluo asked weakly. Have you lost your senses? It seems I must take out the trash today, Qianjun Douluo remarked as he rolled up his sleeves. Calm down, the demon slayer interjected hastily. Boss, just proceed with the 10 jars that my brother has left behind, in order. I trust my brother's judgment. He then turned to Qianjun Douluo. Brother, does this sound acceptable? Qianjun Douluo scoffed. Trust my judgment. It is infallible. Rest assured, just as the boss said. Even if tears are shed, I will see it through without complaint. The demon slayer Douluo patted his chest in assurance. Qianjun Douluo's teeth ground together in frustration. The thought of clearing house resurfacing in his mind. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Xiao summoned 10 jars to descend, aligning themselves neatly upon the counter. Brother, if there is anything to discuss, let us speak once I have opened the jars, the demon slayer Douluo said, visibly relieved. The crowd remained silent, their faces a canvas of curiosity, eager to witness what treasures might emerge. With a crack, in an instant the first jar shattered. What a delightful find. The golden crocodile Douluo's eyelids twitched. He recognized the item as a proficiency capsule, which Qianjun Douluo had consumed in succession, gaining a wealth of training insights. He even pondered whether, should he acquire enough proficiency capsules, he too might break through. Brother, we have a promising start. The demon slayer Douluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qianjun Douluo smiled faintly. It is not without merit. The sound of cracking continued as the demon slayer Douluo opened jar after jar, the noise blending into a symphony. Behind the counter, Lin Xiao observed the items cascading down, somewhat astonished. Today, these two brothers were indeed fortunate. Though nothing overly astonishing emerged, all were quite practical. Not to mention, 3 proficiency capsules have been unveiled thus far. If all went well, the demon slayer Douluo might also achieve a breakthrough today. This is it. This is it. Absolutely right, brother. The demon slayer Douluo was nearly incoherent with excitement. Beside him, Qianjun Douluo's expression mirrored his astonishment. Could it be that both brothers would simultaneously reach the 97 ranks today? That would indeed be a double blessing. Gulps of desire ignited within the golden crocodile, Douluo, his throat dry with longing. How tantalizing it was. If only he could consume such a plethora of proficiency capsules, would he not also have a chance to break through? Crack! Just then, the demon slayer Douluo smashed another jar, a flash of purple radiance emerging. An upgrade scroll. Was this a means to match Qianjuan's standards once more? The golden crocodile, Douluo, felt his throat constrict. If all proceeded as anticipated, he would once again witness the rise of a 97-rank title Douluo. Brother, great things are on the horizon. The Demon Slayer Douluo exclaimed excitedly. With everything in place, only a breakthrough remained. With great urgency, he began consuming the proficiency capsules, instantly plunging into a state of enlightenment. However, moments later, a look of regret crossed his face. What is it? Is something wrong? Qianjun Douluo inquired with concern. My insights still lack a bit. If I could obtain 1 or 2 more proficiency capsules, perhaps I could elevate my understanding to the 97 rank. Then, using the upgrade scroll, it would be effortless, the Demon Slayer Douluo murmured softly. This was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, breaking through the 96 rank barrier required not only an increase in soul power, but also corresponding insights. The upgrade scroll could only elevate one's soul power by 1 level. If insights were lacking, it would merely bring him to the peak of 96, unable to transcend. To put it in gaming terms, it was akin to having maxed out experience points, yet being at the current level limit. Only by surpassing this threshold could one's level increase. What a pity. Qianjun Douluo sighed. Ultimately, it was a bit lacking. Do not fret. I have not opened all my jars yet. Perhaps a miraculous find awaits. If I could just get 2 proficiency capsules from the double jars, that would change everything. The Demon Slayer Douluo's face was alight with anticipation. Those are proficiency capsules. Do you truly believe they are as common as cabbages by the roadside? The golden crocodile, Douluo, scoffed inwardly. He realized the truth. While the shop contained many treasures, the likelihood of uncovering them was slim. Today, the Demon Slayer Douluo had already struck an incredible fortune. To wish for more was unrealistic. As the Demon Slayer Douluo continued to open jars, it appeared that his assumptions were indeed validated. Magic juice, wild strawberries. With each item, Lin Xiao announced. The expressions on the faces of Qianjun and the Demon Slayer brothers reflected undeniable disappointment. It seemed today's good fortune had reached its conclusion. Yet, even though he had grazed the threshold of 97, how long would it take to break through that barrier, relying solely on his own insights? The Demon Slayer sighed, his voice tinged with unmasked despondency. Do not rush. Next week, you'll be able to open self-selected jars. If needed, you could exchange for another proficiency capsule. Qianjun Douluo consoled. You mean to tell me I must open 30 jars to obtain a lucky wish jar, only to trade it for a proficiency capsule? It feels like a loss, the Demon Slayer Douluo lamented. Demon Slayer, there is but 1 jar remaining. Once you have opened it, it will be my turn. At this moment, the golden crocodile Douluo was already itching to start, as he vaguely saw the allure of reaching the 99th level beckoning him closer. Very well. The demon suppression Douluo nodded, shattering the last jar with no expectations. Crack. Indeed, it emitted a white glow, an ordinary item. The demon suppression Douluo could hardly bear to look. Congratulations, you have received 2 proficiency capsules. But in the next instant, Lin Xiao's voice resounded like celestial music in everyone's ears. What? Proficiency capsules and 2 of them. Shalt? Disbelief and unbridled joy flashed fleetingly across the face of the demon suppression Douluo. Brother, it's done. No need to wait until next week. I can become a 97th level title Douluo immediately. The demon suppression Douluo leaped with excitement, resembling a child in his 30s. Boss Lin, thank you. I express my gratitude on behalf of my ancestors. The demon suppression Douluo gazed at Lin Xiao, filled with appreciation. That is quite a hefty gratitude. I cannot bear such a weight. Lin Xiao smiled wryly and waved his hand. What is this even? Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Douluo stood in shock, truly stunned. Were the previous reactions of the crowd exaggerated? Was it possible that these items were actually easy to obtain? Doubts began to fester in his mind. At this moment, the demon suppression Douluo had already started to consume the experience capsules in rapid succession. Crack! Immediately, he too heard the sound of something shattering. No need for further explanation. This meant the barrier of his current level had vanished. Rip! Without any hesitation, he quickly tore apart the upgrade scroll. With the infusion of mysterious power, his soul power suddenly erupted. At this moment, the demon suppression Douluo had completely entered the realm of the 97th level. Everything unfolded seamlessly. It was utterly remarkable that the brothers Qianjun and demon suppression managed to break through to the 97th level on the same day. Although witnessing it all firsthand, the golden crocodile Douluo still found it somewhat surreal. Second offering? Second offering? After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him. It was Qianjun and the demon suppression brothers beckoning. Second offering, it's your turn to open a jar. Huh? All right. The golden crocodile Douluo snapped back to reality and stepped forward slowly. Clang! The 10,000 gold soul coins held considerable weight. When placed on the counter, they produced a dull thud. Boss, I'd like to open a jar. Certainly. Lin Xiao accepted the payment and inquired. Choose any 10 jars from those behind. except for the one in the middle with the patterns. Hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo shook his head, waved his hand, and said, "No need for such trouble. Just help me select 10 jars from those chosen by the brothers Qianjun and Demon Suppression." Was he trying to rely on their luck? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, asking seriously, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." The golden crocodile Douluo nodded emphatically. "I trust the judgment of the two brothers. They won't be wrong." As he spoke, he looked towards the brothers Qianjun and Demon Suppression, asking, "Right? This?" The brothers Qianjun and Demon Suppression exchanged bewildered glances and nodded. Had the second offering never heard the saying that relying on others' luck could be a gamble? To be honest, the patrons in the small shop were not very optimistic about the golden crocodile Douluo's decision. However, out of respect for him, they refrained from offering advice. Moreover, you can never be too cautious. What if a miracle occurred? Wasn't the previous performance of the Demon Suppression Douluo a case in point? Very well. Since the golden crocodile Douluo was resolute in pursuing the brothers' fortune. No, their luck, Lin Xiao decided not to press the issue further. With a wave of his hand, he set down another 10 jars. Grasping the hammer at hand, he began the process of opening the jars. He spoke slowly. "All right, I'm coming for the proficiency capsules. No need for too many. 3 or 5 will suffice. As for the upgrade scroll, I'm not in dire need of that. After so many years, my soul power has already reached the pinnacle of 97. As long as the level is sufficient, the breakthrough is merely a matter of moments." Thus, with great anticipation, the golden crocodile Douluo brought down his fortunate magic hammer. Crack. "No, don't be nervous. Hope lies in the next jar. Let us go again." Crack. Another useless piece of junk. I refuse to believe this. Crack. Damn, what is this wild strawberry nonsense? Are proficiency capsules this difficult to obtain? After a series of unsuccessful attempts, the golden crocodile Douluo began to question his very existence. Wait a minute. Could it be that his lack of success was related to the luck he was relying on? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he began to doubt whether this luck was indeed legitimate. Perhaps it was destined to turn into misfortune. Chapter 239. The golden crocodile Douluo cast aside. The 6 black soul rings of Zhao Wujia. There is no turning back now. Even if it's misfortune, I must endure. The golden crocodile Douluo's expression shifted repeatedly before finally settling into one of determination. "I refuse to believe that I won't receive even a single proficiency capsule," he thought to himself, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. Crack, crack. One jar after another was shattered. With each burst of white light, his expression darkened further. In the blink of an eye, all 10 jars had been opened. The golden crocodile Douluo felt an icy chill seep into his heart. "What on earth have I opened?" He stared blankly at Lin Xiao, inquiring. It appears that your luck is truly lacking. Previously, a customer named Huyanjun visited my shop. Your luck is quite comparable to his." Lin Xiao stroked his chin in contemplation and spoke solemnly. "I must say the golden crocodile Douluo is indeed quite unfortunate." Lin Xiao surveyed the items on the counter and could not find a single useful one. Merely items such as aquamarine, rusty swords, and the like. Black like Huyanjun. The brothers Qianjun and Demon Suppression exchanged glances, internally exclaiming, "What a character." Since the opening of the shop, many had come to open jars. Yet few were as unlucky as Huyanjun, and now another had appeared, especially one with such esteemed status as the second offering. "This is excessive, truly excessive." The golden crocodile murmured under his breath, a complex expression gradually forming on his face. Not even a single proficiency capsule. He suddenly turned to Lin Xiao and asked. Not good. Qianjun and Demon Suppression felt a chill run down their spines. They sensed that the second offering seemed to be courting disaster. "Are you questioning me?" As Lin Xiao's query echoed, the temperature in the small shop plummeted. The icy tone sent shivers down even the spines of titled Douluo like Qianjun and Demon Suppression. "I merely feel that I have been treated unfairly." As the golden crocodile Douluo spoke, he turned to the brothers Qianjun and Demon Suppression. Why could these two brothers continuously obtain valuable items and break through their current levels? Why, when he opened the same jars, did the combined worth of the items barely surpass a single one of theirs? He felt it was unjust. As for Lin Xiao's assertion that opening jars relied solely on luck, he found that even harder to believe. As the owner of the jar shop, he should be well aware of what was contained within. Surely, he could manipulate the outcomes to favor certain individuals. If he did not believe it, then he should leave and never return. Lin Xiao's voice resonated coolly. The owner had always been amiable. This was the first time the golden crocodile Douluo sensed anger in his tone. It was terrifying. Qianjun and Demon Suppression were taken aback. "No, I will return. Don't forget, this is Spirit City, and the true rulers here are our spirit hall. And surely, you have seen the strongest among us in the past 2 days. Even the formidable Tang San, at level 99, could not contend with the grand offering. The grand offering shall soon return, and he will undoubtedly seek justice on my behalf. The golden crocodile Douluo remarked coldly. He felt that Lin Xiao had crossed the line. Had he been willing to offer some benefit, he would have preferred not to escalate matters, then wait for Qian Daolu to return and summon him. For now, you may leave, Lin Xiao declared, dismissively waving a hand at the golden crocodile, Douluo, as if swatting a fly. Bang! An invisible force erupted, sending the golden crocodile Douluo hurtling through the air like a mere sandbag, crashing heavily outside the small shop. He dared to strike at me. Upon landing, the golden crocodile Douluo's face contorted with shock. He never anticipated that Lin Xiao would possess such audacity, nor did he foresee the overwhelming strength that could so easily repel him. And then, there was nothing more to follow. His head lolled, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. What a predicament this was. Qianjun and Jiang Mo exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their inner turmoil. Although the golden crocodile Douluo often put on airs, flaunting his status as the second grand offering, they had known him for many years. If he were to vanish one day, there would undoubtedly be a void in their hearts. Rest assured, he merely questioned me. I'm not so ruthless as to take his life. However, let this be the last occurrence. Take him back, and do not linger on my doorstep, Lin Xiao said, waving his hand again. In contrast, Qianjun and Jiang Mo instinctively recoiled, clearly remembering how Lin Xiao had so effortlessly sent flying the level 98 golden crocodile Douluo with a mere gesture. They were fortunate that Lin Xiao chose not to rid himself of the two brothers as well, which left Qianjun and Jiang Mo secretly sweating in relief. Look at this poor fellow, one remarked. Do you think he resembles a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall? Is a titled Douluo that rare? In Lin's establishment, several have already been dispatched, including him. It's hardly remarkable, another replied. Outside the shop, a crowd gathered around the unconscious golden crocodile Douluo, their disdainful attitudes suggesting that they believed these titled Douluos were mere trifles for them. Thankfully, the golden crocodile Douluo had already fainted. Otherwise, he would surely wish to disappear into the ground out of embarrassment. Cough, cough. Make way, came a soft voice from behind the crowd. Jiang Mo gently cleared his throat, feeling rather awkward about the situation. Here was the esteemed second grand offering, utterly humiliated today. Yet, one must wonder why he chose to provoke the inscrutable Lin Xiao. Fortunately, the golden crocodile had retained enough composure not to recklessly seize the jar. Otherwise, they might have been left with nothing but ashes. Qianjun sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo hoisted the unconscious golden crocodile Douluo and began making their way toward the spirit hall. He sensed that the golden crocodile Douluo's life was not in danger, but his aura had significantly waned, likely having fallen below level 98. Master, let us charge indirectly, a voice murmured from the back of the crowd. It was Xiao Wu, speaking hesitantly, hiding behind a girl with a cautious demeanor. Clearly, her confidence was lacking. Really? You think you could just storm in? You'd probably falter before even entering the shop. The girl scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Wu. That is not true, Xiao Wu protested meekly. However, I must reassess Lin Xiao's strength. To effortlessly cast aside a titled Douluo of around level 98 is a feat that few can achieve in the Douluo Continent today. The girl ignored her, deep in thought, as she stepped toward the shop. Master, wait for me, Xiao Wu exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration as she hurried to catch up. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Tiando City, Zhao Wujia's gaze fell upon three towering figures, Titan, Tainua, and Tai Long. You've arrived, Zhao Wujia spoke in a deep voice, a hint of gravity in his eyes. Even as an 81 rank soul Douluo, he dared not underestimate them. He knew that Titan had become a soul many years prior. Of course I have come. I wish to see how much strength you have gained since you fled like a frightened dog under my command, Titan replied with a laugh, though his smile was chilling, inducing a shiver in those who beheld it. An invisible pressure emanated from him, making the air feel heavy. Clop, clop, clop. Tainua and Tai Long instinctively took 2 steps back, suddenly finding their breaths easier. Kulme, kulme, kulme. Show me what you've learned. Titan beckoned mockingly to Zhao Wujia, wearing an expression of disdain and amusement. Still, the same sentiment applied. No matter how strong Zhao Wujia had become, he was still a mere soul Douluo in Titan's eyes. Father, isn't this a bit arrogant? Tai Long nervously remarked, observing the tension between the two. Arrogant? Tainua shook his head, chuckling softly. Son, you are still young and inexperienced. You cannot comprehend your grandfather's might. To put it plainly, among the Soul Douluos, he is an exceptionally powerful entity. Few can rival him. Xiao Wujie is truly naive to believe that becoming a Soul Douluo allows him to match strengths with your grandfather. What a joke. Also, do you remember what our ancestor said? At Tainua's inquiry, Tailong's expression turned nostalgic. Did the ancestor not mention that Xiao Wujie was rendered useless by him? Indeed, with our ancestor as strength, facing a Soul Douluo who has wasted 3 of his 8 spirit rings, should he still be concerned? Tainua's voice was clear and unguarded, resonating throughout the area. Titan's brow furrowed at these words. Tainua, do not speak carelessly. Tainua was taken aback, but then Titan's voice whispered in his ear again. Even if Xiao Wujie's 8 spirit ring abilities are diminished, he could pose no threat to me. Ah, it's so cold. To humor Titan's dark humor, Tainua and Tailong forced out dry laughs. Yet, in the next moment, laughter faded from their faces, as if an unseen hand was tightening around their throats. Ordinarily, they would not be alarmed by a Soul Douluo with Titan present, but they could not contain themselves. Xiao Wujie's 8 spirit rings pulsated with energy. Yellow, yellow, black. Black, 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 black. What is this madness? Titan's mind was thrown into chaos, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The spirit ring distribution on Xiao Wujie was utterly absurd. Father, is this what grandfather referred to as insignificant? Tailong could not help but ask, equally astonished. Could it be that his high spirit ring age is merely a facade, with weak abilities? Tainua ventured cautiously. Rubbish. A 10,000-year spirit ring? Is that even possible? Tailong doubted internally. Xiao Wujie, something is amiss. Titan finally exclaimed, his voice tinged with agitation. How could the 3rd and 4th rings of 10,000 years be so outrageous? How did you accomplish this? His curiosity surged. He was desperate to uncover what had transpired with Xiao Wujie. This was truly astonishing. Xiao Wujie shook his head, his voice booming as he declared, martial soul possession. The moment he spoke, his form swelled several sizes, a fierce aura enveloping the area. He had come for vengeance, not for pleasantries, and had no intention of responding to Titan's inquiries. Yet, it must be said, Titan's astonishment brought Xiao Wujie a sense of satisfaction. After so many years, he finally had the chance to stand tall and proud. Humph, do you truly believe that 6 10,000-year soul rings grant you dominion over me? Such naivety. Titan, noticing Xiao Wujie's advance, wore a scornful expression. Yet, within his heart, he felt an unprecedented gravity. After all, the inherent strength of Xiao Wujie's martial soul was formidable. And with the augmentation of 6 10,000-year soul rings, the disparity in their power might not be as vast as he presumed. Even he had to approach this confrontation with caution. MartialSouls manifestation. In the next instant, his already towering physique began to grow even more imposing. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. 8 soul rings pulsated with radiant light. Boom! As he took a step forward, it seemed to trigger a minor earthquake. Subsequently, a fist, as large as a pot lid, hurtled forth like a shooting star, colliding heavily with Xiao Wujie's bear-like paw. Crack, crack. An invisible shockwave surged outward, snapping countless trees like twigs. Fall back. Terror flashed in Tyren's eyes as he swiftly grabbed his companion Tyren and retreated several dozen meters before halting. They turned to survey the battlefield, which lay in utter chaos. Trees lay splintered, the ground cracked. The power of the Soul Doll was indeed fearsome. The father and son duo gasped in astonishment, observing Titan and Xiao Wujie locked in a fierce clash, their fists and paws engaged in a contest of strength. It was astonishing to witness the 81st ranked Xiao Wujie managing to contend with the elder. It was important to note that they were separated by a full 5 levels of soul power. Tyren's pupils dilated, filled with disbelief. This was astounding. Such feats were not something an ordinary soul master could achieve. It appeared that his 3rd and 4th soul rings were even more formidable than he had anticipated, likely derived from soul beasts over 30,000 years old. As for the 8th soul ring, it remained a mystery, perhaps originating from a beast of at least 50,000 years. Only a synthesis of these factors could endow him with the strength to rival me. In that fleeting moment, Titan assessed Xiao Wujie's capabilities, leaving him secretly astonished. What had Xiao Wujie experienced? A miracle, perhaps. Grandfather, be cautious. Tyren warned, as Titan's concentration faltered for a moment, allowing Xiao Wujie to seize the opportunity and force Titan back with a surge of power. In rapid succession, Xiao Wujie's soul power surged, igniting his 4th soul ring. Earth Ant King Slash. Despite his relatively modest stature, Xiao Wujie's voice resonated with a deep authority. He slashed down with his palm, akin to a blade. Here, a razor-sharp aura instantaneously rent the air, producing a sound reminiscent of fabric being torn. Titan's expression shifted yet again, darker than the black soul rings adorning him. Damn, how can this be so fierce? The potency of this soul ring skill must surely be comparable to my 7th soul ring, which exceeds 30,000 years in age. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Instinctively, he sought to evade, but then remembered his son and grandson were watching from afar. Retreating would be a loss of face. After all, they had come to hammer Zhao Wujia without reservation. There was no option to retreat, only to stand firm. Preserving one's dignity was a matter of lifelong importance. Titan resolved himself. Martial Soul, True Form. 6th Soul Skill, Diamond Body. In an instant, Titan unleashed 2 soul skills. At that moment, he vanished from sight, replaced by a towering, long-haired black gorilla, standing at least 3 to 4 meters tall. Then, a golden radiance from his 6th soul ring enveloped him, as if he donned a suit of golden armor. Crack! Simultaneously, the Earth Ant King descended, landing heavily upon his chest. The golden protective light shattered into fragments. Is this all? Titan, now transformed into a mighty gorilla, grumbled, though inwardly he winced in pain. That strike had surely fractured at least 2 of my ribs. In contrast, Zhao Wujia smiled coldly. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 240, Zhao Wujia's Strategy. Guyu's entrance. As Zhao Wujia's voice fell, his 7th soul ring suddenly illuminated. Instantly, a dazzling brilliance enveloped him, manifesting his martial soul true form. Roar! In a thunderous roar, a golden-furred, great-strength diamond bear materialized before the onlookers. Its massive form rivaled that of Titan's gorilla transformation. Gulp! From a distance, Tyren and Tyren swallowed hard. The oppressive aura radiating from Zhao Wujia felt no less daunting than that of Titan. Zhao Wujia, I never anticipated your remarkable progress over the years. Even I must regard you with increased respect. Titan finally spoke again. In truth, he felt far more than mere respect. His astonishment had not waned. I require no such regard from you. For my purpose today is to trample you beneath my feet. Zhao Wujia's voice remained as frigid as ever. He recognized that the elder beast was beginning to harbor trepidation. Otherwise, this creature, known for its propensity to bully the weak, would not be so chatty. Arrogant. I am eager to witness your prowess, Titan huffed in anger. However, before he could finish his taunt, Zhao Wujia surged forward, raising his massive paw high. As his 4th soul ring ignited once more, it was indeed the Earth Ant King slash. Yet this time, empowered by his martial soul true form, its might was exponentially greater than before. Swish! The golden brilliance sliced through the air, almost blinding in its intensity. Yet, all within the arena, save for Zhao Wujia, felt an overwhelming chill. He had activated his martial soul true form, unleashing a skill over 30,000 years old. Meanwhile, my 6th soul skill, Diamond Transformation, barely exceeded a mere 10,000 years. Even if I could withstand it, I would certainly suffer. Indeed, had it not been for the few levels of soul power separating us, I would not even entertain the thought of standing firm. In an instant, Titan's mind raced, contemplating retreat. After all, he had already endured a taste of Zhao Wujia's 4th soul skill. It had not been pleasant. To face it again could be unbearable. Retreat. Titan resolved to withdraw strategically. Boom! Just as he dodged, the Earth Ant King struck down. The ground erupted, creating a fissure over 10 meters long, with countless spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Hiss! This strike was even more powerful than I had anticipated. Titan felt a wave of dread. He was fortunate to have escaped. But can one dodge the initial strike only to evade the 15th? This strike contained over a decade's worth of fury. Zhao Wujia roared, swiping his claws once more for another Earth Ant King slash. More? Titan's heart raced, his dark fur bristling in frustration. Encountering a powerhouse like Zhao Wujia left him feeling as if he might spit blood. Forget Soul Douluo. Even a soul sage could freely unleash soul skills below the 7th ring after manifesting their martial soul true form. Yet here I am, with merely 2 10,000-year skills. 2,000-year skills and 200-year skills. In stark contrast, Zhao Wujia could utilize skills exceeding 30,000 years without limit. It was utterly absurd. Time to keep dodging. Titan resigned himself and prepared to evade. Yet, Zhao Wujia's 4th soul ring flared to life again, not just shining but flickering like a strobe light. Titan was stunned. From afar, Tyren and Tyren were equally astonished. Was Zhao Wujia mad? Did he disregard the toll of unleashing such formidable soul skills, unconcerned about exhausting himself. In that fleeting moment, at least 5 or 6 Earth Ant King slashes descended, enveloping Titan like a vast net. All could faintly hear Titan's roar. 8th soul skill. Mountains and rivers unyielding. Boom! The earth quaked repeatedly, causing Tyren and Tyren to sway, as if caught in an earthquake. It took a considerable while before the tremors subsided. Transformed into the formidable Titan bear, Xiao Wujie panted heavily, his tongue lolling out. Just as Titan had anticipated, Xiao Wujie had repeatedly unleashed the Earth Ant King slash, depleting a considerable amount of his energy. He was nearly drained, his soul power now akin to a trickling stream, barely sustaining his MartialSouls' true form. The battle was not yet concluded, and he dared not relax for even a moment. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, a cacophony of grievances erupted. It was then that Titan emerged, looking exceedingly disheveled. His garments were tattered, revealing deep wounds that bled profusely, and his countenance bore a grimace of pain. Clearly, Xiao Wujie's successive Earth Ant King's slashes were not easily endured. Well done, Titan addressed Xiao Wujie, standing a mere 10 paces away. You have succeeded in pushing me to this extent. You should take pride in that. Alas, I still could not finish you off in one fell swoop. Xiao Wujie shook his massive bare head. You still wish to eliminate me? How naive. For forcing me to this point, you should indeed feel proud. In your next life, be more discerning and refrain from provoking members of the Li family. Titan, his tone grave, retorted, Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Is it not so? Titan glanced at the 8 pulsating soul rings encircling Xiao Wujie, smirking. If I am not mistaken, your soul power is nearly depleted, leaving you with little more than a facade of strength. Meanwhile, I still possess over 20% of my soul power, though it may not be much. It suffices for me to unleash a few soul skills at the 7th ring. What do you have to contest against me? With that, he erupted into laughter, embodying the confidence of a victor. In a duel between soul masters, one relies not solely on strength, but also on intellect. Unfortunately, it appears you lack this vital trait. Xiao Wujie remained silent, retrieving a small blue vial from his spatial soul guide. A look of pained reluctance etched across his face. What is that? Titan's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Drip! In an instant, Xiao Wujie downed the entire vial of magical fruit juice. Before he could savor its flavor, a pure surge of soul power coursed through his limbs, invigorating him. A glimmer of vitality sparkled in Xiao Wujie's eyes as he felt the rush of power, eliciting a pleasurable groan. Titan, on the other hand, was left stunned. How is it possible for your soul power to recover so significantly? What treasure lies within that tiny blue vial? Treasure? It is merely magical fruit juice, something that in Boss Lin's eyes is no different from refuse, Xiao Wujie replied. A rare moment of jest escaping his lips, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Magical fruit juice? Boss Lin? What on earth are you talking about? Titan struggled to comprehend Xiao Wujie's words, soon losing interest in understanding them. Falling star obliteration strike. At that moment, Xiao Wujie's 8th soul ring illuminated. He ascended into the air, plummeting like a meteor. A meteor. Titan's gaze filled with confusion as he witnessed Xiao Wujie's soul skill. However, it was a golden meteor. You are locked on and must endure, Titan realized. But with his 8th soul skill already expended and his MartialSouls' true form shattered, he had nothing left to defend himself. His pupils widened in shock. He had never imagined Xiao Wujie could unleash such a powerful attack at the end. I can only gamble now. Titan gritted his teeth, activating his soul rings beneath the 7th ring. He had no time to hesitate, unleashing all his soul skills in a desperate attempt to counter Xiao Wujie's 8th soul skill. Yet it was all in vain. Boom! A tremendous shockwave sent Titan and his companion flying several dozen meters away. As the dust settled, a massive impact crater, spanning over 10 meters in radius, revealed Xiao Wujie standing at its center, his gaze fixed on Titan, who was now gasping for breath. Not a shred of sympathy resided in Xiao Wujie's heart. Had he hesitated in his escape years ago, he would have perished. From the very beginning, you intentionally lured me into believing you had exhausted your strength, hadn't you? This was all part of your plan, wasn't it? Titan lay on the ground, his voice feeble yet filled with realization. Indeed, intelligence is a valuable asset. I possess it, and I possess it in greater measure than you. Xiao Wujie cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to leave. Just as Titan had surmised, he had fallen into Xiao Wujie's trap from the outset. The plan was to deceive him into believing his soul power was nearly spent, compelling him to unleash his 8th soul skill in a battle of attrition. This was merely a prelude to utilizing the magical fruit juice to unleash his 8th soul skill, ensuring a decisive conclusion. As for why he did not simply strike Titan down directly, wouldn't that be too merciful? After all, Titan had instilled fear in him for many years. Zhao Wujia intended for Titan to revel in despair. You cannot leave. Suddenly, Titan's companion, Tang Hao, shouted angrily, charging at Zhao Wujia. Bang! In an instant, he was sent sprawling backward, collapsing to the ground, motionless and unresponsive. Zhao Wujia disdainfully retracted his hand and continued on his path. Meanwhile, Tyrone resembled a startled quail. His eyes filled with panic as he trembled in place. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Then, unexpectedly, a figure appeared before Tyrone, a weary-looking middle-aged man. Tyrone recognized him as the man who had visited the Tai household days earlier to see his grandfather. Titan had mentioned that this individual was Tang Hao, the current leader of the Haotian sect. What is happening? Tang Hao asked, his brow furrowed. Tyrone's mind replayed the earlier scene, his eyes filled with sorrowful rage. Sectmaster, please help them, he implored, staggering toward the impact crater. It is futile. Titan is already dead. Tang Hao's calm voice resonated behind Tyrone. What? Dead? In that instant, Tyrone felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, stumbling to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Your father is relatively unharmed, sustaining only minor injuries. The situation is not dire, Tang Hao reassured him, then inquired, now, can you explain what transpired? It was Zhao Wujia. He came seeking revenge against my grandfather and ultimately schemed against him, leading to this tragic outcome. Tyrone recounted, struggling against his grief. Tang Hao listened intently, capturing crucial information. Magical fruit juice, Boss Lin. This matched the items and individuals described by Hao Dai. This meant Zhao Wujia had obtained the strength to seek vengeance against Titan from that small shop. Indeed, Tyrone had previously mentioned that the opponent possessed 6 soul rings. Such an extraordinary feat could only be achieved through that shop. Tang Hao swiftly grasped the essential details. Grieve not. You must remain strong. The Li family depends on you for the future. Tang Hao approached Tyrone, helping him to his feet. With tear-filled eyes, Tyrone pleaded, Sectmaster, you must help my grandfather and avenge the Li family. Desperation laced his words, as if he had found a glimmer of hope. However, Tang Hao's brow furrowed. That may prove challenging, for the Li family has long since declared independence and no longer belongs to the Haotian sect. He had been searching for Tang Hao and Tang Chun, intending to leverage Tang Chen's name to subdue the 4 great clans. The Li family has always been loyal servants to Tang Hao. Tang Hao had initially planned to deal with them first, but it seems that such efforts are now unnecessary. Without the Titan, the Li family has lost its pillar of strength, significantly diminishing its voice and influence. Consequently, their value has also drastically decreased. Very well, the Li family, am willing to return to the fold of the Haotian sect, Tyran declared through gritted teeth. Tang Hao nodded in response. The sect will undoubtedly support you, allowing you to exact your revenge personally. What? Personally seek vengeance? Tyran was taken aback, his desire to find Zhao Wujia and crush him into dust growing stronger by the moment. Sectmaster, I implore you to take action yourself. You can't have gone far. Enough. I have more pressing matters to attend to. I cannot waste time on these trifles, Tang Hao replied with a frown, dismissively sweeping his sleeve as he strode away. Previously, he had felt little urgency, but now he was exceedingly eager to visit that small shop and uncover the truth. If his strength could be significantly enhanced, might he not be able to resolve the crisis facing the Haotian sect by relying solely on his own power? Was it possible that he would no longer need anyone else to intervene? In an instant, Tyran was left alone, bewildered amidst the chaos. My grandfather is dead, and you dare call this a trifling matter? Meanwhile, in the small shop, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened as he observed the 2 individuals entering. Oh, it's you, he exclaimed, directing his words toward the petite girl with a long scorpion braid dressed in pink. Master, this villain is the one who captured Ming and Air Ming. It's him. The girl, Xiao Wu, seethed with indignation. Master? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered at the title, and he fixed his gaze on the enchanting figure beside Xiao Wu. Suddenly, he recalled someone. The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yan. After all, there could only be one person on the entire Douluo Continent whom 10,000-year spirit beasts would refer to as Master. The girl's appearance and her ethereal demeanor seemed to align perfectly with Gu Yan, Lin Xiao mused. Conversely, Gu Yan scrutinized Lin Xiao closely, and a shiver ran down her spine, for he was unfathomable to her. How could such a person exist on Douluo Continent? Not to mention the deities of the divine realm, she had encountered countless beings of divine rank, Yet none had ever evoked such a profound sense of mystery. Who was he? Where did he hail from? And what were his intentions? In an instant, her thoughts raced, and the more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Master, could you please speak? Xiao Wu broke the silence, her tone tinged with urgency. After all, her master's inaction rendered her fierce demeanor ineffective. Are you here to seek revenge? Lin Xiao inquired, his tone low, as he secretly prepared for confrontation. As the saying goes, a guest arrives with a jar. An enemy arrives with a gun. Chapter 241. Gu Yuna changes her mind and wants to mortgage. Xiao Wu, wasn't this clearly an act of vengeance? Xiao Wu felt insulted by Lin Xiao's apparent disdain. Not on my watch. If you look down on me, that is one thing. But to look down on my master is unacceptable. With newfound courage, she countered Lin Xiao. Isn't it obvious? Stop the nonsense and release the Ming and Air Ming at once. Otherwise, when my master strikes, it will be too late for you to regret. With her hands on her hips, Xiao Wu spoke defiantly, even huffing in indignation. Had she not cast a furtive glance at the girl beside her, she might have appeared even more formidable. Lin Xiao smirked slightly, ignoring Xiao Wu as he mentally recorded her actions for future reckoning. His gaze shifted to Gu Yuna, standing beside Xiao Wu. At that moment, Gu Yuna finally made her stance known. She shook her head slowly. Greetings, I am Gu Yuna. I am here to open jars. Did you hear that? We are here to open jars. With her master speaking, Xiao Wu grew even more audacious. Yet, her expression soon transformed into one of astonishment. Wait, open jars? She looked at Gu Yuna, bewildered, her eyes filled with questions. Master, we didn't rehearse it this way. Why didn't you inform me of the last-minute script change? Gu Yuna discerned the hidden meaning in Xiao Wu's gaze and shook her head. That's a matter for later. I have my own plans. In truth, Gu Yuna felt compelled by circumstances. Before encountering Lin Xiao, she had believed him to be merely a peak title Duo, perhaps at level 99, possessing a modicum of divine power. However, she was taken aback by the reality. This was a man shrouded in enigma. Even in her intuition, he seemed more dangerous than any deity she had encountered in the divine realm. Suddenly, she wondered if the capture of the two formidable 10,000-year spirit beasts from the Stardow Forest was a deliberate ploy to draw her in. Until she could ascertain his true intentions, she resolved to act with caution. Gu Yuna silently made her decision. Her voice resonated in Xiao Wu's ears. Master, are you selling me? You didn't even give me a heads up. Here I thought I could face him head on. Xiao Wu felt as though she might weep without tears. The jars in the shop are priced at 100,000 gold soul coins each, and each person can open up to 10 jars per week. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Lin Xiao stated calmly, elucidating the rules of the shop. What? 100,000 gold soul coins for a jar? Is this jar made of gold? No. Even if it were made of gold, it should still cost far less than that. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her voice rising in shock, as if someone had stepped on her tail. Gu Yuna frowned slightly. The price of 100,000 gold soul coins for a jar had exceeded her expectations. Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, you heard correctly. Is indeed 100,000 gold soul coins per jar. Are you reconsidering? Is that even a question? Of course not. Xiao Wu hastily rejected Lin Xiao's proposal. However, Gu Yuna tugged at her. Master, please don't pull me. I must argue with her. Xiao Wu insisted. Master, you said 100,000 gold soul coins per jar. So 10 jars would amount to 1 million gold soul coins. Are you not aware that opening these jars is pure folly? Xiao Wu shook her hands in frustration, but inadvertently noticed that Gu Yuna's expression had shifted. Her tone suddenly dropped from a high-pitched outburst to a soft whisper. Master, surely you don't intend to open that jar, do you? Gu Yuna's calm demeanor seemed to have subtly changed, her expression slightly altered. Xiao Wu realized she was a classic case of a good student gone rogue, a pure mischief maker. I wish to open 10 jars, Gu Yuna finally declared, suppressing the urge to reprimand Xiao Wu. What? 10 jars? Master, think carefully. Impulsiveness is the devil. Xiao Wu panicked, realizing her words may have been in vain. My decision is made, Gu Yuna replied coolly, her brow furrowed. Very well then. Xiao Wu felt she had said all that needed to be said. Her master's choice to be deceived was no one's fault but her own. Simultaneously, she was curious to discover what treasures might be hidden within jars priced at 100,000 gold soul coins each. However, Gu Yuna remained still, gazing intently at Xiao Wu. Suddenly, it dawned on Xiao Wu, and she had a chilling realization. Master, you don't mean to imply that you want me to pay for you, do you? Gu Yuna offered a subtle nod. Given her status, money was something she deemed unnecessary to carry, merely a waste of storage space. On the contrary, Xiao Wu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Was this a request for money? No, it was a demand for her very life. In her years of existence, She had only managed to gather a few dozen or at most 100 gold soul coins, an amount that seemed like a fortune to her. Yet, when faced with 100,000 gold soul coins, it was but a drop in the ocean. I have no money. Even if you sold me, I would be worth 100,000 gold soul coins. With a pained expression, Xiao Wu addressed Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna remained silent. A soul beast of 100,000 years, reduced to such a miserable state in the human realm? After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards Lin Xiao, lamenting, "Boss, would it be possible for you to offer me a discount? You would make a little less profit." Lin Xiao was taken aback, never expecting Xiao Wu to make such a suggestion. Was she not embarrassed? Ignoring Lin Xiao's disdainful glance, Xiao Wu continued, "I only have 500 gold soul coins. Could you sell me 10 jars?" What audacity! Such bargaining was unprecedented. If Lin Xiao were to acquiesce to Xiao Wu's proposed discount, it would not merely mean reduced earnings. It would result in a total loss. Stunned, Lin Xiao found it hard to believe Xiao Wu would utter such words. It was impossible. Even 500 gold soul coins could not procure a single jar. He shook his head resolutely, adding, "Even with a significant discount, it wouldn't suffice." "Oh, I see." Xiao Wu retracted her neck in disappointment. She then looked at Gu Yuna, saying, "Master, you have seen my efforts. However, he still refuses to sell us the jars. You call that an effort?" It was evident you were not aiming for a successful negotiation. Even Gu Yuna, with her calm demeanor, could not suppress her inner critique. "No, you have not exerted your full potential." She shook her head. Xiao Wu was taken aback. "Am I not aware of my own efforts?" Gu Yuna ignored her, instead inquiring of Lin Xiao, "Boss, is it possible to purchase on credit? Do you truly believe I am running a charity?" Lin Xiao replied firmly, shaking his head. "No way. Some rules cannot be broken." "Master, perhaps we should let this go." Xiao Wu ventured again, attempting to dissuade Gu Yuna from this financial pitfall. Suddenly, Gu Yuna's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, then turned to Lin Xiao, asking, "If credit is not an option, can I offer collateral?" "Collateral?" Lin Xiao pondered the absurdity of this proposition. In all his years of running this shop, he had never encountered such a request. "Had I been here before, you might have already done this," Gu Yuna remarked, pointing at Xiao Wu. "I will use her as collateral. Once I procure the money after opening the jars, I will return to redeem her." Using Xiao Wu as collateral? Lin Xiao was genuinely astonished by Gu Yuna's audacity. Ding! Additional request detected. Unlocking collateral function. Oh, a new feature unlocked? Lin Xiao was surprised, and soon, a detailed explanation of the collateral process appeared in his mind. This was indeed a unique concept. In mere moments, Lin Xiao grasped the procedure for exchanging jars for collateral. Firstly, the value of the collateral must exceed the worth of the jars by at least double. For instance, one would need to provide an item valued at no less than 2 million gold soul coins to exchange for 10 jars. Secondly, if one were to offer 1 million as collateral, a daily interest of 10% would apply, which would then be added to the principal the following day. Lastly, if the collateral were not redeemed by the end of the stipulated period, the item would become the property of the shop. Lin Xiao was not inclined to delve deeper into the specifics. After all, aside from the rather high interest, it was manageable. Instinctively, he glanced at Xiao Wu. Indeed, something had changed. An item description appeared before his eyes. Xiao Wu, transformed 100,000-year soul beast, valued at 25 million trading points. This was absurd. Could Xiao Wu genuinely be used as collateral? Lin Xiao maintained a composed exterior while being internally astonished. "Boss, have you given it thought?" Gu Yuna inquired once more. "Master, I come to assist you earnestly, and you are considering selling me?" Xiao Wu's heart felt shattered. Gu Yuna looked at her seriously. "You did not assist me before. Now you shall." She reassured, "Fear not. I will remember your kindness. Once we return to the Stardow Forest, I will have Emperor Tian redeem you." Isn't the cost of helping a bit too steep? Xiao Wu opened her mouth, utterly at a loss for words. "All right, if he has no objections, we can proceed with the contract. Afterward, you may choose your jars." But about the interest, Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. "You may set the terms, as long as it is not excessive." Gu Yuna refrained from further discussion on this matter and quietly observed Xiao Wu. Although she said nothing, it was clear to all what she was implying. "Xiao Wu, it is time for your sacrifice." Sighing inwardly, Xiao Wu felt powerless yet resigned. Stepping forward, "How long do you wish to offer as collateral?" Lin Xiao inquired. After some contemplation, Xiao Wu suggested, "What about 3 days?" Gu Yuna shook her head. "Too long. 1 day will suffice. With Emperor Tian's speed, it won't take long." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt touched. Her master still cared for her. Making such a decision was indeed a last resort. "Very well." Lin Xiao nodded slowly, extending his hand, revealing a shimmering azure light. With your blood, drop it upon this, and we shall form a contract. Forming a contract is so intriguing. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in wonder. She had never witnessed such a marvelous occurrence. Yet, she hesitated, asking Lin Xiao, "Am I truly worth 2 million gold soul coins? Are you considering opening a jar yourself?" Lin Xiao responded with surprise. "Well, with many debts, what is one more? I might as well offer an additional 1 million gold soul coins as collateral for myself. To indulge a little," Xiao Wu declared boldly. Lin Xiao found it unremarkable and nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable." Without hesitation, Xiao Wu bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall onto the glowing orb. There was no turning back now. In the next moment, the light vanished into Lin Xiao's palm as if it had never existed. However, Lin Xiao noted a small, bright red character appearing on Xiao Wu's forehead. Pledge. Yet, it quickly faded away. Lin Xiao then turned to Hulai Na, stating, "The contract is complete. You may choose any jars from the shelf except the one in the center adorned with patterns. Do the remaining jars differ in any way?" Gu Yan inquired. Xiao Wu also perked up to listen. "Not at all. They're all the same. What you obtain depends solely on your luck," Lin Xiao shrugged. Gu Yan fell silent, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the numerous jars. Meanwhile, Qianjun and Jiang Mo, with the golden crocodile Douluo between them, approached the entrance of the spear hall. "Let me down, please." The weak voice of the golden crocodile Douluo reached the ears of Qianjun and Jiang Mo instantly. The brothers were startled, reacting simultaneously. With a thud, the feeble golden crocodile Douluo collapsed to the ground. "Qianjun, Jiang Mo, did you two do that on purpose?" The golden crocodile Douluo grumbled from the floor, disgruntled. Lin Xiao had struck him with considerable force, directly diminishing his cultivation by a level. Such a result was difficult for him to accept. While it was not literally a fate worse than death, it was close enough. "You are truly wishing for our misfortune." Qianjun Douluo shook his head slightly. Jiang Mo raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Second elder, you are unjustly blaming us. We are not fools. Even if we wished to repay your years of care, we wouldn't go about it so brazenly." Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo felt a headache coming on. However, in the next moment, all three turned their gazes toward a certain direction. "I am Yu Xiaojiang, bearer of the Elder Token from the Spirit Hall, and a direct disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. You cannot treat me this way." "Ah, stop. Don't hit." In the Spirit Hall, a chilling scream pierced the air, followed by the sight of a figure being unceremoniously hurled out. The individual struggled momentarily before collapsing onto the ground in a disheveled manner, his body smeared with blood, presenting an utterly woeful sight. Observing this figure, one might liken him to a dog. Who is he? How could he be in a more pitiful state than I? The golden crocodile Douluo felt that, in comparison, his own circumstances seemed far more favorable. Suddenly, he discovered a newfound reason to cling to life. The invincible master, Yu Xiaojiang, the demon subduing Douluo muttered, his gaze directed at Yu Xiaojiang, rife with derision. In these times, what sort of riffraff dares to flaunt themselves? A soul power not even reaching the rank of soul master, and he dares to call himself a master? Dares to proclaim invincibility? The golden crocodile, Douluo, often engrossed in secluded cultivation with aspirations of breaking through, seldom paid heed to the happenings beyond his realm. Individuals like Yu Xiaojiang, a mere jester, hardly registered on his radar. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang finally summoned the strength to rise, casting his gaze upon the crowd, and ultimately addressing the two golden-armored guards who had cast him out. "Do you understand my relationship with the Pope? I, Yu Xiaojiang, vow that should I encounter the Pope, I shall surely counsel her to take your lives." With a casual flick of their hands, the guards dismissed him, their expressions dripping with disdain. "With your strength, you are unworthy of our serious attention." The impatience in their gestures was palpable. "Unworthy of your serious attention, yet you strike me like this?" Yu Xiaojiang lamented, on the verge of tears. At this moment, he epitomized the very definition of being utterly battered. "Had you conveyed the Pope's intentions to me earlier, I would not have recklessly stormed the Spirit Hall. Not once, but several times." Yu Xiaojiang could not suppress his grievances. "What? Are you blaming us?" One of the guards barked, raising an eyebrow. "I ask you, are you leaving or not?" "Leave? I, Yu Xiaojiang, possess my own dignity. Leaving is out of the question." He retorted, shaking his head. "Do you see me crawling? In my current state, it is quite inconvenient to leave." The guard remained silent, merely observing him. Realizing that he needed to take action, Yu Xiaojiang began to drag himself away, leaving a long trail in his wake as he crawled into the distance. At this juncture, he felt utterly dejected. Bibi Dong had completely disregarded their past affections, and Lu Erlong had nearly severed ties with him. Where should he turn now? Perhaps returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Yu Xiaojiang was engulfed in confusion. He felt not merely like a dog, but rather less than one. Watching Yu Xiaojiang gradually distance himself, the demon-subduing Daw could not help but comment. He felt no sympathy for Yu Xiaojiang. Having witnessed his actions over the past 2 days, failing to achieve his goals, he shamelessly clung on, and surviving such an ordeal was already a stroke of luck. Golden Crocodile, what is the matter with you? Just then, a voice resonated through the air, followed by the sight of a golden figure descending from above. Great Priest. We pay our respects to the Great Priest. At that moment, the three Douluo, Golden Crocodile, Qianjun, and Demon Subduing, looked up in unison. The figure was none other than Qian Daolu. What has transpired? Qian Daolu inquired, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the Golden Crocodile. With your rank of 98, you possess few rivals across the Douluo Continent. How have you fallen to such a state? His heart brimmed with suspicion, believing this was a most unexpected turn of events. Great Priest, you must advocate for this old man. The Golden Crocodile Daw could no longer contain himself, pleading with Qian Daolu. Advocate? Why does that sound so pitiful? Wait, he hasn't gone and provoked Boss Lin, has he? Qian Daolu's heart sank as he considered the possibility that Boss Lin had harmed the second priest. Seeing the Golden Crocodile Douluo in tears, unable to articulate his plight, Qianjun interjected, speaking on behalf of the Golden Crocodile. Is it truly Boss Lin? The eyelids of Qian Daolu twitched. This was indeed a case of fearing what one did not want to confront. Yet, he maintained his composure and asked everyone to recount the events in detail. This begins with the incident regarding the opening of the canisters. Qianjun began, carefully selecting his words. Qian Daolu quickly grasped the unfolding narrative. Shock, utter astonishment. Qian Daolu was rendered speechless. Internally, he was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. The Golden Crocodile had audaciously provoked Boss Lin? Foolishness. When Qianjun, the demon subduing Doa, and others had mentioned the existence of the small shop, I had remained silent. Did this not signify my tacit approval of its existence? How could anyone misinterpret my intentions? Had it not been for the Golden Crocodile, Douluo's long-standing allegiance, Qian Daolu might have suspected him of being a traitor intent on the ruin of the Spirit Hall. Great Priest, why do you remain silent? The Golden Crocodile, Douluo, sensing the oppressive silence, quietly inquired. He felt an unsettling chill from Qian Daolu, as if he were a predator ready to strike. In truth, it was peculiar. In the Spirit City, someone was wreaking havoc, and it would be strange if the Great Priest did not express his wrath. Golden Crocodile, upon your return to the Spirit Hall, focus on your recovery. If possible, refrain from venturing outside. I will delegate others to handle matters within the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu, after a moment's contemplation, spoke solemnly. Great Priest, the Golden Crocodile, Douluo, felt a surge of gratitude, sensing the Great Priest's concern for him. With his mood lightening, Qian Daolu then turned to Qianjun and the demon subduing Daw. You brothers have endured much hardship. You have finally achieved the rank of 97 title Douluo. Yet, your cultivation must remain diligent. Rest assured, Great Priest, we shall diligently pursue our training. The two brothers replied in unison, exchanging glances of understanding. Excellent. However, balance is essential. For now, Golden Crocodile requires companionship. You both must keep him company. Should anything arise, you must inform me immediately, Qian Daolu cautioned earnestly. He understood that a thorough purging was not an option. He could only entrust this troublesome matter to Qianjun and the demon, subduing Douluo. Do not cause any trouble. He added firmly. Understood. The two brothers promptly nodded in acknowledgement, vowing to keep a watchful eye on the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Meanwhile, the Golden Crocodile Douluo wore a grateful expression, thanking the Great Priest for his kindness. Kindness? Perhaps. The fact that you are still alive indeed reflects my generosity. Qian Daolu replied, his eyelids twitching, choosing to remain silent thereafter. By the way, Great Priest, did you succeed in pursuing Tang Shun? The Golden Crocodile, Doa, inquired again. Not just him, but Qianjun and the demon subduing Doa were equally eager to learn the outcome. Qian Oliu's expression shifted, and after a moment's pause, he replied quietly. Tang Chun has escaped to Sea God Island. Poseidon assisted him, and I was unable to capture him. With that, he refrained from elaborating further. Is it truly so? The three individuals in the arena suddenly felt their pupils constrict, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, they wisely refrained from inquiring further. You may return for now. I intend to take a stroll alone, Qian Daolu stated, waving his hand as he brushed past them. Great Elder, where are you headed? Qianjun Douluo asked at that moment. Qian Daolu remained silent. Yet, Jin Ao Doa interjected. Isn't it obvious? He is going to address the potential threat lurking within that little shop. Meanwhile, inside the shop, Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and asked, "So, all I need to do is smash this jar with this hammer?" She pointed at the lucky magic hammer, then at the jar. "Indeed," Lin Xiao nodded. "Great!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her sweet lips curling into a smile, her voice brimming with eager anticipation. Suddenly, the next moment, Xiao Wu let out a pained wail, clutching her head. Lin Xiao saw clearly that it was Gu Yuna who had delivered a resounding smack to Xiao Wu's head. "Master, why did you hit me?" Xiao Wu asked, her eyes brimming with tears, looking quite pitiful. "I chose the jar." "I am aware," Gu Yuna replied. "Thus, it is only fair that I should be the one to open it first." Gu Yuna felt helpless, reflecting on how she had not predicted that Xiao Wu would follow her. If only she had been accompanied by the gentler Bai Ji, perhaps the situation would not have been so vexing. "Oh, then please," Xiao Wu finally realized, awkwardly stepping aside. Nevertheless, her eyes remained fixated on the 10 jars. Her curiosity piqued regarding their contents. With a rhythmic sound, Gu Yuna's crystal high heels clicked against the shop's floor, a sound both crisp and enchanting. Truly, as the Beastmaster, her aura was unparalleled. Lin Xiao found himself captivated by her striking figure as she approached. Having already explained the shop's rules, Gu Yuna wasted no time in seizing the lucky magic hammer to officially open a jar. With a sharp crack, a burst of violet light erupted. Could it be that as the Beastmaster, she was also endowed with luck? Lin Xiao mused. Master, it's purple." Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, her limbs flailing in delight. She recalled Lin Xiao mentioning that the items within the jars held varying qualities, and purple was exceedingly rare. She had completely forgotten her earlier disdain for opening jars. Indeed, opening jars was an exhilarating experience that stirred emotions, even though it should not have concerned her directly. Gu Yuna cast a casual glance at Xiao Wu, but chose to ignore her, reaching out to retrieve the item that had fallen from the jar, scrutinizing it closely. An amplifier, which upon use significantly enhances the strength of one's martial soul, Lin Xiao remarked, having quickly discerned the object in Gu Yuna's hand. An item that can strengthen one's martial soul? Is that for real? Xiao Wu expressed her skepticism. Gu Yuna's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inquired, "Is there any limitation on the user's strength?" From her perspective, no being from Douluo Continent could compare to her. While treasures capable of enhancing strength were indeed rare in Douluo, they existed in the worlds beyond. There are no restrictions on strength. However, you are an exception, so I am uncertain of its efficacy for you. Lin Xiao replied earnestly to Gu Yuna's question. "What do you mean I'm an exception?" Gu Yuna asked, puzzled. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. After all, she was the Silver Dragon King and did not possess a human martial soul. The effectiveness? That would become clear upon trial. Noticing Gu Yuna's eagerness, Lin Xiao subtly cautioned her. Gu Yuna nodded lightly, a thought stirring within her, and silently invoked the item. It has changed? Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as he observed the amplifier transform into a streak of light, enveloping Gu Yuna. The violet glow shimmered around her, accentuating her ethereal beauty. What is happening? Gu Yuna initially felt a wave of confusion and disbelief, but soon her expression shifted to astonishment. Her power was indeed escalating, and more importantly, her mastery over elemental forces was intensifying. It was even stronger than before. How could this be? My comprehension and mastery of elements had already reached the level of a god king, yet I can still improve. She felt a tumultuous mix of astonishment and excitement, tinged with a hint of fear. Who exactly is this Lin Xiao, and how does he possess such power? Gu Yuna turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao, utterly baffled by the seemingly ordinary man before her. After a brief moment, the sparkling light faded, signaling the conclusion of her power enhancement. How was it? Lin Xiao inquired with a smile. After all, Gu Yuna was the first to strengthen herself, and he was curious about her experience. It seems my overall strength has increased by about 10 to 20%, Gu Yuna contemplated seriously. In truth, both my physical power and elemental control have improved. The overall enhancement may be even greater. Just as I anticipated. Lin Xiao nodded, finding his expectations validated. However, Gu Yuna's actions had also set a precedent within the shop. Soul beasts could indeed open jars. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood nearby, trembling like a startled quail. "What's wrong?" Gu Yuna inquired, intrigued. "Master, your aura is too overwhelming. I'm frightened," Xiao Wu replied, her face pale. Gu Yuna suddenly realized her oversight. Having recently experienced a significant power surge, she had failed to moderate her aura, thus alarming Xiao Wu. "It's nothing, it's fine." Xiao Wu forced a smile, yet instinctively stepped back from Gu Yuna. She recognized that her new master was rather unreliable. If I could open several amplifiers like this, my strength would reach unimaginable heights. Gu Yuna redirected her focus back to the jars, her mindset shifting from mere curiosity to profound anticipation, as she envisioned the possibility of returning to the divine realm. What's wrong with the Silver Dragon King? Are you not excited? Lin Xiao noted the transformation in Gu Yuna's gaze and could not help but smile faintly. Like many others who had opened jars, Gu Yuna, too, was in search of something coveted, power. In fact, her thirst for power surpassed that of anyone else, for her enemies were the deities of the divine realm. However, I must caution you, after 3 amplifications, there is a risk of failure, resulting in a drop in enhancement levels. When amplifying beyond 10, one must be exceedingly careful. Failure could lead to the shattering of one's martial soul, Lin Xiao advised Gu Yuna, imparting the gravity of the situation, emphasizing, and you possess no martial soul. Gu Yuna suddenly grasped a chilling possibility, sending a shiver down her spine. After witnessing the earlier marvels, she had little doubt regarding Lin Xiao's words, at least concerning matters related to the jars. Master, it's still too early for concern. I don't think you need to worry too much. Xiao Wu whispered from the side. Is it far off? Gu Yuna shook her head. I believe it's not far. The likelihood of encountering these amplifiers is quite high. Among these 10 jars, I could probably open 7 or 8 without issue. Therefore, by the next jar opening, I will need to contemplate how to proceed after reaching the 10th amplification, she stated with utmost seriousness. Lin Xiao couldn't help but internally scoff. If I hadn't opened jars myself, I might have believed your words. He admired her earnestness, even as she spoke such whimsical notions. Little Dance nodded in agreement, her expression one of understanding. Exactly. You, big-headed fool, clearly have no self-awareness. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words, and, after a moment's contemplation, he dryly suggested, let us open the jars. It was only when they faced the harsh reality that they would truly comprehend the meaning of cruelty. Chapter 243. Gu Yuna's Conditions. Little Dance wishes to be a maid. With a crisp sound, Gu Yuna elegantly raised her delicate hand, causing a jar to shatter in response. Observing the fallen items, she could not help but inquire of Lin Xiao, boss, if I'm not mistaken, this does not appear to be a valuable item? Indeed, you are not mistaken. Lin Xiao confirmed with a nod, gesturing towards the item revealed from the jar. This is a wild strawberry, a rather commonplace variety. Commonplace could also imply triviality. Thus it was hardly a rare find. This, Little Dance's gaze suddenly froze. A wild strawberry for 100,000 soul coins? That's outrageous. She mused that if Lin Xiao's conscience were extracted and tossed to the ground, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval, refusing to consume it. Little Dance, do not panic. This is merely the beginning, Gu Yuna stated, her lips parting slowly. The path to success is seldom smooth, and one must inevitably face certain obstacles. I'm not panicking, Little Dance thought to herself, silently questioning whether it was Gu Yuna who was feeling anxious. It seems you understand. Then I shall continue to open the jars, Gu Yuna declared, raising her hand once more, feeling a sense of calm wash over her after uttering those words. Crack! The 3rd jar shattered, and Gu Yuna's brow furrowed as she peered at the items that fell out. Another wild strawberry? This can't be right. The odds are clearly skewed. Without needing Lin Xiao's explanation, Little Dance recognized the object and murmured softly, Isn't this wrong? Lin Xiao glanced at the contents of the jar. Are there not 2 wild strawberries? This seems accurate. He thought that if they witnessed someone repeatedly uncovering several rusty swords or a handful of gemstones, they might find such results acceptable. What? Is there truly such a probability? Little Dance gasped, perhaps influenced by Gu Yuna's explosive start, leading her to believe that acquiring rare items from the jars was not a daunting task. In retrospect, she realized she may have been overly naive. I thought my luck was sufficient, but now it seems lacking. Suddenly, Gu Yuna remarked, luck is an elusive concept, yet undeniably exists. She had assumed that as the sovereign of soul beasts, she was the embodiment of her clan's fortune. How could her luck be poor? Yet, at the very least, each jar should yield a high-tier item as a minimum guarantee, should it not? However, reality proved her assumptions to be overly optimistic. It appears I underestimated the odds of what these jars would yield. With 7 jars remaining, I don't need 7 or 8 enhancers. Surely 3 would suffice? Gu Yuna mused, recalibrating her expectations. 3 enhancers seemed reasonable to her. Not too many, not too few. She felt she could accept that amount. But if it were any less, discomfort would surely ensue. With a swift motion, Gu Yuna shattered 3 more jars. 3 items materialized before her. A rusted ancient sword, exuding an air of decay. A gemstone shimmering with a mysterious luster, evoking an aura of enigma. And an unidentifiable, peculiar fruit. to Gu Yuna's discerning eye. Its origin was indiscernible. It seemed things had taken a turn for the better. Each of these 3 items appeared more intriguing than the last. And both Gu Yuna and Little Dance shared a sense of anticipation as they looked towards Lin Xiao. The rusted sword is merely useless scrap metal. As for the obsidian, as you can see, it is just a stone. And the final item, the fruit of the sky tree, possesses some utility. It can launch any entity within its vicinity into the air upon consumption, Lin Xiao explained in a detached manner. What? You mean these items are utterly useless? Mere refuse? Gu Yuna's voice involuntarily rose a few octaves. This was the first time she had lost her composure since entering the shop. These items are of ordinary quality. It is entirely reasonable that they lack significant utility, Lin Xiao defended, speaking with candor. Ordinary quality. Gu Yuna and Little Dance were reminded by Lin Xiao's words. If that is the case, then perhaps I was indeed impulsive, Gu Yuna said coolly, recalling how she had forgotten Lin Xiao's previous mention of the various grades of items and their corresponding colors. Otherwise, such a blunder would not have occurred. No waities. Practice makes perfect. With frequent visits, even a narrow path can become a grand avenue, Lin Xiao stated reassuringly. Gu Yuna nodded slightly, though she remained silent, internally acknowledging Lin Xiao's insights. My lord, are we really going to let this slide? This money was earned through my sacrifice, and now it's being squandered. It feels as though I'm being wronged, Little Dance lamented, her tone tinged with indignation. Squandered? Lin Xiao was taken aback, bewildered by her audacity. Little Dance, refrain from speaking such excessive words. You are not sold. You are merely mortgaged. Soon, the Emperor of Heaven will come to redeem you. Gu Yuna scolded with a frown. Oh, Little Dance grasped her clothing, lowering her head in silence. Yet, it was Gu Yuna who began to fret. She gazed at the remaining jars, her heart pounding. What if she were to find nothing? Ordinarily, uncovering an enhancer would significantly bolster her strength. One would not even be able to purchase such power for 1,000,000 soul coins, let alone 10 million. Still, who wouldn't desire more? With additional enhancers, she could return to the divine realm sooner. Bearing the grudge of the gods, Gu Yuna yearned for strength, for power, to overthrow the filthy divine realm. The jars are chosen, and the money has been collected. However, there are no exchanges or refunds, Lin Xiao remarked, observing the hesitation in Gu Yuna's eyes, and quietly reminded her. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna nodded gently. She understood Lin Xiao was urging her to ensure that all jars must be opened, regardless of the circumstances. Gu Yuna, when did you become so indecisive? How can you be the sovereign of soul beasts and hope to return to the divine realm in such a manner? She chided herself inwardly. Yet, her gaze began to harden with resolve. Lin Xiao's words had unwittingly spurred a breakthrough in her mindset. Crack! At that moment, the 7th jar shattered. Instantly, a burst of pink light flickered. Everyone instinctively squinted. A divine grade item. Little Dance could not help but gasp in astonishment. Yet, Gu Yuna wondered what distinction lay between this divine grade item and a true artifact. After a brief moment, Lin Xiao finally discerned the contents of the jar. The shape was peculiar. It was a heart-shaped vial containing a potion. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Xiao's pupils constricted sharply, for he recognized the item. In fact, the vial bore an uncanny resemblance to the icon from the game. Heaven's healing potion? Lin Xiao was 100% certain he could not be mistaken. In the dungeon, potions were notoriously abundant, their various effects overwhelming. However, in terms of restorative capabilities, aside from the infamous leg of chicken that defied all logic, the Heaven's healing potion was unmatched, instantly restoring full health and mana without any side effects. It was undoubtedly the most powerful healing potion in the dungeon, bar none. However, due to its extraordinary nature, it later suffered a grievous setback, with its restoration efficacy plummeting from 100% to a mere 30%. It remains unclear which version of the heavenly healing potion this particular vial belongs to, given that it has achieved artifact status. The likelihood of full restoration of both health and mana seems significantly higher. While Lin Xiao speculated quietly, the item's details materialized before his eyes. Item: Heavenly Healing Potion, Level, Artifact Type, Non-Tradable Description. A miraculous item sourced from the dungeon world, modified to suit the characteristics of Douluo. It restores HP and MP, transforming its effect into the healing of injuries and the restoration of soul power. Effect: Upon use, it instantaneously heals all injuries and restores all soul power. Indeed, is this the complete version? Although Lin Xiao had his suspicions, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, for he knew how crucial this was for Gu Yuna. It is worth noting that Gu Yuna had emerged from her slumber thousands of years ahead of schedule, and her myriad injuries were far from being healed. Boss, Is this item not incredibly powerful? Gu Yuna instinctively cradled the heavenly healing potion delicately in her hands. This potion, named the Heavenly Healing Potion, could heal all injuries and restore all soul power, with no side effects whatsoever. Lin Xiao gazed at Gu Yuna and remarked calmly. As anticipated, he witnessed a look of shock wash over her face. Any injury can be healed? After her initial astonishment, Gu Yuna couldn't help but inquire, but is there any limitation on strength? If not, that would be utterly unfathomable. There may indeed be restrictions. However, if you were to use it, it should not affect the potion's efficacy, Lin Xiao replied cautiously. Nonetheless, he was confident that even an enhancer could be utilized seamlessly by Gu Yuna. The Heavenly Healing Potion, being of a far superior grade, would undoubtedly pose no issues. Why do I feel looked down upon? Is my power truly so low? Ordinarily, one would expect Gu Yuna to be elated upon acquiring such an extraordinary healing treasure. Yet, she found herself unable to feel joy. In fact, at one moment, she even wished that the potion would be ineffective for her. Of course, Lin Xiao remained oblivious to Gu Yuna's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been unable to resist labeling her with two simple words: troubled. Master, this item is quite impressive, exclaimed Xiao Wu, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as she noticed the droplets of joy forming at the corners of her mouth. With this heavenly healing potion, it would be akin to gaining an extra life. Who wouldn't covet that? Thank you, Lin Boss. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Gu Yuna refrained from using the heavenly healing potion immediately. This was not the appropriate setting. As the other half of the dragon god, her strength had surpassed the limits of the Douluo Continent. If she were to restore herself to her peak condition, it might attract the attention of the divine realm. Thus, she had to tread carefully. Gu Yuna contemplated returning to the depths of the Lake of Life, where she had long been dormant. Master, please don't rush off. There are still a few jars left to open. After expressing her gratitude, Gu Yuna turned to leave, but Xiao Wu quickly called out to her. Then you open them for me. Gu Yuna was eager to return. She yearned to return to the depths of the Lake of Life to heal all her injuries and then confront the divine realm. That may not be possible. The jars cannot be opened by anyone else. Lin Xiao's voice interjected at that moment. Well, fine then. Gu Yuna froze, halting her departure. She returned to the counter and casually began to open the jars. The first two were quite ordinary, containing nothing more than mundane items. However, the last jar, the double potion, radiated an extraordinary brilliance. My heavens, it's purple, and there are two enhancers. Xiao Wu, unable to shield her eyes from the dazzling light, was overwhelmed with excitement, her movements turning exuberant. Indeed, this is truly unexpected. Gu Yuna's gaze flickered, her heart, which had been settling, surged once more with tumultuous waves. What does this signify? Is it fate or mere coincidence? Or perhaps, is it the unintentional planting of willows that leads to the shade? Yet in the end, it was still a fortuitous occurrence, was it not? With such thoughts, Gu Yuna couldn't help but smile, her beauty radiating magnificently. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled. It appeared that this ice-cold beauty was capable of smiling after all. Thank you. This marked the second occasion Gu Yuna expressed her gratitude to Lin Xiao. Her appreciation was sincere. Acquiring two enhancers was immensely significant for her. She pondered the possibilities. If her divine body could be amplified threefold, to what heights would her power ascend? Gu Yuna estimated it would rival her strength before being divided by the Shura god, if not surpass it. Furthermore, her comprehension and application of elemental forces would be even stronger. Oh no, Ming and Ming, you are utterly doomed. Xiao Wu, observing the scene, realized that relying on Gu Yuna to rescue the two brothers was futile. She felt a wave of despair wash over her. Not only had she failed to save Ming and Ming, but she herself was also in a precarious position. Lin Boss, before Gu Yuna departs, I have one more request. Suddenly, Gu Yuna directed her gaze toward Lin Xiao. What is it? Lin Xiao feigned confusion, but he surmised it likely pertained to Ming and Ming. This was akin to feigning ignorance while fully aware. I wish to redeem Ming and Ming. The terms are yours to dictate. Gu Yuna gently pressed her lips together and spoke in a hushed tone. After all, they were soul beasts of over 100,000 years, and they had yet to assume human forms. In Gu Yuna's heart, they were far more precious than Xiao Wu. Do you think I need anything? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. In truth, he had his own desires. If Gu Yuna were to casually produce two genuine artifacts, he would not hesitate to negotiate. Of course, if that were not feasible, even a single artifact would suffice. In Lin Xiao's eyes, two simpletons were worth one artifact. I will need to contemplate this matter thoroughly. However, to his surprise, Gu Yuna furrowed her brow and, after a moment's thought, provided a response that left him astonished. Contemplate? What is there to ponder? Just casually pull out some treasures. And take the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape home. Lin Xiao inwardly scoffed at her words. However, it was futile. Gu Yuna believed Lin Xiao could readily toss various treasures into the jars. Ordinary items would undoubtedly fail to pique her interest, and even artifacts would be deemed insufficient. Yet what could possibly be offered in exchange for the Ming and Air Ming? This conundrum plagued Gu Yuna as she walked and pondered. Master, surely you want to forget me? Xiao Wu murmured, watching Gu Yuna's retreating figure. You don't think so, do you? She repeated, her confidence visibly wavering. At that moment, Lin Xiao spoke up. Hey, you come over and open the jars. After you're done, I have a task for you. Oh, all right. Xiao Wu nodded, only to quickly realize something was amiss. A task? What task? Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, you owe me money, and it's been collateralized here, so naturally, you must work to repay your debt. Rest assured, the work is quite light. It merely involves cleaning, serving tea, and fulfilling my various needs. What? You expect me to do that? Xiao Wu exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. You want me to be your maid? Absolutely not. Chapter 244. Qian Daoliu's ambition to conquer the sea. What are you resisting? Lin Xiao asked softly. Shouldn't I resist? I certainly don't want to be your maid. Xiao Wu retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Don't worry, within a day, Lord Di Tian will come to take me back. Huh, that's impossible. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. I think you should focus on working to repay your debt. Though debt can only accumulate, Lin Xiao believed that under normal circumstances, Di Tian might have come to fetch Xiao Wu. However, given that Gu Yuna possessed several extraordinary treasures, some capable of healing wounds and others enhancing strength, it was imperative for her to utilize these items in her precarious situation. Di Tian would undoubtedly remain by Gu Yuna's side during such a critical juncture. Moreover, the likes of Ziji, Baiji, and the various sovereigns of the Star Dough Forest could not afford to leave either. After all, compared to Gu Yuna, a transformed soul beast was of little consequence. At this moment, Xiao Wu also had an epiphany, her mind momentarily dazed. Could it be that you are still unaware? Lin Xiao, having spoken his piece, chose to remain silent. Xiao Wu huffed, declaring, then I shall rely on myself. Did you not mention that there exists a jar that, when opened, yields a wealth of gold soul coins? Indeed. However, do you truly believe you possess the capability to open it? Even if you were to unlock the jar of Yunmi, do you think it would yield over 200,000 gold soul coins? Lin Xiao couldn't help but cast a skeptical glance at Xiao Wu, questioning her naivety. It was unrealistic to expect that one could simply wish for what they desired. How would I know without trying? What if I have good fortune? Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. Very well, step forward. Lin Xiao gestured for her to approach the counter and select a jar. Here I come, Xiao Wu exclaimed, swiftly making her way to the counter and extending her hand to choose the jar she desired. Quite decisive indeed. Lin Xiao, not one to be outdone. Place the jar, Xiao Wu pointed to upon the counter without hesitation. After a brief moment, Xiao Wu announced, watch closely, for I am about to open the jar. Do you truly believe you can produce something remarkable? Lin Xiao scoffed. However, upon shattering the jar, Lin Xiao gasped. You've actually unearthed something splendid. Inside the jar bloomed a flower adorned with 2 emerald leaves, its petals and stamen a striking icy blue. It appeared quite exquisite. Item, flower of magical power grade. Common type. Tradable description. A wondrous item extracted from the dungeon world MP restoration is converted to soul power restoration. Effect. Upon use, it restores 10% of soul power. Indeed, it was more visually appealing than practically useful. Its actual effect paled in comparison to that of magical fruit juice. Lin Xiao thought to himself, shaking his head discreetly. Is this flower not extraordinary? Xiao Wu inquired, cradling the flower of magical power delicately in her hands. Indeed, it is remarkable. Using it will restore 1/10 of your soul power, Lin Xiao acknowledged with a slight nod. Remarkable or not, it depends on its worth, she mused. The flower of magical power was certainly superior to a rusty saber. Then, how much would it fetch in gold soul coins? Xiao Wu's intentions were clear. She wished to settle her debts. However, Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. Our store has a rule. Items produced from jars cannot be directly redeemed. Yet, the flower of magical power is tradable. You may seek out someone outside the store to trade it, then return with the earnings. Xiao Wu fell silent, glancing at the flower of magical power in her hands. If all went as expected, it likely wouldn't be worth much. How she wished to unearth the healing potion from the jar, which would be invaluable to anyone in need. Enough of that. Open another jar, quickly. This is merely 1 jar. There are still 9 more to go. Should fortune favor you, perhaps the final jar might yield 2 gold coin jars. Lin Xiao urged in a serious tone. Really? You believe I can achieve my desires? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with hope. She suddenly perceived a charming side to Lin Xiao. Think not too much. I merely wish for you to expedite the jar opening and focus on your task, Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head. Then we shall see, Xiao Wu said, pouting in defiance. Lin Xiao, however, ignored her and turned his gaze to the entrance. Boss Lin, long time no see. It was Qiandao Lu, entering with a smile. It seems you have not been gone for more than 2 days, Lin Xiao replied earnestly. Qiandao Lu's smile faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. He recognized that Lin Xiao had the uncanny ability to extinguish conversations within mere sentences. Nonetheless, he found no fault in this. After all, it suited Lin Xiao's persona as a formidable figure. What a grand offering from your spirit hall. I neither wish to acknowledge you nor engage with you, Lin Xiao stated dismissively. Boss Lin, I must apologize for the previous transgressions caused by Jin Yi when he visited your shop. Please do not take it to heart. Qiandao Lu had not forgotten the purpose of his visit, to convey an apology on behalf of the unfortunate Jin Yi. He had also faced consequences for this incident, and thus it was time to move on. Lin Xiao waved his hand, indicating that it was of no consequence. With a sigh of relief, Qiandao Lu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had never imagined that as a supreme being of the spirit hall, he would find himself so intimidated by another. By the way, I saw you pursuing Tang San. What was the outcome? Lin Xiao inquired, recalling their fierce confrontation with curiosity. He wished to know if Qiandao Lu had altered history. Though my strength has surged, Tang San is formidable. Ultimately, he escaped to Sea God Island, joining forces with the Grand Offering Poseidon to force me into retreat. Lin Xiao noticed Qiandao Lu's demeanor darkened further as he spoke, and he couldn't help but murmur, but she clearly stated that whoever ascends to godhood first would be with her. At this, Lin Xiao couldn't suppress a chuckle. He recalled the conditions set forth by Poseidon in the original narrative, which were entirely aimed at Qiandao Lu. At that time, Qiandao Lu was already the grand offering of the angel god, effectively severing his chances of ascension, while Tang San remained an embodiment of limitless potential. Indeed, it is said that those in love possess an intelligence bordering on zero, regardless of age. Lin Xiao could perceive that Poseidon's open declaration of her preferences had dealt a significant blow to Qiandao Lu. Do not lose heart. As long as you are alive, hope remains, Lin Xiao encouraged. No, I have relinquished all hope. I have severed my feelings for Poseidon. Qiandao Lu shook his head, offering a bitter smile. In hindsight, I realize how foolish I was. Poseidon never truly cared for me. Her affections were solely for Tang San. Yet, he should not have deceived me for decades. It seems Qiandao Lu has been deeply affected, Lin Xiao thought, taken aback, and quietly asked. So what do you intend to do? From love to hatred? Not quite. I am not a petty individual. However, Tang San is my sworn enemy, and Sea God Island must surrender him. If they insist on shielding him, they shall become my adversaries. Qiandao Lu declared solemnly. I hope you can assist me in acquiring the power to conquer the seas. Power. Qiandao Lu yearned intensely for strength. He understood that without sufficient might, Sea God Island would never submit to relinquish Tang San. Then Lin Xiao pondered, realizing there was but one solution. Open the jars. If fortune favors you, you may indeed achieve your goal. This was not a mere fabrication on Lin Xiao's part. Let us not forget that the items within the jars had unlocked the world of pirates. In this realm, a plethora of maritime artifacts wield considerable power. Until Qiandao Lu attained divine strength, he would have to rely on the various items produced from the jars to conquer the seas. I knew it. The jars must contain the answers I seek. Qiandao Lu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he eagerly rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Well, everything must have its order, right? At that moment, Xiao Wu spoke softly. Upon Qiandao Lu's entrance into the shop, she immediately recognized his extraordinary presence. It could be said that he was the strongest being she had ever encountered in the human realm, even overshadowing the sword law of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. What? You mentioned Lin Xiao? Apologies, but after witnessing Gu Yuna's reverence towards him, Xiao Wu has already placed Lin Xiao beyond the realm of humanity. He is, after all, a soul beast that has transformed after 100,000 years. Qiandao Lu's gaze sharpened as he considered this. At that moment, Xiao Wu, devoid of Gu Yuna's protection, could no longer conceal her identity. Then you should swiftly complete your task. I have some ancient bowls waiting for you to wash in the backyard pool, Lin Xiao remarked, directing his gaze at Xiao Wu. All right, she nodded, but then quickly realized and grinned at Lin Xiao. I refuse to wash your dishes. Lin Xiao shook his head, That is not for you to decide. Qian Daolu, somewhat bewildered, instinctively inquired, Boss, what is your relationship with her? She is my maid, Lin Xiao indicated toward Xiao Wu, adding, though she is still undergoing training. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardoe forest at the Lake of Life, a powerful aura suddenly descended, causing the soul beast by the lakeside to kneel in trembling fear. Even in more distant areas, the same scene unfolded. Welcome back, Master. At that moment, Tian, transformed into a man in a black robe, shouted with palpable excitement, clearly sensing that the Master had returned from his journey with an even more formidable presence. This is indeed a positive development. Welcome back, Master. Welcome back, Master. As Tian's voice echoed, a chorus of voices rose in unison. At this moment, Gu Yuna's figure had already appeared above the lake's surface, her indifferent voice resonating. No need for excessive formality. Those simple 4 words conveyed an aura of authority, accentuating her lofty status. However, the soul beast overlords, including Tian, perceived nothing amiss. Instead, their respect only deepened. Tian, this journey has greatly benefited me. I shall need to enter seclusion for a period, but a return to my peak is not out of the question. For now, I entrust the Soul Beast clan to your management, Gu Yuna said. Gazing sloi et Tian. I shall adhere to your will, Master. Tian promptly bowed in response, his expression filled with exhilaration. If the Master were to reclaim her peak, the rise of the Soul Beast clan would not be far off. By the way, there is one more matter you must attend to. I have left Xiao Wu in a small shop named the Lucky Magic Jar in Wuhuan City. Go and retrieve her by paying 2 million gold soul coins, Gu Yuna commanded in a firm tone. However, Tian appeared somewhat anxious. Suddenly, Gu Yuna let out a soft huff, causing the temperature in the area to drop several degrees. Are you questioning me? Her voice was frigid, making it difficult for even Tian to withstand, filling him with a sense of dread. Tian dared not defy her, and beads of sweat began to drip from his brow. This shall not happen again, Gu Yuna emphasized, her tone intensifying. This matter must be expedited. Yes. Tian responded solemnly. Gu Yuna nodded lightly, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Beast God, the Master has departed, Bai Ji gently remarked after a pause. I know, Tian replied, gradually straightening his posture. Lord Tian, do you intend to head to Wuhuan City? The strength of the human race cannot be underestimated. I shall accompany you. At this moment, another voice emerged from behind Tian. He turned to see a figure shrouded in dark purple scales. She was tall, with a curvaceous figure and long, straight thighs. Her flowing purple-black hair danced lightly behind her, seemingly defying the absence of wind. Her enchanting face bore piercing violet eyes that fixated on Tian, with a dark scale on her forehead glinting intermittently. It was none other than the queen of the Hell Dragon clan, ZG. No, ZG, Tian replied slowly, shaking his head, until the Master regains her strength. I shall not go anywhere. Not just me, but you, Bai Ji, and Xiangjun cannot leave either. We must remain by the Master's side. Tian's voice was deep, yet undeniably resolute. Tian, are you going to defy the Master's orders? Have you considered the consequences of opposing her will? At this point, Xiangjun spoke up gravely. Consequences? The mention of consequences triggered a memory of the terrifying Silver Dragon King, causing Tian's body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, he gritted his teeth and declared, if the Master were to hold me accountable upon her return, I shall bear the full brunt of it. He dismissed his sleeve and added, Xiao Wu, a transformed soul beast, can at most be regarded as half a member of the Soul Beast clan. How can her safety be compared to that of the Master? Besides, she has merely been collateralized for 2 million gold soul coins. I can always redeem her later. It is merely a matter of spending a bit more money. Is 3 million enough? For million? That should suffice. Tian asserted, exuding confidence. Hearing this, ZG, Bai Ji, and even Xiangjun fell silent, as they found merit in Tian's reasoning. In the grand scheme of things, the Master held the utmost significance, and Xiao Wu, the rabbit, could only take a back seat. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna had arrived at the bottom of the Lake of Life. Surprisingly, there was not a single drop of water here, as if she had stepped into a realm beyond Douluo Continent. This space was vast, even after Gu Yuna revealed her true form. The colossal body of the Silver Dragon King, measuring 1,000 meters, felt unconfined. In this mysterious space, a hidden power enveloped her, preventing her aura from spreading. It was crucial that she could slumber in this place for eons without being discovered. Suddenly, 2 enhancers and a vial of the healing elixir of heaven appeared before Gu Yuna, shimmering with light. Contemplating the items before her, her silver eyes filled with deep thought. Should she first enhance her power, or restore her strength. Chapter 245, The Appearance of the White Whale. Tang Chun through the 8 trials. In the small shop at Wuhuan City, Xiao Wu's face was pale as she exclaimed, "It's over. It's all over." Her eyes gradually dulled, and disappointment was etched across her features. "Little girl, I see your luck is still quite good. You've even managed to procure an upgrade scroll. What more could you possibly wish for?" Qian Daolu remarked, glancing at the items on the counter before Xiao Wu, his brow furrowing. After hearing Lin Xiao's introduction, he found himself coveting several of the items. Just the thought of an enhancer, an amplifier, an upgrade scroll, and 2 teleportation potions. These treasures would make even an elder of the Spirit Hall jump for joy if obtained. Yet, this little girl appeared sullen, as if she had lost her soul. Qian Daolu was perplexed. What could be the reason for her discontent? What use is it? Without freedom, what does high cultivation even mean? If possible, I would rather have the money, Xiao Wu murmured. At that moment, facing Qian Daolu, she had forgotten her fear. Her mind solely focused on redeeming herself and escaping Lin Xiao's grasp. This little girl is quite ordinary, Qian Daolu chuckled softly at her words, not taking them seriously. Do you not know the esteemed status of Boss Lin? If he were to announce that he was short 2 maids, the threshold would be trampled flat. Being favored by Boss Lin is a privilege. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Wu with a knowing gaze. Are you certain you don't wish to try the amplifier to enhance your martial soul? Enhance my martial soul? Xiao Wu felt a flicker of temptation. However, she dismissed it, stating nonchalantly, "Isn't it just a slight boost in strength? It doesn't matter much to me." Xiao Wu spoke, seemingly attempting to demonstrate her disdain to Lin Xiao. Without hesitation, she grasped the enhancer and silently chanted the invocation for use. To her astonishment, the sensation of power surging within her was exhilarating. It felt as though she were transcending her very being. It was utterly delightful. Her eyes brimmed with shock, and she let out an incredulous gasp. "You are still too young," Qian Daolu remarked, shaking his head. He was not surprised by Xiao Wu's transformation. She was a quintessential example of a true fragrance enthusiast. Ever since the little shop of jars had emerged, he had encountered many such individuals. Eager to experiment further with the enhancer, Xiao Wu took the initiative without Lin Xiao needing to prompt her. She immediately directed the enhancer towards her 3rd soul ring. Before her eyes, the 3rd soul ring deepened in hue at a visible rate. Heavens, the lifespan of the soul ring has truly increased significantly. How can such a miraculous item exist in the Douluo Continent? The astonishment in Xiao Wu's eyes intensified. "Delightful, is it?" Lin Xiao inquired with a smile. "Delightful. It's almost intoxicating." Xiao Wu nodded emphatically. "Then, we should take this opportunity to clean up the backyard," Lin Xiao suggested with a grin. "I refuse," Xiao Wu protested vehemently. "That is not up to you," Lin Xiao chuckled. With a mere thought, Xiao Wu felt a warmth radiating from her forehead. Suddenly, the previously concealed mark emerged once more. "What do you intend to do to me?" she exclaimed in terror, realizing her body was no longer under her control. "Go about your necessary tasks," Lin Xiao commanded, waving his hand. Despite her vehement resistance, Xiao Wu found herself irresistibly drawn towards the backyard, displaying a classic case of rebellion while her body remained obedient. Did she truly believe that a contract to pledge was so easily signed? Without a means of checks and balances, what would happen if someone reneged on the agreement? Lin Xiao observed Xiao Wu's retreating figure with a cold, secretive smile. Anyone bound by a contract with him was subject to his control, akin to a slave. "Now it is your turn," he said to Qian Daolu. Instinctively, Qian Daolu stepped back 2 paces, feeling a twinge of panic. I believe there is a misunderstanding. I meant it's your turn to open the jars," he clarified, raising his hands in surrender. "Am I truly that terrifying?" Lin Xiao feigned innocence, prompting a nervous chuckle from Qian Daolu as he retrieved the prepared golden soul coins, choosing to open a jar to alleviate the awkwardness. Lin Xiao, naturally, did not offer any further comments and complied with Qian Daolu's request, retrieving the necessary jars one by one. As Qian Daolu gazed upon the neatly arranged jars, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The last time he opened a jar, he had reaped tremendous benefits, even comprehending a self-created soul skill more powerful than the Hao Ian Sect's secret technique, which led him to a decisive victory over Tang Chun. He considered that moment to be the pinnacle of his life. However, misfortune approached swiftly. The alliance of Poseidon and Tang Chun was beyond his capabilities. "I hope this time does not disappoint me," Qian Daolu silently prayed, yearning to triumph over Tang Chun and Poseidon. It was his sole option. "What? You speak of the angel god?" I'm afraid the angel god can no longer provide Qian Daolu with further assistance. The power of demigods has reached its limit. There's no point in striving for what is unattainable. I advise you to maintain a calm mindset when opening the jars, Lin Xiao observed, noticing a hint of madness in Douluo's eyes, shaking his head subtly. To be so eager before even opening the jars was a grave taboo in this undertaking. Lin Xiao had witnessed many such players in the game, who, fixated on a coveted item within the jars, poured excessive amounts of money into opening them, only to be left empty-handed, leading to a fit of rage and ultimately abandoning their accounts. Yet, before long, they returned, lamenting that the dungeon was far more enjoyable. But this was no game. If Douluo failed to acquire what he desired from the jars and could not accept the reality, choosing to delete his account, it would spell disaster. Lin Xiao contemplated silently, recognizing that in reality, the opportunity to delete one's account was singular and should be approached with caution. Conversely, Douluo, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, quickly patted his chest in assurance. Rest easy, Boss Lin. I have long prepared myself mentally. I promise not to act recklessly. Very well. Then proceed. Lin Xiao nodded, refraining from further commentary. With a crack, Douluo inhaled deeply and shattered the first jar. Instantly, a burst of purple light flickered. What is this? He exclaimed, genuinely startled by the result of his first jar. A level 7 equipment enhancement scroll, albeit with only a 30% success rate. Lin Xiao promptly disclosed the item's information, not allowing Douluo to wait long. Today's luck seems almost otherworldly, Douluo exclaimed joyfully, envisioning a 10,000-year soul ring beckoning to him. Ahem, do not overlook the success rate of the enhancement scroll, Lin Xiao cautioned. I understand. 30%. There's no issue. Douluo boomed. Did I not clarify? It is not 30%. Haha, Boss Lin, in my eyes, this enhancement scroll presents but two outcomes, success or failure. Thus, each holds a 50% chance. There's nothing wrong with that, Douluo explained with a grin. Is it possible to interpret it that way? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Admittedly, those frequently opening jars in the little shop possessed a remarkable perspective. However, since Douluo was in high spirits, Lin Xiao felt reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm. Let fate decide. Should I obtain another 10,000-year soul ring, overcoming Tang San will become significantly easier, Douluo mused internally. Meanwhile, beneath him, 8 black and 1 red soul rings emerged in succession. The powerful fluctuation of soul energy formed a gust of wind, tousling Douluo's golden locks. Enhance the 8th soul ring. In an instant, Douluo made his choice. With a rip, he tore apart the enhancement scroll in his hand, and a mysterious force descended upon the 8th soul ring. Then, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, enhancement successful. Successful? Douluo's face lit up with joy. Lin Xiao also noticed the dark 8th soul ring on Douluo beginning its transformation. From its deep blackness, a hint of red emerged, only to be swiftly overtaken by the crimson hue. Indeed, he succeeded. Lin Xiao marveled inwardly. Who would have thought I, Douluo, would have the opportunity to possess a second 10,000-year soul ring? Douluo could not help but laugh aloud. A 10,000-year soul ring was a tremendous enhancement for him. Congratulations on acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring. Lin Xiao offered his congratulations. Alas, Douluo sighed, if only I had 3 more enhancement scrolls. If I could enhance 3 more 10,000-year soul rings, even if Tang San and Poseidon joined forces, I could still contend with them. Despite his rising strength, his enemies were also growing stronger. Even with an additional 10,000-year soul ring, it was evidently insufficient. Should you maintain your current fortune, it may not be impossible. Lin Xiao remarked. That seems rather difficult. Douluo displayed an awareness of his limitations. Yet, when he shattered the second jar, he was once again taken aback. Pink. Divine level. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fully aware that he was not hallucinating. What was this? Heartbreak in love, triumph in the jars. Douluo found himself at a loss for words. However, upon discerning the contents within the jar, he could not suppress a soft exclamation. If my eyes do not deceive me, is that a ship? Before him lay a vessel that bore a striking resemblance to a whale, enveloped in a translucent crystal orb, nestled within the jar. A rare solemnity graced Lin Xiao's countenance. Indeed, it was a ship. It even bore a name, the Moby Dick. Far across the vast ocean, there was an island shrouded in divine light. This island was regarded as a sacred haven by countless sea soul masters, the island of the sea god. Cici, will you not invite me to sit within the island of the sea god? Tang San softly inquired, gazing at the striking woman not far from him. She was a tall and exquisitely beautiful figure clad in red, with azure hair, cascading down her back to her heels. Words such as noble, elegant, and warm hardly encapsulated her essence. She was none other than the high priestess of the island of the sea god, Poseidon. Had it been in the past, there would have been no issue, but now you bear the legacy of the god of Shura. I fear that your arrival at the island of the sea god may provoke my deity's aversion. Poseidon spoke to Tang Chen with a measured tone. Tang Chen's gaze momentarily sharpened at her words. He had envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion, and while it would not ignite like dry kindling, it certainly would not be so distant. Indeed, it felt distant. Even after having joined forces with Poseidon to repel Douluo, he had not felt an abundance of warmth. Cece, fret not. With your assistance, I have completely eradicated that vile creature, the king of the nine-headed bats. Successfully passing the 8th trial set forth by the god of Shura, I am but one trial away from ascension to godhood, and once I achieve this, I shall fulfill our pact. Tang Chen believed Poseidon was upset over his prolonged journey to godhood. Then go ahead, Poseidon replied after a moment of silence, her voice low. Deep within her heart, she felt a tumult of emotions. After all these years, Tang Chen still failed to grasp the significance of her words for back then. Truly, he was as dense as a block of wood. Yet, as the high priestess, there were certain truths she could not voice. Tang Chen. Yet, as she watched him turn away, Poseidon could not help but call out to him. Tang Chen's, my Cece, do not worry. Now that the beast is no longer a hindrance, I can unleash my full potential. I have improved by at least 20 to 30%. Even if I were to face Douluo again, he would be utterly crushed. With his return to Douluo Continent, he was determined to visit the Spirit Hall once more. Is that what I wish to discuss? Poseidon's expression stiffened, and she felt no desire to speak further, turning to fly towards the island of the sea god. What has happened? Have I said something amiss? Tang Chen's face was one of bewilderment. Wait, could it be that my intention to seek vengeance against Douluo has displeased Cece? A sudden realization struck him, and he could not help but entertain the thought. Surely, Cece is not the type to be discontent while enjoying the feast. Shaking his head, he soared towards the open sea, his mind set on two objectives: to confront the Spirit Hall once more, and to travel to the City of Slaughter to undertake the 9th trial of the god of Shura, thereby inheriting the divine position. Moby Dick? Boss, are you saying this is a genuine ship? Douluo questioned in astonishment within the small shop. On Douluo Continent, he had encountered numerous vessels, but this one appeared rather peculiar. Item: Moby Dick level, divine artifact type, non-tradable description. From the world of pirates, the vessel of Whitebeard. Effect: possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, navigational prowess, and diving abilities capable of carrying thousands of passengers. Lin Xiao gazed at the brief item description, his thoughts wandering to distant recollections. Unbidden, a figure materialized in his mind, a towering man with a white mustache shaped like a curved blade. The memory of him inevitably conjured thoughts of war, accompanied by the phrase, "I am a remnant of the old era. No ship of the new age can bear me." Lin Xiao silently hoped that the jar would yield more treasures from the pirate world, striving to unlock the permissions to that realm sooner rather than later. Yet, he wondered what the timeline would be when he could finally venture into the world of pirates, and whether the Great War would have begun. Deep within, Lin Xiao hoped he would not miss that momentous clash. Chapter 246. The auction commences. Ning Fengji is assassinated as long as you shatter the crystal. The true form of Moby Dick shall reveal itself. I dare not make grand claims, but accommodating over 1,000 individuals aboard should pose no problem. Lin Xiao explained to the perplexed Douluo. What? A ship capable of sustaining 1,000 lives? Douluo was taken aback, unable to fathom that what seemed like a mere toy in his hands was, in fact, such a colossal vessel. Instantly, he grew cautious, wary of accidentally shattering the crystal orb. Beyond its size, this ship possesses numerous functionalities, including formidable firepower and defense. Moreover, it is capable of diving, Lin Xiao added. What? It can dive? Douluo's mind reeled at the revelation. Boss, are you serious? A vessel of such magnitude can submerge and still resurface? He voiced his incredulity without thinking. Indeed, it may seem hard to believe. While some vessels on Douluo Continent possess diving capabilities, none have been of such grand scale. Setting aside the unimaginable cost, even a titled Douluo's spirit power might not suffice to facilitate such a descent, he remarked. To say it can dive and resurface, would that not be akin to a sunken ship? Rest assured, this vessel's capabilities transcend your imagination, Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head in exasperation. What sort of thought process is that? No, Boss Lin, I do not doubt you. It is simply that in all my years, I have never encountered such a wondrous ship, Qian Daolu quickly reassured, fearing his demeanor might upset Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao slightly shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will towards Qian Daolu's remarks. This was indeed a lucrative venture, setting aside its immense capacity to house thousands. The construction cost alone could reach tens of millions of gold soul coins. With its additional capabilities, its value was unimaginable. As Qian Daolu contemplated this, he carefully stowed the Moby Dick away. This vessel would be crucial for future expeditions overseas, especially given the insignificance of the warships currently possessed by the Spirit Hall in comparison. Boss Lin, I am grateful for your support, Qian Daolu suddenly expressed, having regained his composure. In his eyes, Lin Xiao providing him with such a powerful vessel was tantamount to supporting his overseas endeavors. Lin Xiao, what have I supported you in? He replied, bemused. Forget it, let's not dwell on that. Open the jar. He was weary of explanations. All right. Qian Daolu nodded earnestly and reached for the lucky magic hammer once more. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, the shop was filled with the crisp sound of cracking. Qian Daolu could not manage to unveil anything excessively precious, but he did procure 2 items akin to magic fruit juice and mutated strawberries. Additionally, he obtained 2 proficiency capsules. Excellent. With these items, my combat prowess will increase substantially. My chances for overseas expeditions have grown, Qian Daolu reflected, feeling satisfied with his haul. Afterward, he bid farewell to Lin Xiao. Boss, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lin Xiao nodded. Be off with you. As night fell, the city of Tiando was illuminated in brilliant splendor. At this moment, the largest auction house in Tiando City was abuzz with excitement. Uncle Wang, is Ning Fengji truly returning today? Asked the elegantly dressed Xue Bong, seated before Prince Xue Xing in a private room on the 2nd floor. Prince Xue Xing did not respond immediately. After leisurely sipping his tea, he finally spoke. The news is accurate. Ning Fengji has already entered the venue, but the auction is nearing its conclusion. Xue Bong appeared somewhat anxious. What are you in such a hurry for? Prince Xue Xing glanced at Xue Bong. Ning Fengji is the final act. How could he possibly make his entrance like a mere host at the outset? Just as he finished speaking, a figure gradually emerged onto the stage, clear as day to both Xue Bong and himself. Ning Fengji, exclaimed Xue Bong in sudden delight. Uncle Wang, the 2 guardians of the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School are not accompanying him. Haha. The reason I chose to act during this auction is precisely because I anticipated he would do so. After all, the esteemed leader of the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School should not appear timid in his own auction house, especially under the protection of a titled law. However, today, Ning Fengji shall find himself outwitted, Prince Xue Xing said, a note of triumph lacing his voice. It was worth noting that he had already made arrangements. There were no fewer than 5 soul sage experts lying in wait in the shadows. Should they suddenly spring into action, Ning Fengji would be unable to escape his fate. Uncle Wang is indeed wise, Xue Bong replied, excitement evident in his tone. If it unfolds as Prince Xue Xing has predicted, great things await. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji surveyed the crowd gathered in the auction house. Representatives from various factions, including the Heavenly Fire Academy, the Heavenly Water Academy, the Tiando Royal Academy, the Elephant Armor Sect, and the Beast Academy were all present. After a sweeping glance, he turned his attention back to the audience and announced, esteemed guests, behold. This is the piece de resistance of today's auction. With that, he revealed a jade box from his palm, inside of which lay a translucent bone, a soul bone. The 7 treasure Glazed Tile School certainly did not disappoint. They had even brought forth such a precious artifact. This is true treasure. The 7 treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed generous. Upon the unveiling of the soul bone, the audience's excitement surged once more. In the world of soul masters, soul bones were legendary. Many soul masters had never even laid eyes on one, let alone possessed one. As you can see, this is an exceedingly rare soul bone, specifically an elemental type, known as the right arm bone of the Frost Goblin. Once refined, it grants the power of ice elements and even the ability to freeze. Without further ado, let the bidding commence. The starting price is 2 million gold soul coins, with each increment no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Though Ning Fengji's voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the hall. 2 million gold soul coins to start? Isn't that somewhat steep? The announcement caused a stir among the attendees. However, a voice quickly responded, steep? You lack understanding. This is an elemental soul bone. Once refined, it may grant freezing abilities. I deem it well worth it. I bid 2,100,000 gold soul coins. 202,000. 203,000. Soon, bids began to escalate rapidly, creating a frenzy in the hall. Among the crowd, The towering Huinjun sat in turmoil, clutching a bone of his own. Why is the right arm bone of the frost goblin a soul bone, while my goblin hand bone is not? He muttered to himself. He resolved to ask Boss Lin about this the next time they met, but he lamented that without 1,000,000 gold soul coins, he had no right to approach Boss Lin. Huinjun felt a bitter pang in his heart. Originally, the Spirit Hall had intended to sponsor him in establishing the Elephant Armor Legion. Yet at that moment, the Saint Dragon sect had also become a title de law. Thus, the Elephant Armor Legion was lost, and the Saint Dragon Legion was formed. Principal, shall we not make a bid? Two beautiful young women from the Heavenly Water Academy said anxiously. If one looked closely, they would notice that the two bore a striking resemblance to each other. Being aware, do not fret. This soul bone is destined to belong to our Heavenly Water Academy. Let them contend for it. We shall make a decisive bid, a regal-looking matron. The principal of the Heavenly Water Academy interjected, her voice brimming with determination. Moments later, the Heavenly Fire Academy placed a bid, and the price for the right arm bone of the Frost Goblin soared to 230,000 gold soul coins. 240,000 gold soul coins. At long last, the middle-aged matron, the principal of the Heavenly Water Academy, rose to announce her bid. The hall fell silent. 240,000 gold soul coins. Once. 240,000 gold soul coins. Twice. 240,000 gold soul coins. Thrice. Sold. Ning Fengji's voice, laced with a smile, echoed once more. All eyes turned toward the Heavenly Water Academy. Suddenly, several shadows surged from the crowd, rushing toward Ning Fengji. Each figure bore 7 soul rings pulsating around them. 5 soul sages, a shocking sight that sent ripples of alarm through the hall. Heavens! What do they intend to do? The audience was taken aback, filled with confusion. Let us see who dares to snatch my soul bone. Suddenly, standing before Ning Fengji was none other than the principal of the Heavenly Water Academy. Her almond eyes were cold as ice, and a formidable wave of soul power surged forth. The 10 soul sages hesitated, their movements faltering. Crack! On the second floor, Prince Xue Ye crushed his teacup in a fit of rage, sharp fragments piercing his hand, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Has that woman from the Heavenly Water Academy lost her mind? Is she truly attempting to snatch the soul bone? I might as well kill Ning Fengji. He cursed inwardly. Moreover, you haven't even paid for it. How can it be considered your soul bone? Looking back at the scene, Ning Fengji gently spoke. There is no need for concern. Principal, they have come to claim my life, not to seize the soul bone. Huh? The principal of the Heavenly Water Academy paused in surprise. I thought they were here to snatch the soul bone. Her voice carried an air of awkwardness. No matter, Ning Fengji said as he handed over the right arm bone of the Frost Goblin to her. This item shall be entrusted to you for the time being. Should I fall here, this soul bone shall be yours. To Ning Fengji, a mere soul bone was of little consequence. Yet in such a moment, someone stepped forward to stand by him, and he felt a swell of gratitude, even amidst the unexpected turmoil. No meri, no worth. I will hold them off for a moment. You must seize this opportunity to summon Senior Sword or Senior Bone to intervene. The principal of the Heavenly Water Academy said solemnly as she carefully tucked the soul bone away. She trusted that, since this was the territory of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji must have some contingency plans. However, moments passed, and Ning Fengji remained rooted in place. What is happening? She wondered, looking at him with confusion. Where are the 2 seniors? They have not arrived. What about the guards? I had not arranged for such an occurrence. The strong ones from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School may take a bit longer to arrive. The principal of the Heavenly Water Academy was taken aback. How confident must one be to have no capable allies at such a critical moment? She wanted to ask Ning Fengji if he understood that without assistance, his combat power was effectively 0. Forget it, I will hold them off for a moment. You must escape. The principal of the Heavenly Water Academy, left with no other choice, spoke with a determined tone. As her words fell, figures began to close in around them. A bear with earthy yellow fur, a pitch-black leopard, and a gigantic python, thick as a water barrel and several meters long. They were the 3 soul sage experts who had unleashed their martial spirits. Even that madwoman from the Xue Ye Academy cannot protect him now. On the second floor, Prince Xue Ye regained his composure. In his eyes, without the intervention of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, Ning Fengji was undoubtedly doomed. Although there were formidable warriors present, it was uncertain whether they would come to Ning Fengji's aid. Uncle Wan, look, that soul sage, is he dead? Suddenly, Xue Ye exclaimed, trembling as he pointed at Ning Fengji. More precisely, it was behind Ning Fengji, where a shadow as dark as night had been cleaved in 2. Following this, blood gushed forth, and Prince Xue Ye returned to reality. his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. It was too bizarre. A soul sage had inexplicably fallen. Was there another powerful entity lurking beside Ning Fengji? He murmured to himself. At that moment, Ning Fengji suddenly called out, "Principal, your safety is of utmost importance. Do not divert your attention to assist me." Xue Academy's principal. I haven't done anything. Meanwhile, taking advantage of this moment, Ning Fengji's fingers moved frantically beneath his robe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Invisible blades of energy suddenly emerged behind the Black Panther Soul Master, who was confronting the principal. Just then, the principal unleashed a palm strike, sending the Black Panther Soul Master reeling backward, completely oblivious to the transparent blades that had precisely aligned with him. Crack, crack. The sound reminiscent of chopping vegetables echoed as the Black Panther Soul Master fell to the ground in pieces. The principal was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did my previous strike possess such power? To shatter a soul sage into fragments? Principal, what a remarkable technique. At this moment, Ning Fengji's voice of admiration rang out once more. In truth, Ning Fengji did not intend to conceal his prowess. He simply wished to avoid forcing Xue Ye into direct confrontation, as that would render the day's events meaningless. Be careful. Suddenly, the principal shouted at Ning Fengji, her eyes filled with urgency. In a flurry, her fifth soul ring shimmered, and a long spear of ice was hurled forth. Ning Fengji, sensing the danger behind him, rolled on the ground to evade it. Simultaneously, he discerned that it was a soul master wielding a lethal blade, a dog-headed saber, which was his martial soul. You are the third. A flicker of cold determination sparked in Ning Fengji's eyes. He unleashed two blades of wind, one to the left and one to the right, sealing off the opponent's escape route. Damn, why does it feel like danger lurks everywhere? The soul sage wielding the dog-headed saber was taken aback. In an instant, he suddenly believed that braving the principal's fifth soul skill was the best option. This was utterly absurd. Chapter 247. Xue Ye takes action. The power of wealth reappears. Boom. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, the soul sage wielding the dog-headed saber braved the principal's soul skill head-on. The tremendous force sent him flying, crashing through several walls until he vanished amidst the billowing dust. Has he gone mad, choosing to take it head-on? Beside him, the giant python soul sage and the soul sage transformed into a giant yellow bear were left dumbfounded. To them, it was not difficult for a soul sage to evade such an attack. Had he lost his mind? Moreover, with 5 brothers working together, 2 had already fallen, and 1 was unaccounted for. The ensuing battle would be even more arduous. Did the principal of Xue Academy truly possess only the strength of a soul, Douluo? Was she possibly stronger than the rumor suggested? Heavens! The principal of Xue Academy had been concealing her capabilities. At that moment, the spectators could not help but voice their astonishment. Sister, the principal is actually so powerful. With such strength, not only could she be considered a soul Douluo, but I would also believe it if you told me she was a title Douluo. Xue Ye's astonishment was transforming into excitement. Who would not want to have a formidable figure worthy of admiration by their side? However, something felt amiss. The principal's performance today seems excessively extraordinary. Xue Binger furrowed her brows, feeling that even the most remarkable feats should have their limits. No matter how powerful a soul Douluo was, it was impossible to annihilate soul sages in such a manner. This Ning Fengji possessed something extraordinary. In the audience, Hu Yanjun sat firmly, his eyes like copper bells, scanning the arena before finally focusing entirely on Ning Fengji. As a title Douluo, his perspective had broadened considerably. Although Ning Fengji's actions were exceedingly peculiar, he still perceived the underlying clues. He was convinced that the 2 fallen soul sages had either directly or indirectly met their demise at Ning Fengji's hands, and ironically, everyone remained oblivious to it. In fact, Ning Fengji had gone so far as to attribute everything to the principal of Xue Academy. To be honest, when he first arrived at this conclusion, Hu Yanjun was taken aback. However, he soon felt at ease. The 7 treasures' glazed tile Pagoda's lack of combat strength was indisputable. Thus, Ning Fengji's formidable power must stem from external aid. Indeed, Ning Fengji had opened jars more than once in the small shop, acquiring treasures from Boss Lin that granted him such overwhelming power, which was somewhat outrageous, yet perfectly reasonable. Hu Yanjun believed that attributing everything to Boss Lin clarified the situation. Moreover, once Boss Lin was implicated, even if Ning Fengji were to become a title Douluo, Hu Yanjun would believe it. After all, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved by opening jars. If there were, it was simply due to insufficient attempts. However, given Ning Fengji's resources, would he have opened too few jars? Surely, he had maximized the number of attempts. Sigh, the disparity between people is truly vast. Hu Yanjin lamented, reflecting on how he had nearly sold his possessions to gather enough money to open jars previously. No, even now, it remains quite challenging. Principal, I must once again express my gratitude, Ning Fengji said to the equally bewildered principal of Tianxue Academy, his face painted with a look of exhilaration, as if he had just escaped from a perilous situation. Except for Hu Yanjun, no one could discern that Ning Fengji was merely acting. Ning Songshu, there is no need for thanks. As for today's events, I too am at a loss for explanation. It is indeed somewhat absurd, the principal replied, her eyes equally filled with confusion. She pondered, are today's soul sages made of porcelain? So fragile that they shatter upon touch, incapacitated by a mere strike? It was over, truly over. On the second floor, Xue Ye's face had turned ashen. With 5 soul sages joining forces accomplishing nothing, only 2 remained. Could they still succeed? Absolutely not. Xue Ye. Suddenly, Prince Xue Ye called out to him. Uncle Wang. He looked at Xue Ye in confusion, uncertain of what the other intended to convey. From now on, you must take good care of yourself. The Tiando Empire relies on you. The expression in Xue Ye's eyes was complex as he spoke to Xue Ye. Uncle, what do you mean? Xue Ye's voice trembled slightly. Xue Ye's words sounded cryptic, as if bidding him farewell. The path ahead must be walked by you alone. I can only accompany you this far. Uncle, what are you planning? Ning Fengzi Musti. Xue Ye's voice was unwaveringly resolute. Just as stated before, Ning Fengji was a mountain, unless he was removed. They could not shake Xue Ye. Uncle, do you intend to act yourself? Xue Ye exclaimed in disbelief. Xue Ye nodded. No, that cannot be. Xue Ye was suddenly anxious. He believed that Xue Ye must possess hidden strength and was certainly not as lacking in talent as outsiders claimed regarding the prince's cultivation. After all, as fellow bearers of the swan martial soul, how could his talent be inferior? He knew Uncle Wang must be concealing his true power. He was undoubtedly a formidable being. However, taking action against Ning Fengji was not a wise choice. As long as Xue Ye dares to make a move against Ning Fengji, it is certain that the outcome will be one of no return. Firstly, Ning Fengji is the one entrusted by the Night Emperor of Snow, serving as the Imperial Master. To attack Ning Fengji is tantamount to treason. Secondly, and most crucially, Ning Fengji is the leader of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, a sect teeming with formidable warriors. How could they possibly allow Xue Ye to escape? This assassination attempt has exhausted my finest elites. At the same time, Ning Fengji has let his guard down, lacking strong protectors by his side. It could be said that this is a rare opportunity. If we miss this chance, there will be no second. Xue Ye shook his head, feeling a sense of despair. Who says we have no chance? Don't you still have the poisoned Douluo from the Princess Mansion? With his intervention, it would surely be possible to eliminate Ning Fengji without anyone noticing, Xue Ye exclaimed with fervor. Like finding a lifeline, Xue Ye replied, the poisoned Douluo? That's impossible. He sighed, recalling how much he had done for me over the years. The debts of gratitude had long been repaid. Just recently, he had sent word that he was embarking on a journey. It was uncertain when he would return. Relying on his help is unrealistic. Even if Xue Qinghe secures the throne, he may not see his return. Xue Beng opened his mouth, rendered speechless. 1,000 words felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat. Indeed, Dean Tianxue is formidable, yet we still have 2 soul saints with us. Even if they cannot defeat Dean Tianxue, they can at least delay her momentarily. In that instant, I will be able to claim Ning Fengji's life. As Xue Ye spoke, he displayed his prowess. The swan martial soul manifested, extending a pair of golden wings behind him. Simultaneously, 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 arose from beneath his feet, rhythmically encircling him. 8 rings, a soul Douluo. Xue Beng was astounded. He had anticipated Xue Ye's strength, yet he never expected it to reach such heights. A soul Douluo is a rarity even within the entire Tiando Empire. It could be said that aside from the Spirit Hall and the top 3 sects, Soul Douluo is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of powerhouses. As a member of the royal family, who isn't a genius in their own right. Ha ha ha. Xue Ye wore an expression of pride, laughing heartily. He then stepped forward, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot into the air, hovering above. Who was that? Wrapped in golden light, it was somewhat blinding. At once, someone noticed the anomaly and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was none other than Prince Xue Ye. Wasn't it said that he possessed little talent for cultivation? How has he transformed into a soul Douluo. In the crowd, some discerned the figure enveloped in golden light. Astonished. A bunch of useless fools. You distract Din Tianxue while I eliminate Ning Fengji. Xue Xing commanded coldly, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. Meanwhile, the remaining giant python soul saint and the earth-colored giant bear soul saint charged decisively towards Din Tianxue. As for himself, he descended upon Ning Fengji like a falling star. This strike, though devoid of soul skills, was not to be underestimated. It was incredibly swift. Ning Sec Master, be careful. Din Tianxue managed to call out, warning Ning Fengji. At this moment, the relentless assaults of the two soul saints were upon her, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. Xue Xing, you finally made your move. Ning Feng Tismilet. A gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Xue Bang's intervention had finally achieved its purpose. There was no need for him to remain hidden as bait any longer. In a flash, Xue Xing's hands moved like fleeting shadows, crossing through the air, unleashing two invisible wind blades that sliced through the sky in an X formation. Aimed at Xue Xing. What is this? It actually gives me a sense of impending danger. Xue Xing's pupils constricted sharply as he keenly sensed the approaching threat. Simultaneously, with his 85th level of strength, he experienced Ning Fengji's attack firsthand and finally caught sight of the wind blades. Damn it! Ning Fengji has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In reality, he is the true wolf in sheep's clothing. Those two assassins fell to his hands. In that instant, he grasped the key to the situation, realizing he had been deceived by Ning Fengji from the very start. Whoosh! Xue Xing's figure flickered in midair as he evaded, unable to confront Ning Fengji's wind blades head-on. Due to the urgency, he had no time to activate his soul skills and was left with no choice but to dodge. Heavens, am I seeing this incorrectly? Ning Fengji waved his hand, and Prince Xue Xing actually evaded? It must be a trick, surely. It is a widely accepted fact that the world's foremost support soul master possesses almost zero combat power. How could a soul Douluo be afraid? What then could explain the current situation? Is it possible that Prince Xue Xing is merely toying with Ning Fengji? The atmosphere in the arena erupted in chaos at that moment. Ning Fengji, you never revealed your true strength. The world has underestimated you. Suspended in midair, Prince Xue Xing fluttered his golden wings, hovering above and looking down at Ning Fengji, his voice laced with astonishment. The world had not anticipated that the seemingly mediocre Prince Xue Xing was, in fact, a soul Douluo. Ning Fengji wore a warm smile, speaking as though two old friends were reminiscing. To use oneself as bait is indeed a clever strategy. In the end, I cannot restrain my impulses and struck at you. Truly, it is as expected of you. Now Xue Xing comprehended the situation. His seemingly foolproof plan was actually a trap set by Ning Fengji. However, his expression soon turned frigid. But you have ultimately underestimated my strength. An 85th level soul Douluo is more than capable of eliminating you, even if you possess power comparable to a peak soul saint. Very well, then I hope you seize the opportunity. By the way, my reinforcements will arrive in about a dozen breaths. Ning Fengji said with a calm smile. To alleviate Xue Xing's concerns and enable him to confidently strike at him, Ning Fengji truly exerted considerable effort. The guards had long been reassigned. After all, Xue Xing is not one to let the rabbit go without first releasing the eagle. Very well, I shall experience the prowess of Sect Master Ning. With that, Prince Xue Xing unleashed his 8th soul skill, golden feathers filling the sky. As his voice fell, he suddenly flapped his wings. Countless golden feathers, sharp as swords, surged toward Ning Fengji with a fierce aura. He believed that a dozen breaths would be enough time for Ning Fengji to perish tenfold. Blade storm, Sutendi, Ning Feng Ti Soptet. And with a flick of his hands, countless wind blades erupted, like a tempest. Since the moment he laid eyes on Prince Xue Xing, he appeared relaxed. Yet he had not been idle, accumulating strength in the shadows, preparing a grand move. The blade storm was the name he had devised for this formidable technique. Clang, clang. To their astonishment, the clash of their soul skills produced sounds akin to metal striking metal. Countless golden feathers shattered, transforming into a shower of golden light. However, even more wind blades vanished silently, leaving Ning Fengji at a disadvantage. It was evident to any observer that Ning Fengji's condition was far from optimal. While the attack is indeed fierce, the disparity between my 85 level soul power and your 79 level soul power is insurmountable. It is akin to a chasm that cannot be bridged. Prince Xue Xing sneered. Ning Fengji may be powerful, but he is not invincible. It's merely a matter of taking a bit more time than before. In 3 to 5 breaths, I should be able to resolve him, right? He thought confidently. Is there truly no way to bridge this gap? How naive? Ning fängte Chocolate inwardly. He then produced 2 bottles of magical fruit juice. Restoring soul power was a remarkably simple task. What exactly was he planning to do? Xue Ye observed with keen clarity as Ning Fengji poured blue liquid from each of his hands into his mouth. Subsequently, he unleashed the blade storm once more. Despite being on the verge of depleting his soul power, he somehow found a replenishment. What on earth was he drinking? Such marvel. Xue Ye, witnessing everything, was momentarily dumbfounded. For, let alone a mere 3 to 5 breaths, even 10 or 8 breaths would scarcely suffice to deal with Ning Fengji. This was absurd. Utterly absurd. What did it matter that he had regained power? Even at his peak, it was merely equivalent to the soul power of a Soul Douluo. And I am an 85th level Soul Douluo. If it came down to consumption, how could I possibly compete with him? Gritting his teeth, Xue Ye intensified his soul power output. And in an instant, he regained the upper hand. In stark contrast, Ning Fengji maintained a calm demeanor as he consumed 2 more bottles of blue liquid. Then, as though possessed, he erupted once again. Damn it, is this never-ending? I, an 85th level Soul Douluo, cannot withstand you. Xue Ye simmered with silent fury. Yet soon, a chill crept down his spine as he saw Ning Fengji retrieve another 2 bottles of blue liquid. So this is how it's going to be? Is this not cheating? Xue Ye's composure shattered. If Ning Fengji were to unleash another wave, he would surely be unable to endure. It seemed as if this magical juice was limitless. How many cans had he opened? Meanwhile, Guyanjun could only shake his head in disbelief. Is this the legendary financial prowess? How enviable. Chapter 248, The Sword Saint Lin Xiao. Ning Zongzhu, you have deceived me thoroughly. For a fleeting moment, I genuinely believed my combat prowess had surged. At that moment, a voice resonated. It was the headmaster of Xue Academy, casting a reproachful glance at Ning Fengji. This. Ning Fengji's face flushed crimson, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. It was indeed ungracious to have the headmaster assist him only to have her take the blame. Headmaster, now is not the time for such discussions. Once this matter concludes, I shall sincerely apologize, Ning Fengji stated solemnly. Simultaneously, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from him, and a barrage of wind blades rained down upon Xue Ye. In that moment, he had indeed gained the upper hand. Crack, crack, the structures within the arena, unable to withstand the overwhelming fluctuations of soul power, began to fracture. Run, it's going to collapse. Flee. Suddenly, terrified cries echoed as people began to dash for safety. In an instant, the arena was left desolate. Outside the auction house, Xue Binger and Xue Ye clasped each other's hands tightly, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted from within the auction house. The powerful soul power formed an invisible shockwave, causing many to struggle to maintain their footing. It's over. In the crowd, Guyanjun narrowed his eyes, spotting 2 figures emerging from the smoke and flames. Gradually, more individuals recognized the 2 silhouettes. It was Ning Fengji and the headmaster of Xue Academy. My heavens, they actually won. It was unbelievable. Ning Fengji possessed such combat power. But was it widely believed that the combat capability of the 7-treasure Glazed tile Pagoda spirit was virtually 0? Combat power of 0? If that were the case, then my own combat power must surely be negative. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet, they quickly fell silent. Whoosh! Several figures soared in from the distance, arriving before Ning Fengji in the blink of an eye. Among them, the least powerful boasted 7 soul rings orbiting their bodies, while 2 or 3 possessed 8. We pay our respects, Zongzhu, they chorused. Undoubtedly, they were the esteemed patrons of the 7-treasure Glazed tile sect, having sensed the anomaly and rushed to the scene. No need for formalities. Let us proceed according to plan. Xue Ye has been incapacitated amidst the ruins. Take him to the palace for the emperor's judgment. As for the remaining few, deal with them directly, Ning Fengji instructed in a low voice. Understood. The group acknowledged and promptly plunged into the debris. At that moment, the onlookers discreetly departed, leaving only Ning Fengji and the members of Xue Academy. Thank you, headmaster, for your assistance, Ning Fengji said with a warm smile directed at the Xue Academy members. Ning Zongzhu, you have concealed your true strength far too well, the headmaster remarked with a hint of reproach. She had witnessed the battle most vividly, knowing full well that even she would not dare to claim victory over Xue Ye. Yet, Ning Fengji had decisively crippled him. Such power was truly astonishing. I was left with no choice. I trust the headmaster can understand, Ning Fengji replied thoughtfully. How about this? The right-hand bone of the frost goblin shall be my gift to the headmaster. A gift for me? The headmaster of Xue Ye Academy was momentarily taken aback. As expected of the 7-treasure Glazed tile sect, their wealth was indeed considerable, casually offering a soul bone worth over 200,000 gold soul coins. However, the headmaster shook her head. A transaction is a transaction. That flawed soul bone was purchased by Xue Ye Academy, and not a single gold coin less. She added, yet, I do have a question that I would like Ning Zhongzhu to clarify. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhi's eyes glimmered, and he chuckled. Are you curious about the origin of the soul bone? Truly a wise Ning Zhongzhu, the headmaster praised with a nod. It was well known that soul beasts possessing ice elements were quite rare. If they could ascertain the whereabouts of this frost goblin, Xue Ye Academy would gain an additional option for soul ring hunting in the future. As for the origin of the frost goblin, I am unaware. However, I can offer you a suggestion. In Wuhuan City, there's a quaint shop called the Lucky Magic Jar. The proprietor speaks eloquently and possesses great knowledge. You might inquire there for the answers you seek. Ning Fengzhi said with a faint smile. He spoke the truth, for the seller of the soul bone had indeed procured it from the jar. Thus, finding Boss Lin would resolve all inquiries. Oh, such a remarkable place exists? The headmaster of Xue Ye Academy raised an elegantly arched brow, intrigued. Then I must certainly pay it a visit, she thought to herself. We're out. Finally out. Meanwhile, in the small shop of Wuhuan City, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. In his hand, he clutched a shimmering orange paper, an awakening scroll. Damn, at last. I can awaken, Lin Xiao thought with exhilaration. Without hesitation, he retrieved the previous awakening scroll and prepared to use them together. Rip. The 2 upgrade scrolls were torn simultaneously, and Lin Xiao found himself enveloped in a radiant yellow-orange light. System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening as the Sword Saint. The system's prompt resonated, and Lin Xiao felt a warm current coursing through his entire being. It was warm, comforting, yet he did not lose sight of his priorities and quickly opened his skill panel. Indeed, new skills had appeared. Firstly, the 4th soul ring presented 2 skills, Phantom Sword Dance and Dragon's Severing Slash. Phantom Sword Dance. Deliver a flurry of rapid slashes to the enemy, with the final strike dealing multiple damages through a fierce sword aura. Dragon's Severing Slash. Form a dragon-shaped sword aura, capable of launching swift strikes in any direction against the enemy. Excellent. This embodies the essence of a sword spirit. Lin Xiao nodded to himself. He had indeed mastered the signature skills of the sword spirit. As for the damage, that was of little consequence. Style was everything. He shifted downwards and arrived at the skills of the 5th soul ring. One must admit, the 5th ring indeed offered an additional skill compared to the 4th. The 5th soul skills comprise Storm Style, Iron Cutting Style, and Steel Cutting Style. Storm Style. Launch 24 swords to form a sword formation, dealing ferocious attacks to enemies within the formation. Apart from a Storm Style skill, the other 2 abilities are rather unremarkable. Iron Slash. Upon learning, it reduces the enemy's defense when dealing damage, with the effect lasting for a certain duration. This effect can stack, ultimately reducing the enemy's defense by up to 34%. Moreover, allies can share this effect. Steel Slash. Upon learning, it transforms the shared bonus effect of Iron Slash into an enhancement of one's own skill attack power by 34%. Undoubtedly, this presents a dilemma. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Given the current circumstances, one could only choose between Iron Slash and Steel Slash. According to the game's calculation formula, skill attack power far surpasses the reduction of defense. The 34% increase in skill attack power completely overshadows the 34% decrease in defense. However, choosing Steel Slash means forsaking the ability to assist teammates, Lin Xiao pondered. Lin Xiao, what are you thinking? With such a start, why even consider supporting roles? One must possess ambition. I shall never be a mere support character, but a slayer, a main damage dealer. Upon reconsideration, Lin Xiao entertained a different thought. After all, being a support is no easy task. He recalled that in the game, all accolades belong to the main damage dealer, while the blame falls solely on the support. If we lose, we simply blame the support. Thus, he vowed never to become a slayer. Immediately, he muttered, learn Steel Slash. With a mere thought, the icon for Steel Slash lit up brilliantly, while that of Iron Slash vanished. Yet, Lin Xiao felt an unprecedented surge of power. It could be said that the distinction between awakening and non-awakening was akin to 2 entirely different professions. Even the Holy Heart technique he practiced began to strengthen. Lin Xiao's gaze flickered, and he noticed something unusual. Although the enhancement from the soul rings was not substantial, any progress is a cause for celebration. At this rate, It won't be long before I can dominate the Douluo Continent with my personal strength, he mused with anticipation. Finally, he turned his attention to the last skill. His sixth soul skill, Meteor Fall. Leaping high into the air, it hurls dozens of meteor blades at a designated location. A commendable skill indeed. Typically, I utilize it for multi-skill applications. Lin Xiao murmured as he closed the skill panel. However, he did not exit immediately, but opened the world options instead. At this moment, the unlocked progress for the Douluo world stood at approximately 10%. This was an additional reward for selling 500 jars from his small shop. Soon, according to plan, selling a few more 100 jars would unlock it. I might still witness that day in my lifetime, Lin Xiao thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle as he closed the system interface. Returning to reality was much simpler. Open jars, Golden Crocodile, Thousand June, Demon Suppression, and not to forget Gu Yu Na, Xiao Wu, and Xian Dao Lu. Today, a total of 60 jars have been sold. Lin Xiao had only opened half of them so far. However, aside from one awakening scroll, the 30 jars yielded no extraordinary surprises. Nevertheless, he did acquire some experience capsules and proficiency capsules. Hopefully, the remaining jars will bring me some delightful surprises, he mused, summoning another set of jars. Click, click, click. In the blink of an eye, 10 jars shattered. Among them were 2 bottles of rare-level teleportation potions. Is that it? Not even a single upgrade scroll today? Lin Xiao couldn't help but grumble. In his view, enhancing one's strength was always a commendable choice. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening 500 jars. Reward. 1 random world experience card. Oh, an experience card as a reward? Lin Xiao was taken aback. After some contemplation, he decided to hold off on redeeming the world progress for now. Soon, the last 20 jars were opened. The haul was quite satisfactory. 1 awakening scroll allowed him to successfully awaken, transitioning from Sword Spirit to a Sword Saint. Although no upgrade scrolls were obtained, the experience capsules he opened significantly raised his power from a 61st level Soul Emperor to a 63rd level Soul Emperor. Furthermore, a substantial number of proficiency capsules enabled his Holy Heart technique to reach the pinnacle of the 6th layer. Once he breaks through to Soul Sage, advancing the Holy Heart technique to the 7th layer would be a natural progression. However, it was rather strange today. Not a single enhancer or amplifier had been opened. This was a bit outrageous. Lin Xiao grumbled as he collected his items, pondering if he was being set up for something significant. Lin Xiao, where are you? You heartless scoundrel. Suddenly, shouts erupted from the backyard. Lin Xiao turned to look, momentarily stunned. Emerging from the backyard was none other than Xiao Wu. At this moment, she stood before Lin Xiao, hands on her hips, glaring at him with an indignant expression. So, have you finished your tasks? Lin Xiao awkwardly scratched his nose. To be honest, he had completely forgotten about Xiao Wu. Now that night had fallen, she must have worked quite a bit this afternoon. As for slacking off, that was out of the question. Under the enslavement mark, no one could afford to be lazy. She had never done such rough work from childhood to adulthood. At most, she had worked as a student laborer in Notting City, but with Xiao San around, she didn't need to do anything at all. Xiao Wu spoke with a pitiful tone. Don't worry, I will make it up to you for this oversight. From now on, you will be responsible for maintaining the shop's environment, Lin Xiao said earnestly. Xiao Wu, did I ever say I regretted it? I'm saying I don't want to do these things. Okay, you cannot treat me this way, Xiao Wu exclaimed in frustration. All right, I understand what you want. It's not impossible. Lin Xiao waved his hand, interrupting her. Really? Xiao Wu's excitement was palpable. She yearned for freedom, longing to return to the Stardow Forest. Of course, Lin Xiao nodded, tossing a silver soul coin and saying, go ahead, buy as many carrots as you can. Consider it your reward. What? He.S. not letting me go. He.S. just sending me to buy carrots? Xiao Wu was utterly dumbfounded. Was he genuinely confused or merely pretending? I don't want to eat carrots. I want to go home, she cried. All right, I've read that when girls say no, they actually mean yes. When they say they want something, they usually don't, Lin Xiao said, wearing an expression of understanding. What? Xiao Wu felt struck by lightning. Where did he hear such nonsense? But there was a hint of accuracy to it. Should I try communicating with him differently? After some thought, Xiao Wu added, actually, I want to eat carrots and I don't want to go home. I just want to stay in the shop, she said with a guilty conscience. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Very well, I agree. Xiao Wu, her mindset crumbled. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone who made her feel so powerless. Meanwhile, a piece of news shook the Tiando Empire. Prince Xue Ye was stripped of his title due to an attack on the imperial master Ning Fengji, accused of treason, and was subsequently deprived of his martial soul and cultivation, banished to the borderlands, never to return to Tiando. Chapter 249. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School acquires the devil fruit, Tang Zhao's frustration. A night passed without incident. In the morning, a sharp scream shattered the tranquility of the small shop. "Ah, Lin Xiao, you've gone too far." Xiao Wu cried out. "How have I gone too far? You're a rabbit. Eating carrots directly wouldn't bore you. But I can't. What decent person would make carrots their staple food? Besides, don't forget your identity. Isn't it normal for you to cook and prepare meals?" Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Wu in confusion. Was it unreasonable to ask a servant to cook? You. It won't be long before Lord Tian arrives. My master will surely rescue me from this sea of suffering. Xiao Wu, filled with indignation, could only hope to escape this place. Remember, hope. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and reminded her, nonetheless, that does not impede you from preparing breakfast. Xiao Wu felt helpless, yet ultimately could not resist Lin Xiao's insistence and was compelled to take to the kitchen herself. Before long, a dubious dish was presented before Lin Xiao. Was this meant for consumption? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. The charred mass was evidently burnt beyond recognition, and as to what it originally was, he could not discern. Sigh. With such culinary skills, why would Tang San need to practice poison? This was clearly a toxic concoction. Lin Xiao shook his head, truly lacking any appetite. What? Do you doubt my culinary prowess? Xiao Wu retorted, her eyes glinting with mischief. You must know, even I am envious of such gourmet delights. I wouldn't dare to consume them myself. Is that so? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at her tone. Absolutely. Xiao Wu nodded with pride. Very well. Then you shall consume all of this. And remember to lick your lips clean, leaving not a single drop behind. Lin Xiao suddenly smiled. What? You want me to eat this? Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse him. However, her body betrayed her, obediently sitting down, entirely beyond her control. Lin Xiao, you are manipulating me again. She lamented, tears welling in her eyes. It's merely a task. Complete it, and you shall be free. Lin Xiao chuckled, intending to teach this little rabbit a lesson about the consequences of her own folly. No, I refuse. Xiao Wu protested vehemently. But she had no choice as a spoonful of the dark dish was already poised at her lips. With a gulp, she took a significant bite. Ugh, this is utterly dreadful, she exclaimed, tears spilling down her cheeks. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have concocted something delectable instead. Such folly. Seeing Xiao Wu face the consequences of her actions, Lin Xiao exited with satisfaction. In the front hall, as Lin Xiao pushed open the door, sunlight cascaded upon his face, warming him. The air was imbued with a refreshing fragrance, invigorating his spirit. Good morning, boss. A voice called out, drawing his attention. Turning to follow the sound, he spotted Ning Rongrong, clad in a flowing gown, darting towards him. Despite her hurried pace, her bosom swayed with each step. Good morning, Lin Xiao greeted with a smile. Here, breakfast, Ning Rongrong said, presenting the meal without further ado. Lin Xiao accepted it, asking, care to come inside? Typically, Ning Rongrong would enter uninvited. But this time she declined. No, Rongrong has other matters to attend to, she replied, slightly shaking her head. Oh, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Look over there. Ning Rongrong pointed in a direction. Lin Xiao turned and was instantly stunned. He hadn't noticed that the shop there had undergone a name change. A sign now read, 5 million gold soul coins for demon fruit. Goodness, business has come right to my doorstep. Lin Xiao chuckled. Isn't this the middleman that old bone requested? I'm curious, what kind of fruit could be worth 5 million gold soul coins? Ning Rongrong mumbled in confusion, considering a soul bone is merely over 2 million gold soul coins. I will definitely inform my master of her treatment of me, Lin Xiao. She will surely avenge me. Came Xiao Wu's voice from behind Lin Xiao. Both he and Ning Rongrong turned to see her, but she resembled more of a frightened kitten. Her face splattered with dark remnants and a streak of tears at the corner of her eye. Lin Xiao recognized immediately that the dark remnants were indeed from her disastrous cooking. What was that saying? The fruits of one's folly are inescapable. You are Xiao Wu? Ning Rongrong exclaimed softly. Rongrong? Xiao Wu blinked in surprise, her gaze dropping as she gasped. How have you grown so much? My heavens! Xiao Wu's reaction was undeniably awkward, revealing a hint of embarrassment. This is a long story, but I am curious as to what brings you here. Ning Rongrong inquired, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Wu fell silent, unsure of how to respond. But Lin Xiao came to her aid, stating, she is currently my maid, attending to my daily needs, and overseeing the cleanliness both inside and outside the shop. Maid? Ning Rongrong was taken aback, unable to comprehend how a 10,000-year transformed soul beast could become a maid. But does Tang San know about this? She instinctively asked, recalling the two appear to be childhood friends. Little San, Xiao Wu shivered at the mention, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. You must not tell him. Ning Rongrong pouted, I wouldn't dream of it. With that, she glanced at Lin Xiao, boss. Please continue your work. I must return to the shop. However, her mind buzzed with endless speculation about the secret relationship between Xiao Wu and Lin Xiao. Excuse me, do you sell jars here? Came a sudden voice as Ning Rongrong departed. Lin Xiao instinctively turned towards the sound to see a weary middle-aged man gazing at him eagerly. Indeed, he nodded. 10,000 gold soul coins each. The man asked. Precisely, Lin Xiao affirmed. The man appeared relieved. So you are Lin Xiao, the owner. I am Tang Xiao. Lin Xiao's heart stirred. He hadn't anticipated this encounter. He remembered Tang Xiao, the rather ineffectual leader of the Haotian sect, quite vividly. Yet, he must admit, he found him somewhat more agreeable than Tang Hao. There's a certain charm in being humble. It makes one appear less overbearing. Please come in. Lin Xiao smiled, inviting him into the shop. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu shrank back like a startled rabbit, hiding behind Lin Xiao. A 10,000-year soul beast. Tang Xiao's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, shock flickering across his face. He was genuinely startled. A creature so rare had appeared before him. Instinctively, a glimmer of greed shone in his eyes. While he could not utilize a 10,000-year soul ring, a 10,000-year soul bone would still be quite appealing to him. This is my shop's maid. Xiao Wu, go tidy yourself up, Lin Xiao instructed, waving her away. At that moment, Tang Xiao felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, clearing his mind. Terrifying. What a formidable individual. Though Lin Xiao's words were directed at Xiao Wu, Tang Xiao understood they were a warning to himself not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Brother Hao was right. This person was unfathomable and should not be trifled with. Tang Xiao mused. In his estimation, only the grand offering of the Spirit Hall or the esteemed ancestor Tang Chun could rival him. Boss, I have traveled a great distance and wish to purchase 10 jars, Tang Xiao said eagerly, his focus returning to the purpose of his visit. No problem. As long as it does not contravene the rules of this establishment, anyone may purchase a jar. Of course, the prerequisite is to possess the requisite funds. Lin Xiao nodded lightly. May I inquire what rules this shop upholds? Tang Xiao instinctively asked, wishing to avoid any potential pitfalls and not offend this individual. What I say is the rule, Lin Xiao retorted with an unyielding assertion. It sounded rather unreasonable, yet it bore a certain logic. Tang Xiao mused that at Lin Xiao's level of power, it indeed made sense. After all, in the realm of soul masters, strength is the ultimate truth. Boss, here is my prepared wager, he declared. No, I meant the money for the jars, Tang Xiao blurted out, realizing Lin Xiao's frown and hastily correcting himself. One may be reckless with medicine, but not with words, Lin Xiao reminded him gravely. Lin, has never deceived customers in his business dealings. Just ask around. Who doesn't say that opening jars in this shop is a surefire profit? Tang Xiao understood, not daring to speak further. He retrieved the gold soul coins he had prepared earlier and selected the jar that caught his fancy. Boss, may I use my own hammer instead of yours to strike the jar? Tang Xiao suddenly inquired, revealing a small, ebony hammer that emerged in his palm. Indeed, it was the Haotian hammer. After all these years, I feel this hammer resonates well in my hand. It brings me luck, he asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiao. Your notion is truly unique. If you can shatter this jar, I have no objections, Lin Xiao replied with a slight nod. It must be said, this was indeed the first time he encountered someone making such a request. As the saying goes, there are oddities every year. But this year seems particularly rife. However, he did not believe Tang Xiao would succeed. Anyone familiar with the dungeon knows that lucky magic jars do not require payment. They drop from defeated monsters. The hammers that do require payment cost 800,000 gold coins each in the marketplace, or 3 coins apiece. Similarly, while many chose jars, they were essentially activating the hammer's usage. To simplify, without the lucky magic hammer, no one could open the jars. Even with Tang Xiao wielding the Haotian hammer, Lin Xiao deemed it impossible. Really? Then I shall not hold back. Tang Xiao's eyes gleamed. Wasn't it merely about shattering this jar that resembled porcelain? How difficult could it be? Deep down, Tang Xiao did not believe it. His Haotian hammer, even in its smaller form, weighed no less than several hundred pounds. Let alone this seemingly porcelain jar. Even a jar forged of gold or iron would be obliterated. Without hesitation, he gripped the small hammer and struck down. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and Lin Xiao found Tang Xiao staggering back several steps. Tap, tap, tap. Tang Xiao retreated 5 or 6 steps before steadying himself. However, his right hand gripping the Haotian hammer still trembled. The recoil had taken its toll. This jar was indeed extraordinary. He had underestimated it, truly underestimated it. Realizing his overconfidence, Tang Xiao clutched the hammer with both hands as 9 soul rings materialized beneath him. Buzz! A A cacophony of air being ruptured echoed as the Haotian hammer received an amplification from the soul rings, its head swelling to the size of a barrel. At this moment, in terms of weight, the Haotian hammer had reached several thousand pounds, nearing 10,000. One could say that even a standard attack from him could rival the full strength of a Soul Emperor. This time, he would undoubtedly shatter the jar. Tang Hao coldly scoffed internally and swung the hammer once more. Whoosh! The Haotian hammer sliced through the air with a whoosh. Lin Xiao could discern that this strike bore tremendous might. Under normal circumstances, the ground would surely yield beneath such force. Yet, upon striking the jar, not even a chip of paint came off. Boom! Boom! Under Lin Xiao's watchful gaze, Tang Hao was sent flying once again, this time on the verge of being propelled outside. Perhaps you should use the hammer I provided, Lin Xiao's voice echoed, attempting to persuade Tang Hao to concede. No need for that. Tang Hao shook his head. I have yet to exert my full strength as the leader of the Haotian sect. How could I not break a mere jar? What disgrace that would be. Tang Hao sensed that the stakes had escalated. It was no longer merely a matter of opening the jar, but rather whether he could even do so. Very well, but do exercise caution if you injure yourself. This establishment bears no responsibility, Lin Xiao cautioned preemptively, wary of any potential trickery. Boss, you worry too much. It's merely opening a jar. How could I possibly injure myself? Tang Hao chuckled, dismissing Lin Xiao as concerns. He was not one to overestimate his capabilities. Thinking this, Tang Hao gripped the hammer, his seventh soul ring shimmering with light. Boss, I'm going to activate a soul skill. I hope you don't mind, he asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shook his head, as long as you're happy. In truth, he found it rather amusing. He had seen those eager to open jars. Yet he had never encountered anyone so eager to do so without even breaking one first. Tang Hao was truly one of a kind. As long as I can shatter this jar, I shall be content, Tang Hao affirmed with a resolute nod. The surge of soul power erupted visibly, and the hammerhead ballooned from the size of a barrel to that of a vat. Chapter 250. Tang Zhao's Desperation. Is the Haotian hammer inferior to the Lucky Magic Hammer? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao observed Tang Zhao's face, veins bulging and muscles rippling, indicating the immense effort Tang Hao was exerting. Huh! He shouted, moving like a blur. He reached the jar in the blink of an eye, and the Haotian hammer descended like a shooting star. Boom! A thunderous sound filled the shop. With such immense power unleashed, one would expect the ground to shatter beneath Tang Zhao's strike. However, he was left dumbfounded. Not only did the jar remain motionless, but even the counter showed no signs of disturbance. Not a single speck of dust was stirred. This was utterly outrageous. It must be an illusion. Tang Hao was bewildered, completely stunned. Instinctively, he pinched himself at the waist. Ouch! The pain jolted him back to reality, confirming that this was no mere mirage. What on earth was this jar made of? How could it be so resilient? He thought, after all, with a swing of his hammer, he could easily reduce a small mountain to rubble. The jar and all the fixtures in the shop were astonishingly robust. Perhaps it would be better not to exert such force? If you would use the hammer I provided, these jars would have been open long ago, Lin Xiao reiterated. His meaning clear. Everyone was rather busy, so why not expedite the process? Yet, Tang Hao did not share this perspective. Glancing at the small hammer hanging nearby, he shook his head, resolutely refusing to use it. How could the illustrious Haotian hammer be inferior to this small hammer? He could not bear the thought of such humiliation. No, I have yet to display my full prowess, Tang Hao declared with unwavering determination in his gaze. Well, it seems you are truly committed to this jar. Lin Xiao waved his hand, as you wish. After speaking, he left the counter and settled into a rocking chair, reclining as he watched Tang Zhao's performance. This is disbelief in me. Tang Hao felt a surge of indignation rising within him. He was determined to demonstrate through action that the Haotian hammer could indeed open the jar. Strike that shakes the heavens. A blow from the skies. The 9 extremities of Haotian. Powerful waves of soul energy erupted continuously throughout the shop. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. It must be said that Tang Hao was indeed formidable, if placed in the outside world. His service akin to that of a dragon would be enough to cause a cataclysm. Yet, within this quaint little shop, he stirred not a single ripple. The jar remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of alteration. Instead, it was Tang Hao who was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. How could this be? His eyes were reddened with frustration. At this juncture, he could only resort to his final soul skill, the chaotic wind. Lin Xiao could even discern that when Tang Hao unleashed the chaotic wind, his voice had changed, becoming sharp and piercing, with a thunderous onslaught. Each strike was swifter and more powerful than the last. In the blink of an eye, Tang Hao had delivered a staggering 81 blows. With a roar, a black vortex of energy spiraled down upon the jar like a malevolent dragon. Crack! Lin Xiao's ears perked up. He finally caught a hint of something unusual. His heart raced. Could it be that Tang Hao had indeed shattered the jar through sheer brute force? Instinctively, he rose to take a closer look. At that moment, the ominous dragon-like energy dissipated, leaving Tang Hao frozen in his stance, wielding the Hao Yan hammer, with beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Yet, the jar remained unscathed. He could not find even a single crack. Peculiar. Where had that sound originated? Lin Xiao's curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the surroundings. As his gaze ascended, he finally identified the source of the anomaly. The massive head of the Hao Yan hammer was now adorned with a web-like pattern of cracks, exceedingly fine, barely visible to the naked eye. So the crackling sound was from the hammer itself shattering? Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated Tang Xiao's ferocity. Was he truly willing to risk injury to obliterate a mere jar? Lin Xiao couldn't help but internally scoff at the absurdity of it all. Suddenly, a cry of pain escaped Tang Xiao's lips, followed by the resounding shatter of the Hao Yan hammer, which disintegrated into a myriad of sparkling fragments. Vanishing into Tang Xiao's being, Lin Xiao could see that Tang Xiao was in a rather dire state. How are you holding up? He inquired. A bit rough. Tang Xiao gritted his teeth, taking a sharp breath. My martial soul has sustained some damage. I won't be able to fight at full strength for 2 or 3 days. Moments later, he forced a smile, his pallor evident as he remarked, It turns out I was too naive. The Hao Yan hammer truly cannot shatter this jar. Therefore, I intend to use your hammer instead. Lin Xiao could detect the profound sense of defeat in Tang Xiao's voice. The Hao Yan hammer was renowned as the premier martial soul, unmatched in its might. Yet now, it could not even break a jar. What kind of world S1 was that? It would be utterly humiliating to admit. Tang Xiao's heart was a tumult of emotions. Undoubtedly, his mental state had crumbled. Lin Xiao, observing this, refrained from offering any further commentary. He believed in the wisdom of listening to advice and recognizing one's own missteps. After all, the blisters on his feet were a result of his own choices. Tang Xiao, who refused to heed counsel, was hardly deserving of sympathy. With a long exhale, Tang Xiao picked up the lucky magic hammer, examining it intently, yet failing to glean any insights. Boss, what must I do to open the jar? It's quite simple. Just strike it directly, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Directly? Strike? Tang Xiao was taken aback. I used such immense force earlier and failed. You're telling me to just strike it? Nonetheless, doubt notwithstanding, he proceeded to act. The lucky magic hammer gently tapped the jar, producing a clear, crisp sound. Crack! The jar shattered, and a flash of white light erupted as an object tumbled forth. Is it done? Was it really that simple to open the jar? Tang Xiao gaped in disbelief. Damn it! Had I known it would be this easy, I wouldn't have gone through all that trouble earlier. I truly overexerted myself for nothing. He lamented. What is this? After a brief moment, Tang Xiao regained his senses and inquired about the item he had retrieved from the jar. It's magic fruit juice. Consuming it will restore some of your depleted soul power. Lin Xiao informed him with a glance. Really? That's fantastic. Tang Xiao's eyes lit up. He had just unleashed numerous soul skills, completely exhausting himself. If he were to describe his current state in a single word, it would be thirsty. Thirst. Without hesitation, Tang Xiao uncorked the magic fruit juice and began to drink ravenously. Lin Xiao observed as Tang Xiao's once pale complexion transformed visibly, regaining a healthy hue. Refreshing. After downing the magic fruit juice, Tang Xiao's eyes sparkled with wonder. It feels like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Simply marvelous. If only I could acquire more of this magic fruit juice. He spoke with palpable anticipation. Huh. And here I thought no one would ever ask for copious amounts of magic fruit juice, Lin Xiao mused. Knowing full well that Tang Xiao would soon discover the dread of being overwhelmed by magic fruit juice once he opened more jars. Take Lin Xiao, for instance. He had nearly 80 bottles of magic fruit juice in his system space, far too many to consume. Boss, I shall continue, Tang Xiao declared, ready to open another jar. Once again, a flash of white light emerged. A proficiency capsule. Using will grant you profound insights into soul skills, potentially even greatly impacting your current realm. Lin Xiao preemptively explained before Tang Xiao could ask. It can enhance one's understanding? Such a miraculous item exists? If true, that would be extraordinary. Tang Xiao was genuinely astonished. Understanding was intrinsically linked to one's aptitude. Take him, for instance. Despite practicing the Hao Yan 9 absolutes, he did not progress as swiftly as Tang Hao. This was a disparity in comprehension, a natural gift. Yet now, Lin Xiao claimed this item could induce a state akin to sudden enlightenment? Unbelievable. Tang Hao scrutinized the proficiency capsule, eager to uncover its mysteries. Stop looking. You won't discover anything, Lin Xiao said, shaking his head in exasperation. How could Tang Hao, a grown man, behave like a curious child? All right, Tang Hao conceded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Lin Xiao pointed out his intention. After all, it was indeed as Lin Xiao had said. He had seen nothing of substance. However, with such an extraordinary item in hand, how could he not try it? Especially after savoring the sweetness of the magic fruit juice? Gulp. Without hesitation, Tang Hao swallowed the proficiency capsule whole. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, filling him with profound realizations. Marvelous. His heart raced, yet he understood that now was not the time to be distracted. He must focus entirely on the insights he was gaining. After a considerable time, Tang Hao suddenly burst into laughter. I understand now. It turns out the secret techniques of the Hao Hian sect can be utilized in such a manner. As his voice fell, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes. Boss, you truly are remarkable. The problem that has plagued me for years was resolved in an instant. How could such a brief moment equate to years of arduous training? Could he not be ecstatic? Lin Xiao shook his head, commenting, that was merely your good fortune. It has nothing to do with me. Boss, you are so humble. Tang Hao exclaimed, his mood transformed significantly after receiving such benefits. He increasingly felt that Lin Xiao was an enigma, and his respect for him grew. Am I humble? Lin Xiao chuckled. It's simply that my honesty goes unacknowledged. Boss, my thoughts have changed. I no longer desire copious amounts of magic fruit juice. I wish for numerous proficiency capsules instead. What do you think? Tang Hao suddenly proposed to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Did this fellow genuinely believe that the items within the jars were of his own making? Was he asking for a return or exchange? The cans sold in our store are non-returnable and non-exchangeable, and it all depends on one's luck to decide what to open. I can only say, keep going. Lin Xiao looked at Tang Hao and said seriously, Tang Undo stole. Tang Xiao's expression was taken aback, and he picked up the lucky magic hammer again to open the jar. Click, click in a blink of an eye, 5 more jars were opened. After seeing the items clearly, Lin Xiao felt that Tang Hao was quite lucky. Not to mention anything else, Tang Hao had 3 bottles of magic juice that he liked before. Unfortunately, it would be great if you could provide me with a proficiency capsule. Tang Hao sighed involuntarily as he spoke. That's right, he has changed his mind. What Tang Hao most desires now is the proficiency capsule. On this, he saw the hope of breaking through his current level and becoming a title Douluo at level 96. He has an insatiable desire. Scumbag. Lin Xiao didn't speak, but Xiao Wu walked back to the front hall from the backyard. In fact, she had already come back, but secretly watched Tang Hao open the jar. Before seeing Tang Hao, she was extremely eager for magic juice. Now, she has changed her mind to want proficiency capsule. She can't help roast. Why is he a scumbag? Tang Xiaowen smiled bitterly upon hearing the sound. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. He glanced at Xiao Wu and said, You have no place to speak here. The voice fell, and Xiao Wu felt as if she had been enchanted. Her lips immediately pursed. Woo-woo. She couldn't make a sound anymore and kept gesturing to Lin Xiao. It's like saying, you can't do this to me. I don't agree, but it has no effect at all. Lin Xiao ignored him and turned to Tang Hao, saying, Don't pay attention to her, continue. Okay. Tang Hao nodded and withdrew his gaze. However, when looking at Lin Xiao, there were occasional palpitations in his eyes, because he couldn't understand how Lin Xiao did it all. He couldn't even say a word to make people shut up. I can only say, magical. I hope the remaining cans can produce the proficiency capsules I want. Tang Hao prayed in his heart and broke all the remaining jars in one go. Click, 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 the sound echoed together, and Tang Hao watched nervously. Suddenly, the expression on his face began to change. Shock, joy, and satisfaction at this moment. Lin Xiao can only use the word enriched to describe Tang Xiao's expression. Congratulations. You have fulfilled your wish and opened 2 proficiency capsules again. After seeing the items clearly, Lin Xiao said to Tang Hao. The latter just woke up from a dream. It really appeared. Doesn't that mean I have a chance of reaching level 96? Tang Hao excitedly held the proficiency capsule in his hand. I want to express my gratitude to Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao refused him. Don't rush to thank me. Instead, thank me after using the proficiency capsule and breaking through. With so many people coming and going in the store, Lin Xiao had already sensed Tang Xiao's longing. Okay, thank you. Tang will say it later. Tang Xiaoqiang suppressed his excitement and took the proficiency capsules one by one. Immediately afterwards, Tang Xiao fell into an epiphany, and Lin Xiao returned to the rocking chair once again, half lying down, waving at the little dance moves. Come here, pinch my legs. Now that we have this condition, there's no need to waste it. No, I don't want it. Xiao Wu felt immense resistance in her heart and shook her head desperately. However, her body was honest and not controlled by her brain at all. She came to Lin Xiao's side, bent down, and kneaded his legs with her small hands. Neither light nor heavy. Comfortable. Lin Xiao enjoyed it very much. Long. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the small shop. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on Tang Xiao. Because this gust of wind is unusual, it is caused by the fluctuation of Tang Xiao's soul power. Breaking through, he recognized Tang Xiao's current state. At this moment, Tang Xiao laughed. Howdy, it's been so many years. Big brother is finally one step ahead. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. He faintly sensed an unusual scent in Tang Xiao's words. Chapter 251. Dai Mu Bai, when I am strong. I will depose all of you. Mr. Lin, you should know Tang Hao. He is my younger brother. From childhood to adulthood, as a brother, I have never been able to compare my cultivation talent with Howdy. Today, I finally got a slight advantage over him on the path of cultivation. Tang Xiao noticed Lin Xiao's scrutinizing gaze and immediately said, "Is that so?" Lin Xiao didn't believe Tang Xiao's words. He always felt that there might be some hidden truth behind them. However, he is too lazy to pursue so much. Boss, Tang still has some things to attend to. So I'll take my leave first. Tang Xiao fulfilled his wish and couldn't wait to find the traces of Tang Hao and Tang Chun in his heart. I believe Tang Chun will definitely look at me with new eyes this time. He thought to himself, then I won't keep you. Lin Xiao nodded, watching Tang Xiao leave. Intuition told him that the relationship between Tang Xiao and Tang Hao may not be that simple. Wah after Tang Xiao left. Xiao Wu let out a whimpering sound. Lin Xiao looked over and saw the latter looking at him eagerly. All right, stop it. His voice fell, and Xiao Wu felt that her body was once again under her control, and he can still speak. Lin Xiao, don't you feel guilty for treating me like this? Xiao Wu spoke to Lin Xiao with grievance. Why didn't you feel guilty when you lied to me about the jar? You should thank me for just letting you do some simple things. Lin Xiao sneered disdainfully. Well, Xiao Wu suddenly didn't know what to say. If no one came to pay for the jar, wouldn't it be a scam? But she pursed her lips and said, Emperor Tian will definitely come to redeem me. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xiao smiled and said, It's impossible. Xiao Wu was taken aback. What do you mean? What time is it now for you to see for yourself? Even if he enters the store now, it's too late. Lin Xiao said calmly. What? Is it too late? Xiao Wu was stunned and looked at the sky outside. It was indeed as Lin Xiao had said. Immediately after, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on her forehead. What's going on here? She instinctively touched it with her hand. On the side, Lin Xiao could see clearly that the inscription on Xiao Wu's forehead had turned into the word slave. That is to say, now Xiao Wu has completely become a servant. Even if someone comes to redeem him, it is too late. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Wu and said lightly, from now on, Gu Yana is no longer your master, and I will be your true master. What? I don't want it. Xiao Wu felt extremely resistant in her heart. But Lin Xiao's words were like heavenly sounds, making it impossible for her to refuse. Okay, master. In the end, Xiao Wu uncontrollably addressed Lin Xiao with respect. After these words were spoken, she no longer resisted Lin Xiao's identity as much. On the other side, Stardow 4 Center, the lake's surface, like a blue gemstone, has undergone changes. Surprisingly, it boiled like boiling water. Beast God, isn't there anything wrong with the Lord? By the lake, BG asked nervously. Xiangjun and Ziji both watched this scene, their pupils filled with confusion. On the other hand, Emperor Tian, dressed in a black robe, was first taken aback, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Indeed, something had happened, but this is a good thing. Good deed? BG, Xiongxiun, and other soul beast overlords were taken aback upon hearing these words. Before they could discern the true meaning of Emperor Tian's words, there was a loud bang and a column of water shot up from the lake. They could vaguely see a figure, faintly appearing in the water column. It's the breath of the Lord. Master, we're out of here. At this moment, BG, ZG, Xiangjun, and others all understood the meaning of Emperor Tian. Welcome, Lord. Emperor Tian knelt on one knee with a devout expression on his face. Subsequently, many soul beast overlords also followed suit. Get up. As a dispassionate voice resonated through the air, Guyu Na, adorned in a flowing white gown, graced the scene. Sacred, aloof, and beyond reproach. Yet, with D. Tian remaining seated, who dared arise? Where was Xiao Wu? Gu Yuna's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, yet she found no trace of the chattering rabbit. My lord, D. Tian refrained from venturing to Spirit City out of concern for your safety, Xiangjun remarked at that moment. The implication was straightforward. Without a journey to Spirit City, there was no chance of retrieving Xiao Wu. But is that so? Gu Yuna's gaze fell upon D. Tian as she inquired, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. However, Xiong Yuan, Xue Ye, Bi, and the other spirit bee sovereigns could acutely sense the temperature in the air plummeting several degrees, as if to freeze their very hearts, halting their beats. Indeed, Di Tian replied with difficulty, but, enough, Gu Yuna interjected coldly, and with a mere snap of her fingers. Di Tian was suddenly hurled into the ground with a resounding boom. In the watchful gaze of Xiong Jun, Ji, Bai Ji, and the other sovereigns, Di Tian was thrust deep beneath the earth. "My lord, please show mercy." Ji was the first to respond, calling out, "My lord, Di Tian is also concerned for your safety. My lord, while Di Tian has erred, his crime does not warrant death. I implore you to grant a mercy," pleaded Ji, followed by Bai Ji and Xiong Jun, all advocating for Di Tian. Particularly Xiong Jun, who, despite his usual discord with Di Tian, felt he had done no wrong in this matter. What of Xiao Wu? She is merely a transformed rabbit. Her safety cannot possibly compare to your own. Meanwhile, the power Gu Yuna had conjured began to dissipate slowly. Yet, none dared to relax, for Di Tian's fate remained uncertain. Eyes collectively turned to the spot where Di Tian had once stood, now a gaping pit. Cough, cough, cough. Moments latte. A faint coughing echoed from the depths of the pit. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Di Tian emerged, albeit in tattered clothing, his hair disheveled, and blood staining the corners of his mouth, a clear indication of his grievous injuries. "I thank you, my lord, for sparing my life," Di Tian said upon his emergence, the first thing on his mind being gratitude. He knew all too well the magnitude of Gu Yuna's existence. To defy her was to court death, and even a demise would be justly deserved. Death may be avoided, yet punishment remains unavoidable. Gu Yuna spoke coldly. "I accept the punishment," Di Tian stated solemnly. Gu Yuna nodded slightly, and with a gentle motion of her finger, Di Tian's face suddenly flushed crimson. Finally, he coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. "Depriving you of your 10,000 years of cultivation shall serve as your punishment. Let this be a lesson," Gu Yuna stated indifferently. "Now, you shall go and redeem Xiao Wu. Whatever price is demanded, you must acquiesce. This is my promise to her." "I am grateful, my lord. I shall not fail your expectations," Di Tian replied earnestly, and in an instant he vanished into the void, heading straight for Spirit City. "My lord, how do you fare now?" Xiong Jun inquired softly after Di Tian's departure. "I am well, and even my realm has seen advancement," Gu Yuna responded, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in her eyes at the mention. The benefits gleaned from the small shop had proven immensely rewarding. Not only had her injuries healed, but her strength had also significantly improved. Even in the presence of a god king, she felt confident in her ability to contend. After all, as the Silver Dragon King, she possessed only half the power of the Dragon God. To have grown to a level comparable to that of a god king was already a remarkable feat. Yet, this was merely the beginning. If such enhancement could be achieved from a single jar, what might occur with a few more? Give me time, and surpassing my peak self may not be beyond reach. Gu Yuna mused inwardly, setting aside other matters. If she could obtain several amplifiers, her aspirations would surely be within easy grasp. At that juncture, she could return to the divine realm and present the gods with a grand surprise. "My lord, shall we counterattack the human race?" Xiong Jun asked excitedly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "The human race?" Gu Yuna shook her head slightly. "My goal has never been to contend with these feeble humans on Douluo Continent." "Then what do you intend?" Xiong Jun asked, taken aback and probing cautiously. "You must remember not to act rashly." "Await my command," Gu Yuna replied coolly, providing no further explanation. "Tang San, if you do not assist me now, it will be too late." Blood-soaked and shrouded in darkness, this was the city of slaughter. On the arena, Dai Mubai screamed in despair. At that moment, he faced an onslaught from 3 or 4 burly men, clearly at the end of his physical capabilities. Yet he understood that he could not falter, otherwise death awaited him. Not far off, Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, the light within them flickering unpredictably. The city of slaughter was indeed a true arena of carnage, governed by its own distinct rules. Even Tang San dare not transgress them, not until he located Tang Hao, at least. "Ha ha, scream all you want. The louder you are, the more excited I become." A sinister smile crept onto someone's face as they approached Dai Mu by step, even licking their lips with a grotesque tongue. "No, stay away." Dai Mu by instinctively retreated, panic etched across his face. But someone had already seized him from behind, wrapping him in a tight embrace. No, Dai Mubai was truly in despair. Just as the burly man had claimed, the louder he screamed, the more exhilarated his assailants became. With a vicious kick, the man struck at Dai Mu Bai's groin. Hiss! Outside the arena, the spectators winced, feeling a chill run down their spines. In an instant, Dai Mu Bai could no longer contain himself, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Ha ha! This kid is finished. He is as good as a eunuch now. However, those in the arena laughed even more maniacally. This was the way of things here. The weak were destined to be oppressed, to be mocked by the stronger. Dai Mu Bai and Tang San were the weak. This was the arena of slaughter. Had he known this would be the case, he would have never followed Tang San to such a place. Now, curled up on the ground like a shrimp, Dai Mu Bai trembled uncontrollably, crying out in agony while lamenting his choices. If given a second chance, he would never accompany Tang San to the city of slaughter to seek death. Creak, creak. Outside the arena, Tang San's face turned pale as he clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Dai Mu Bai. It was not that he wished to help Dai Mu Bai. Rather, he saw the path that lay ahead for himself. The feeling of despair began to take root within him, and it surged uncontrollably. He too regretted it. Had he known the city of slaughter was such a hellish realm, he would never have come. Even if he had to test himself here, he should have waited until he was stronger. Tang San, act now, kill them. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Tang San's ear, accompanied by a broad hand resting on his shoulder. Tang San's body trembled upon hearing that slightly sharp voice. He immediately recognized who it was. Tang Hao. He turned slightly, and indeed, the familiar figure stood before him. Act now, Tang Hao urged in a low voice. Looking at him. With that, the domain of the god of slaughter enveloped Tang San. Instantly, he felt the soul power sealed within him surging back into his veins. Good. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, sending 10 fine golden rays, akin to hairs of a dragon, shooting into the arena. These were the dragon whisker needles Tang San had concealed within the crevices of his nails. Ugh. At once, cries of pain erupted in the arena. Ordinarily, the dragon whisker needles inflicted limited harm. However, if they struck the eyes or temples, vital areas, it was not difficult to take a life. Thud thud. The 3 men, who had just moments ago appeared menacing, collapsed one after another. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Who were they to dare disrupt the rules? Who could it be? Possessing such formidable abilities? It must undoubtedly be the legendary god of slaughter who emerged from this very place. This, after a brief moment, an elder, who had roamed the city of slaughter for many years, deduced Tang Hao's identity. Yet that was the extent of it. They did not even dare to utter words of duty. Let us depart, little San. This is not a place for you. After surveying the surroundings, Tang Hao's gaze settled upon Tang San. Without the Sea God Island, this could serve as a decent trial ground. However, with the existence of a place like Sea God Island, the city of slaughter held little significance. After all, with ancestor Tang Chun paving the way, it would be impossible for Tang San to inherit a divine position, even if he were to match him. Father, where are we going? Tang San inquired with curiosity. We are heading overseas, to a place called Sea God Island, where you shall encounter unimaginable opportunities, Tang Hao replied. Sea God Island? Is there a deity residing on the island? Tang San speculated quietly, holding some questions for when they left this place. Little San, wait for me. Suddenly, a hoarse voice called out from behind Tang San. Turning around, he saw Dai Mu Bai. Please take me with you. I wish to leave this place. Dai Mu Bai implored once more. Tang San frowned and asked, You don't harbor any resentment towards me? If it weren't for you bringing me here, would I have become what I am now? Feeling the emptiness beneath him, Dai Mu Bai was nearly consumed by hatred for Tang San. Yet, he shook his head. No. If it weren't for you, I might have perished at the hands of the guards in Soto City. A little injury is inconsequential compared to death. He gazed at Tang San with utmost sincerity, seemingly grateful for what Tang San had done. If I recall correctly, you hail from the Star Luo Empire. With the surname Dai, Tang Hao interjected suddenly. Indeed, that's me. Uncle. Dai Mu Bai's eyes lit up as he responded eagerly. Then you may accompany us, Tang Hao said with a frown. However, whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Upon seeing Dai Mu Bai, a thought crossed his mind. Supporting Dai Mu Bai to become the Emperor of Star Luo would significantly benefit the revival of the Haotian sect. Uncle, rest assured, I understand the implications. Dai Mu Bai nodded repeatedly, suppressing the pain in his body, presenting himself as a compliant child. Yet within, he secretly vowed, once my strength increases, I shall render you all powerless. Chapter 252. Emperor Tian is suppressed. Lin Xiao's unexpected surprise not far from the city of slaughter. Tang Hao suddenly noticed something unusual about Tang San. Little San, what troubles you? After a moment of thought, Tang San looked up at Tang Hao and said, Father, I was wondering if the jar is about to be refreshed. The jar? Dai Mu Bai, standing nearby, displayed a look of longing. Tang Hao also appeared slightly bewildered. Indeed, considering the time, it might refresh in just a couple of days. However, compared to the divine inheritance, what does that matter? Tang Hao spoke earnestly to Tang San. You must understand. The island I am taking you to overseas holds tremendous opportunities. Even if you were to fortuitously obtain the inheritance, it far outweighs the benefits of opening countless jars. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that there truly is a divine inheritance on Sea God Island? The significance of opening jars was undeniable. But for Tang Hao to forsake jar openings in favor of traveling overseas implied that the inheritance was extraordinary. One could hardly think otherwise. Indeed, according to the ancestor, there should be a divine inheritance on that island. Tang Hao nodded gently. If you can attain the divine inheritance, what does it matter if you open fewer jars? Moreover, we have already gained considerable benefits from the jars, sufficient for a time of digestion. Being too greedy may lead to indigestion. Very well. Let's set forth to the overseas right away. At this, Tang San nodded emphatically, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He too believed that the items within the jars could hardly compare to a divine inheritance. As dusk approached, a weary figure entered Lin Xiao's small shop. This marked the second stranger to enter the shop that day. Upon entering, he first surveyed the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze on Lin Xiao, his pupils suddenly contracting. It's you. How did you end up here? The voice of Emperor Tian was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Lin Xiao slightly opened his eyes and retorted, This is my shop. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Your shop? So, you have detained Xiao Wu here? Emperor Tian furrowed his brow. Detained? Xiao Wu is here as a resource collateral. I have never coerced anyone, Lin Xiao replied in a low voice. Umph. The examples of Ming and Ming are evident. I wouldn't trust you for a second. Emperor Tian scoffed. Where is Xiao Wu? I came to take her away. Xiao Wu, someone is looking for you. Lin Xiao, uninterested in debating with Emperor Tian, called out to the back courtyard. Master, I'm here. The voice of Xiao Wu responded promptly. One must admit that slavery mark was truly remarkable. In just an afternoon, Xiao Wu had completely adapted to her new identity. She complied with Lin Xiao's every request. Master? Emperor Tian was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Top, top, top. At that moment, the sound of delicate footsteps echoed, and Xiao Wu's tall figure appeared, an apron tied around her waist, clearly busy with tasks. Master, what do you need? Would you like tea, water, or perhaps some fruit? She approached Lin Xiao eagerly, inquiring. I don't require anything. Someone is here to see you, Lin Xiao replied, glancing at Emperor Tian. Oh, so it's Lord Emperor Tian who has come. Xiao Wu followed Lin Xiao's gaze and finally noticed Emperor Tian standing at the door, belatedly greeting him. Am I to be treated as heir? Emperor Tian internally scoffed, then solemnly asked, Xiao Wu, what did you just call him? Master? You must tell me. I must have misheard. He genuinely could not believe Xiao Wu's address. If that were true, it would equate to renouncing faith and betraying the Spirit Beast clan. Master, then what about the Lord? Should I call him Lord Silver Dragon King? Xiao Wu queried Lin Xiao. Is this acceptable? Lin Xiao nodded, yes. What? If he disagrees, would you stop calling him Lord Silver Dragon King? Emperor Tian questioned incredulously. Of course. If Master does not permit it, Xiao Wu would never do so. Xiao Wu replied earnestly. So obedient. Emperor Tian nearly spat blood, trembling as he pointed at Xiao Wu, asking, did he use some method to control you? Compelling you to make such a decision? Lord Emperor Tian, I won't allow you to speak ill of my master. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Master acts with integrity. Even many customers in the shop secretly call him a philanthropist. He is simply the best. Hearing this, Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction, looking quite fierce. You still defend him? Truly bewitched. Emperor Tian's brows knitted together. Were it not for Gu Yuna's instructions to ensure Xiao Wu's return, he would have been tempted to take action. Emperor Tian felt he could no longer communicate with Xiao Wu, or he would risk becoming internally distressed. With a wave of his hand, he placed 3 crystal-clear gems, each the size of a human head, upon the ground. He looked at Lin Xiao, saying, I came here to redeem Xiao Wu. I heard she was collateral for 2 million gold soul coins. These 3 gems are worth at least 3 million gold soul coins. Consider them yours. Now, can I take Xiao Wu with me? High-grade sapphire. Value 1, 039, 029 trading points. High-grade sapphire. Value 1, 200, 883 trading points. High-grade sapphire. Value 1, 113, 311 trading points. Lin Xiao merely glanced at the gems and discerned their worth. Emperor Tian was correct. The combined value of the 3 gems indeed surpassed 3 million gold soul coins. However, rules are rules, and time waits for no one. In the past, there would have been sufficient means to secure Xiao Wu's freedom. As for now, the time for such redemption has long since passed, and no amount of money can alter that. Lin Xiao slightly shook his head, declining Di Tian's proposition. What? Di Tian was taken aback, but then laughed heartily. Ah, I see. You wish for a higher price, do you? No problem. I shall accommodate you. With a wave of his hand, 2 more precious gems fell into view. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened momentarily. There was no doubt these were 2 gems worth 1,000,000 gold soul coins each. One must admit, Di Tian truly possessed an extravagant wealth. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao steadfastly shook his head, coldly uttering 2 words, not acceptable. You. Di Tian was momentarily speechless. It must be noted that aside from Gu Yuna, no one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. Even Xiong Jun, when he occasionally acted up, had to pay a hefty price. Instantly, the fury of a beast god surged within him. What if I insist on taking Xiao Wu away? Di Tian's voice turned icy. Lin Xiao replied, Did Gu Yuna not inform you of the previous regulations? You dare to utter the name of the master so casually. Di Tian esse angerflerd. Even if Gu Yuna stood before me, I would still dare to say such things. Lin Xiao spoke in a deep voice, rising to his feet. At once, Di Tian sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Ho, mea tsietrix. Our powers are evenly matched. If I wish to act, could you possibly stop me? Di Tian was initially startled, but soon could not suppress a laugh. His arrogance was unmistakable. However, in his view, Lin Xiao was even more audacious. How could he dare to invoke the true name of the master? He was determined to make Lin Xiao pay for such hubris. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. A punch was thrown, and powerful soul energy transformed into a dragon shape, surging forth. Countless individuals had retreated from his shop, yet you dare to strike at me? One must admit, you are truly stubborn. Lin Xiao suddenly chuckled. While visitors were common, such bravery was rare. Facing Di Tian's strike, he felt no trepidation, even finding it somewhat amusing. Simultaneously, he prepared his response. With a flick of his finger, an invisible wave of energy immediately shattered the dragon-shaped soul power released by Di Tian. How is this possible? Di Tian se pupils dilated in disbelief. He had previously engaged in combat with Lin Xiao, and their strengths had seemed evenly matched. Yet now, the power Lin Xiao exhibited made it clear that they were not on the same level at all. Could he truly be this formidable? Di Tian's heart raced. But the next moment, that invisible force struck heavily against his chest. Bang! Di Tian was sent reeling backwards, unable to withstand the force. It was a sight of sheer visual impact. Thud! Di Tian crashed against the wall and fell to the ground. He felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body, as if it had been shattered, leaving him utterly drained of strength. Why you? When did you become this powerful? Di Tian exclaimed, astonished. The terrifying might Lin Xiao displayed. He had only ever witnessed in Gu Yuna, and that was after her breakthrough. She was an invincible being. Is it not possible that I have always possessed such strength? Lin Xiao smirked at Di Tian, concealed amusement dancing in his eyes. Ah! Di Tian opened his mouth, but words failed him, for he sensed the truth in Lin Xiao's words. Wait, could it be that he aimed for the soul beast overlord in the Star Doe forest from the very beginning? But what could his objective possibly be? Di Tian's expression shifted to one of confusion. At that moment, Xiao Wu spoke up. Lord Di Tian, it would be wise to yield. Even the Silver Dragon King showed respect to the master when he visited the shop, ultimately conforming to local customs and purchasing 10 jars before taking his leave. Xiao Wu, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? If respect is to be given, it should be directed towards a master. Di Tian reprimanded sharply. He could not accept the notion that a lofty master would ever show deference in front of others, especially not to this human before him. How could I possibly speak nonsense about such matters? Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. I ask you, when a master returned, was his injury fully healed? Did his strength increase? She was furious. How dare you slander the master? How do you know so much? Di Tian was astonished. Xiao Wu's words were nothing but facts. Could it be true that the master's recovery and enhancement of strength were entirely due to the jars opened here? Upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. Xiao Wu, from now on, Di Tian shall work under your command. Without my permission, he is forbidden from leaving the backyard. Lin Xiao's voice rang out once more. Iswing a decree against Di Tian. Understood, master. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, as she was not fond of chopping wood, washing dishes, or cooking. In simple terms, she believed that lounging was the best option. You cannot treat me this way. Di Tian protested against the injustice he faced. However, Lin Xiao merely pointed at him from a distance, sealing all of his powers. Not only that, but even his physical body experienced immense restrictions. Tian was truly terrified. What manner of being was Lin Xiao? How could he possess such terrifying power with a mere gesture? He swung his fist, only to find his strength pitifully diminished, likely even less than that of an average human soul master. At once, his mindset shattered. What a calamity! Had I known Lin Xiao was this formidable, I would never have recklessly confronted him. Lord Tian, please. There's a vast expanse of wasteland in the backyard awaiting your cultivation. Xiao Wu said in a dismal tone. No, I refuse. I'm a dragon, not a cow. Tian vehemently shook his head. They are all useful in their own way. So rest assured, I shall not discriminate against you for being a dragon, Xiao Wu insisted, tugging at Tian's clothing as she led him toward the backyard. As night fell, Lin Xiao closed the shop door, letting out a weary sigh. Having sold only 10 jars, how could he not be exasperated? It was rare for business to be this dismal since opening the store. Perhaps a price tag of 100,000 gold soul coins was indeed too steep. Lin Xiao believed that had the jars been priced at 10,000 gold soul coins, they would have sold like hotcakes. 100,000 gold soul coins was an amount many soul masters might never see in their entire lives. Placing the 10 jars on the counter, Lin Xiao did not open them immediately. After some contemplation, he decided to retrieve the random world experience card. Initially, he intended to save it for next week's jar refresh, but now he had changed his mind. Why not enjoy it sooner rather than later? Besides, the total sales of the jars were about to surpass 600, and he might very well earn another random world experience card. Use. Lin Xiao's heart stirred, and in the next moment, the random world experience card vanished. The familiar world selection interface reappeared, ultimately freezing on a world Lin Xiao recognized well. Doryman. Fortunately, this world possessed numerous bug items. Should he obtain 2 formidable treasures, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Xiao mused, a smile gracing his lips. However, in the next moment, his expression abruptly froze, for a system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! The host has used a random world experience card 4 times, triggering a special achievement. The duration of the currently selected random experience world has been extended to permanent. Permission, level 1. What? Using the experience card multiple times can yield achievements and additional rewards? Lin Xiao was taken aback. This outcome far exceeded his expectations. One must admit, this was indeed fortuitous. I have painstakingly sold those jars for so long, merely unlocking 1 pirate world through transaction points. Yet with just a few uses of the world experience card, I can unlock an additional world? What a tremendous profit. However, one cannot help but wonder when the next opportunity to trigger such an achievement will arise. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao has formed a rough conjecture. The activation of this achievement is likely attributed to the experience card that rewards the sale of 500 jars. Following this line of reasoning, it is probable that the next experience card capable of eliciting such an effect will require the sale of 1,000 jars. Although this prospect seems distant, it is of no consequence. As long as one is alive, there is hope. Chapter 253. Sword Duo challenges Qian Daolu in the Grand Palace Hall of Heavendo City. Qian Xue sat regally upon the dragon throne, surveying her ministers from a position of power. I have summoned you all at this late hour to convey an important matter, she addressed the assembly. I have recently made significant progress in my cultivation and shall retreat for a few days in pursuit of a breakthrough. For the time being, I entrust the affairs of the empire to Marshal Gulong. Upon hearing this proclamation, the ministers were initially taken aback, but their expressions soon transformed into joy. This is splendid news. We extend our heartfelt congratulations, Your Majesty. They chorused. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not fail you, Marshal Gulong declared, kneeling on one knee, clad in battle armor. Thank you for your diligence, Marshal, Qian Xue replied, gesturing for them to withdraw. The ministers obeyed, each departing in turn. In the blink of an eye, the palace was left in solitude, save for her presence. At that moment, she whispered in a tone only she could perceive, Jar Shop. Lin Xiao, I wonder what delightful surprise you will bring me this time. Undoubtedly, her mention of retreat was merely a ruse to provide herself with an excuse to return to Spirit City and open jars. After all, who would truly retreat when one could open jars? The mere acquisition of 2 experience capsules would outweigh months of arduous cultivation. Indeed, Director, the little shop mentioned by sect leader Ning should be just ahead, said Xue Ye Binger, as she, along with her sister Xue Ye and the beautiful director of Tianshui Academy, gazed at Lin Xiao's shop from a distance on the bustling street. After receiving news from Ning Fingji, they had rushed here post-haste. However, the shop's doors were firmly shut. indicating it was closed for business. The trio peered in with eager eyes, but they were unable to discern the state of affairs within. Indeed, this is the place. Alas, despite our haste, we have arrived too late. Director Xue Ye lamented with a soft sigh. Hee, dear director, since we are already here, a moment's delay is inconsequential. We shall return tomorrow to inquire with the shopkeeper about the frost goblin. Xue Ye chimed in playfully. Her purpose for the visit clear, to seek the whereabouts of the frost goblin, thereby providing elemental soul masters with an additional option. Let's find a place to rest. Director Xue Ye suggested, turning to walk away. Xue Ye quickly followed suit. What kind of person could the shopkeeper be? Despite the myriad of questions and uncertainties swirling in her mind, Xue Ye gradually retracted her gaze. At this moment, Lin Xiao had swiftly shattered 10 jars, and he was immediately captivated by a radiant orange glow, an awakening scroll. A smile flickered across Lin Xiao's face. One must not underestimate the value of such an item. It holds immense potential. Let us not forget that Lin Xiao has yet to experience his first awakening, followed by the second and third awakenings. To speak of the near future, Lin Xiao recalled that the second awakening in the underground city required reaching level 75, and he was already in his 60s. Not far from that milestone. By then, he would require 3 awakening scrolls. The jars would refresh the day after tomorrow, heralding another wave of opportunities. With a stroke of luck, acquiring a dozen upgrade scrolls in a single day to reach level 75 would not be impossible. Should he successfully undergo his second awakening, his strength would see a substantial enhancement. Lin Xiao mused, excitement gradually illuminating his eyes. One cannot deny the exhilarating sensation of power elevation. Each ascension brings an intoxicating feeling of rebirth. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao's ears perked up as he turned his gaze toward the door. What was that sound? After tidying away the items he had obtained from the jars, he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a stunning sight. A silver sword beam shot skyward, piercing the heavens. It was a breathtaking spectacle. Even from a distance, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming aura of sharpness. It was Sword Douluo. He had achieved a breakthrough. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as he recognized the familiar presence. Earlier, within the shop, Sword Douluo had expressed his ambition of reaching level 98. And it appeared he had accomplished that feat. Lin Xiao then directed his attention elsewhere, toward the spear hall. At that moment, numerous figures soared into the air. These were the offerings and elders of the spirit hall, all gazing toward the sword beam with an air of trepidation. I, Chen Xan, hereby challenge the grand offering Qian Daolu to a duel 3 days hence outside Spirit City. I wonder if you dare to accept. The brilliance dissipated, revealing the silver-haired Sword Douluo standing resolutely before the multitude from the spirit hall, his voice cold and unwavering. What? He dares to challenge the grand offering? He truly knows no fear. Even with his recent breakthrough to level 98, he is still no match for the grand offering. The elders of the spirit hall, Qianjun, Jiang Mo, Mo Xiong, and Gue Bao, initially reacted in shock, then shook their heads in disbelief. To them, it seemed Sword Douluo was merely courting disaster. Was Tang Chun formidable? Was he not once relentlessly pursued by the grand offering like a lost dog? A mere level 99 was hardly daunting. So what could a level 98 Sword Douluo possibly hope to achieve? However, just then, a voice resonated from deep within the spirit hall, where the offering hall resided. Very well. 3 days hence, outside Spirit City, Qian shall experience the profound soul skills of the sword path. Chun Xin. The grand offering had actually accepted the challenge? This was beyond belief. Instinctively, the offerings and elders of the spirit hall turned to look back. Yet, after uttering those words, Qian Daolu fell silent. The anticipation for the impending duel 3 days later intensified among them. They were eager to witness the fate that awaited Sword Douluo. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard, Bon Douluo furrowed his brow as he regarded Sword Douluo descending from the sky. Coward, I never expected you to display bravery at this moment. But are you not being overly impulsive? You have witnessed Qian Daoliu's strength. Do you truly possess unwavering confidence in victory? In response, Sword Douluo fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. You should know, challenging Qian Daolu has been my lifelong aspiration. Once I believed it was a futile hope, and I resigned myself to fate. Yet, the appearance of Lin, the shopkeeper, has turned my destiny around. My strength has surged rapidly, rekindling the flame of hope within me. I endured at level 97, but now that I have reached level 98, I can no longer hold back. Some things, one must try to discover their true potential. Bon Douluo understood that no amount of persuasion would sway Sword Douluo today, so he solemnly advised, A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Do not act recklessly if you cannot win. Exercise patience and open jars. Opportunities will arise in the future. Sword Daw offered a faint smile, assuring, "Fear not. This is a contest, not a quest for death." Although my father met his end indirectly due to Qian Daolu, he harbored no resentment. However, as his son, I feel an insatiable need to act. Bone Douluo nodded. As long as you do not seek your own demise, pursue whatever course you wish. Sword Douluo's challenge to Qian Daolu piqued interest. Lin Xiao gently closed the shop door, unable to suppress a smile. How intriguing. The unfolding events were diverging further from the original narrative. However, this did not deter Lin Xiao from enjoying the spectacle. The following day, Lin Xiao emerged from his room, as usual, only to be startled by an unexpected sight. Xiao Wu stood outside, holding a basin of clear water, awaiting his arrival. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" Lin Xiao inquired, taken aback. Xiao Wu naturally proclaimed, "Master, I shall assist you with your morning ablutions." "Huh, very well." Lin Xiao paused momentarily, ultimately choosing to acquiesce with a sense of delight. After all, given the current circumstances, one ought to indulge. He was taken aback by Xiao Wu's surprising adeptness at pampering. Nirbi, Ditian silently scolded. Subsequently, Lin Xiao savored the breakfast meticulously prepared by Xiao Wu. Truth be told, he had initially been resistant. The memories of Xiao Wu's previous culinary experiments, which he deemed dark cuisine, still haunted him, leaving an imprint of trepidation in his heart. However, upon gazing at the exquisite array of 4 dishes and a soup, Lin Xiao was astounded. The flavors he sampled were unexpectedly delightful. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you manage this?" Xiao Wu felt a twinge of embarrassment as she recalled her earlier culinary failures. "Just yesterday, a plethora of culinary knowledge and techniques suddenly manifested in my mind," she replied in a soft voice. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded slowly, speculating that this could very well be an additional function bestowed by the enslavement mark beyond mere loyalty. It would be rather implausible for a servant to be utterly inept at all tasks. After breakfast, Lin Xiao made his way to the front hall. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Outside stood not a solitary individual, but rather a throng awaiting him. Such a scene was indeed rare. "Boss, good morning." Ghost Leopard Douluo's typically stern countenance was graced with a smile. This sight startled the nearby dean of Xue Academy. What manner of person was the proprietor of this humble establishment, that even an elder of the spirit hall would treat him so warmly? Could he possibly be a titled Douluo of considerable strength? Though she could not discern the truth, it did not hinder her conjectures. Behind the dean, Xue Ye and Xue Ye were instantly captivated by Lin Xiao. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, with Ghost Leopard Douluo's support, Lin Xiao exuded an air of mystery, as if he possessed an inexplicable allure. "Are you all here to open jars?" Lin Xiao directed his gaze toward Xue Ye and her companions, inwardly pondering if they hailed from Xue Academy based on their attire. "Open jars? What jars?" They responded, "We are here to seek traces of the Frost Goblin." The dean of Xue paused momentarily, but understanding that it was not the right time for such queries, introduced herself. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am the dean of Xue Academy." She then exchanged a knowing glance with the Xue sisters, who promptly stepped forward in unison. "I am Xue Ye, a student of Xue Academy." "I am Xue Ye, also a student of Xue Academy." So, they truly are from Xue Academy. Lin Xiao mused with surprise. "Greetings. I am Lin Xiao," he replied, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "Would you care to step inside to converse?" Lin Xiao recognized that, regardless of whether they sought to open jars or not, they had come with a purpose, and it would be rather impolite to keep them waiting outside. "Then, we shall impose upon you." The dean nodded in agreement. Together with Ghost Leopard Douluo, the 4 entered the modest establishment. "This place is quite simple," Xue Ye remarked, her sparkling eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. "Sister, remember to maintain decorum and not be rude." The more composed elder sister, Xue Ye, gently tugged at her sister's skirt and whispered. Xue Ye playfully stuck out her tongue and reassured, "Sister, I am no longer a child. I know how to behave, so fret not." Once Lin Xiao positioned himself at the counter, the dean of Xue spoke up. "Boss, to be candid, we are here to inquire about a particular matter. Pray tell, might you be able to disclose the whereabouts of the Frost Goblin?" Lin Xiao's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "What did you say? You wish to find the Frost Goblin?" "Indeed. We would greatly appreciate any information you could provide. Xue Academy is willing to pay a substantial price for such news," the dean stated earnestly. Lin Xiao shook his head, firmly stating, That is impossible. It is not that I am unwilling to share. Even if I did, you would still be unable to reach it. The Frost Goblin can be found in various locales, such as the Underground City, the Frosty Dark Forest, and the Dark Thunder Ruins. The prerequisite is that you must be able to traverse there. Please, enlighten us. Perhaps there is a possibility? The Dean was reluctant to concede. After all, Ice-type soul beasts were exceedingly rare, and acquiring information on another Ice-element soul beast would provide the students of Xue Academy with more options, which was of great significance. No, it is not possible. Even a titled Douluo would find it unfeasible, Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head with unwavering conviction. Ah. The Dean opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Lin Xiao's cold rejection was entirely unexpected for her. Boss, you are being rather heartless. Xue Ye observed the Dean's crestfallen demeanor and could not help but voice her indignation on her behalf. Xue Binger, standing nearby, could not intervene and quickly turned to Lin Xiao to apologize. However, before Lin Xiao could respond, Ghost Leopard interjected, unable to tolerate it any longer. Young lady, do not be so ungrateful. Since Boss Lin has stated that it is impossible for you, then it is indeed impossible. There is no need for you to question that. With a disdainful snort, silence enveloped the room. What is it that a titled Douluo cannot accomplish? Xue Ye a poodle, her disbelief evident. Having grown up, her understanding had always been that titled Douluo were the pinnacle of power on the Douluo Continent, capable of achieving anything. Observing Xue Ye's continued skepticism, Ghost Leopard Douluo added, "Little girl, if you do not believe me, you may inquire outside about Boss Lin's reputation. He has helped countless individuals realize their dreams. Who would dare to tarnish their own name by deceiving you?" With a dismissive glance, Ghost Leopard Douluo scoffed at Xue Ye's disbelief. Hearing this, Xue Ye's face turned pale as if struck by lightning. Ghost Leopard Douluo's demeanor began to sway her belief in Lin Xiao's words. Yet, if the Frost Goblin resided in a place inaccessible even to a titled Douluo, from whence had this soul bone originated? The Dean of Tianxue solemnly produced a beautifully packaged box. Upon opening it, a crystalline bone was revealed within. Lin Xiao was taken aback at the sight. To his astonishment, this soul bone, which had once emerged from his humble shop, had now reappeared before him. He was genuinely surprised. If what Lin Xiao had stated was true, then this soul bone should not exist in the world. The Dean of Tianxue watched Lin Xiao, awaiting his response. You have misunderstood me. The inability to reach that location is entirely separate from acquiring the soul bone, Lin Xiao clarified, gesturing towards the shelves behind him. Obtaining a soul bone is quite simple. One merely needs to open these jars for a chance to acquire one. What? The Dean, Xue Binger, and Xue Ye were simultaneously taken aback, instinctively glancing at the jars. Are there soul bones in those jars? Surely you jest. Chapter 254. The first external soul bone boss. Why don't I open a jar first? Ghost Leopard Douluo proposed, observing the hesitant trio before turning to Lin Xiao. Hearing this, Lin Xiao shifted his gaze back and nodded. He believed that since these individuals had entered his shop, he need not worry about selling the jars. Once they witnessed Ghost Leopard Douluo opening a jar, their opinions might very well change. With a clatter, Ghost Leopard Douluo wasted no time, placing box after box filled with golden soul coins upon the counter. The golden sheen was unmistakable, if he was not mistaken. They were indeed golden soul coins? Xue Ye blinked her large eyes and cautiously asked, "Is that correct?" Each box contains 200,000 golden soul coins, and 5 boxes total 1 million golden soul coins. Ghost Leopard Douluo provided the precise figures. How much? 1 million golden soul coins? What on earth is happening? The three exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. At this moment, the more composed sister, Xue Binger, spoke up. Senior, are you purchasing jars with so many gold soul coins? It was understandable that they were less informed. They had arrived late yesterday and missed the crowd. Today, they had come early, but the onlookers had yet to gather outside the shop. Of course, replied the Ghost Leopard Douluo affirmatively. Does it require such a sum of gold soul coins to buy these jars? Xue Ye exclaimed, "Here, disbelief evident." These? The Ghost Leopard Douluo shook his head. With this meager amount, one can only purchase 10 jars. What? 1 million gold soul coins can only buy 10 jars? That means each jar costs a staggering 100,000 gold soul coins. Xue Ye guspit, cover your mouth in shock. Isn't that exorbitantly expensive? Xue Binger eshot, unable to suppress her astonishment. Expensive? That piece of Frost Goblin soul bone in your possession was extracted from within those jars, the Ghost Leopard Douluo reminded them. The implication was clear. If such a treasure were to emerge, the expense would be justified. Upon hearing this, the sisters, Xue Binger and Xue Ye, simultaneously gazed at the soul bone held by Dean Xue. Is the probability of obtaining a soul bone high? Dean Xue inquired of the ghost leopard Douluo. The probability is hard to quantify, he replied. Thus far, none of the elders and offerings from our spirit hall have managed to extract a soul bone. However, among the younger generation, there has been one successful case. Ah, I see. The three from Xue Academy exchanged glances at a loss for words. By this calculation, isn't the probability rather low? Is it difficult to accept? Once you reap sufficient benefits from this, you will find the price quite reasonable, the ghost leopard Douluo said, shaking his head slightly, no longer regarding the trio who were lost in contemplation. Instead, he turned to Lin Xiao and expressed his selection. Before long, Lin Xiao had neatly arranged 10 jars on the counter. Dean, I'm so excited to open the jars. Xue Ye whispered nervously, clutching the hem of her clothing. Silence. Just watch, Dean Xue instructed quietly. He too felt a thrill of anticipation, eager to discover what marvels lay within the jars priced at 100,000 gold soul coins. The calm-natured Xue Ye remained silent, yet her bright eyes shimmered with expectation. Crack, crack, crack. The ghost leopard Douluo was an expert at breaking jars, swift and precise. Most importantly, exceedingly fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 jars had been shattered. Xue Ye, Xue Ye, and Dean Xue immediately turned their attention to the scene, their expressions shifting to astonishment. What emerged were 3 crystalline gems. These, I reckon, are worth perhaps a few dozen gold soul coins? Dean Xue ventured cautiously. Lin Xiao nodded. About that. Spending 100,000 gold soul coins for a pile of these is quite a loss. Though the gems were valuable compared to the cost, they were hardly significant. The 3 from Xue Academy instinctively looked to the ghost leopard Douluo, expecting to see disappointment etched upon his face due to such a substantial loss. To their surprise, however, he bore no trace of discontent. Instead, he smiled. Senior, you're not angry? Xue Ye queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. If she were in his position, she would undoubtedly find it intolerable. Had he perhaps lost his wits from the shock? In contrast, the ghost leopard Douluo appeared perplexed. Why should I be angry? This is a good omen. As the saying goes, the initial gains may not be significant, but later rewards will outweigh the losses. If you begin opening jars and discover some decent items, the chances of encountering truly extraordinary treasures thereafter diminish significantly. The ghost leopard Douluo calmly shared his insights on jar opening. Is that truly the case? The trio from Xue Academy paused, contemplating the notion that uncovering so much triviality could still be a favorable outcome. Well, just observe for yourselves. The next moment will be one of miraculous revelation, he said with a cold smile, proceeding to shatter another jar. Crack! The 4th jar shattered, and the trio immediately focused their gaze upon it, eager to witness the extraordinary treasure the ghost leopard Douluo had mentioned. However, upon discerning the contents, they wore peculiar expressions. Inside the jar lay yet another gem valued at 30 to 50 gold soul coins. Is this it? Another 100,000 gold soul coins wasted. Xue Ye, and Dean Xue simultaneously turned their eyes to the ghost leopard Douluo, seeking a glimpse of disappointment on his face. To their astonishment, his smile only broadened. This is a good sign. Have you ever heard of the black elephant Huyanjin? The ghost leopard Douluo said cryptically. Huyanjin? What about him? Dean Xue asked, recalling some details about Huyanjin. He had previously opened jars at Lin's shop, and, on his first attempt, extracted a collection of largely useless items, even incurring losses to his sex resources. Thus, he was dubbed the Black Elephant. Yet, despite this, he did not give up, and, after his second attempt, managed to procure 2 upgrade scrolls, dramatically enhancing his power and achieving the status of title Douluo. The ghost leopard Douluo spoke in a low tone, but his words resonated like a mighty bell in Dean Xue's ears. Huyanjin's ascension to title Douluo had indeed stirred considerable commotion in the spirit master community. One could even say it was a tempest. Yet, the source of this storm was a modest shop. Dean Xue murmured in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xue Ye and Xue Ye were equally astonished, questioning if they were indeed hearing a myth. The so-called upgrade scrolls could elevate one to title Douluo? This was simply outrageous, Xue Ye whispered. Outrageous? Lin Xiao chuckled. There are even more astonishing aspects. Even a title Douluo can enhance their soul power by using the upgrade scroll. What? Even title Douluo can benefit from its use? The 3 of them were left in a daze. Such a treasure was indeed beyond imagination. Unbelievable. At that moment, Dean Xue's thoughts were ignited with fervor. If he could acquire such a treasure, Might he also have a chance to become a titled Douluo, if that day were to come? The standing and reputation of Xue Academy would reach unimaginable heights, surely surpassing the illustrious elemental academies of Divine Wind and Blazing Fire. Crack! Just then, the ghost leopard Douluo smashed another jar, a flash of purple light erupting. What lay within the jar? Why did I sense a chilling aura? Xue Ye remarked, somewhat surprised. Her voice tinged with self-doubt. It seemed, indeed, she was not mistaken. I too feel it, Xue Binger exclaimed, her eyes wide with tension as she gazed at the jar's contents. Finally, as the purple light dissipated, a crystalline bone lay quietly in the jar. Confirmed. This is a soul bone, and it possesses ice elemental power. Even Dean Tianxue, with his vast experience, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In his autumn-like eyes, surprise swelled vividly. Lin Xiao also took a look. It was a deep blue bone, glistening with clarity. Item: left arm bone of the Froststone Giant. Rarity: rare type. Tradable description: extracted from the Froststone Giant in the snowy underground realm. Effect: extreme cold storm. Unleashes the power of the soul bone, delivering a powerful strike with one punch, while simultaneously forming an icy tornado to attack enemies within range, inflicting freezing and slowing effects. Lin Xiao was not unfamiliar with the Froststone Giant. In the snowy realm, there exists an enigmatic creature, and when the snow-covered map is mentioned, Lin Xiao recalls a monster known as the Ice-Heart Boy, which he has encountered ad nauseum. However, there is little recourse. At the game's early stages, one must traverse dungeons and vanquish foes to level up. Boss, I seem to have struck lucky. The soul power emanating from this soul bone is approximately 10,000 years old, exclaimed the ghost leopard Douluo with palpable excitement. Lin Xiao nodded in affirmation. This soul bone is named the left arm bone of the Froststone Giant. When activated, it delivers a powerful strike to a designated target, while enemies within the vicinity are also subjected to an assault from an icy tornado. Haha, a treasure indeed. The ghost leopard Douluo could not contain his laughter upon hearing Lin Xiao's description. Indeed, a rare treasure, remarked Dean Tianxue, smacking his lips with an expression of longing. In other words, he was quite envious. Is this soul bone truly that remarkable? Xue Ye inquired softly after swallowing hard. Xue Binget a Shukia hid helplessly, leaning in to whisper to her younger sister, I often advise you to read more, yet you refuse to heed my words. Consider what the boss has said. Although this soul bone possesses only one soul skill, it has two effects. After delivering a powerful blow to the designated target, all targets within the area will also suffer from the Tempest's onslaught. Rounded off, it's akin to having two soul skills. Xue Ye was left speechless. This 10,000-year soul bone is rather impressive. So, do you now comprehend my earlier assertion? Is 100,000 gold soul coins for a jar still considered expensive? The ghost leopard Douluo inquired, casting a glance at the trio from Tianxue Academy. They all shook their heads in unison. A mere 1,000-year soul bone had cost over 2 million gold soul coins. Although Ning Fengji had generously gifted her the soul bone later on, its value was undeniable. Now, with a 10,000-year soul bone before them, its worth was self-evident, particularly with such a formidable skill attached. Were it not for the fact that the ghost leopard Douluo appeared to be financially secure, she would have directly asked him for a price. As long as it wasn't a matter of bankruptcy, the price was negotiable. However, the true issue lay in the uncertainty of whether he would even consider selling it. Ah, such a precious gem. I shall refine it upon my return, the ghost leopard Douluo declared joyfully as he stowed away the soul bone. How could he not be elated? Despite being a titled Douluo, he possessed only a single soul bone, and its attributes were not particularly compatible with his own. Although the left arm bone of the Froststone Giant did not perfectly align with him either, its power far surpassed that of his current soul bone. Subsequently, Lin Xiao observed as the ghost leopard Douluo shattered 2 more jars. The sound echoed as even a magic fruit juice failed to materialize. Lin Xiao was a loss for words. However, this time, Xue Ye refrained from voicing any further doubts. One learns from experience. She realized that these subpar items were likely being saved up for something exceptional for the ghost leopard Douluo. Perhaps the next jar held such a treasure. That is fine. Although I haven't discovered any extraordinary items like an upgrade scroll, I am still content, the ghost leopard Douluo said, wearing a look of satisfaction. At his level of mastery, every increment in strength was a cause for celebration. Lin Xiao smiled at this, thinking to himself, this fellow possesses quite the Zen demeanor. Yet, it is curious how, the more one desires nothing, the more one receives unexpected surprises. The ghost leopard Douluo was clearly a testament to this notion. With a crack, the contents of the jar refreshed the perceptions of Dean Tianxue. Xue Ye and Xue Ye. A pink glow emanated from within. What could this be? It seemed rather formidable. Xue Ye murmured, bewildered. This aura is incredibly potent. Could it be that another soul bone has emerged? Xue Ye pondered, her heart racing with anticipation. If that were the case, the ghost leopard Douluo would indeed be extraordinarily fortunate. Indeed, you are correct, Binger. This is indeed a soul bone, and it surpasses the previous one. Dean Tianxue intuited, sensing the extraordinary nature of the contents within the jar. What? Another soul bone? And it is even more powerful than the last one. Xue Ye and Xue Ye were momentarily stunned. Just how many treasures lay within this jar? At that moment, the radiant glow finally dissipated, revealing a peculiar item, a sharp fong measuring nearly 2 feet long. This does not appear to be a soul bone, Xue Ye remarked in confusion. Yet it exuded a soul power aura. Xue Ye furrowed her brow as well. Even Dean Tianxue began to doubt his own perceptions, wondering if he had misjudged. The ghost leopard Douluo, too, examined the tooth closely, scrutinizing it from various angles, but ultimately remained perplexed, casting a questioning glance at Lin Xiao, hoping for a reasonable explanation. What exactly is this? He inquired. Clearing his throat, Lin Xiao could not help but say, I wonder if you have heard of a type of soul bone known as an external soul bone? My goodness, this is actually an external soul bone. The realization struck like lightning. The individuals present were not foolish. After a brief moment of astonishment, they comprehended the profound implications of Lin Xiao's words. The ghost leopard Douluo was initially stunned, but soon his face transformed into one of uncontainable joy. Dean, I know what a soul bone is, but what exactly is an external soul bone? Xue Ye asked, her voice laced with confusion. It was the first time she had encountered such terminology. Although she could not fully grasp its meaning, it was undoubtedly something extraordinary, given its association with soul bones. As Xue Ye posed her question, Xue Ye perked up, equally curious about what an external soul bone entailed that could evoke such strong reactions from the ghost leopard Douluo and the Dean. It is well known that soul bones are categorized into 6 types, such as right arm bones and spine bones. In contrast, external soul bones exist outside these 6 categories as a rare anomaly. If the probability of a regular soul bone manifesting from a soul beast is 1 in 1,000, then the chance of an external soul bone appearing is less than 1 in 10,000. Previously, I had even doubted whether external soul bones existed at all. Dean Tianxue stated, his voice low yet tinged with awe. Their rarity is so profound that many regard them as mere legend, a figment of imagination. This is why such topics are seldom discussed in Soul Master Academy, to avoid misleading students. To be honest, this is my first encounter with an external soul bone. I had assumed that they were non-existent until now. An external soul bone, just a mere 2 words added to soul bone. Its value must be exponentially greater. Xue Ye and Xue Ye were taken aback by the revelation, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they turned to Lin Xiao. Is the storekeeper mad? Such a precious item is casually placed in a jar? The ghost leopard Douluo then directed his gaze back at Lin Xiao, perplexed. What soul beast does this soul bone originate from? Without further ado, Lin Xiao explained, this external soul bone is called the Fangs of the Ice Tiger. As for its abilities, you'll have to explore them yourself. Item: Fangs of the Ice Tiger. Level: Divine Artifact. Type: Tradable. Description: Extracted from the Ice Tiger found in the dungeons. Effect: Unknown. Self-discovery after fusion. It must be said that the prestige of the external soul bone is indeed high. This is the first time Lin Xiao has encountered an item with self-discovery capabilities. At this moment, after hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone else was left utterly bewildered. What exactly is a cold ice tiger? Can it be consumed? Not to mention the ghost leopard Douluo, even the principal of the Tianxue Academy, who possesses extensive knowledge of water and ice-type soul beasts, wore a confused expression. Even in the extreme northern plains, she had never heard of such a soul beast. Of course, it is not surprising that they had not heard of the cold ice tiger, just like the previously produced soul bones. The cold ice tiger is indeed not a soul beast from the Douluo Continent. Rather, it originates from the snowy realms of the underground city. Never mind. If I can't understand it, there is no need to dwell on it. I'm solely interested in discovering what abilities this soul bone can grant me. As long as my strength improves, it will be worth it. The ghost leopard murmured softly, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable eagerness. For soul masters, the enhancement of power is always of utmost importance. As he circulated his soul power, a faint ripple of energy began to emanate from him, being infused into the tooth-shaped soul bone in his hand. The refining process has begun. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Tianxue Academy also brightened at the prospect. They too wished to witness the legendary external soul bone and the capabilities it possessed. Mere moments later, the soul bone in the ghost leopard Douluo's hand vanished with a swift whoosh. A sudden, painful roar escaped his lips, startling Xue Ye, who instinctively recoiled in fear. "What is happening?" she exclaimed. "Don't be too alarmed. It's a normal reaction." Lin Xiao recalled that in the original story, Tang San also endured considerable pain when fusing with the 8 spider lances. The agony was merely transient. The ghost leopard Douluo only groaned a couple of times, but his behavior was somewhat peculiar, as he quickly covered his mouth with his large hands. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao inquired, furrowing his brow. "Is it too unsightly?" Yet before the ghost leopard Douluo could respond, he suddenly recalled something. "Wait a moment. This is an external soul bone shaped like a tooth. Could it be that the ghost leopard Douluo's teeth are undergoing a transformation?" However, the thought of such a long fang emerging from his mouth made Lin Xiao instinctively shake his head. The image was too vivid and somewhat terrifying to contemplate. "Senior, what's wrong?" Xue Ye asked anxiously, her large eyes blinking with concern, though her gaze revealed more curiosity than worry. After a brief silence, the ghost leopard Douluo snorted. "Fine, since you are so curious, I shall show you." With that, he removed his hands from his mouth, revealing his transformation to the onlookers. Upon witnessing the change, their pupils dilated, and a collective gasp filled the air. "Hiss! How could there be such a drastic transformation after fusing with the external soul bone? Is it not a bit frightening? Especially for Xue Ye. She felt that she might have nightmares tonight. Indeed, the ghost leopard Douluo now resembled something akin to a zombie from a horror film Lin Xiao had seen in his previous life. It was not grotesque, yet the ghost leopard Douluo had always appeared somewhat sinister, which added to the fright. "Boss, do I look normal like this?" The ghost leopard Douluo asked Lin Xiao for reassurance. He knew without a mirror that he must appear quite strange. Of course, it is normal. External soul bones typically induce some external changes. However, the position of your external soul bone is somewhat unique, resulting in a rather peculiar transformation, Lin Xiao replied calmly. "Is that truly the case? I have never fused with an external soul bone before and lack experience. Please do not deceive me," the ghost leopard Douluo said, still skeptical. "Have no fear. I am quite experienced and would not mislead you," Lin Xiao assured him with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the ghost leopard Douluo felt reassured, but then asked Lin Xiao, "Boss, I feel a tingling sensation in my gums. I have an overwhelming urge to bite something. Is there a possibility that my teeth are in the initial stages of fusion and are growing?" Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "I believe a good chew toy would be most suitable for you." He recalled how he had once bought chew toys for his dog in his previous life, though that mischievous creature had a penchant for destroying the house. "You make a valid point," the ghost leopard Douluo nodded in agreement. He then retrieved a metal rod, about the thickness of a baby's arm, from his storage soul guide and shoved it into his mouth. With a crunch, the rod shattered like popcorn. "Goodness, is he really treating that metal rod as a chew toy? He's even more ferocious than my dog," Lin Xiao thought to himself, astonished. It was noteworthy that the ghost leopard Douluo had not utilized any soul power, soul skills, or even activated his martial soul, merely relying on his teeth. He exhibited such formidable power. This bite was undoubtedly akin to a divine weapon. Is this truly the essence of an external soul bone? The principal of Tianshui Academy and the sisters Xue Ye and Xue Ye found themselves at a loss for words. To them, the power was simply outrageous. Given the sharpness of those teeth, if they were to sink into a person, the consequences would be dire. "Boss, with these teeth, I believe there are few on the Douluo Continent who could withstand my assault," the ghost leopard Douluo exclaimed, elated by the strength of his new teeth. It was worth noting that this was merely a fraction of their potential. With the enhancement of soul power, their power would surely double, if not more. Suddenly, the ghost leopard Douluo found himself reminiscing about his old comrades. It had been a while since they last sparred. "Boss, I have a humble request. Though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it," he stated, tucking away the cold ice tigeress fangs. "Then perhaps it is best not to speak of it," Lin Xiao replied with a slight smile, teasingly. The ghost leopard Douluo was taken aback. "Boss Lin, even if you are unwilling to hear me out, I must express this," he said earnestly. "Consider it a plea. Please raise your prices." "What? Increase the price? ISN T 10,000 gold soul coins per jar already expensive?" Lin Xiao had yet to respond when Xue Ye couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Indeed, 10,000 gold soul coins is no small sum. However, compared to the items produced in your jars, it is hardly significant. The ghost leopard Douluo looked at Xue Ye and said, "You all witnessed me opening the jar. Not to mention, The soul bone I previously acquired was valued at 2 to 3 million gold soul coins. You may not know this, but I once opened another jar containing several million gold soul coins. Frankly, I have yet to spend a single gold soul coin since I began opening jars. Goodness. No wonder the ghost leopard Douluo doesn't find it expensive. He has been reaping benefits without cost. The 3 members of Xue Ye Academy were stunned, realizing the underlying significance in the ghost leopard Douluo's words. Boss, I implore you to show some mercy. Raise the price a little, so I can feel more justified in taking your items. It would at least serve to compensate for your losses. Otherwise, I genuinely fear that one day you might find yourself in a precarious situation, the ghost leopard Douluo said, his emotions increasingly agitated. He truly feared that Lin Xiao, in his charitable nature, might one day find himself unable to sustain his business and shut down. Unable to sustain myself? Huh, what a joke. You may profit handsomely, but I shall never incur a loss, Lin Xiao thought to himself, a cold smile forming within. However, an increase in price was out of the question. 10,000 gold soul coins per jar was already yielding poor sales. Raise the price. Madness. Had it not been for the expression of sheer ignorance upon your face, I might have almost thought you intended to deceive me. Indeed, if it were feasible, Lin Xiao would have already lowered the price long ago. There is no need for further discussion. With a dismissive gesture, Lin Xiao proclaimed, I, Lin, have established a price of 100,000 gold soul coins. And even if the day comes when I face bankruptcy, I shall not raise it. Boss, think carefully. The ghost leopard Douluo attempted to interject, but Lin Xiao interrupted him. There is nothing to deliberate. Hurry and open the jar, and once you are done, be on your way. Lin Xiao jestingly scolded him. Ah, very well. The ghost leopard Douluo sighed, ultimately shattering the remaining jars. The onlookers could even hear him muttering, for heaven's sake, don't let anything valuable emerge. I would want to see Boss Lin suffer excessive losses. Is there such a thing? The crowd was taken aback, cursing oneself. How intriguing. Ha ha, splendid. There is nothing of value. How delightful. Once the jars were opened, the ghost leopard couldn't contain his laughter upon seeing the contents. Had the spectators not been privy to the preceding events, they might have thought he had lost his wits. Boss, the jars are opened, and I shall not disturb you further. However, I hope you will contemplate my suggestion seriously. Not just me, but many of our comrades in the spirit hall also desire a price increase. The ghost leopard Douluo sincerely expressed as he gathered the items from the jars. Lin Xiao waved his hand in exasperation. Get lost. After bidding farewell to the ghost leopard Douluo, Lin Xiao turned to the bewildered Xue Ye, and others, inquiring, what are your thoughts? Do you now comprehend what I spoke of previously? Dean Tianxue nodded in confusion. I understand. Dean, should we leave this place now? Xue Ye asked, believing that finding a moment of calm would be the best course of action. Leave? Dean Tianxue shook her head. No, we cannot simply depart. Are you intending to open the jars? Xue Ye questioned incredulously. However, before Dean Tianxue could respond, Xue Ye hastily interjected, Dean, you must think this through. 100,000 gold soul coins per jar is no trivial sum. Moreover, the true value of some of those items is quite uncertain. In simpler terms, she deemed the act of opening the jars unwise. Although the ghost leopard Douluo had profited, without 2 soul bones, it would be a substantial loss. But if a soul bone emerges, it would be worth it, Dean Tianxue insisted. I feel the ghost leopard Douluo is merely dragging things out, Xue Ye offered in counsel. Dragging? Impossible, Dean Tianxue shook her head. Ordinary soul bones are worth millions of gold soul coins, not to mention the external attached soul bones. I believe their value could easily reach tens of millions. Moreover, as you saw, the ghost leopard Douluo directly fused that external attached soul bone, meaning that unless he is slain, no one could obtain that bone. If it truly is a drag, wouldn't the cost be rather steep? Even if the 3 of us were to open jars, it would only amount to 3 million gold soul coins. Is it truly worth it to risk tens of millions for this farce? In other words, do we deserve it? Chapter 256. Xue Ye opens the jar. Napping stickers though harsh, this statement rang true. Xue Ye and Xue Ye exchanged glances, agreeing that the dean's analysis was quite sound. Indeed, they were not worthy of such a significant expense for deception. Dean, do you intend to open the jars? Xue Ye asked, her heart racing with anticipation. Of course. Not just me. You all should open jars as well. Dean Tianxue's response was resolute, her gaze sweeping over the Xue sisters. We should open jars too? Xue Ye expressed disbelief, knowing that opening jars could easily cost over 1 million gold soul coins. Dean, you are too kind to me. Xue Ye looked genuinely touched. Stop being overly sentimental, Dean Tianxue replied with mild irritation. You are not just students of Tianxue Academy, but exceptional talents of our spirit master family. Supporting you is only fitting. Afterward, she turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, Boss, if the three of us were to open jars, could you possibly offer a discount? A discount? How about a broken bone? Lin Xiao internally scoffed. I'm afraid we cannot offer discounts. He flatly rejected Dean Tianshui's request. Well, very well. With a resigned sigh, Dean Tianshui accepted the situation. As the head of the academy, she bore responsibility for many and must be prudent with finances. Lin Xiao's tone, filled with unwavering certainty, dispelled any lingering hope for a discount. Reluctantly, she retrieved box after box filled with gold soul coins. Boss, here are 3 million gold soul coins. Please accept them. Hiss, the Xue Ye sisters gasped in astonishment. 3 million gold soul coins was no insignificant amount, enough with the shock or the heartache. This money was originally meant for purchasing the Frost Goblin Soul Bone. However, due to the assistance of Lord Ning, he graciously gifted us the Soul Bone. We might as well use this money to open the jars, Dean Tianshui explained. But what if we incur losses? Xue Ye interjected, her eyes darting around. Could we really lose? I find it highly unlikely, Dean Tianshui frowned. Hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled inwardly. He had even begun to persuade them. And Dean Tianshui was already catching on. But better safe than sorry, Xue Binger furrowed her brow. What if nothing of value emerges? Then we would be left with nothing but the money Lord Ning charged us for the soul bone. Dean Tianshui paused momentarily and slowly replied. Lin Xiao is clearly determined to have us open jars. This was understandable. Lin Xiao sensed an aura of strength emanating from her, likely indicating she was already an 80-plus level soul Douluo. Seeking breakthroughs by opening jars was quite normal. Have you come to a consensus? Lin Xiao reminded them. Once you select a jar from this establishment, there are no exchanges or refunds. Dean Tianshui nodded in agreement. Rest assured, life and death are predestined, and riches come from heaven. I understand this principle. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled, realizing she was indeed a remarkable woman. Very well, you may now begin selecting jars. Who shall go first? He surveyed the three of them and softly inquired. Dean, as the elder, perhaps you should go first? Xue Ye suggested quietly. Dean Tianshui gently shook her head. Let Binger go first. Xue Binger was momentarily taken aback, glancing between the dean and her sister, ultimately conceding with a nod. All right then. She internally added, if I am to be a test subject, so be it. With that, she stepped forward. Boss, I shall open the jar first. Is there any technique to it? Xue Binger asked shyly. There is no technique. It is all about emotions. Just kidding. It's all about luck. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Luck? Xue Binger's expression dimmed. However, upon reflection, she realized that it was indeed unreasonable to ask the owner of the jars for tips on how to open them. Anyone with sense wouldn't divulge such secrets. Go, sister. At that moment, the spirited Xue Ye, her eyes sparkling, clenched her small fists, cheering for Xue Binger. After regaining her focus, Xue Binger transformed her hesitation into determination and conveyed her choice to Lin Xiao. In the blink of an eye, 10 jars were placed before her. Lin Xiao gestured invitingly, indicating that the performance could commence. Xue Binger reminisced about the actions of the ghost leopard Douluo as he opened the jars and, with a flare of imitation, picked up the lucky magic hammer, shattering the first jar. The sound of cracking echoed as the jar splintered, prompting the whimsical Xue Ye to exclaim in astonishment. A blue glow. This is something I have never seen before. Isn't it remarkable? Indeed, the luck encountered by the ghost leopard Douluo during today's jar opening was extraordinary, yielding either common or rare items, but none of high grade. Item, pet pen level, high type, non-transferable description, a wondrous tool from the world of Doryman. Effect, by drawing an animal you like or desire on paper with this pen, the pet depicted will come to life. Lin Xiao discerned the peculiar pen within the jar, resembling a crayon. Sister, what is the purpose of this pen? Xue Ye inquired curiously as Xue Binger lifted it. That is a good question. If I knew, I would certainly tell you, Xue Binger replied, somewhat irked. Since you have no idea, let us see what Boss Lin has to say. Dean Tianshui remarked with an air of resignation, turning to Lin Xiao with an inquisitive expression. Lin Xiao, not one to prolong the suspense, explained, the pet pen allows you to draw an animal on paper, and the creature will come to life, although it can only exist on the paper. This item's function seems rather peculiar, Dean Tianshui mused, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her gaze. She was uncertain whether this object was indeed of any utility. However, Xue Ye exclaimed with delight, Yea, sister, I have paper here. Quickly, draw me a cute bunny. As she spoke, she produced a sheet of white paper from her spatial soul guide. Lin Xiao observed, noting that the paper was the size of A4. Upon hearing her sister's words, Xue Ye retorted sharply, "Speak properly." "All right, I got it," Xue Ye replied, sticking out her tongue. Upon seeing this, Xue Ye took the paper from her sister. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Lin Xiao and asked, "Boss, may I get a try?" Despite the pen not eliciting much interest from Dean Tianxue, it had surely captivated the sisters, as every girl harbors a sense of youthful whimsy. They were eager to experiment. "Of course," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, confident that this magical pen would yield surprising results. "Sister, hurry. I can hardly wait," Xue Ye urged, her excitement palpable. Xue Ye sighed, wondering when her sister would shed her impatient tendencies, and began to draw at Lin Xiao's counter. In no time, a vividly animated rabbit sprang to life on the paper. As Xue Ye added the finishing touch, the rabbit emitted a series of squeaks. "It's alive. It's really alive." Xue Ye clapped her hands in joy. "Is it truly effective?" Dean Tianxue's eyes sparkled with astonishment, though the moment was fleeting as she quickly regained her composure, for as the dean, she had to maintain her dignified persona. At that moment, Xue Ye handed the paper to Xue Ye, who was brimming with encouragement. "Sister, you can do it." Xue Ye took a deep breath, feeling the weight of pressure. After all, it was a hefty sum of 100,000 gold soul coins. She pondered how many days' worth of tuition for the students of Tianxue Academy would be lost with this one swing. "It's all right. Even if I fail this time, I can always consult the elders of my clan to relax the admission policies of Tianxue Academy, no longer requiring beauty, but merely that they be female." Dean Tianxue's voice rang out behind Xue Ye. Her expression stiffened at the thought, while Lin Xiao silently shook his head in disapproval. It was far too soon for such drastic measures. With a crack, Xue Ye shattered another jar, unleashing a flash of light. "Purple!" She gasped in astonishment. I recall the ghost leopard Douluo previously opening an item that emitted such a glow. Could be a soul bone? Xue Ye exclaimed. Lin Xiao mused that had Dean Tianxue not anticipated the excitement and placed her hand on Xue Ye's shoulder, the latter might have already leapt up in exhilaration. However, Lin Xiao merely glanced before returning his attention to the contents of the jar before Xue Ye. Item: napping stickers, level, rare type, non-transferable description, a miraculous item from the world of Doryman. Effect: if you tell the napping sticker what you wish to accomplish, and then place it over your eyes, you can doze off while attending to your tasks. "Boss, these two lightweight pieces of paper, are they misplaced?" Xue Ye queried as she lifted the two fluttering stickers from the jar, her calm demeanor giving way to uncertainty. "Why is it that others receive soul bones while I get these mere sheets of paper?" "Vite," Xue Ye chimed in, her mind racing as she sought the right words to describe the situation. "Did you do something wrong?" Xue Ye darkened at her sister's words. "It's a misfortune to have you as a sister." "Silence," Dean Tianxue admonished. "Let us hear what Boss Lin has to say." Even if they are just two pieces of paper, their purple glow suggests they are anything but ordinary. Upon finishing her statement, the three women fell silent, their gazes converging upon Lin Xiao. Indeed, these are not ordinary sheets. They are enchanted papers known as napping stickers. As the name implies, once you place them over your eyes, the user will instantly fall into a deep slumber, Lin Xiao explained gradually. "Is that all?" "My sister has an excellent quality of sleep. She is the type who can doze off at the slightest touch of a pillow, needing no external assistance," Xue Ye quipped, pouting disdainfully. Xue Ye, you truly are my dear sister." Xue Ye could no longer contain herself, her brow furrowing with a desire to set things straight. "Yet," Lin Xiao's voice interrupted, "do not be hasty. I have not finished. As long as you express your intentions to the stickers before use, then place them over your eyes, you can both nap and accomplish tasks simultaneously." "Oh, is it really that miraculous?" Xue Ye's eyes sparkled as she asked. "Can it be anything?" Thwack! Not only Lin Xiao, but even Dean Tianxue could no longer hold back, delivering a sharp rap to Xue Ye's head. Tears welled in her eyes. "I'm so wronged. I want to cry," she declared, though her voice trembled. "But can I still ask, Dean, why did you hit me?" "To remind you not to speak so frivolously. Even if these napping stickers could assist in accomplishing tasks, let us not be absurd. For instance, if you were to challenge a 10,000-year soul beast with the strength of a soul master, that would be utterly impossible." Finally, someone with sense, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "In fact, I believe this item has numerous practical applications. For example, during arduous training, you could easily pass the time by napping. While others suffer, you could simply enjoy a restful slumber. Moreover, you may utilize this sticker during your moments of respite. While others slumber, you too can drift into sleep. Yet your body diligently engages in cultivation, thus granting you an edge over your peers. Ah, how could I have overlooked this? Xue Ye's eyes shimmered with realization, her expression illuminating with understanding. This is undoubtedly a remarkable item. Does this not imply that while others cultivate for a year, the user effectively cultivates for 2? With the dozing sticker, one can revel in double the joy. Previously you were too engrossed in banter to ponder such matters. I'm not criticizing you. Rather, you ought to learn from your sister, who always maintains her composure. Dean Tian Xue remarked to Xue Ye with a hint of curiosity, then turned her gaze toward Xue Bing. At once, she was taken aback. What on earth is happening here? Xue Binger was heard exclaiming to the sticker in her hand. I wish to jump 10 circles like a rabbit. Upon saying this, she affixed 2 stickers to her eyes. Immediately afterward, Xue Binger commenced leaping around the group like a rabbit. The crowd was astonished. Fortunately, the shop was not vast, and even after jumping 10 circles, it did not take much time. As Xue Binger ceased her antics and removed the stickers, she found everyone staring at her in utter disbelief. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? She inquired, perplexed. Whether or not you have something on your face, I cannot say. Xue Ye shook her head, her expression shrouded in mystery as she asked. I simply wish to know what it feels like to be a rabbit. Xue Binger's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In truth, she merely wanted to ascertain whether the sticker possessed the remarkable qualities Lin Xiao had described. It is worth noting that such behavior would have been utterly unthinkable in her usual demeanor. The evidence indeed affirmed its extraordinary nature. Xue Binger felt that this sticker had become so powerful that it could compel one to forsake their moral compass and integrity. Chapter 257, Tang San's Intentions. Tang Hao lays his cards on the table. I am a divine craftsman. Ahem. Lin Xiao cleared his throat and addressed Xue Binger. Although the sticker you obtained rightfully belongs to you, our establishment still advises caution in its usage. Ultimately, it is best to dedicate the time of your naps to cultivation. Binger understands. Xue Binger's face reddened further upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. She recalled her earlier eccentric behavior. No, her lapse in composure, and felt as though she wanted to sink into her chest in embarrassment. Binger, the proprietor, speaks wisely. You should refrain from engaging in such unexpected antics. Dean Tian Xue's voice chimed in at that moment. Such a precious treasure should be utilized for cultivation, as that is the proper path. Put forth your best effort, and your future holds boundless potential. If one were to look closely, they would notice that her eyes shimmered with a gleam, a symbol of hope. Xue Binger is indeed the future of Tian Xue Academy. Rest assured, Dean, I will not disappoint your expectations, Xue Binger solemnly assured as she carefully stored the sticker. Sister, don't just stand there. Quickly see what you can obtain next. I am positively eager, Xue Ye exclaimed, her face brimming with anticipation. My goodness, such youthful exuberance. Lin Xiao thought to himself, his gaze flickering slightly. In contrast, Xue Binger chose to remain silent and continued to open jars. Crack, crack, crack. Wild strawberries and mountain grapes. Overall, aside from consumption, they possess little effect. Lin Xiao remarked indifferently as he observed the items Xue Binger retrieved from the jars. Is that so? Xue Binger, usually calm as water, couldn't help but pout slightly. To claim she was not disappointed would be disingenuous. Binger, do not lose heart. Treasures of such caliber are not easily acquired. Besides, obtaining such a miraculous item as the dozing sticker is already quite commendable. Dean Tian Xue stepped forward, gently patting Xue Binger on the shoulder. Her words were not mere consolation. She genuinely believed them. It is essential to recognize that Xue Binger is an exceptionally gifted individual. With the sticker in her possession, even her sleep could be transformed into cultivation. It would be a challenge not to double her cultivation speed. For instance, what would take a decade, Xue Binger could accomplish in 5 years. Thus, her future could reach unprecedented heights. Given such a significant advantage, Dean Tian Xue felt certain that Xue Binger would undoubtedly become a title Douluo in the future. 1 million gold soul coins for future title Douluo is undeniably a worthwhile investment. Dean, you are correct. Perhaps the next jar will yield what I desire. Xue Binger's gaze once again solidified with determination. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded. Indeed, within the next myriad of jars, you shall surely find what you seek. The truth of his words soon became evident. It was indeed a myriad of jars, not just one. Crack, crack, crack. One jar after another was shattered, and Xue Binger's lovely face gradually paled. Ultimately, they were merely ordinary items. Even with prior preparations, confronting reality proved somewhat difficult to accept. Nonetheless, Xue Binger displayed remarkable resilience. She pressed her lips together and continued to open jars. Crack. At last, a different glow emerged. The crowd's eyes widened pink. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall. Oh, isn't that the ghost leopard? Back again. Just as he stepped into the elder hall, Ghost Leopard Douluo was met by two individuals approaching him. He smiled, for they were old comrades, none other than Bear Demon Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo. Were they here to flaunt their achievements? Ghost Leopard Douluo's gaze flickered with understanding. A few days prior, Bear Demon Douluo had opened jars and procured numerous valuable items. The protection of the divine had shone brightly, saving Bear Demon Douluo's life in conjunction with the fate coin. Furthermore, the powerful weapon, the heavy absorption gun, had also performed remarkably in his battle against Tang Hao, elevating Bear Demon Douluo's reputation immensely. It could be said that he had become quite the sensation. Moreover, the heavy absorption gun, such a marvelous weapon, was frequently seen in Bear Demon Douluo's grasp. Everyone knew he was simply showing off. So, what did you acquire this time? At that moment, Bear Demon Douluo approached Ghost Leopard Douluo, brandishing the heavy absorption gun and executing a stylish flourish. Ah, here we go again with the display. Serpent Spear, Douluo muttered under his breath. The prowess of the heavy absorption gun was evident to all. Even he felt a pang of envy upon witnessing it. Actually, this time's jar opening was rather mediocre. I only managed to procure 1 or 2 items that are barely acceptable. Ghost Leopard Douluo remarked with a flicker of his gaze, sighing. So you didn't uncover anything remarkable? Good to know, Bear Demon Douluo chuckled inwardly. For this meant he could shine before his old friend. Ghost Leopard, I often say, maintaining the right mindset while opening jars is crucial. The more you force it, the less likely you are to succeed. When you approach it with a relaxed attitude, unexpected gains may arise. As he spoke, he patted Ghost Leopard Douluo on the shoulder, adopting a tone of a seasoned veteran. Ghost Leopard, what are the items you found that are acceptable? Serpent Spear Douluo inquired softly. To be honest, he was quite curious. Nothing much. Ghost Leopard Douluo shook his head, expressing mild disinterest. I merely obtained 2 soul bones. It's hardly worth mentioning. Indeed, it was hardly worth mentioning. Do not be discouraged. Just keep trying. Wait a moment. Did you say you acquired soul bones? 2 of them? Serpent Spear Douluo abruptly halted mid-sentence, then asked incredulously. Bear Demon Douluo also stiffened, as though turned to stone. Internally, he exclaimed, Goodness, not only did he acquire soul bones, but 2 of them at that? This is excessive. Good brother, have you refined the soul bones yet? Serpent Spear Douluo inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing the sound, the bear spirit Douluo gazed eagerly at the Ghost Leopard Douluo, yearning to witness the marvels of the soul bone he had acquired. I have refined a fragment, the Ghost Leopard Douluo declared, producing the remaining soul bone of the frost giant. Instantly, the temperature in the air plummeted. This soul bone must be over 10,000 years old. The Serpent Spear Douluo remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. 10,000-year soul bones are exceedingly rare. The boisterous bear spirit Douluo could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, What abilities does this soul bone possess? Nothing much, merely a transformation from single target to area attack, accompanied by some ice element effects, the Ghost Leopard Douluo replied. Casting a glance at the astonished bear spirit Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo, adding, It's really nothing extraordinary. After a moment, both were finally able to compose themselves. What the heck? Such exquisite attributes for a soul bone. And that's all there is to it? The bear spirit Douluo could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Am I unable to lift the serpent spear, or are you simply too overinflated with pride? Damn it, I believed in you, only to find you were speaking mere trivialities. The serpent spear Douluo was equally incensed. Initially sympathetic to the Ghost Leopard Douluo's words, he now felt like the fool. You, a person like you, are not deserving of sympathy, he retorted, casting an irritated glance at the Ghost Leopard Douluo, feeling deceived. The Ghost Leopard Douluo's expression turned somewhat awkward. What have I done? This is all your own imagination, and has nothing to do with me. This soul bone is impressive, the bear spirit Douluo interjected, holding a heavy gun in one hand and his inflatable companion in the other. At once, the Ghost Leopard Douluo understood that he was being shown off too. But could he back down? Thus, he bared his teeth at both the bear and serpent spear Douluo. If I can't compare, then I can't compare. But that doesn't mean I can bite. The bear spirit Douluo instinctively retreated slightly. Bah, I wouldn't bother biting you, the Ghost Leopard Douluo retorted, somewhat petulantly. What about your teeth? The serpent spear Douluo initially frowned, then seemed to witness something utterly unbelievable. The Ghost Leopard Douluo had not manifested his martial soul, yet his body underwent a bizarre transformation. More specifically, his teeth began to undergo a dramatic change, becoming sharp and menacing. If a child were to see this, they would likely scream in terror. Is this your other soul bone? Could it possibly be a rare head soul bone? The serpent spear, Douluo questioned, furrowing his brow. Yet shook his head in denial. But that shouldn't be the case. I've never seen a head soul bone transform into teeth. Nearby, the bear spirit Douluo also shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, I've never encountered such an absurd occurrence. Observing their reactions, the ghost leopard Douluo grinned and asked, have you two brothers ever heard of what is known as an external soul bone? Boom! With those words, both the serpent spear and ghost leopard were struck as if by lightning, their minds blank. What? An external soul bone? The two were utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Dai Mubai traversed an unnamed mountain range. Suddenly, Tang San halted in his tracks. The words spoken by Tang Hao were too shocking to fathom. Father, did you say that the Haotian sect is no more? He looked at Tang Hao in disbelief. Beside him, Dai Mubai was also engulfed by a wave of astonishment. What? The legendary number 1 sect in the world has vanished. He was utterly shocked. Little San, I am your father. I would not deceive you. The Haotian sect has been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. However, we must not lose hope. There is still a spark of hope. Your uncle leads many young people who are lying in wait within the Tiando Empire. The ancestors of Tang Chun are on a journey to Sea God Island. And with the support of the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, their cultivation will surely reach new heights. With the ancestor present, our Haotian sect remains the strongest sect. Tang Hao declared, clenching his fists and resolutely stating, the future of the Haotian sect is promising. Isn't that a bit too optimistic? Tang San remarked, furrowing his brow. Father, I wish to contribute further to the sect. He turned to Tang Hao earnestly. Oh, what do you intend to do? Tang Hao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Hood. The Zhuge crossbow erupted, its bolts effortlessly piercing through a nearby ancient tree. I wish to share the crafting method of this weapon with the sect, Tang San replied. He understood the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. The Haotian sect and its disciples were also his support. Given the current dire circumstances facing the Haotian sect, which was at a critical juncture, the Tang sect's hidden weapons could undoubtedly assist in its swift resurgence, granting the power to resist the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall also possessed Tang sect's hidden weapons. Tang San firmly believed that only Tang sect's hidden weapons could defeat Tang sect's hidden weapons. That sounds splendid. Tang Hao exclaimed with delight upon hearing Tang San's words. Undoubtedly, he recognized the immense value of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. It is indeed possible, but the crafting of hidden weapons is intricate, requiring top-tier craftsmen. Moreover, the materials needed are extremely demanding, necessitating a plethora of rare metals. Tang San pondered for a moment before looking at Tang Hao. What a trivial matter. Tang Hao chuckled dismissively, waving his hand. Yet Tang San was taken aback, repeating earnestly, Father, the crafting process for hidden weapons cannot afford any carelessness. Whether materials or the artisan skills, both are of utmost importance. Ha ha! Tang Hao could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Little San, I have listened attentively to your words. You might not know this, but aside from being the Haotian Douluo of the Haotian sect, your father also holds another identity. What identity? I'm one of the 3 great craftsmen of the Blacksmiths Association, and I can be said to be one of the most influential figures in Gongxin City. A divine craftsman? Both Tang San and Dai Mubai were astounded. They had not anticipated that Tang Hao possessed such formidable capabilities. Observing the astonished expressions of Tang San and Dai Mubai, Tang Hao nodded with satisfaction and added, moreover, Gongxin City is renowned as the metropolis of metals, housing countless rare ores. To speak frankly, Gongxin City possesses the vast majority of rare metals found on the Douluo Continent. Even when compared to the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires, it is unparalleled. Tang Hao's pride swelled as he continued. Indeed, this is truly magnificent. With the assistance of Gongxin City, the restoration of the Tang sect's glory will be a natural outcome. Even if the Spirit Hall possesses the Tang sect's secret arts, it cannot compete with us. Excitement shone in Tang San's eyes as he envisioned a bright future. Father, time is of the essence. I believe we should first head to Gongxin City. After establishing a foundation, we can then proceed to Sea God Island. Tang San will get Tang Hao easily. Compared to the elusive divine legacy, Tang San was more inclined to trust in the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Fortunately, we are not far from Gongxin City. I will take you there. I assure you that whatever rare metals you need, you shall acquire. Tang Hao patted his chest in confidence. After all, as one of the 3 great craftsmen of Gongxin City, he had that assurance. At that moment, outside Gongxin City, carts laden with goods were preparing to set off. Currently, The president of the Blacksmith Association, CD, solemnly addressed his junior disciples, Cu and C Kai, saying, "Brothers, this journey to the Spirit Hall is fraught with peril. You must take care of yourselves. Rest assured, senior brother." Cu and C Kai exchanged glances, feeling deeply moved. "Ahem, you have misunderstood. What I mean is, protect the important items. As for your well-being, it is of little consequence," the senior disciple, C Long, interjected with a light cough. "Second brother, your sabotage is rather unamusing," C Kai remarked with a slight pout, displaying his dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha." At that moment, CD chuckled awkwardly and stated, "The second brother is indeed correct. It is essential to remember that the carriage is laden with rare metals specifically requested by our esteemed master. It can be said to encompass the entirety of our stock from Gongxin City. Should anything go awry, I dread to think how our master might react." Chapter 258. Xue Ye wept, "Unlike my sister, ha, ha, ha. Brothers, if that is your stance, I shall raise no objections." Cu instinctively shrank her neck. Just a few days prior, they had received a message from Lu Gao, specifically requesting that he and C Kai travel to Wuhuan City to assist Lu Gao, and they were to bring along all the rare metals available in Gongxin City. Had it not been for the secret code left by Lu Gao in the letter, they might have thought him kidnapped by the Wuhuan Hall. Nevertheless, they were genuinely curious about Lu Gao's endeavors within the Wuhuan Hall. Even if that organization possessed something called hidden sand and shadow, it hardly seemed sufficient to compel Lu Gao to make such a decision. Without further ado, "My two junior brothers, you should embark at once. Do not keep our master waiting," CD said, waving his hand in farewell to the two junior brothers. "Take care, brothers," Cu and C Kai echoed in unison. Subsequently, they led the convoy towards Wuhuan City. Meanwhile, in Wuhuan City, within a small shop, the collective astonishment of the crowd transformed into a state of shock. "Pink, could it be an external soul bone?" Xue Ye exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. She recalled the pink glow emitted when the ghost leopard Douluo unveiled an external soul bone. Could it be that Binger's luck has finally turned? Beside her, Dean Tianshui's gaze flickered as her mind raced with thoughts. However, she soon furrowed her brow. There was no fluctuation of soul power, suggesting it was unlikely to be a soul bone. But if it wasn't a soul bone, then what could it be? Her curiosity was piqued. Before long, the crowd discerned the contents of a jar, resulting in a collective gasp. "Heavens, if I am not mistaken, that is a chicken." Xue Ye pointed at the item within the jar. "Indeed, it is a hen with a red head and a yellow body. I could comprehend the emergence of a soul bone. But what on earth is this chicken? Can it possibly produce a soul bone?" Dean Tianxue furrowed her brow. Although she had seen many peculiar items in the jar, this one was increasingly absurd. "Dean, sister, do not be overly agitated. I am certain this chicken is anything but ordinary," Xue Binger said eagerly, gazing at Lin Xiao with anticipation for an explanation. "This is indeed not a typical chicken. It is a replicating hen," Lin Xiao explained slowly. "Item, replicating hen level. Divine artifact, type, non-tradable description, a miraculous item from the world of Doryman. Effect, this replicating hen can replicate anything you desire and produce it as an egg. Number of uses, 6, though it permits only 6 uses. Considering the system's nature, if utilized to replicate soul bones, wouldn't that yield an entire set?" Lin Xiao was instantly flooded with thoughts. Replicating hen. The three women exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. This replicating hen could replicate anything one desired and produce it as an egg. However, it only allowed for 6 attempts. At that moment, Lin Xiao spoke again to clarify. "Indeed, it is as I described." Upon hearing this, the three women shuddered in surprise. Speculation was one thing, but receiving confirmation from Lin Xiao was an entirely different matter. Importantly, they also noted the other word he mentioned, anything. "Boss, may I inquire if soul bones can be replicated?" Dean Tianxue asked tentatively, her voice trembling slightly from nervousness. "We shall find out through experimentation." Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. "Does this imply it can be done?" Dean Tianxue pondered, her heart racing as she mulled over Lin Xiao's words. The prospect of replicating 6 soul bones was truly staggering. Just considering the potential value of soul bones exceeding 2 million meant that 6 would equate to 12 million. 12 million. Such a sum would be astronomical for the Tianxue Academy and the affiliated soul master families. It was worth noting that even the expenditure of several million to acquire the ice attribute Frost Goblin Soul Bone had strained their resources. After all, not everyone possessed the financial backing of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. "We struck it rich. We've hit the jackpot." While Xue Binger did not vocalize her excitement, it was evident she was thrilled, and the cost was a mere 1 million. even factoring in the expenses incurred by the Dean and Xue Ye for the jar. It was still a guaranteed profit. Now I understand the ghost leopard Douluo's words. This boss Lin is genuinely charitable. To offer such a precious treasure so readily? In comparison to the value of the replicating hen, the jar priced at 100,000 gold soul coins seemed trivial. At one moment, Xue Ye even felt an impulse to suggest raising the price. She was genuinely concerned about Lin Xiao's willingness to sustain such losses for long. Dean, please retrieve that goblin soul bone for my sister to try, the whimsical Xue Ye exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Even Xue Ye looked at Dean Tianxue with eager anticipation. In truth, without Xue Ye needing to say anything, Dean Tianxue had already procured the soul bone. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao's voice echoed. This replicating hen offers only 6 opportunities for use. I suggest you consider replicating a higher level, more potent soul bone. After all, merely taking a glance at it means it is yours, a pure act of benefaction. Lin Xiao's message was simple. If there was no cost involved, why not opt for something stronger? Zero investment with high returns would make any capitalist weep. This. Dean Tianxue and the others were momentarily taken aback before expressions of realization dawned upon them. Lin Xiao's words were indeed a wake-up call. If they could obtain something for free, why not aim for something more formidable? In that instant, the 3 of them set their sights on the frost goblin's soul bone, suddenly finding it less appealing. However, a pressing concern loomed before them. Dean, sister, the issue is that we currently lack a stronger soul bone to replicate. Xue Ye lamented with a frown. We have some, but they are not potent enough, rendering them nearly equivalent to having none at all. I recall that the ghost leopard once mentioned a relatively decent soul bone. Perhaps there is still time. At that moment, Lin Xiao casually offered, indeed. Perhaps there is still time. Binger, quickly finish opening the remaining jars. Let us proceed to the Wuhuan Hall to seek out this elder. Dean Tianxue urged with urgency. All right. Xue Ye nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Moreover, the soul bone obtained by the ghost leopard law possesses formidable offensive capabilities, area of effect enhancements, and amplifications of the ice element, rendering it exceedingly compatible for him. Dean's sister, what about me? Xue Ye, with her sparkling large eyes, brimmed with eagerness and anticipation. The implication was clear. She yearned to participate. Naturally, for her, it was of little consequence what kind of soul bone her sister acquired. She simply wished to witness how that little hen laid her eggs. However, upon hearing her words, the Dean of Tianxue shook her head without hesitation. You cannot go. It is best for you to stay here and open the jars. Once you have finished, I shall return. She had no desire to bring Xue Ye along. After all, the Spirit Hall was a perilous place, akin to a dragon's lair or tiger's den, teeming with formidable figures. Xue Ye, with her loose tongue, could easily stir up trouble. Very well then. Xue Ye, his eyes darted, quickly understanding that the Dean was not inclined to take her along. Boss, thank you for your generous bestowal, Xue Ye said, bowing respectfully to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened slightly as he observed the sincerity radiating from Xue Ye's demeanor. It was unembellished, but undoubtedly substantial. Boss, I am grateful for your guidance. The Dean of Tianxue expressed her appreciation to Lin Xiao, acknowledging that without his counsel, they would likely have squandered a valuable opportunity. Go now. Delay may render it too late. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Xue Ye and the Dean nodded and departed. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Xiao and Xue Ye remained in the front hall of the shop. It is your turn now. Have you decided which jar to open? Lin Xiao inquired, his tone nonchalant. However, Xue Ye exhibited unusual behavior. She first lowered her head, lost in thought, then took a deep breath as if summoning her courage, and looked up at Lin Xiao, asking, Boss, do you think I'm cute? Huh? Lin Xiao's face contorted in confusion. What was this? Immediately, his straightforward demeanor surfaced. I believe the act of opening jars has no correlation with cuteness. What about sexiness? Xue Ye persisted, undetected, as she let her long dress slide down a fraction, revealing her delicate, snowy skin. Sexiness will not augment your fortune, Lin Xiao firmly rejected. Despite his usual bluntness, he understood Xue Ye's intentions. She was attempting to seduce him to glean information about opening the jars. Does she take Lin for a fool? Merely shedding a bit of fabric to extract secrets? Not a chance. Not sincere at all. Lin Xiao scoffed inwardly. Conversely, Xue Ye's expression faltered, and after a moment of hesitation, she earnestly stated, Boss, if you can assist me, I would be willing to. However, before she could finish, a voice echoed from the back courtyard. Is there some sort of deception afoot here? Xiao Wu rushed into the front hall in a flurry. Lin Xiao? Exclaimed the elder sister. At least let her finish her sentence. Huh, there are others here? Xue Ye was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Master, just now I heard a voice in my mind urging me to remind you not to commit any principled errors. Xiao Wu said earnestly, gazing at Lin Xiao. Do you think I am that sort of person? Lin Xiao retorted firmly, though inwardly he chuckled bitterly. Even if I wished to, there would be no opportunity. That is well. I merely wanted to remind you. Xiao Wu replied before retreating to the back courtyard. Observing her bewildered expression, Lin Xiao deduced that this was undoubtedly the work of the pesky system. Someday, I shall dismantle this system, he swore vehemently in his mind. He then turned back to Xue Ye and said, Enough with the questions. Choose the jar you desire. Very well. With Xiao Wu's interruption, Xue Ye regained her composure. After serious contemplation, she selected 10 jars. Lin Xiao turned, retrieved the jars, and placed them before Xue Ye, nodding slightly to indicate she could commence. It appeared that this time, fortune would be her guide. After all, as sisters, if her sister's luck was good, hers should not be lacking either, Xue Ye mused, her eyes gradually sparkling with anticipation. With a crisp crack, she swiftly shattered the first jar. But her expression fell, morphing into one of dismay. What is this? My sister opened a miraculous animal pen from her first jar, but I ended up with a mere strawberry? The absence of comparison would have sufficed, but having witnessed the disparity, she felt a profound sense of injustice. A classic childlike mentality. This is not an ordinary strawberry. It is a mutated strawberry. Consuming this strawberry will heal all surface wounds and restore a modicum of vitality. Lin Xiao elucidated from behind the counter after discerning the contents of the jar. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Xue Ye's face brightened with joy. Boss, you aren't just trying to console me, are you? This strawberry is truly as remarkable as you say, right? Her large eyes sparkled as they fixed on Lin Xiao. Is this girl hard of hearing? There was no record of such in the original text. Lin Xiao mused, yet he nodded affirmatively. I am not comforting you. The mutated strawberry indeed possesses the effects I described. After a moment's thought, he added, should it differ from what I have stated, you may take a bite out of me. He. With you saying that, I am reassured. It seems our luck is quite similar. I eagerly anticipate what the second jar will yield. Xue Ye gleefully tucked away the mutated strawberry and promptly smashed the second jar. With a clang, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. The sound was all too familiar. Just from a noise alone, he could ascertain that Xue Ye had unearthed a rusty katana. Indeed, Xue Ye had already picked up the item that had fallen to the ground and inquired, Boss, this is actually a sword. The rust is thick, and its aura is steeped in desolation and sorrow. This cannot be an ordinary sword, can it? She looked at Lin Xiao with eager anticipation. Indeed, it is not an ordinary sword, Lin Xiao nodded. I knew it. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xue Ye's face radiated delight. Just then, Lin Xiao remarked somberly, while an ordinary sword is sufficient for slicing vegetables and fruits, the blade you hold is already on the verge of decay and cannot perform even those simple tasks. Xue Ye's expression dimmed as she murmured in dismay. Lin Xiao blandly observed the rusty katana in Xue Ye's grasp and concluded, Thus, my assertion is that this sword is inferior to an ordinary one. Upon hearing this, Xue Ye's spirits plummeted. What? This thing is merely scrap metal? Chapter 259, Replicating Soul Bones, shocking numerous titled Douluo's Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall. Within the exclusive council chamber reserved for the elders, an assembly of figures including the Serpent Spear, Ghost Leopard, Demon Bear, Chrysanthemum Thaw, and Ghost Douluo gathered, all gazing at the Ghost Leopard Douluo as if he were a rare specimen. It was unavoidable. External soul bones were exceedingly rare, and even with their status, power, and standing, they had never encountered one before. At that moment, a guard clad in armor entered. What is it? Demon Bear Douluo inquired, furrowing his brow. The guard, not daring to hesitate, promptly responded, reporting to the elders, the Dean of Tianshui Academy seeks an audience with Elder Ghost Leopard. Oh, the assembly murmured in surprise. Casting inquisitive glances at Ghost Leopard Douluo, they silently speculated whether this old fellow was concealing something from them. Were you all pondering? Ghost Leopard Douluo, feeling the weight of their stares, became somewhat uncomfortable. Things are not as you imagine. Ghost Leopard Douluo surmised this likely pertained to the jar opening event. After a moment's deliberation, he instructed the guard, let her in. The guard nodded affirmatively and left. Before long, Dean Tianshui and Xue Binger arrived at the hall. Before such an array of powerful beings, the Dean's gaze abruptly sharpened. Even she regarded the title of Douluo as an undeniable existence on the Douluo Continent. For an ordinary person, encountering such a pinnacle of strength in their lifetime would be an arduous task. Yet within the hall, such formidable beings were not limited to just one. Xue Ye, standing behind her, could not suppress the tremor of her delicate form, her heart filled with trepidation. "You seek me?" At this moment, the ghost leopard Douluo emerged from the hall, inquiring with a measured tone. Indeed, the Dean of Xue nodded slightly. "I have a request." "A request for me?" The ghost leopard Douluo paused in surprise. Swish, swish, swish. He suddenly felt a palpable gaze upon him, emanating from the likes of the demon bear, Douluo, Jew, and the ghost Douluo. "Pray tell me, what is it?" he queried, furrowing his brow. Currently, the relationship between the 4 elemental academies and the Spirit Hall is neither particularly good nor outright bad. However, it is rather unexpected for you to seek my assistance. We wish to observe the soul bone you previously acquired. May I inquire if you have refined it? At least Zhongxia, Xue Binghao Mostil Tea Kouash. Stepping forth from behind the Dean of Xue to address the ghost leopard Douluo. "You wish to see my soul bone?" The ghost leopard Douluo was taken aback. This inquiry exceeded his expectations. What is the reason for this? Behind him, the demon bear Douluo and others shared his astonishment, completely unprepared for such a scenario. In their minds, they would have found it more plausible if the Dean of Xue had brought the young girl to seek kinship. "You see, we discovered a marvelous treasure in Boss Lin's shop. He claimed that soul bones could be replicated, hence our desire to try it out. Rest assured, it will not adversely affect your original soul bone in any way," Xue Ye continued, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces. "Elder Ghost Leopard, do not worry. We shall not gaze upon your treasure for free. I am willing to pay." The Dean of Xue spoke solemnly. To view a treasure and pay for it?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, revealing their incredulity. Yet, it must be said, their curiosity about the newly emerged product from the jar was piqued. They all yearned to see what kind of item could replicate a soul bone. "Ahem, I see." The ghost leopard Douluo coughed lightly and waved his hand. "If it is merely for viewing, there is no need for that." With that, a glimmer of light flickered in his hand, and a soul bone exuding a chilling aura appeared. "This is it." Xue Ye's eyes sparkled with delight. It should be noted that this soul bone was over 10,000 years old, and its attributes were perfectly compatible with her own. Should she acquire this soul bone, her strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. "Binger, do not hesitate. Do not squander Elder Ghost Leopard's kindness," the Dean of Xue urged at this moment, even oblivious to the tremor in her voice. How could she not be excited? To obtain a 10,000-year soul bone without cost was an opportunity too good to pass. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xue Ye produced the replication hen. "Ah, this? What is this? Did you not claim this little hen could replicate?" Even the ghost leopard Douluo, along with the demon bear and others, could no longer contain their amusement. This oddly charming little hen with its red head and yellow body could really be no jest? The ghost leopard Douluo furrowed his brow. "Binger, give it a try." The Dean of Xue urged her earnestly. Xue Ye nodded, stepping forward with anticipation, directing the little hen towards the soul bone held by the ghost leopard Douluo. Crack! In the next instant, an egg fell to the ground. The assembly was left in bewilderment. Was this truly happening? "Binger, is this correct?" the Dean of Xue inquired, his brow furrowing. Xue Ye nodded emphatically. "Indeed, this is how it works." With that, she stowed away the little hen and, before the crowd, smashed the egg. With a crisp crack, a piece of glistening bone tumbled out. "This." The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately confirming that the soul bone in Xue Ye's possession bore an uncanny resemblance to the one held by the ghost leopard Douluo. Indeed, they were identical. Insanity. This is utterly outrageous. The little hen has begun to lay soul bones instead of eggs. Witnessing the spectacle, the crowd was left speechless. Since the emergence of Boss Lin's shop, increasingly absurd occurrences had transpired, and what was unfolding now was beyond imagination. Behind the ghost leopard Douluo, the demon bear Douluo bellowed in astonishment. "Thank you, senior." At this moment, Xue Ye had already secured the soul bone and expressed her gratitude to the ghost leopard Douluo. It was but a trifling matter. He waved dismissively, then inquired, "My dear girl, how many times can this little hen be utilized?" In truth, he was not alone in his curiosity. The others were equally intrigued, discreetly pricking up their ears. "Originally 6 times, and having replicated once. It can still be used 5 more times." Xue Ye contemplated before responding in a hushed tone. "Hiss." Upon hearing this, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Although they had not acquired the soul bone, it was as good as possessing one. The ghost leopard Douluo marveled. "How fortunate. I also possess an external soul bone. Goodness. Does this not mean you have essentially acquired a complete set of soul bones for free? The snake-speared Douluo expressed his envy. What value does that hold? Surely, it must be worth millions of gold soul coins, if not more. The demon bear Douluo echoed in admiration. Speaking of this, he felt as if he had bitten into a basket of lemons. But there was no rush. Calculating the days, the jar would soon refresh its contents. Perhaps the next fortunate soul would be him. Meanwhile, Xue Ye's delicate features contorted in frustration. Boss, you are not purposely toying with me, are you? She questioned, her expression one of discontent. Having opened 7 or 8 jars now, the results are merely mediocre. As for the rare items her sister had acquired, none had graced her presence. Lin Xiao's expression shifted abruptly as he replied earnestly, this is a mutually agreed endeavor. How can you say I am playing with you? I clearly explained the implications before you opened the jars. Ah. Xue Ye, seeing Lin Xiao's serious demeanor, felt a twinge of panic and dared not provoke him further. She recoiled slightly, speaking in a lowered tone, that was just a jest. Please do not take it seriously. Hee. She flashed a cautious smile, though one could easily discern that it was somewhat forced. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the shop, unmistakably from multiple individuals. Upon hearing it, Xue Ye instinctively glanced toward the entrance, her face lighting up with joy. Sister and the dean have returned. Indeed, the 2 graceful figures approaching were none other than Xue Ye and the dean of Tianxue. Dean's sister, how was your trip? She hurriedly inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. It was fruitful, the dean of Tianxue replied succinctly. Meanwhile, Xue Ye produced a soul bone from the spatial soul guide, revealing the chilling artifact. Xue Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful, she exclaimed. At this moment, Xue Ye turned to Lin Xiao and nodded slightly. Such significant gains are largely thanks to Boss Lin's guidance. Lin Xiao merely smiled in response, not seeking any credit. Yue, have you finished opening your jars? What were your gains? Suddenly, the dean of Tianxue recalled something and inquired of Xue Ye. Ah, dean, if I did not know you did not witness me opening the jars, I would have thought you were intentionally mocking me. With a resigned sigh, Xue Ye extracted the items she had opened from the jar. What on earth are these? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The peculiar, crackling object was a sky tree fruit, which could explode, so caution was advised. The small blue vial contained magical juice, capable of replenishing one's depleted soul energy. And that coin, do not flick it. It is known as the Fate Coin, possessing the power to resurrect the deceased. However, this comes with a caveat. If one has committed any wrongdoing, activating its divine retribution can lead to instant annihilation. Xue Ye meticulously explained each item she had unveiled. Gradually, both Dean Tianxue and Xue Ye began to furrow their brows. While many of the items were indeed useful, they paled in comparison to those revealed by Xue Ye. Stop frowning. Opening jars is like this. The immediate gains or losses are insignificant. One must consider the long-term perspective, Lin Xiao remarked, noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the 3 women. It was imperative to speak up. After all, Xue Ye had been through a lot. What if she developed a sense of resentment in the future? Lin Xiao was counting on everyone to open jars and strike it rich. Long-term perspective? How long can you look ahead? Just look at these 2 remaining jars. They don't seem very promising. Xue Ye pouted, pointing at the last 2 jars and mumbling. Yue, how can you speak to Boss Lin like that? Xue Ye interjected, displeased. Have you forgotten what Ghost Leopard Douluo said before? When Boss speaks of the long term, he certainly does not refer to the present. You will have opportunities to obtain good items next time or the time after. While others might refrain from saying much, it was perfectly reasonable for her, as an older sister, to guide her younger sibling. Sister, you have already opened so many good items, perhaps you should hold your tongue. I wouldn't say anything even if I found a nap sticker. Xue Ye waved her hand dismissively, but stepped forward to open another jar. Crack! Finally, a different sparkle appeared in Xue Ye's eyes. Purple. Upon catching sight of the item within the jar, she exclaimed in excitement, Heavens! Sister, tell me, what is in the jar? She jumped up, eagerly gripping Xue Ye's shoulders. Congratulations, your wish has been fulfilled. It is indeed a nap sticker. Xue Ye initially paused in surprise, then shook her head with a hint of helplessness. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of joy for her sister's fulfillment. However, she knew that with Yue's personality, she would likely spend the entire day sticking nap stickers on herself. Yay! Xue Ye exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Lin Xiao, excitedly saying, Boss, it must have been your intervention, right? You must feel sorry for me. Why should I care? Lin Xiao thought to himself. Honestly, I believe you had reached your limit, yet you managed to pull off a stunning surprise with the second-to-last jar. He concealed his inward musings behind a mysterious smile. I mentioned before that what you uncover is based on your luck. You could say fortune has favored you, and your desires have been met. Indeed, you truly understand me. Boss, although this nap sticker is only of rare grade, I wouldn't trade it for even my sister's divine grade little hen. Xue Ye. What good are 6 soul bones compared to the ability to cultivate while napping? Yet, she added, of course, if the next jar contains a little hen that lays eggs, I would be utterly satisfied. Content. It seems to me you are far from it. Dean Xue interjected, her tone disapproving as she delivered a playful smack to Xue Ye's head. Immediately, Xue Ye clasped her head in pain. From the way Xue Ye grimaced, Lin Xiao could tell that Dean Xue had quite a strong grip. Moments later, Xue Ye finally shattered the last jar. Inside were 2 sky tree fruits. Is this how it ends? I still haven't had my fill, Xue Ye expressed, not overly disheartened, but still lingering in a state of desire. Now that you are done, please step aside. Dean Xue's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Xue Ye obediently stepped back, cheerfully saying, "Good luck, Dean." Dean Xue nodded gently, approaching the counter to address Lin Xiao. "Boss, I beseech your guidance." "Guidance? What do I have to offer? I'm not here to engage in a soul duel with you." Lin Xiao chuckled helplessly, recognizing the facade of calmness that masked her inner turmoil. He reassured her, "Do not be anxious. Life and death are predetermined, and wealth is in the hands of fate. You need only exert your strength. The rest is in the hands of miracles. Moreover, if you fail to unearth anything remarkable, being anxious will do you no good. That is simply fate. Is there truly such a way to comfort others?" Dean Xue raised an eyebrow, beginning to understand why Lin Xiao was so reticent. His words, sweet as honey, could elevate one's blood pressure with just a few utterances. "Thank you for your enlightenment. After hearing your words, I feel much more at ease," Dean Xue responded, striving to calm herself before selecting her desired jars. "I appreciate it," she said to Lin Xiao, her eyes filled with anticipation. Having witnessed the opening of jars by the Xue sisters, she was already eager to begin. Her expectations were modest. She merely hoped for 3, 5, or even 7 rare items. Lin Xiao waved his hand after hearing her request, and 10 jars gracefully descended. He smiled slightly, indicating that they could commence. Dean Xue exhaled deeply, her nerves tinged with apprehension as she grasped the lucky magic hammer. Without hesitation, she shattered the first jar. Upon seeing the contents, her gaze sharpened. She recognized the small blue vial as the magical juice that Yue had previously opened. Without further ado, she proceeded to the second jar. It contained the peculiar sky tree fruit. Meanwhile, Xue Bing'er and Xue Ye, observing the dean's silent jar openings, felt a sense of unease. What was that saying? Either one transforms into something malicious in silence or becomes an anomaly. They worried that the dean might indeed transform into something peculiar. After all, her once fair and delicate complexion had now turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. This is getting a bit intense, she thought to herself, urging calmness. Consider that the treasures unearthed by Yue and Bing'er have already amassed a fortune in the millions. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Dean Xue silently reassured herself. However, a voice within her persisted. I refuse to believe that I am so unfortunate as to uncover nothing of value. I will not accept this. This inner voice surged uncontrollably, quickly consuming her willpower. After a while, she capitulated, nearly brought to tears. Dean, is this where it ends? Xue Bing'er and her sister blinked in astonishment. That was rather swift, Dean. From their perspective, it appeared that Dean Xue had boldly shattered all 10 jars in one go. It is not that I wish to be hasty. Rather, I had no opportunity to slow down. The items unveiled from these 10 jars are all duplicates of what you have already seen. I need not inquire to know what they are, Dean Xue replied, her heart nearly breaking. I am equally at a loss, she concluded, casting a complex glance at Lin Xiao. Upon observing this, Lin Xiao managed a dry smile, rubbing his nose to ease the awkwardness. Ultimately, all is determined by fate. One cannot dictate the course of events. All he could say was keep striving. That's all we can do for now, Dean Xue sighed softly. Let's take our leave. Do not delay Boss Lin in conducting his business. Take care. Lin Xiao smiled as he watched the crowd depart. Outside the small shop, Xue Ye inquired, Principal, shall we return to the academy now? Upon hearing this, Principal Xue shook her head resolutely, not yet. Previously, I heard from the elders of the Spirit Hall that the jars in this shop are about to refresh. I wish to try my luck once more. Her voice was unwavering and left no room for doubt. Principal, what about the money? Xue Ye could not help but ask in a hushed tone. Do not worry. In my youth, I saved a bit of dowry. It is sufficient for the three of us to take another shot at the jars, Principal Xue replied earnestly. She silently resolved that she would not return home without opening the jars. Principal, that is your hard work. Xue Ye and Xue Ye were moved. It matters not. My efforts remain, merely transformed into a different form of companionship, Principal Xue stated with seriousness. As night began to fall, Tang San pointed towards the distant, brilliantly lit city and exclaimed, Father, is that Gengxin city ahead? Indeed, that city is the holy land of countless blacksmiths, the metal metropolis, Gengxin city, Tang Hao responded, nodding gravely, nostalgia gleaming in his eyes as memories of his past in Gengxin city resurfaced. We have arrived. Finally, after receiving Tang Hao's affirmative response, Tang San gazed at the expansive Gengxin city, which dwarfed Sutoa city, his eyes alight with anticipation, his heart racing with excitement. Along the way, he had often heard Tang Hao speak of this place as the sanctuary of blacksmiths, abundant with an array of rare metals. However, it was not merely the notion of a blacksmith sanctuary that piqued Tang San's interest. What truly captivated him was the vast quantity of rare metals available. It is well known that the crafting of Tang Sek's hidden weapons is exceedingly meticulous. And a significant reason for the difficulty in creating those powerful weapons lies in the scarcity of materials. In other words, the challenge of acquiring rare metals is indeed formidable. Should Gengxin City prove to be as Tang Hao described, the difficulty of crafting top-tier hidden weapons would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. With formidable hidden weapons in his possession, he would possess an additional card for self-preservation. Furthermore, if the Haotian school wishes to thrive reliant upon Tang Sek's hidden weapons, rare metals are equally indispensable. Yet, out of caution, Tang San inquired once more, Father, regarding the rare metals I mentioned, do you think you can help me find them? He looked at Tang Hao, suddenly asking. Presently, he desired to forge several hidden weapons for himself, hoping Tang Hao could assist. Are they not merely some common rare metals? Not to mention, if you seek deep-sea silver, or I can certainly procure it for you. Really? Of course. You must not underestimate the influence of a divine craftsman in Gengxin City. It is no exaggeration to say that I am a god here, Tang Hao proclaimed, a confident smile gracing his face. Tang San and Dai Mubai were momentarily taken aback, unknowingly influenced by Tang Hao's confidence. For a fleeting moment, they believed that perhaps in this city, Tang Hao truly resembled a deity. The trio entered Gengxin City, and the atmosphere indeed left Tang San in awe. Numerous rare metals, seldom seen in the outside world, were readily visible throughout the city. Truly, it was the sanctuary of blacksmiths, with an abundance of precious metals. Hearing was one thing, but seeing was another. Tang San was genuinely taken aback, unable to restrain a low murmur of disbelief. What rubbish is all this? Tang Hao remarked with disdain, adding, Little San, do not be overly excited. I tell you, these things are insignificant. The real treasures lie over there. Pointing toward a magnificent building not far off, Tang Hao continued, that is the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. Our ultimate destination. Within its vaults, an array of precious metal ores awaits, beyond your wildest imagination. Father, then let us hurry over. Tang San's eyes sparkled with eagerness upon hearing this. If possible, he would have rushed to that so-called treasure vault immediately to behold it. What is yours will remain yours. No one can take it away. We have come this far, so there is no need to rush. Tang Hao chuckled, shaking his head. Nevertheless, he strode purposefully with Tang San and Dai Mubai towards the entrance of the Blacksmith Association. Who goes there? Two guards blocked their path at the entrance. Without uttering a word, Tang Hao produced a token signifying his identity. Didivin Kuftsman. The guards stammered, disbelief etched on their faces. The other guards stood in shock, utterly at a loss for words. Simultaneously, they ceased their obstruction of Tang Hao. Come, let's first visit an old friend, Tang Hao said nonchalantly. Old friend? Both Tang San and Dai Mubai were taken aback. Of course, I refer to another divine craftsman. His name is CD, and he has a rather irritable temperament. When you meet him, remember to speak cautiously. Whether we can obtain a substantial amount of rare metals hinges on him. After all, he is the current president of the Blacksmith Association, Tang Hao advised with earnestness. Little San understood. Rest assured, Your Excellency, Tang San and Dai Mubai replied in unison. Under Tang Hao's guidance, the trio moved unimpeded through the premises. Before long, they arrived before a grand hall. However, upon pushing the door open, Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He addressed the figure seated upon the president's throne. What is the meaning of this? Who grants you the right to sit there? Why can I sit here? CD replied, bewildered. Who is this person barging in and questioning me? Does he think this is his home? Where is the president? Where is he? Tang Hao furrowed his brow and asked in a stern tone. President? That would be me, CD replied, exasperated, wondering where this fool had come from. What? You are the president? Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Logically speaking, Lu Gao should be of considerable age, and, as a soul master, living another 10 or 20 years should pose no issue. Yet none of his disciples seemed worthy of the title of divine craftsman. Who exactly are you? CD inquired in a voice. I am Tang Hao, one of the 3 divine craftsmen. Do you not recognize me? Tang Hao ziplit solemni. What? You are Tang Hao. CD was taken aback. Having vanished for decades, he never anticipated Tang Hao's return, especially in such a manner. However, upon closer inspection, he did indeed bear some resemblance to the Tang Hao of yore. You truly are Tang Hao. After a moment of contemplation, CD finally accepted the reality. Now, can you tell me where your master has gone? Tang Hao did not linger on this question. My master has departed, CD said, sighing helplessly. Departed? Passed away? Tang Hao's brow furrowed, contemplating the possibility. Although Lu Gao should normally be able to live another 10 or 20 years, that man had become obsessed with forging, tirelessly working day and night. Such relentless dedication could undoubtedly take a toll on one's health. It is entirely plausible that he left this world earlier than expected. He has departed. It is what it is. It is a pity I could not bid him farewell, Tang Hao sighed. Hearing this, CD shook his head. Do not say that. Even we, the disciples who served by the master's side, felt his departure was quite sudden. After listening to CD's words, Tang Hao fell silent for a moment. The deceased are gone. To speak further would be disrespectful. Tang Hao added, I have 2 matters to attend to during this visit. First, to meet Lu Gao, and second, I require some rare metals. Rare metals? CD hesitated before responding. All the metals sold by merchants in Gongxin City are at your disposal. Take whatever you wish. Just charge it to the account of the Blacksmith Association. However, Tang Hao shook his head and said, you should understand that I am not referring to the shabby goods sold by those merchants, but rather to the exquisite treasures within the vault. CD paused for a moment, utterly taken aback by Tang Hao's unexpected statement. Under normal circumstances, it would not have mattered if he took something, but the situation was different now. Just this morning, the vault had been thoroughly ransacked. To say it was as clean as his face would not be an exaggeration. After all, there was still some stubble on his face, while the vault was entirely bare. What? Is it not possible? Seeing the troubled expression on CD's face, Tang Hao assumed the other party was reluctant. Furthermore, the glances exchanged between Tang San and Dai Mubai made him feel a sudden heat rise within him. Earlier, he had proclaimed that the artisan was akin to a deity in Gongxin City, practically vowing that whatever was desired could be obtained. But now, what an embarrassment. Do not think that merely because you are in charge of Gongxin City, you can disregard my authority. Tang Hao's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath. His words laced with warning. You seem to have misunderstood me. CD sighed in frustration. The rare metals from the vault have already been sent to the teacher. What? The rare metals have been sent as burial goods for Lu Gao? Both Tang Hao and his companions, Tang San and Dai Mubai, wore expressions of incredulity. This fellow was truly obsessed with ironwork to the extreme. Even in death, he still wanted a hoard. Incredible. Did he truly believe I was a child? How could Lu Gao continue to covet the treasures in the vault after he had passed? Tang Hao believed that Lu Gao was not a foolish man. The rare metals in the vault were the foundation of the Blacksmith Association. He should not allow them to be buried with him. Fine, if you do not believe me, then follow me. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. You will understand once you witness it with your own eyes. CD, feeling helpless, thought to himself that if not for Tang Hao's status as a divine craftsman and a title de law, he would have long since thrown him out. All right, then let us go and take a look. He finally agreed. Tang Hao not det in dai fun. To be honest, he did not believe CD's words. What nonsense. How could there be no rare metals in the vault? That would be akin to saying there was no rice in one's home. Then follow me, CD whispered, leading the way outside the hall. Tang Hao, Tang San, and Dai Mubai exchanged glances before following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the vault of the Blacksmith Association. This. Tang Hao, Tang San, and Dai Mubai were left speechless, their mouths agape. They were utterly stunned by the sight before them. Tang Hao recalled that this place was originally resplendent, filled with dazzling rare metals. But now, at a glance, it was pitch black. However, as soul masters, darkness could not hinder their vision. They found the vault completely empty. Not a single rare metal ore was in sight, nor even a grain of sand. I have a feeling this vault might be cleaner than my face, Dai Mubai remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. He could not fathom how such a large organization as the Blacksmith Association could have fallen into such poverty. Rare. This is truly rare. I must say, well done. What a deception. It's all a ruse. Wasn't it said that this place was filled with all kinds of rare metals? Not a single metal remains, not even a hair. If a mouse came here, it would have to leave in tears. Tang San initially expressed his shock, then began to grumble internally. This was utterly absurd. At that moment, Tang Hao could no longer restrain himself and turned to Sidi, asking, "You truly are willing to part with those rare metals, considered treasures, to be buried with Lu Gao? Are you unaware of their value?" Hearing this, Sidi was taken aback, his expression turning bewildered as he asked, "What are you saying? Buried with him?" Chapter 261. Lu Erlong awakens the bloodline of the Holy Dragon. Sidi, utterly perplexed, inquired, "Could you explain how this matter relates to burial? How could it not be related?" Tang Hao furrowed his brow and replied, "Lu Gao has passed away, has he not?" "What?" At this, Sidi jumped up, his face filled with shock. A sensation akin to the ground crumbling beneath him enveloped him. His teacher had seemed perfectly fine when he left, just a few days prior. He had requested a significant quantity of rare metals. How could he suddenly be gone? He could hardly believe it. "You mean to say my teacher has died? When did this happen? Why was I not informed?" After barely managing to control his emotions, Sidi asked Tang Hao, his voice trembling. The others were equally bewildered. Tang Hao could not help but interject. "You were the one who said that with Lu Gao's departure, the position would be passed to you." Upon hearing this, Sidi's expression shifted from shock to realization. "No, that was all a misunderstanding. You must have misconstrued my previous words. I said that my teacher has left and has passed on the presidency of the Blacksmith Association to me. He is not dead. He is simply no longer in Gongxin City." Sidi explained with a wry smile, feeling helpless. This blunder had turned into quite the farce. He could only hope that his teacher's spirit in the afterlife would not be angered by his words. Sidi thought to himself, involuntarily shrinking his neck. Lu Gao had worked with metal for so many years. His strength was still considerable. What? Lu Gao is not dead? Have we created a misunderstanding? After hearing Sidi's words, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Dai Mubai realized that they had misinterpreted the situation. Then where are those rare metals? They were not for burial. Where were they sent? Tang Hao asked, his brow furrowing. Compared to Lu Gao's life or death, this was what truly concerned him. Wuhuan City. Sidi responded without hesitation. The trio, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Dai Mubai, was instantly taken aback. What? Wuhuan City? Did I hear that correctly? Isn't the Blacksmith Association at odds with the Wuhuan Hall? Tang Hao Guetstin in Sodun. Oh, that is all ancient history. My teacher sent a message 2 days ago, stating that the people from the Wuhuan Hall are numerous and skilled, and he enjoys being there. Sidi succinctly described Lu Gao's life in Wuhuan City. In his view, it was almost tantamount to forgetting one's roots. How could this happen? Tang Hao was utterly bewildered. The changes in Gongxin City were completely unexpected. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, equally at a loss for words. "Father, what should we do now?" Tang San asked Tang Hao, his expression one of confusion. Tang Hao opened his mouth, feeling at a loss. To be honest, he found himself in a difficult position. Although he still had matters to attend to, with Lu Gao having settled in Wuhuan City, would it even hold any significance to bring it up? It seemed he could only return empty-handed. "Let's leave for now. There are more pressing matters awaiting us overseas." After a moment of silence, Tang Hao finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Tang San reluctantly acquiesced. "Wuhuan Hall. Once again, the Wuhuan Hall. I, Tang San, swear that the day I ascend to the pinnacle shall be the day of your demise. And that day is not far off." Tang San vowed internally, his resolve firm. "Then I shall not see you off," Sidi said indifferently at this moment. It was understandable that he felt no goodwill towards Tang Hao. It is not difficult to comprehend. If someone came to your home and dictated your actions, who could accept that? As night fell, Lin Xiao finished the dinner meticulously prepared by Xiao Wu and made his way to the front hall. Today he had sold 40 jars and wondered what treasures might emerge. He thought to himself as he concentrated, placing 10 jars on the counter, then another 10, and yet another 10. In the blink of an eye, all 40 jars were opened. The results were quite satisfactory. There were numerous enhancers, proficiency capsules, and experience capsules. Under the immense investment of resources, Lin Xiao's soul power level has ascended to 65. Aside from 3 soul rings enhanced to level 11, the 4th, 5th, and 6th soul rings have successfully reached level 10. However, achieving this milestone has cost him the enhancement scrolls he had just acquired today, as well as all his enhancement tools. Holding the enhancement protection scroll in his hand, Lin Xiao felt somewhat bewildered. Was this protection scroll truly rendered useless? How strange. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Lin Xiao has also obtained an awakening scroll. Thus, only one more awakening scroll remains before the next awakening condition can be fulfilled. Tomorrow promises to be a day filled with hope. For now, he shall take a moment to rest. With that thought, Lin Xiao extinguished the lights in the front yard and made his way to the backyard. Only be startled. There stood Xiao Wu, adorned in a delicate black gauze dress, her porcelain skin glowing softly under the moonlight. What are you doing up so late? Lin Xiao inquired, perplexed. Master, you should rest. I just warmed your bed. Xiao Wu replied bashfully before darting away. What? Lin Xiao found himself at a loss. Xiao Wu was indeed considerate, yet if she wished to warm his bed, there was no need to avoid him at all. On the long street, Yu Xiaojing wandered aimlessly, his mind plagued by the memories of recent events, almost on the brink of collapse. At this moment, he was filled with hesitation. Should he return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Even if he did return, would anyone still care for him? Yu Xiaojing surmised that perhaps no one would. Suddenly, an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar aura enveloped him. He froze in place, sensing a mysterious and unique presence, as if something deep within his bloodline was awakening. Wait, bloodline. This aura is a call from his ancestry. Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted dramatically as a realization struck him. Could it be that one of the disciples from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had awakened the legendary bloodline? He quickly lifted his head, determined to follow the source of the aura. Ignoring the pain in his body, he dashed toward that direction. After a considerable time, he finally arrived at a courtyard. This is it. That aura emanates from here. There must be a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family inside. But who could it be? Yu Xiaojing's heart raced with trepidation, yet his curiosity propelled him forward step by step. With a creak, he pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. It was eerily silent, and as he scanned the surroundings, he saw no one. However, the aura that stirred his bloodline remained palpable. He focused on its direction and prepared to advance. Who dares to cause trouble here? Suddenly, a voice rang in Yu Xiaojing's ears. It was Fland. In an instant, he recognized the owner of the voice. He hurriedly began to announce his identity. But Fland was quicker, appearing before Yu Xiaojing like a gust of wind, and without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick. Boom! The immense force erupted, and Yu Xiaojing had no time to resist. His body was propelled like a cannonball. Damn! As he soared through the air, he managed to utter a single word. What the hell? It seemed he truly was a fool. Having been discovered, instead of thinking of an escape, he resorted to cursing. Have you lost your mind? Fland remarked, hands on his hips, disdain evident in his tone. Boom! Just then, Yu Xiaojing crashed heavily against a wall, becoming stuck against it, motionless. Puffed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fland, you're ruthless. Puffed. The anger surged within him, prompting another spout of blood. Yu Xiaojing? Upon recognizing Yu Xiaojing's voice, Fland was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared to encounter that individual. How had he ended up in such a state? Truly pitiful. After receiving my kick, he seemed even worse for wear. Had I known, I would have exerted more force. Fland approached Yu Xiaojing, filled with regret, and reached out to pry him from the wall. Why are you here? Fland asked, frowning as he looked down at Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing did not respond to Fland's inquiry. Instead, he stammered, Are you here? Then, is Erlong here as well? Instantly, he connected the aura that had drawn him here with Lu Erlong likewise. Fland chose not to answer, but gestured toward the gate, stating, Please leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing was momentarily stunned, then summoned an unexpected strength to shout, Erlong, it's me, Xiaojing. I'm here. As his voice echoed, the courtyard fell silent. Even Fland ceased his chatter, simply observing him quietly. Yu Xiaojing, unwilling to give up, cried out, Erlong, I know you're here. Don't hide from me. Just let me see you. His voice grew increasingly desperate. You still want to act tough, huh? Fland retorted, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward, preparing to throw Yu Xiaojing out. Don't come over here. I swear I'll spit blood at you. Yu Xiaojing declared fiercely. However, Fland had no intention of indulging his foul temper. He cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds, and advanced to lift Yu Xiaojing and toss him out. Do you really dare to lay hands on me? In a panic, Yu Xiaojing began to cough up blood in a desperate attempt to deter Fland. How audacious! Fland frowned, his powerful soul energy beginning to surge, creating an overwhelming pressure on Yu Xiaojing. He can't be thinking of killing me, can he? Yu Xiaojing thought, filled with dread. Just then, a voice emerged. Yu Xiaojing, I never expected you to have the audacity to come here. Both Yu Xiaojing and Fland turned to follow the voice. And there stood Lu Erlong, approaching gracefully. At that moment, Lu Erlong's hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she donned a vibrant red gown that resembled flames, radiating brilliance. For a moment, Yu Xiaojing was utterly captivated. Erlong, you've come out of seclusion? How do you feel? Have you made a breakthrough? Flan's face lit up with joy upon seeing Lu Erlong approach. Since her return from the small shop, she had been in seclusion, and Flan had been worried about her safety. It seems this period of seclusion has yielded remarkable rewards. Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled with complex emotions as she reflected on her recent experiences, feeling as though she had awakened from a dream. The extraordinary items she had encountered had truly transformed her. Indeed, she had undergone a metamorphosis. Her martial soul now radiated an unprecedented power, almost akin to light. Lu Erlong's gaze toward Flan brimmed with gratitude. Flan, thank you for protecting me. Haha, as long as I see you safe, I am content, Flan replied, grinning broadly, embodying the essence of a devoted follower. Erlong, look at me. It's Xiaojing. At that moment, an unwelcome voice broke through. Lu Erlong frowned slightly and remarked coolly, what happened to you? You look like a ghost. To put it bluntly, even a beggar on the street would appear better than Yu Xiaojing. Shaking his head, Yu Xiaojing's gaze never left Lu Erlong. He did not respond to her question, but instead asked, Erlong, has something changed with your martial soul? With trembling anticipation, he attempted to rise. If you have nothing to say, then you may leave, Lu Erlong stated coldly. The voice emanated a chilling coldness that penetrated to the bone. Simultaneously, a fiery crimson figure materialized behind Lu Erlong. Its formidable horns rose prominently, and a fierce glint flickered within its eyes. Indeed, it was her martial soul, the fire dragon. Alongside this, a powerful surge of soul energy unique to the rank of 79 erupted. Thud! What formidable strength possessed Yu Xiaojing? A mere 29th level soul master. How could he withstand such overwhelming pressure? Instantly, he found himself kneeling upon the ground. Nevertheless, he endeavored to lift his head, fixating intently on Lu Erlong's martial soul, unable to extricate himself from its allure. In truth, a tempest of emotions surged within his heart. It was real. It was indeed real. Lu Erlong's martial soul had unequivocally undergone a transformation. This fire dragon not only possessed fire attributes, but also bore a hint of radiant light. Yu Xiaojing's mind raced, validating one conjecture after another. Finally, he gasped in astonishment. Erlong, have you awakened the power of the Holy Light Dragon? Indeed. Lu Erlong remarkably uttered 2 words, her expression betraying an undeniable pride. How could she not be proud? The Holy Light Dragon was a legendary entity, one that not even a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had achieved such a metamorphosis. Yet she had done it. A mere illegitimate daughter, a bearer of a mutated martial soul, had accomplished this. Unimaginable, truly unimaginable. Following a shock, Yu Xiaojing suddenly became despondent. His heart was a tumult of mixed emotions. He had never dreamt that the woman he had always manipulated could achieve such heights. Gradually, a sense of unwillingness crept into Yu Xiaojing's heart. Why should this be? I am undeniably of the pure bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I too possess a mutated martial soul, yet my own martial soul is worthless. While she awakens the legendary bloodline of the Holy Light Dragon, what right does she have as an illegitimate daughter? Oh gods, is this not profoundly unfair to me? Yu Xiaojing's heart was nearly shattered. He felt wretched, utterly wretched, wretched to the point of being appalling. However, Lu Erlong merely remarked, this world is inherently unfair. With that, she waved her hand, and Yu Xiaojing was cast out with an overwhelming force. Boom! The door slammed shut behind him. Outside, Yu Xiaojing's heart was in utter turmoil. He could not fathom how Lu Erlong, an illegitimate daughter abandoned since childhood, could awaken the bloodline of the Holy Light Dragon. Was this not a slap in the face to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Chapter 262. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's turmoil. The selection of the jar commences. Erlong, what was that aura emanating from you just now? After a moment of silence, Flander could no longer restrain his curiosity. As a former member of the Golden Iron Triangle, he had engaged in countless battles alongside Lu Erlong, anticipating the manifestation of the martial soul fusion technique, Golden Holy Dragon. Thus, he was acutely familiar with the aura that had just enveloped Lu Erlong, yet he hesitated to confirm it. Old Flander, I believe you must have deduced something. Lu Erlong winked at him mysteriously. Instantly, Flander could no longer contain himself. You truly awakened the bloodline of the Golden Holy Dragon? He exclaimed in disbelief. To be precise, it is the bloodline of the Holy Light Dragon. The Holy Light Dragon? Flander was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Holy Light Dragon, Lu Erlong affirmed gravely. This transformation was catalyzed by the amplifier, but regrettably, there were too few amplifiers to fully awaken the bloodline of the Holy Light Dragon. Then, how much have you awakened now? Flander inquired cautiously. Approximately 30 to 40%, Lu Erlong estimated slowly. 30 to 40%? Yet I feel your strength has increased significantly. Noticing Flander's perplexed expression, Lu Erlong smiled. You are correct, old Flander. My strength has indeed seen a considerable enhancement. You are aware that my martial soul is derived from the mutated fire dragon of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. While its quality is not inferior, it ultimately falls short of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. However, after this transformation, I dare say that the blue lightning tyrant dragon of the same level may now be weaker than I. In that instant, Flander was rendered speechless. Firstly, he witnessed an extraordinary brilliance within Lu Erlong. Secondly, had Lu Erlong's martial soul truly surpassed the world's most formidable martial soul? How terrifying! Simultaneously, he could not help but ruefully ponder the vast gap between individuals. It should be noted that his own martial soul had also undergone amplification. Yet the improvement was nowhere near as substantial. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing wandered the desolate streets, his hollow eyes devoid of any spark. Loneliness, emptiness, and coldness enveloped him, along with a profound sense of defeat. Wait, that is not right. Lu Erlong's bloodline breakthrough was not merely the result of talent. Flander had experienced a similar transformation. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojing grasped the key to it all. He was utterly convinced that Lu Erlong's breakthrough was unrelated to innate talent. It was entirely due to external forces. Yes, it must be so. Flander's cat-eagle martial soul lacked significant potential, hence no remarkable changes occurred. However, Lu Erlong's martial soul was different. It was a mutation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, carrying within it an ancient and potent power that awakened under the amplifier's influence. He murmured to himself, a glimmer of vitality returning to his eyes. If Lu Erlong, burdened by the mutated blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, could awaken such power, then what of the pure blue lightning tyrant dragon? In other words, I too am a variant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. If I were to utilize an amplifier, might I not also awaken the bloodline of the Holy Light Dragon? At that moment, who in the continent would dare to look down upon me? Yu Xiaojing? The more he pondered, the more fervent his thoughts became. He repeatedly replayed scenarios in his mind, arriving at a conclusion that seemed highly probable. Unbeknownst to him, his desires and ambitions had already shifted. From the initial aspiration of evolving his martial soul and breaking through to Soul Sage, he had transformed into the pursuit of awakening the power of the Holy Light Dragon, standing atop the pinnacle of the continent. Yet, he understood that dreams alone were insufficient. He could not rely solely on himself. He would need to depend on the sect. Now that he had grasped the secret of awakening the Holy Light Dragon, he believed they would certainly not disregard him. Yu Xiaojing felt he had regained a trump card. As for whether Lu Erlong would contact the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, that was impossible. He knew Lu Erlong harbored a deep resentment towards Yulomian. Fortunately, he still remembered the urgent communication method of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. By tomorrow morning, his father would likely receive the news. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yu Xiaojing's eyes as he strode confidently into the darkness. The following day at dawn, Yulomian was roused by a series of heavy knocks at the door. Pushing aside the clingy concubine beside him, he dressed and made his way outside. What is it? He inquired in a low voice upon reaching the threshold, addressing the awaiting attendant. Second master, the clan leader requests your presence, the attendant replied respectfully. Why is my elder brother seeking me at this hour? Yulomian murmured in frustration. Given that dawn was just breaking, this encroached upon his morning training time. Upon arriving at the council hall, he found Yu Yuanjin, the clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, seated in the main position, evidently having awaited his arrival for some time. From his expression, Yulomian could discern no hint of emotion, neither joy nor sorrow, but a profound neutrality. It was exceedingly difficult to ascertain his thoughts. Elder brother, what has transpired? Yulomian inquired softly. Yu Yuanjin raised a finger, stating, I summoned you to discuss two matters. Two matters? Yulomian replied, somewhat at a loss. Then why extend a single finger? He found Yu Yuanjin somewhat tedious. Was it really necessary to tease him so early in the morning? Coughing lightly, he remarked that he had encountered a slight issue while practicing the sect's secret techniques, resulting in his right hand becoming rather stiff, allowing only one finger to move. As for you, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Yu Yuanjin cleared his throat, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Very well then, Yu Lumian responded somewhat helplessly and inquired, Elder brother, what are the two matters you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Yu Yunjin ceased to hold back and gradually elaborated. The first matter pertains to Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Suddenly, a brief silence enveloped the area. Ning Fengji has broken through his cultivation. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda has transformed into the Eight Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Yu Lumian exclaimed in disbelief. To him, it seemed that nothing else could warrant such attention from his elder brother. However, Yu Yunjin shook his head. Not at all. He remains at level 79. Ah, I thought he had indeed made a breakthrough. Elder brother, you startled me, Yu Lumian sighed, plopping down into a chair beside Yu Yunjin and pouring himself a cup of tea to calm his nerves. In his view, unless Ning Fengji's martial soul had advanced, it hardly constituted a significant event. But what if Ning Fengji seriously injured a soul Douluo in one-on-one combat? Moreover, had it not been for the special identity of his opponent, it would not have been difficult for him to slay him. Yu Yunjin spoke in a calm tone. What? Yu Lumian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind momentarily blank. He gradually turned to look at Yu Yunjin, his eyes brimming with disbelief, yet seeking confirmation. Indeed, it is as you surmise. Yu Yunjin nodded slowly, instantly comprehending the meaning behind Yu Lumian's gaze. Poof! Yu Lumian could no longer contain himself, spitting out his tea entirely onto Yu Yunjin's face. Yu Yunjin fell silent, his expression darkening, with powerful soul energy fluctuations subtly emerging, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Elder brother, please remain calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. Yu Lumian hastily offered a conciliatory smile. After assuring himself that Yu Yunjin would not retaliate, he ventured, Elder brother, is it true? Did Ning Fengji single-handedly take down a soul Douluo? As he broached the topic, a hint of doubt inevitably crept into his voice. To be honest, were it not for this revelation coming from Yu Yunjin himself, he would have dismissed it outright, likely delivering a couple of slaps to the messenger and instructing him to leave at once. What a farce! The notion of Ning Fengji, the so-called fifth-rate fighter, single-handedly defeating a soul Douluo was as implausible as a pig soaring through the skies. This news has been circulating for 2 days now. I have conducted extensive inquiries, and there can be no mistake. Ning Fengji's strength is indisputable. Furthermore, it is worth noting that his combat prowess is exceedingly formidable, with attack methods that are both secretive and unpredictable. Previously, he has inexplicably slain 2 soul saints. Though it was not the first time he had encountered this news, Yu Yunjin still felt a wave of complexity wash over him. He even believed that accepting Ning Fengji's martial soul breaking through to become the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda would be more palatable. Incredible, truly incredible. This time, Yu Lumian no longer harbored doubts and asked, Elder brother, has anyone been dispatched to investigate how Ning Fengji achieved this? We have indeed conducted investigations, but no reports have returned yet, Yu Yunjin replied, shaking his head. I see. Yu Lumian's voice betrayed an undeniable sense of regret. He had a premonition that the immense power Ning Fengji had unleashed must be concealing a monumental secret. Very well, let's not dwell on this for now. I will inform you of any news regarding Ning Fengji as soon as it arrives. Yu Yunjin spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Yu Lumian nodded and inquired, Elder brother, what is the second matter? As he broached the second issue, a complex expression surfaced on Yu Yunjin's otherwise placid countenance. This information came from his son, Yu Xiaojiang, who had departed the sect. He was quite surprised that Yu Xiaojiang had managed to send a message, and even more astonished that it contained such significant content. Here is the information. You may read it for yourself, Yu Yunjin said, handing a letter to Yu Lumian. It was a top priority urgent report. Yu Lumian grasped the letter, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. He sensed the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his turbulent emotions before gradually unfolding the letter. In an instant, he found himself captivated by the contents. Gradually, his body began to tremble uncontrollably with excitement. Elder brother, is what this letter states truly authentic? Is there really a family disciple who has mastered the method of bloodline evolution? Yu Lumian asked incredulously. It should not be mistaken. The sender is a direct descendant of our blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Though his strength may not be particularly high, his insight is certainly commendable. He is no less capable than either of us. It should not be erroneous. Moreover, did he not mention that he has already awakened a portion of the bloodline? The authenticity can be easily verified, Yu Yunjin replied slowly. Yet, even as he endeavored to conceal his emotions, Yu Lumian could still discern the thrill in his voice. How could he not be excited? The world knows the blue lightning tyrant dragon as the supreme beast martial soul. Yet few are aware that there exists an even more formidable bloodline above it. The Golden Holy Dragon, or the Radiant Holy Dragon, is the true source of their lineage. However, this matter had long been a closely guarded secret within the clan, known only to genuine direct heirs, and even among those, it was often regarded merely as folklore. Some had even speculated that the tales of the Radiant Holy Dragon were fictitious fabrications concocted by the ancestors of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to lend an air of grandeur to the clan. May the ancestors bless us. The Radiant Holy Dragon is undoubtedly the pinnacle of martial souls in the Douluo Continent. Xue Ye exclaimed in excitement. Yet, gradually, his expression shifted, uncertainty creeping in as he remarked, "This handwriting. It resembles that of Yu Xiaojang?" He turned his gaze to Yu Engine. The latter's face immediately reflected a hint of awkwardness as he nodded awkwardly. It was indeed a message from Xiaojang. He was aware of the events from years past when Yu Xiaojang had nearly created a significant blunder, only to be halted by Yu Yan. "Elder brother, I must express my skepticism regarding this matter. I suspect it may very well be a scheme devised by Yu Xiaojang. More absurdly, he claims that awakening the bloodline requires vast sums of money and luck. It feels as though he is simply trying to swindle funds." Yu Yan's earlier excitement had transformed into a demeanor of indifference, his eyes laden with disbelief. "My dear second brother, do you perhaps harbor a bias against Xiaojang?" Yu Engine inquired, furrowing his brow. Yu Yan chuckled. "Is it that obvious?" "Obvious? Quite so. By heavens, you have not concealed your feelings at all." Yu Engine thought to himself, inwardly cursing. "Dear second brother, it is time to put those old grievances to rest." Xiaojang acted without malice. Yu Engine was referring to the incident from years ago when Yu Xiaojang attempted to forge closer ties through a romantic endeavor. "Elder brother, do you truly believe that Yu Xiaojang did not recognize Lu Erlong back then?" "I find that hard to believe," Yu Yan stated solemnly. "Elder brother, let us not deceive ourselves. He has perused so many books. Although his theoretical knowledge may be lacking, his perspective is undoubtedly broad. After such prolonged exposure, it is improbable he would not recognize that Erlong is a descendant of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family." Sighing, Yu Engine lamented, uncertain of how to proceed. He understood that Yu Yan was indeed correct. Yu Xiaojang, with his shameless demeanor, was out there posing as a master. His so-called theories were nothing but a farce. Yet his vision was not to be underestimated. It was impossible to overlook Lu Erlong's true identity. "Brother, there's no need to put yourself in a difficult position. Allow me to handle the matter concerning Yu Xiaojang. If what he claims is true, he shall naturally be regarded as a benefactor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and I can reconcile our differences and personally welcome him back. Conversely, if his words are false, I shall decisively expel him from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, ensuring he never sets foot in our sect again. What say you?" Yuluo Mian spoke in a grave tone. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Engine nodded solemnly. "Very well." Meanwhile, in the Spirit City, Lin Xiao opened his doors to welcome customers as usual. Rather, he opened for business. However, he was taken aback. Ning Rongrong, Suking, Huliena, and numerous title Douluo from the Spirit Hall had arrived, including Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo, as well as the Bone Douluo, with more behind them. "What a surprise! What brings all of you here?" Lin Xiao exclaimed, astonished by the familiar faces crowding outside his shop. An eager voice called out from the crowd, "Boss, it's the third week now. We all came for the self-selection jars." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression transformed to one of realization. Indeed, many customers like the Magic Bear, Ghost Leopard, and others within the Golden Trio were regulars. As long as they purchased 10 jars this week, they would meet the conditions to receive an additional Lucky Wish jar, which allowed them to select a rare item. No wonder they were all so eager. Looking at the crowd, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He anticipated that today's sales would break historical records. At least 200 or 300 jars must be sold, right? If he could manage to open 200 or 300 jars, would he ascend to level 90? Worst case, he should at least become a soul Douluo. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao's heart began to race with fervor, as if a higher realm were beckoning him. "So who'll go first?" he inquired, glancing at the eager crowd outside. "Who'll go first?" Titled Douluos like the Magic Bear and Ghost Leopard exchanged glances. To be honest, they had all been waiting for this day for quite some time, and everyone wanted to be the first. Ning Fengji, Ghost Douluo, and Sword Douluo furrowed their brows as well. It wouldn't be fitting for them to brawl over who would open the jar first in front of the shop. "Let's go by the order of arrival." "Who got here first this morning?" Lin Xiao asked, noticing no one was stepping forward. "I did." "Me too." Voices emerged immediately. Lin Xiao turned to see it was the Magic Bear Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo. "Did you two come together?" Lin Xiao queried. "Indeed. We couldn't sleep and decided to come out the magic bear Douluo chuckled, scratching his head with a broad grin. Wait, when I ran into you last night, didn't you say you were going to relieve yourself? You sly fox, sneaking off to open jars. Ghost leopard Douluo interjected, delivering a cheeky jab at the magic bear Douluo. The magic bear Douluo felt a bit embarrassed at being called out. Just then, the serpent spear Douluo patted his shoulder and said, now that we're here, don't mind his words. He's just envious. With that, he stepped forward to the shop entrance, turned, and clasped his fist to the crowd. Everyone, I shall take my leave first. With this, he stepped into the shop. Right, regardless of the circumstances, today, I shall be the first to open a jar. The magic bear Douluo exclaimed with a grin as he followed suit into the shop. Ghost leopard Douluo could only stomp his foot in frustration. However, once the magic bear Douluo entered the shop, he found that the serpent spear Douluo had already completed his payment and selected his desired jar. A step too late. The smile on the magic bear Douluo's face faltered. Boss, can I choose the lucky wish jar now? The magic bear Douluo asked, eyeing the 10 jars laid out before the serpent spear Douluo. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded slightly and replied, you may. Indeed, the condition for purchasing the lucky wish jar was to buy 30 jars. Although the serpent spear Douluo had yet to open his jar, the payment had been completed, thus fulfilling the purchasing requirement. Without further ado, Lin Xiao made his way to the central counter, lifted the lucky wish jar from its prominent position, and with both hands, presented it to the serpent spear Douluo. His heart raced and his hands trembled with excitement as the serpent spear Douluo took the jar. He had finally obtained it. The magic bear Douluo watched with fervent eyes, realizing that what the serpent spear Douluo experienced now would soon be his own moment. Old Shi, have you decided what you want to exchange it for? The magic bear Douluo asked, his voice low and curious. Is that even a question? Since the first time I opened a jar, I already knew what I wanted, the serpent spear Douluo said confidently, though he kept the details to himself. As for what I want, just wait and see. Cut it out. Don't be so mysterious with me. The magic bear Douluo scoffed, yet his eyes betrayed his eagerness. Fixating on the jar in the serpent spear Douluo's hands, afraid to miss the thrilling moment. Even Lin Xiao's attention was drawn to see what choice the serpent spear Douluo would make. With a crack, the jar shattered. However, to everyone's astonishment, it contained nothing but a swirling mass of purple light. What is happening? The serpent spear Douluo was taken aback. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Reach your hand into the light and silently wish for the item you desire. Lin Xiao's voice resonated in the serpent spear Douluo's ears, clarifying the situation for him. So as to be done this way, the serpent spear Douluo, with a spark of realization, extended his hand into the luminous orb. Instantly, a plethora of items flashed before his mind's eye. Proficiency capsules, experience capsules, mutated strawberries, enhancers, amplifiers, and even probabilistic enhancement scrolls, among others. If only he could claim them all. The serpent spear Douluo thought, salivating at the prospect. Yet, he knew such wishes were futile. Never mind, I shouldn't look too long. The more I see, the more hesitant I become. Finally, he steeled his resolve. With Lin Xiao and the magic bear Douluo watching intently, an item materialized from the purple light. An amplifier? Lin Xiao recognized the object in the serpent spear Douluo's hand. You chose that. The magic bear Douluo's eyebrows shot up, unable to contain his surprise. What's wrong with selecting an amplifier? The serpent spear Douluo asked, puzzled. Brother, if you were to obtain an amplifier under normal circumstances, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. But things are different now. There are so many treasures in the jar. Choosing an amplifier is certainly not a wise decision. The magic bear Douluo shook his head, lamenting the choice. What do you suggest I choose instead? The serpent spear Douluo inquired, keen to hear the magic bear Douluo's thoughts. That goes without saying. An enhancement scroll or a reinforcement scroll. Take a gamble. The magic bear Douluo said without hesitation, expressing his true feelings. Gamble? The serpent spear Douluo paused at first, then shook his head. He couldn't agree with the magic bear Douluo's perspective. Rather than risking it all on a fleeting chance, he preferred steady, reliable progress. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, as an observer, couldn't help but glance at the magic bear Douluo with newfound respect. Compared to the serpent spear Douluo, he found a magic bear Douluo more commendable. A risk-taker is indeed the driving force behind jar openings. Such individuals are better at stimulating consumer spending. Did you see that, brother? Boss Lin agrees with my viewpoint as well. Noticing Lin Xiao's gaze, the bear spirit Douluo puffed up his chest as if receiving praise, proudly declaring, as soul masters, we must harbor a spirit of challenge and dare to scale the heights. Without enduring great peril, how can one achieve monumental breakthroughs? A life of ease is hardly preferable to returning to till the land at home. After finishing his speech, He provocatively glanced at the serpent spear Douluo, akin to a primary school student basking in the glow of a teacher's commendation. Lin Xiao, witnessing this, could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking to himself that he harbored no such profound intentions. It was merely his own overactive imagination. Do I look like I care? The serpent spear Douluo, no longer paying heed to the bear spirit Douluo, immediately activated the amplifier in his hand. With the spear in hand, a more formidable aura erupted forth. Damn! As old comrades from the past, if we set aside external forces and focus solely on strength, that fellow Shilong is undoubtedly superior to me. The bear spirit Douluo distinctly sensed that the serpent spear Douluo's power had increased yet again. Who would have thought that the once junior brother, ridiculed as the disgrace of his spirit hall, had rapidly transformed into a figure akin to an elder brother of the elder hall? A sense of unreality suddenly welled up within the bear spirit Douluo. Fortunately, he still possessed the weightless gun, a weapon befitting a companion. He felt a surge of relief, knowing he had some esoteric tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would truly be trampled by the serpent spear Douluo. However, he realized that such circumstances would not persist for long. Soon, he would select a probabilistic amplification scroll, raising his martial spirit to level 7, allowing him to dominate the serpent spear Douluo without relying on external forces. As he contemplated this, a flicker of light seemed to dance in his eyes. At that moment, the serpent spear Douluo was oblivious to his thoughts, entirely focused on opening jars. Crack, crack, 10 jars were swiftly opened in the blink of an eye. In fact, it happened so quickly that the bear spirit Douluo barely caught a glimpse of what the serpent spear Douluo had acquired before the items from the jars were neatly cleared away. Brother, your perspective is too narrow. I merely made a few offhand remarks. You opened jars without showing me what you got? The bear spirit Douluo huffed in dissatisfaction. It's not that my perspective is limited, but there are so many people waiting outside to open jars. Only when we leave can they enter. I'm merely considering Boss Lin. The serpent spear Douluo replied nonchalantly. This time, the bear spirit Douluo fell silent. Yet, internally, he muttered to himself that the serpent spear Douluo was using Boss Lin to suppress him. Fine, you win. Who could argue with the fact that the world is vast? Yet Boss Lin reigns supreme. As he watched the serpent spear Douluo step back from the counter, the bear spirit Douluo did not hesitate to approach. Clang! An artifact imbued with a sense of antiquity was placed upon the counter. Boss, do you think this is worth 1,000,000 gold soul coins? The bear spirit Douluo inquired, hoping for some progress, as he was running low on funds and had to offer some items in exchange for jars. This sculpture had originally been gifted to him by a nobleman many years ago, said to be of considerable value. To avoid any misunderstandings, he had even sought the opinion of an appraiser. He believed that the appraiser who had nearly fainted upon seeing his 9 soul rings would not dare deceive him. Precious antique sculpture. Value 1,001,001. Goodness. Items valued over 1,000,000 gold soul coins are indeed rare. Upon receiving the detailed information about the item, Lin Xiao instinctively scrutinized the sculpture with keen interest. However, after a brief moment, he found himself shaking his head. Alas, he lacked an artistic sensibility. After staring at it for a while, he could not discern its beauty. Unbeknownst to him, the bear spirit Douluo's face darkened. Boss Lin shook his head. He shook his head. Could it be that this sculpture is a counterfeit? He pondered. At that moment, his fury ignited. Damn it, I've been duped. This thing isn't worth anything. It's one thing if it's worthless. But to bring it into Boss Lin's shop and embarrass myself. How could a mere appraiser dare to deceive a titled Douluo? He felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Embarrassment washed over him. Without further ado, he slammed his hand down, striking the sculpture on the counter with a force akin to thunder. Crack! The counter remained unscathed, but the sculpture shattered into countless pieces. Lin Xiao stood in astonishment, looking at the bear spirit Douluo with confusion. What on earth are you doing? Lin Xiao thought to himself. Is the bear spirit Douluo jesting? A sculpture worth over 1,000,000 gold soul coins, and instead of exchanging it for jars, he simply smashed it? The bear spirit Douluo waved his hand dismissively and declared with conviction, Boss Lin, you need not worry about comforting me. Such a counterfeit should not exist in this world, lest more people fall victim to deception in the future. Did I hear you correctly? You claim this sculpture is a counterfeit? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and softly replied, this is no counterfeit. It is an antique artwork valued at over 1,000,000 gold soul coins. As Lin Xiao's words fell, the atmosphere grew silent. The gentle morning breeze wafted through the window, softly brushing against the bear spirit Douluo. Boss, are you saying the statue is not a counterfeit? That it truly holds a value of over 1,000,000 gold soul coins? The bear spirit Douluo, reflecting on Lin Xiao's earlier words, could not help but inquire again, seeking confirmation. Previously, he had thought so, but now he was uncertain. Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the scattered pieces of the statue on the counter as he slowly spoke. That is no exaggeration. For the item information states, a pile of worthless stones, value less than 1 copper soul coin. Lin Xiao sighed. You possess an astonishing strength. Not even a single valuable fragment remains. Now it's worth not a single gold soul coin. Boom! Lin Xiao's words struck the bear spirit Douluo like a bolt from the blue. He was left dumbfounded, truly dumbfounded. Over 1 million gold soul coins. Obliterated by his own hand? This is even more unreliable than opening jars. Damn it, what a catastrophic loss. With a mournful expression, he asked Boss Lin, since this is a treasure, why did you shake your head? I thought it was a counterfeit, and in my rage, I simply wanted a VIN on this sculpture. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Is he implying it's my fault? No way, I refuse to shoulder this blame. Lin Xiao frowned at his words and replied sternly. I shook my head because this item is exceedingly rare, and I was filled with awe and admiration. I never declared it to be a counterfeit. Is that truly the case? The bear spirit Douluo expressed his skepticism. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's gaze drifted past him to the serpent spear Douluo. The latter immediately understood the cue. Stepping forward and addressing the bear spirit Douluo, this is your oversight. Boss Lin has not deceived you at all. I saw clearly that Boss Lin said nothing, and you smashed the item. Upon hearing the serpent spear Douluo's words, the bear spirit Douluo opened his mouth, but could not find his voice. His heart felt heavy, yet he chose not to voice his struggles. Perhaps it was best to continue opening jars, after all. With that thought, the bear spirit Douluo began to produce item after item, placing them on the counter, all of which were rare curiosities. Antique calligraphy and painting. Value 100,000 trading points. Antique. Before long, Lin Xiao had collected a significant number of items, only returning 2 small trinkets to the bear spirit Douluo. That's sufficient. These items are enough to exchange for 10 jars, he informed the bear spirit Douluo. Finally, it was enough. Hearing this, the bear spirit Douluo took a deep breath, selected 10 jars, and grasped the lucky wish jar in his hand. May the jars contain scrolls with higher success rates. Let me recoup my losses. With this in mind, he shattered the lucky wish jar without hesitation. Chapter 264. The Return of Qianren Xue. I still wish to see the future whoosh. A purple glow flickered, and an item appeared in the bear spirit Douluo's hand. 7 golden amplification scrolls. Lin Xiao glanced at it and received the item information. Bear, have you lost your mind? You actually chose the golden amplification scroll? This endeavor possesses merely a 30% success rate. The serpent spear Douluo furrowed his brow. In his perspective, this was far from a prudent choice. Who among those who have opened jars does not understand that a 30% success rate is nearly indistinguishable from 0? Do you think I desire a higher probability scroll? The magic bear Douluo's face displayed an expression of helplessness. He recalled Lin Xiao mentioning that enhancement scrolls and amplification scrolls came in various grades, such as gold, platinum, emerald, and diamond, each with differing success rates. Yet, upon meticulously searching the self-selection jar, he found no amplification scrolls with a higher success probability. Although there was a reinforcement scroll boasting a 70% success rate, it did not pique his interest. He was quite clear about the choice between doubling the age of a soul ring and amplifying his martial spirit strength. Even a 100,000-year soul ring was insufficient to sway the magic bear Douluo's decision. Generally speaking, amplification scrolls are of a higher grade than reinforcement scrolls. One seeking a high success rate amplification scroll would undoubtedly find none among rare items. It would require at least a divine artifact. Lin Xiao remarked, then turned to the magic bear Douluo, inquiring, however, the 7 reinforcement scroll should allow for a 90% success rate, correct? Indeed, the magic bear Douluo confessed, scratching his head awkwardly. Yet, between a 7 amplification and a 7 reinforcement, it was evident that the 7 amplification would yield greater benefits. The implication was unmistakable. He preferred substantial gains, or rather, significant enhancements. Brother, you are far too impulsive. Opting for a reinforcement device, reinforcement scroll, or upgrade scroll ensures a steady and solid enhancement of strength. However, by choosing a 30% success rate amplification scroll, your strength might remain at a standstill. The investment of 30 jars merely to acquire self-selection jar was truly wasteful. The serpent spear Douluo sighed deeply at this notion. To him, the magic bear Douluo exemplified a classic case of squandered opportunity. Waste an opportunity? Upon hearing this, the magic bear Douluo was momentarily taken aback, hastily shaking his hands and laughing. No, each person is different. With my luck, I firmly believe I will succeed with the amplification. The 30% amplification scroll, in his view, was already a foregone conclusion. For reasons unknown, the magic bear Douluo felt an intense premonition, convinced it was a subtle hint from Boss Lin, not a mere illusion. It is difficult to dissuade a reckless fool. Alas, let him be. The serpent spear Douluo expressed his resignation. The magic bear Douluo had made his choice, and now he could only walk this path to the end. Rip! At that moment, the sound of fabric tearing echoed as the magic bear Douluo tore the 7 gold amplification scroll in half. In an instant, he was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. Roar! Suddenly, a massive shadow of a pitch-black bear with blood-red eyes manifested behind the magic bear Douluo, letting out a thunderous roar. A potent wave of soul power surged forth like a tempest. An unexpected transformation unfolded. Both Lin Xiao and the serpent spear Douluo could distinctly observe the magic bear Douluo swelling in size, as if under the influence of some potent substance. The ghostly bear shadow behind him seemed on the verge of becoming a tangible entity. The terror of the 7 amplification scroll was palpable, should the amplification indeed succeed. The magic bear Douluo's strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Compared to before, the difference would be astronomical. The serpent spear Douluo's eyelid twitched slightly, and he could not help but murmur. He had to admit, a twinge of envy stirred within him. Although the risk taken by the magic bear Douluo was considerable, the potential rewards were equally immense. However, in the next moment, a new anomaly transpired. In his vision, the massive bear shadow behind the magic bear Douluo began to deflate like a punctured balloon, gradually reverting to its original form. This is unbelievable. The serpent spear Douluo gasped in disbelief. It failed. Lin Xiao's voice rang out calmly. Reinforcement failed. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in the magic bear Douluo's ears. For simple, almost robotic words struck him like thunderclaps. Failed. How could this be? The magic bear Douluo's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions, utterly at a loss for words. After a long while, he sighed heavily, admitting that it was impossible not to feel despondent. Without a doubt, exchanging 30 jars for a chance at 0 enhancement was a source of genuine heartache. He glanced at the serpent spear Douluo, bitterly stating, "Had I known, I would have heeded your advice earlier. What has passed is past. Let us look forward as if nothing has occurred." The serpent spear Douluo gently patted the magic bear Douluo's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Though he said so, it was undeniably difficult. He found it hard to accept. Had I chosen an amplification device, with my martial spirit amplified to 1, wouldn't my strength have seen a steady enhancement? The magic bear Douluo shook his head, sighing. The opportunity has already been squandered. What significance does it hold to dwell on it now? The serpent spear Douluo was incensed at the memory. Your earlier demeanor suggested I was trying to deceive you. I was caught up in a moment. I truly became too overwhelmed. The magic bear Douluo sensed the serpent spear Douluo's underlying reproach, his face flushing with embarrassment. One must look ahead. Although you have lost a jar, 10 more wait you. Opportunities always lie within the next jar. At this moment, Lin Xiao spoke slowly. If 1 amplification scroll fails, then try 2. If 2 fail, then 3. One may be briefly downcast, but never forever. Upon hearing this, the magic bear Douluo paused, pondering if there truly remained another chance. Of course, Lin Xiao affirmed, gesturing towards the 10 jars on the counter. The 30% success rate scrolls are available in both the self-selection jar and the ordinary jars. With a stroke of luck, each jar could yield a self-selection scroll. It is even possible that the potential of the ordinary jar surpasses that of the self-selection jars, making it feasible to uncover amplification scrolls with even higher success rates. Upon hearing these words, the magic bear Douluo's eyes widened with renewed hope as he gazed at the jars on the counter. Gradually, a spark of excitement ignited within him. Indeed, the highest grade items attainable from the self-selection jar are only rare grade. If fortune smiles upon me, I could very well uncover a divine artifact. With this thought, he grasped the lucky magic hammer, preparing to open a jar. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardow Great Forest, the life lake, serene as a sapphire, began to bubble as if boiling water. Something was amiss. Could it be that the master was about to emerge? By the lakeside, the spirit beast sovereigns, including Ziji, Biji, and Xiangjun, awaited anxiously. Their expressions were tense as they watched the life lake. Since the departure of Emperor Tian 2 days ago, Gu Yan had returned to the lake's depths to cultivate and had yet to reappear. Where is Emperor Tian? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Simultaneously, the ethereal figure of Gu Yan materialized before them, gracefully hovering above the lake's surface. Welcome back, master. Upon recognizing Gu Yan's visage, The others hurriedly knelt, expressing their reverence. Without the need for further words, the overwhelming aura emanating from Gu Na compelled them to bow in submission. They sensed that Gu Na had become even more formidable this time. Who can answer my query? At that moment, Gu Na's voice echoed once more. Master, Lord Emperor Tian went to retrieve Xiao Wu and has yet to return. Ziji finally spoke, her tone imbued with deep concern. Still not back. It seems something has transpired with Emperor Tian. Gu Na's brow furrowed slightly as she murmured. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, she abruptly vanished. Where could the master have gone? After a brief pause, Xiong-jun spoke in a low voice. She must have gone to MartialSouls City to find Emperor Tian. Biji added softly. Let us hope the master can bring Lord Emperor Tian back safely. Ziji spoke wistfully. Ah, Ziji, what peculiar words are you uttering? You are well aware of our master's formidable strength. Surely, you do not believe that there exists a feat beyond his capabilities in this diminutive Douluo Continent? After hearing Ziji's remarks, Xiong-jun retorted with a hint of irritation. Meanwhile, in the Soul Hall City, within a quaint shop, the demon bear, Douluo, waved farewell to Lin Xiao with a smile. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. Acquiring these items has greatly eased my heart. Beside him, the snake spear Douluo grumbled. Enough with the smiles. Your stomach is on full display. The demon bear Douluo could easily discern the underlying resentment in his voice. Come now. Brother, do not hold it against me. Did you not keep your results from opening the jars for me? It seems we are now even. He responded with a cold chuckle. The snake spear Douluo scoffed in annoyance, petty-minded as ever. The demon bear Douluo retorted without hesitation. Am I not merely emulating a certain individual? Very well. It appears you have had a decent haul as well. How about we engage in a friendly spar tonight? Unable to contain his frustration, the snake spear Douluo initiated a challenge. Fine, if it's a battle you seek, so be it. You shall soon discover that your elder brother will always remain superior. With a mocking laugh, the demon bear Douluo stepped ahead, followed closely by the snake spear Douluo, who bid Lin Xiao farewell as well. Such a purely superficial brotherhood they share, Lin Xiao mused, shaking his head slightly. Yet, he was quite eager to witness the outcome of their duel that evening. As soon as the two departed, a series of light, crisp sounds echoed through the air. Lin Xiao looked up to see Qianren, adorned in an exquisite gown, gracefully entering. Lin boss, it has been quite some time, she greeted with a captivating smile. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xiao noticed that Qianren appeared somewhat transformed, her usual tension and worry replaced by a sense of ease. Likely due to her ascension to the throne of the Tiando Empire. He could surmise her thoughts with relative ease. Is it truly that long since we last met? It seems like merely a few days, Lin Xiao jested, lightly touching his nose. Ah! Qianren's expression momentarily faltered, caught off guard by his comment. I didn't expect you to arrive so early, she replied, somewhat flustered. Upon returning to Soul Hall City, I made haste to come here. Yet even so, the demon bear and snake spear elders managed to arrive before me, Qianren lamented. Lin Xiao nodded. Let us begin. I'm sure you are eager. What a provocative remark. Furthermore, I am quite reserved. Thank you very much. Qianren's cheeks flushed crimson in embarrassment. It was rare for someone of her stature to be spoken to in such a manner. Lin Xiao, having collected the substantial sum of over 1 million gold soul coins from her jar purchases, reminded her, this marks only your second attempt at opening a jar. You cannot select items from the Lucky Wish jars like most outside. I understand, she replied, nodding slightly as she grasped the lucky magic hammer. May I ask if I have another chance to draw the divination card I obtained last time? She inquired suddenly. The glimpse of the future she had seen lingered in her thoughts. Despite issuing a nationwide manhunt for Tang San, there had been no results. Nevertheless, she had not returned empty-handed, having successfully claimed the throne of the Tiando Empire. She was eager to see how her actions might alter the future. That is indeed possible, Lin Xiao affirmed, though he cautioned, whether your wishes are fulfilled depends on your own fortune. Qianren nodded thoughtfully, then raised her hand to strike the first jar. With a crack, the jar shattered, releasing a surge of purple light. Undeterred, she struck again. Crack. Another jar broke, and once again, purple light flickered. Fortune smiles upon you. It has been ages since I have witnessed someone consecutively unveil 2 rare items, Lin Xiao remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Is that so? Qianren smiled subtly upon hearing his praise. She struck yet another jar. Crack. More purple light. 3 rare items in succession. What astounding luck. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. Such fortune. If only the demon bear and snake spear Douluos had witnessed this, their jaws would surely drop. He thought. Even Qianren was taken aback by her own astonishing luck. I suspected my luck would be decent, but I never anticipated it to be this extraordinary. Perhaps I should continue. There may be more delightful surprises in store, she mused. At that moment, Lin Xiao's voice whispered in her ear, stay calm. Reflecting on the improbability of her luck, he concluded that while the odds in the underground city were indeed dismal, there were those who seemed to defy logic entirely. However, before he could dwell further, Rinxue shattered yet another jar. Crack! The fourth jar burst forth with purple light. Crack! The fifth jar followed suit, yet again revealing purple light. Is it normal for 5 consecutive jars to yield such rare items? I'm rather anxious about this. Unfortunately, he had contracted a gastrointestinal flu and had taken the day off work to recuperate. After feeling slightly better, he managed to write this chapter. Chapter 265, Rinxue's Gift. The vast sea and sky cover. Unprecedented. This is absolutely not normal. Rinxue's ethereal voice echoed, her astonishment unmasked. It was not merely Lin Xiao who sensed something amiss. She herself felt it too. Shopkeeper, you must be intentionally aiding me, correct? Her bright eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer. She believed that such a fortuitous outcome could only be orchestrated by Lin Xiao behind the scenes. What? Assist you? What does that have to do with me? Lin Xiao inwardly scoffed. Our relationship is purely transactional, no emotions involved. Yet, he could not entirely dismiss her suspicions. After all, one should never turn down goodwill that comes without strings attached. Adhering to his principle of neutrality, he shifted the topic. Are you inclined to continue? Yes. I wish to try once more, Rinxue declared, then shattered yet another jar. Crack! The jar splintered, but this time, it emitted a white light. Has the streak of fortune come to an end? Rinxue felt a momentary pang of disappointment. However, she quickly regained her composure, reminding herself to be grateful. Given her current gains, she had already profited immensely. Seeking more might weigh heavily on her conscience. Thank goodness it's over. If this continued, I might have suspected Rinxue was cheating. Lin Xiao silently exhaled, relieved. Boss, could you kindly assist me in identifying the contents of these jars? Aside from the 6th jar containing the magical fruit juice, I am unfamiliar with the others. Rinxue's gaze swept over the assortment of items, and she was taken aback to discover that none of the rare artifacts were recognizable to her. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao also glanced over, exclaiming in astonishment. 3 level 7 golden equipment enhancement scrolls and 2 upgrade scrolls. He turned to Rinxue and remarked, congratulations, this is truly remarkable. The mention of the upgrade scrolls and enhancement scrolls made Rinxue's eyes suddenly gleam with excitement. She recalled that among the numerous items most coveted by the elders of the Spirit Hall, these 2 were undoubtedly at the top of the list. I can't believe I've opened 5 in succession. My luck is simply extraordinary. As she spoke, Rinxue couldn't help but cover her charming face with her delicate hands. A look of disbelief etched upon her features. Lin Xiao observed her with a slight smile, recognizing her steady nature. If it had been the likes of the demon bear Douluo or the ghost leopard Douluo, they would likely be jumping for joy at such a fortune. However, Lin Xiao also discerned the glimmer of eagerness in Rinxue's eyes and gently advised, both the upgrade scrolls and enhancement scrolls are straightforward to use. Simply tear them apart. However, I must caution you that there's a possibility of failure with the enhancement scrolls, so be mentally prepared. Rest assured, I am well aware of that. Rinxue replied with a slight nod, her gaze flitting indecisively between the upgrade and enhancement scrolls. They're all yours, so how to choose is, in fact, not of great importance. Lin Xiao noted that Rinxue also seemed to be afflicted by indecision. In contrast, her expression shifted to realization as Lin Xiao's reminder sank in. Right, since they are mine, there's no rush to use them. I shall wait until we leave this little shop. With that, she promptly stored the upgrade and enhancement scrolls away, revealing her decisive side befitting of an empress. Suit yourself, Lin Xiao replied with a gentle nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Rinxue then redirected her attention back to the jars. Meanwhile, outside the Spirit Hall, a crimson streak of light descended from the distant horizon, halting just a few miles from Spirit City. As the brilliance faded, Tang San appeared, draped in a blood-red cloak with a high collar. In his blood-red eyes flickered a gleam of vengeance. Indeed, it was vengeance. The annihilation of the Haotian sect by the Spirit Hall and the relentless pursuit by Qian Daolu that had driven him to foreign shores had escalated the conflict to a point of no return. Such animosity could only be washed away with blood. He was confident that without the hindrance of a 9-headed Bat King, defeating or even slaying Qian Daolu would be a trivial endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Tang Chen's chest swelled with determination, and he summoned all his strength to roar, Qian Daolu, I, Tang Chen, have returned. Do you dare to confront me outside the city? His voice rolled forth like thunder, resonating throughout the skies of Spirit City. What is that sound? Is it Tang Shun? That name sounds so familiar. Ah, I remember now. ISNT, he the one who previously appeared as a stray dog, a member of the Haotian sect? Countless voices buzzed within Spirit City. On the other side, outside the shop, many individuals looked up towards the sky. Qianjun, the demon slayer, ghost Duo, and Juko, along with other esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall, furrowed their brows in unison. Without the need for words, they tacitly departed. Let us go and see, Hulaina of the Golden Trio remarked, her brow knitted in concern, as she turned to gaze in the direction of Spirit City. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, shall we also go and take a look? At that moment, Ning Fengji's warm voice reached the ears of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Master, perhaps we should open the jars first, suggested the Sword Douluo, frowning slightly. There's no hurry. Tomorrow, Uncle Jian will face off against the great enshrined elder of the Spirit Hall. It would be prudent to ascertain our opponent, Ning Fengji replied, gesturing dismissively. Master, upon hearing this, the Sword Douluo displayed a touched expression, filled with emotion. Ning Fengji waved a hand to interrupt him. Uncle Jian, no need for further words. Let us move. If we delay, the battle may conclude, and the strength of the Spirit Hall's great enshrined elder remains unfathomable. As Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo departed, they inspired a greater exodus. The likes of Hu Yanjun from the Armor Sect, Tuoba, Shi from the Sacred Dragon Sect, and the president of Tianxue Academy followed closely behind. In an instant, the area before the little shop felt considerably emptier. Inside the shop, having just opened the jars, Qianren paused her activities. The counter before her stood devoid of any intact jars. All 10 had been opened. Wild strawberries, mountain grapes, sky tree fruits, and 2 fate coins lay scattered before her. Without needing a word from Qianren, Lin Xiao indicated the items that had fallen from the jars. Qianren nodded gently. Collecting each item, she then retrieved another object from one of the jars. Lin Xiao's pupils narrowed slightly. It was a small, square box. Boss, this is a gift for you. I implore you to accept it. Please do not refuse. Qianren spoke earnestly. She was genuinely grateful. Had it not been for Lin Xiao allowing her a glimpse into a fragment of her future, her fate would have been destined for failure. One could say Lin Xiao had altered the course of her destiny. Beyond mere transactions, her gratitude was profound. What is this? Are you attempting to bribe me? Lin Xiao quipped, blinking playfully. Lin, am not so easily swayed by mere gifts. Unless it is a national treasure, I shall not accept it. At his words, Qianren fair face flushed slightly, growing somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, she persisted in placing the box upon the counter. You shall see for yourself. Perhaps you will find it to your liking. With that, she turned and dashed out of the shop. What could it be, so shrouded in mystery? Lin Xiao shook his head, chuckling softly. He casually picked up the box that Qianren had left behind and gently opened it, only to be struck dumb. Good heavens! Is indeed this item? Lin Xiao's pupils dilated in disbelief. Inside the box lay a triangular object resembling a pyramid. It was entirely transparent, rippling with wave-like patterns, seemingly carved from sapphire. The crystalline blue light shimmered with a mystical glow, and an extraordinary energy pulse emanated from within. In Lin Xiao's memory, the only object that could match this description from the original narrative was none other than the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, the long-lost heart of the sea god, the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia value. Just as Lin Xiao was pondering this, the pertinent information regarding the item materialized before his eyes, confirming his suspicions. What on earth? It truly is the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia. Lin Xiao felt a surge of unrest within him. He recalled that in the original narrative, the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia had provided immense assistance to Tang San, and one could even assert that this item served as the key to unlocking the sea god's trials. It had repeatedly rescued Tang San from dire situations. Lin Xiao was unaware whether, without the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia, Tang San would have been able to obtain the sea god's 9th trial, or if future perils could be averted. However, Tang San was not his son, and what he would become in the future was of little concern to him. What do these question marks signify? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Could it be that without a recognized master, it holds no value? Yet at that moment, the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia within the box suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. With a whoosh, it shot forth from the box, hurtling straight towards Lin Xiao's forehead with astonishing speed, almost too swift for the human eye to perceive. Lin Xiao felt that had he been outside the shop, he might have been unable to evade it. However, this was within the confines of the store. I am invincible. You may act at your leisure. Lin Xiao's speed was even swifter, and with a motion akin to teleportation, his right hand reached his forehead. With a casual flick of his fingers, a crisp sound resounded as the sea god's shield was sent soaring away. Lin Xiao even faintly heard a scream echoing in his ears, as if it were merely an illusion. Yet, Lin Xiao was acutely aware that it was no mere figment of his imagination. He distinctly recalled that the original text mentioned a fragment of the sea god's consciousness lingering within the shield. After Tang San acquired the sea god's shield, it was this very remnant that chose him, piercing his forehead to acknowledge him as its master. Thereafter, it assisted Tang San in obtaining the sea god's legacy, repeatedly helping him navigate perilous situations. It could be said that this artifact was undoubtedly a pivotal turning point for Tang San. Lin Xiao surmised that the source of the scream was, without a doubt, this fragment of the sea god. Who would have thought you could still emit a cry? Perhaps you should try calling out a few more times? Lin Xiao mused with curiosity. The name of the sea god is thunderous. Having encountered it, how could he not take the opportunity to meet it? Yet, from the sea god's shield, no sound emerged again. Hey, weren't you the one who chose me as your successor? I'm offering you a chance. Let us have a proper conversation. Who knows, you might just convince me. Upon finishing his words, Lin Xiao cast a teasing glance at the sea god's shield. In truth, it could only be said that the sea god had chosen the wrong person, wishing to select Lin Xiao as the heir. Otherwise, anyone else in his place would have succumbed to its will. Looking again at the sea god's shield, it remained eerily tranquil. This is rather disobedient. Playing dead is hardly a wise choice. Lin Xiao feigned a sigh as he extended his hand towards the sea god's shield. Under the influence of an unseen force, the shield began to levitate slowly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At last, a transformation occurred with the sea god's shield. It trembled anxiously like a frightened rabbit. Lin Xiao sensed a surge of power emanating from it, attempting to break free from its restraints. Could it be? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, gradually tightening his open palm. The invisible force suddenly surged, acting upon the sea god's shield. Crack, crack, crack. Gradually, faint sounds emanated from the shield, followed by intricate fissures appearing, splintering the surface. It was unimaginable that the treasured artifact left by the sea god was on the verge of being crushed by Lin Xiao. How dare you? Suddenly, a booming voice erupted. No longer a mere illusion, but strikingly real. Accompanying this shout, a phantom clad in emerald green armor, wielding the sea god's trident, materialized before Lin Xiao. The sea god? To be precise, you are the remnant of the sea god? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing it closely, his gaze growing increasingly bright. The sight was reminiscent of a child's wonder upon visiting a zoo for the first time, encountering rare and exotic creatures. The sea god's remnant grew increasingly sullen, its face darkening as if it might weep. Is there a mortal being beneath the divine realm who does not prostrate in reverence before the lofty deities? Yet Lin Xiao did not. Without a doubt, his actions were perceived as an affront. This was an act of sacrilege. Insect, how dare you dare to pry into the affairs of God? The sea god's remnant could no longer contain itself, raising the golden trident high. Instantly, the little shop was no longer tranquil. Crash, crash. Lin Xiao's ears resonated with the sound of crashing waves. As the sound intensified, the scene before him transformed. He felt as though he were atop the ocean, gazing into an endless expanse of water. Towering waves surged, towering dozens of meters high. A monumental figure strode across the waves. The sea god. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted as he recognized this figure. However, the power and majesty exhibited by the sea god now were far beyond what he had previously encountered. In other words, they cannot be compared. Divine grace like the sea, divine might like a prison. Insect, you have desecrated the divine. You shall perish. A resounding voice erupted, as if the entire ocean was unleashing an enraged roar. The colossal figure of the sea god hurled the trident towards Lin Xiao. Whoosh! The trident transformed into a golden beam, piercing through the air with dazzling brilliance. Yet Lin Xiao, amidst this splendor, detected an aura of annihilation. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. He even stepped forward, adopting a resolute stance to confront the sea god's remnant. Insect, do you still dare to resist? The sea god's remnant exclaimed once more, a hint of trepidation lacing its voice. What do I have to fear? Don't think I am unaware that this is your domain. But do not forget, your domain is still within this little shop. Upon uttering this, Lin Xiao revealed a frigid smile. You may not know, but within this shop, I am invincible. Even if the god of Shura were to descend, he would still have to crawl before me. Chapter 266, Peak Battle Again. Tang Zhao's mental state crumbled. What? The god Ashura? The sea goddess remnant was taken aback, solemnly inquiring, "Who exactly are you? And how do you know of the god of Shura?" More importantly, when Lin Xiao mentioned the deities, he showed none of the reverence that others typically did, conveying a casualness that bordered on irreverence. Yet Lin Xiao did not respond to its query. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch, meeting the sea goddess trident head-on. Ignorant lunatic. Even if this trident is not the real one, but merely a manifestation of divine power, it is not something you can withstand. The sea goddess remnant sneered, perceiving Lin Xiao's actions as futile as that of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xiao's fist collided heavily with the sea goddess trident. The enormous trident hung suspended in midair, while Lin Xiao stood his ground, unmoving. Remarkably unscathed, the sea goddess remnant was taken aback. Though I am but a remnant of the sea god, I am still associated with divinity. Surely you must retreat a few steps to grant me some respect? To be honest, he recognized that Lin Xiao possessed extraordinary abilities, but he had not anticipated such an outrageous strength. However, even more outrageous developments were yet to come. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the trident emitted a series of sounds, and the sea goddess remnant was alarmed to see fine cracks appearing across the massive trident. Then, with a resounding boom, it shattered into countless fragments. The sea goddess trident shattered? The sea goddess remnant was left bewildered. Although this was not the true sea goddess trident, it was still a manifestation of divine power. Who are you? He instinctively looked at Lin Xiao once more, questioning him, even unaware that his voice trembled with astonishment. Me? I am merely the owner of this little shop, Lin Xiao replied, his expression growing increasingly cold. I do not appreciate being looked down upon while others speak to me. With that, he bent his body, gathering strength, and soared into the air. In an instant, he had reached the same height as the sea god. Lin Xiao could even discern the unmistakable fear etched on the sea god's remnant's face. Then, he swung his palm, delivering a resounding slap to the sea god's remnant's face. Smack! The sound reverberated like thunder, echoing far and wide. You dare strike me? The sea god's remnant was momentarily stunned. Strike you? No, no, no. This is merely the beginning. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly, then swiftly kicked out, landing a powerful blow on the sea god's remnant's face. Boom! The sea god's remnant could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power behind Lin Xiao's kick. All he knew was that he could not withstand it. He struggled even to remain standing. His towering figure, akin to a mountain, crumbled like a landslide. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao dove down, his feet crashing heavily onto the remnant's chest. Like Mount Tai pressing down, he rendered the sea god's remnant immobile. You. The sea god's remnant was flustered. You, incessantly chattering, yet failing to utter a single coherent sentence. In his heart, a tempest of astonishment and wrath stirred. The astonishment stemmed from Lin Xiao's formidable prowess, the anger from the audacity Lin Xiao displayed in daring to offend him so brazenly. How tiresome! Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, emitting a cold huff. As his voice echoed, the very fabric of the space around them became increasingly unstable. Crackling sounds reverberated, as if the remnants of the sea god's soul and the entire space were shattering like a fractured mirror. The scene abruptly shifted, returning to reality. Inside the quaint shop, Lin Xiao found himself, unbeknownst to him, standing upon the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield, yet there was no trace of the sea god's remnant. Faintly, Lin Xiao discerned a voice. Blasphemer, it will not be long before you are obliterated under the true divine punishment. Lin Xiao recognized it as the voice of the sea god's remnant. However, after this utterance, it fell utterly silent. Are you attempting to threaten me? Even if the true form of the sea god were to descend, what could he possibly do to me? Lin Xiao scoffed coldly. With a casual gesture, he stowed away the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield and proceeded towards the shop's entrance. He had also heard the voice that had been swirling above the MartialSouls city earlier. It belonged to Tang Chun, that iron-willed lad, who had returned to challenge him outside the city. With this announcement, the area outside the shop had emptied, as everyone rushed to witness the spectacle. Finding himself bored, Lin Xiao decided to join the fray. Meanwhile, outside MartialSouls city, a host of elders and worshippers from the MartialSouls Hall had gathered. Among them were the likes of Mo Xiong, Gue Bao, Qian Jun, and Jiang Mo. Even Hu Laina, Xie Ye, and Yin had a place among them. Outside the city, Ning Fingji, Sword Duo, and Bone Duo stood alongside Hu Yanjun from the Elephant Armor sect, Tuoba, she from the Holy Dragon sect. as well as the Dean of the Water Academy and the Xue Ye sisters, Xue Ye Binger and Xue Ye. Together with numerous soul masters, they gazed into the distance, where a figure shrouded in a crimson aura stood. It was Tang Chun. Anyone who had witnessed the previous duel could recognize this silhouette, and even those who had not could surmise its identity. Master, it seems that Tang Chen's strength has grown even more formidable than before, Sordo remarked, as an invisible power erupted from him, enveloping Ning, Fengji, and Bon Douluo, speaking in hushed tones. Even as he spoke, his brow furrowed as he regarded the figure in the distance. A look of grave concern etched upon his face. Even more powerful? Upon hearing this, Ning, Fengji, and Bon Douluo were taken aback. Among the three, Sword Douluo had the highest rank, having surpassed the 98th level, and they both trusted his judgment implicitly. It appeared that everyone had their own opportunities. Ning Fengji siket softly. This time, if the Grand Worshipper wishes to prevail, it may not be as easy as before. On the martial soul city, the golden crocodile Doa could not help but murmur. Although his soul power level had dropped by 1 rank, his insight remained sharp. At first glance, he discerned the difference in Tang Chen's demeanor. Of course, Tang Chun isn't foolish. Would he dare to seek trouble if his strength had not increased? That would be akin to courting death. Hearing this, Jiang Mo Douluo could not resist murmuring in response. You, the golden crocodile, Douluo's brow furrowed, ready to retort, but thought better of it. After all, times had changed, and he had to temper his fiery temper. Nevertheless, he contemplated that once this matter was resolved, he would certainly seek Lin Xiao to procure a few more jars. Only by opening those jars could he hope to reclaim his peak power. He was even mentally prepared for significant expenditure. If Lin Xiao were unwilling to sell him jars at the regular price, he would pay double. If that failed, he would pay triple. As long as he could restore his strength, everything else was negotiable. Enough chatter. Let us hope the Grand Worshipper can cope. Qianjun Douluo's voice bore a tinge of worry. After all, Tang Chen's strength was evident to all. If the Grand Worshipper had not made any significant advancements recently, it would undoubtedly be challenging to contend with him. Ancestor, Shower has finally found you. In a nondescript corner of the crowd, Tang Hao, draped in a black cloak, wore an expression of fervent excitement, his eyes reddening and his voice trembling. How could he not be excited? Tang Chun was a legendary figure of the Haotian sect, the very pillar of its spirit, and Tang Zhao's utmost idol. However, ever since Tang Chen's last retreat, he had searched in vain for him. This time, he had intended to visit Lin Xiao's shop in MartialSouls City to open jars before continuing his search. To his astonishment, he had encountered Tang Chun. If not for the presence of so many people around, he would have rushed forward to acknowledge him. Patience, he thought. The ancestor's return to MartialSouls City surely signifies a decisive opportunity for redemption. I will wait until the ancestor defeats Qian Daolu and fiercely slaps the Martial Soul Hall in the face before revealing myself. Then, I can elevate the prestige of the Haotian sect to its zenith. In mere moments, Tang Hao had already devised a plan in his mind. Tang Chun was merely a defeated foe. Last time, Poseidon had saved him. This time, who would come to his rescue? Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the gathering. A figure enveloped in golden light appeared abruptly before the crowd. With golden hair and a beaming smile, he exuded a refreshing aura. It was Qian Daolu, the Grand Worshipper. Countless eyes converged upon Qian Daolu. Observing the figure before him, Tang Chen laughed. Qian Daolu, I never expected you to have the audacity to show up. I thought you would be too frightened to flee. With that, he could not help but erupt into a boisterous laugh. In his view, as long as Qian Daolu did not flee, victory was assured. Is it truly so? Qian Daolu retorted with a disdainful sneer. Had it not been for Poseidon's aid, Tang Chun of the Haotian sect would have long been relegated to the annals of history. The implication was clear. Without assistance, Tang Chun would have perished. You. Tang Chen's breath hitched. Undoubtedly, Qian Daolu's words struck a raw nerve. The previous defeat outside MartialSouls City was the most humiliating moment of his life. One he could not reconcile. Qian Daolu's mention of it was akin to pouring salt on an open wound. Enough of your idle chatter. This time, you shall pay a heavy price. He warned, I fear you may yet flee again. If you run again, I shall be the dog. Dan Jian Zito Gon Li. With his words, a formidable power surged forth. The 9 soul rings remained, yet the aura he exuded was exponentially more potent than before. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. An exaggerated, yet blood-soaked, long sword materialized in Tang Chen's left hand. The legendary Shurat demon sword. A divine weapon. Qian Daolu's pupils constricted in shock. He had witnessed this sword before, but last time, Tang San had been preoccupied with escape and had not fully unleashed its power. Boom! The ground trembled as a massive hammer, adorned with crimson patterns, crashed heavily to the earth. The Haotian hammer. Yet, it was evident that Tang Chen's Haotian hammer was also extraordinary. Should Tang Chen ascend to divinity, this hammer would undoubtedly be a divine artifact. Surprised? Dan Jian Inguit Sopti. Observing the speechless Qian Daolu. In his perspective, Qian Daolu must have been rendered speechless by fear, not to mention others. Even Tang Chen himself was astonished at the rapidity with which his strength had surged. Surprised, yes, but only to that extent. Finally, Qian Daolu spoke coolly, "Is that all?" Tang Chen chuckled coldly. "Ah, just keep holding on to your bravado." However, as he uttered the final word, he noticeably hesitated, not for any other reason, but because the aura emanating from Qian Daolu was astonishing, even if it were not lesser than his own. Shock, doubt, disbelief. Tang Chen could no longer conceal the astonishment in his eyes. How is this possible? How could your strength have increased so dramatically? What enabled such growth? Why, opening jars. Of course. Upon returning from overseas, Qian Daolu once again opened a wave of jars, reaping numerous benefits that significantly enhanced his strength. However, he certainly would not divulge this to Tang Chen. Once, I believed that achieving level 99 strength, augmented by divine power, represented the pinnacle of Douluo Continent. Recently, I have come to realize how mistaken I was. Although there are words Qian Daolu cannot utter, there remain truths he can express. It can be said that upon encountering Lin Xiao, it was as if he had unlocked the door to a new world, amplifying martial souls, strengthening soul rings, comprehending soul techniques, and increasing soul power. Each aspect is a testament to human capability, and even divine power struggles to accomplish such feats. Regardless of how your strength has been augmented, facing my current self will inevitably lead to your failure. As Tang Chen's voice echoed, he vanished from his original position. Most spectators could barely catch a glimpse of a crimson streak, with only a select few, such as Sword Daw, able to discern his figure clearly. Qian Daolu also moved, launching a counterattack with a speed that matched Tang Chen's. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two engaged in over 100 exchanges. The overwhelming surge of soul power caused the earth to tremble and mountains to fracture. Many observing soul masters, unable to withstand the immense pressure, retreated back to Wuhuan City. Master coward, Qian Daolu's power seemed to have increased once more. At this moment, in front of Wuhuan City, Bon Douluo spoke in a low voice. Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji remained silent. Wow, the grand offering is incredible. On the city wall, Demon Bear Douluo, lacking in eloquence, could only express his excitement with this exclamation. After all, this was Wuhuan City. If the grand offering were to be defeated, it would be a slap in the face. Wouldn't it? Fool, Gold Crocodile, Douluo grunted in annoyance, though doubt stirred within him. When did the grand offering acquire such formidable strength? He had concealed himself too deeply. In the original narrative, when Tang Chen emerged from the city of slaughter, he was already gravely ill. After losing control of the nine-headed Bat King, death was imminent. How could he possibly be so vigorous now? In a corner atop the city wall, Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered with insight as he murmured, "This world is indeed becoming increasingly chaotic, yet all the more captivating." Suddenly, an anomaly occurred in the arena. Qian Daolu and Tang Chen seemed to drift further apart in their battle. What was happening? Could it be that Tang Chen was unable to compete? Surely he wasn't fleeing. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers wore expressions of astonishment. After waiting for a while, still no sign of their return. TCH, much ado about nothing. Let us disperse. Perhaps we should return to opening jars. Gradually, some began to lose interest in the spectacle, with others already turning back toward Wuhuan City. Amidst the bustling crowd, one person could not accept this outcome. Wasn't it agreed that he would redeem his past disgrace? Ancestor, why have you fled again? Shower has so many things to discuss with you. Tang Zhao's composure crumbled as he extended a trembling hand toward the direction in which Tang Chen and Qian Daolu had vanished. Come back. Chapter 267. Zhu Jian opens a jar and cries, "Boss, you're back?" Upon Lin Xiao's return to the entrance, he was greeted with a voice filled with surprise. Following the sound, Lin Xiao displayed a hint of astonishment on his face. "Ning Rongrong, Zhu Jian, Zhu Zhuqing, what brings you here?" he inquired, somewhat perplexed. It shouldn't be the case. Others were outside Wuhuan City or atop the walls watching the commotion, just as the event had concluded. Lin Xiao had returned to the shop using a teleportation potion, a speed unmatched even by titled Douluos. Actually, the three of us didn't go to watch the excitement. We were at Rongrong's shop all along, and when we saw the crowd disperse, we hurried over. We didn't expect you to be absent, Zhu Zhuqing explained. Her gaze fixed on Lin Xiao, noticing his surprised expression. Ah, I see, Lin Xiao replied, a look of realization dawning upon him. He mused to himself that these three young ladies were rather intriguing, adept at seizing opportunities. But could this be considered as learning skills through covert means? Right. It was merely a duel between titled Douluos. Nothing particularly thrilling. Moreover, it's not something one can easily comprehend, Ning Rongrong chimed in. She wasn't exaggerating. She had grown up watching Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo spar and genuinely found little amusement in it. For those lacking sufficient cultivation, witnessing such powerful battles was merely a spectacle. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Xiao walked past the three and gently opened the shop door. Then come inside. Yay! A glimmer of joy flashed across Ning Rongrong's delicate face, and she even playfully jumped in place. At that moment, Lin Xiao grasped what it meant for emotions to surge. Subconsciously, he compared her to Zhu Zhuqing and felt as though he had found an answer. Zhu Zhuqing, having undergone the purification of the 9 True Classic, now possessed skin as flawless as jade, and her figure had improved significantly. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's former aspiration was to surpass Zhu Zhuqing in growth. Indeed, this aptly illustrated the saying, as the height of the Tao rises, so too does the height of the devil. In an instant, Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze, treating the moment as if it had never occurred. After all, a mere glance could be an innocent act, but prolonged observation could easily be misconstrued as intentional offense. Entering the shop first, he reached the counter and turned to the three, asking, "Who'll go first?" The three exchanged glances, and Zhu Zhuyan took a deep breath, stepping forward decisively. Clearly, this had been prearranged. The last time I opened jars, my greatest regret was the meager amount of gold coins from the gold jar. I hope to open that jar once more, Zhu Zhuyan earnestly stated, gazing intently at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao chuckled at her declaration. Whether you can open the fateful jar of Yunmi depends entirely on your fortune. It has nothing to do with me. In truth, Lin Xiao felt quite helpless. Why did so many people make wishes before opening jars? After all, he was not the one producing the jars. He was merely their transporter. I understand, Zhu Zhuyan nodded, then reluctantly produced 1 million gold soul coins, an amount hard-earned, acquired through her sister's considerable embarrassment in borrowing from Zhu Zhuqing. The conditions were nearly akin to a contract of servitude. This time, she was determined to unearth enough treasures to repay her debt to Zhu Zhuqing. Don't have too high expectations. You might be disappointed after opening the jars. Zhu Zhuqing's voice chimed from behind Zhu Zhuyan. I love to smile. I believe that those who smile will not have poor luck. Zhu Zhuyan held on to her final stubbornness. How naive. Zhu Zhuqing smiled faintly, the unspoken words lingering in the air. Then let us wait and see. Boss, I made my selection. After a moment, Zhu Zhuyan pointed to 10 jars, her face alight with anticipation. Lin Xiao nodded gently, the 10 jars landing neatly before her. As you're a longtime customer of this shop, I shall refrain from further words. May good fortune accompany you. Thank you. With your words, I believe I will surely have good luck. Zhu Zhuyan responded before taking a deep breath. With the lucky magic hammer in hand, she struck down, shattering the first jar. Swish! A purple glow. Oh my! Could my luck be this extraordinary? The very first jar reveals a rare item? Zhu Zhuyan exclaimed in disbelief, cradling her face in her fair hands. Humph. Keep up the act, Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a scoff. At that moment, Lin Xiao also discerned the contents of the jar, which contained yet another jar. He found himself bewildered. What was happening lately? Were those who opened jars truly blessed with good fortune? Whatever they wished for seemed to materialize. Without a doubt, the jar contained the fateful vessel of Yun Mi. Congratulations. Your wish has been partially fulfilled. As for whether the remaining portion will manifest, that depends on fortune. He turned towards Zhu Zhuyan and spoke. Is it truly? Zhu Zhuyan exclaimed, her heart swelling with delight upon hearing Lin Xiao's words and gazing into the jar. It was indeed quite astonishing. Her charming face flushed crimson, and she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Lin Xiao. Boss, thank you for helping me realize my dream. What does that have to do with me? Lin Xiao silently scoffed. However, he was too apathetic to explain. If others wished to label him a benevolent soul, so be it. After all, it was merely their own assumptions. How about it, dear sister? Did I not tell you that those who smile are often favored by luck? Zhu Zhuyan boasted to Zhu Zhuqing. You might want to see how many gold soul coins you can extract before making such claims. Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly. I already received a basic guarantee last time. I firmly believe that this time will be different. Surely, I should be able to obtain at least 3 to 5 million. Right? As she spoke, Zhu Zhuyan's confidence visibly waned. Casting a furtive glance at Lin Xiao, she timidly inquired, "Right, Boss Lin? What are you thinking? 3 to 5 million? How naive?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly. "I cannot guarantee that. How much you obtain truly depends on luck." "Well, all right." Xue Ye pursed her lips, redirecting her gaze back to the jar. To say that Lin Xiao's words left her feeling uncertain would be an understatement. "Don't be anxious, whether it succeeds or fails. It's all a matter of a single strike." Xue Ye encouraged herself, knowing that her ability to reclaim her sister's dignity hinged entirely on this moment. Finally, she shattered Yunmi's fateful jar. The clattering of coins resonated melodiously as sunlight refracted off the golden coins, dazzling her vision. Consequently, Xue Ye simply closed her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. She didn't need to see. As long as the sound continued, it meant the coins were plentiful. However, the pleasant sound soon dwindled. In no time, it transformed into sporadic clinks. Was that it? She opened her eyes, and indeed, only a handful of gold soul coins remained in Yunmi's jar. "How many are there?" Xue Ye's voice trembled involuntarily as a flicker of suspicion ignited within her. Lin Xiao glanced over, already possessing an inkling of the answer. He gently spoke, 99,999. "Wait, exactly 100,000. Just as he finished speaking, the last gold soul coin fell. 100,000 gold soul coins? Upon hearing this, Xue Ye felt her heart nearly shatter. Her eyes instantly reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks as her lips quivered. Resentment, heartache, and indignation swirled within her. Why, oh why, was it so difficult to achieve my wish of 3 to 5 million? Xue Ye could no longer contain herself, pouring out her grievances without restraint. How could she not feel aggrieved, twice given hope, only to be met with disappointment? Who could withstand such torment? Are you really crying over opening a jar?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. Truly, it was a sight he had never witnessed before. The onlookers fell silent. Ahem. Zhu Zhuqing cleared her throat. Xue Ye, can you please refrain from this behavior? There are so many people watching. To be honest, even as her sister. Zhu Zhuqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I won't. My heart is hurt, and I'm not allowed to express it. You are at least my sister. Could you not set a better example? Is it shameful to have a sister like me? If it is, from tomorrow onward, not starting now, you shall be the elder sister, and I shall be the younger sister." "Oh, what?" Zhu Zhuqing fell silent upon hearing Xue Ye's words. She had no desire to take on the role of elder sister. "Xue Ye, you are mistaken. Money is the least valuable thing in comparison to the rare treasures within the jar. I never imagined it would be your pursuit. How about this? If you manage to unearth a devil fruit, I will offer you 5 million gold soul coins right off the bat. What do you think?" After a long silence, Ning Rongrong finally spoke. Hearing this, Xue Ye was taken aback. A devil fruit? She could tell that the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School would not expend great resources to acquire what was merely an ordinary item. "What do you think? Have you considered it?" Ning Rongrong inquired once more. Xue Ye wiped her tears with her sleeve, her voice quivering as she replied. "Let's discuss it after I finish opening the jar." She had to admit that Ning Rongrong's diversion had indeed lightened her mood. Upon reflection, she realized she had acted somewhat out of line. How embarrassing. Feeling slightly bashful, she turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Boss, I apologize for my display." In response, Lin Xiao shook his head. "No worries. If there are no issues, please continue opening the jar." Xue Ye nodded gently, resuming her task. However, this time, she felt less fixation on the outcome. Even if she were to obtain Yunmi's fateful jar, it would still yield a basic guarantee. Opening it would be no better than leaving it unopened. If she were to receive yet another basic guarantee, her mindset might just explode. Crack, crack, crack. She opened 3 more jars, and they all emitted a dull white light. A hint of difficulty appeared on Xue Ye's face. Was there still hope? In truth, it wasn't too bad. There was still an experience capsule inside, which could significantly reduce her months of arduous training. Lin Xiao glanced at the items within the jar. Wild strawberries, mountain grapes, nothing to write home about. Yet, the experience capsule was still a good find. Indeed, Xue Ye nodded slightly, acknowledging that the items within the jar simply hadn't met her expectations. They weren't terrible, either. Let us keep going. Without hope, there are no expectations. Let fate take its course. With a deep sigh, Xue Ye continued to break open the jars. Crack, crack, crack. This time, she mustered the courage to smash all the remaining jars in one go. The outcome, however, was an unexpected delight. 2 rare items, 2 high-grade items. Had fortune finally turned in her favor? Before she could clearly identify the items, Xue Ye couldn't help but shout in joy. To her, as long as the contents of a jar were not Yunmi's miniature jar, she could accept anything. Black tequila, Even a titled Douluo would struggle to handle 3 cups. An enhancer. As you know, I needn't elaborate further. Lin Xiao emphasized the high-grade and rare items. First, he introduced 2 relatively common items. And what are these 2? Xue Ye asked, grasping one of the items. Lin Xiao glanced over. It was a cup of tea and a strangely shaped fruit. Item: chameleon tea level. High-grade type. Non-tradable description. A magical item source from the world of Doraemon. Effect: upon drinking this chameleon tea and closely pressing one's body against a tree or rock, not only will one's body change color, but it can also transform into a tree or stone, adapting to any object. However, the effect lasts only 15 minutes. Item: quick/fruit, level, rare type. Tradable description: a magical item source from the world of pirates. Effect: upon use, one will awaken a remarkable ability, capable of transforming any part of their body into a blade, while also hardening their skin to the toughness of steel. It seems these items are quite promising. Lin Xiao momentarily paused. Conversely, Xue Ye noticed Lin Xiao's hesitation and began to panic. Boss, the high-grade and rare items won't be subpar, will they? Unbeknownst to her, anxiety crept back in. It would be utterly unacceptable if she were to incur a loss now. Do not fret. I simply recalled some matters. Lin Xiao smiled gently, signaling Xue Ye to remain calm. He then pointed to the chameleon tea, saying, the tea in your right hand is no ordinary tea. It is called chameleon tea. Once consumed, it will allow you to blend seamlessly into your surroundings. Note, when I say blend, I mean truly merge. Your body may transform into mountains, stones, and vegetation, with the effect lasting approximately 15 minutes. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's earlier remarks, the crowd initially regarded them with skepticism, assuming it was merely an illusionary effect. However, when the latter part of his statement was uttered, they began to perceive its extraordinary nature. Such a transformation is indeed formidable. Xue Ye could not help but gasp. If one were to lie in ambush, who could possibly withstand such an attack? As a soul master specializing in agility and stealth, she recognized that with the chameleon tea, her prowess would be significantly enhanced. Overcoming challenges beyond her level would be a trivial matter. 100,000 gold soul coins. What an invaluable treasure. But what of the other item? Could it be a devil fruit? At that moment, another voice interjected, filled with impatience. Lin Xiao turned to see it was none other than Ning Rongrong, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on the remaining fruit in Xue Ye's hand. A devil fruit? Surely not. Xue Ye shook her head, adamant that it could not be a devil fruit. Her expression betrayed disbelief, or perhaps the fear of disbelief. Previously, Ning Rongrong had proclaimed that she would purchase a devil fruit for 5 million gold soul coins. How could it possibly be that she had stumbled upon one? What a coincidence! It must be that spirited Ning Rongrong was jesting at her expense. Yes, that had to be it. Xue Ye resolved firmly in her thoughts. Chapter 268. The ownership of the devil fruit. Qian Oliu's return. Ning Rongrong was correct. This was indeed a devil fruit. Just as Xue Ye was coming to terms with the possibility of being deceived by Ning Rongrong, Lin Xiao's calm voice resonated. Suddenly, Xue Ye felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, as if struck by lightning. Boss, you wouldn't conspire with Ning Rongrong to deceive me, would you? Xue Ye ventured cautiously. Lin Xiao, unperturbed by her skepticism, understood her genuine fear of being led on. I never jest regarding matters concerning the jars, he assured her. Of course, if there is something to disclose, consider it unspoken. Lin Xiao's slight smile alleviated some of the tension in the air. Is that true? Xue Ye, who had shifted from disbelief to tentative belief, inquired. Lin Xiao replied, this is no fabrication. The fruit you possess is a devil fruit known as the quick/fruit. Upon consumption, it will grant you the ability to undergo a transformation. Upon hearing this, Xue Ye felt a surge of conviction. It was also engulfed by confusion and apprehension. Transformation? What strange and peculiar forms would she take? Your imagination runs wild, Lin Xiao remarked with a shake of his head. It does not entail a complete metamorphosis into something bizarre. However, any part of your body can become a razor-sharp blade. Even the sturdiest rock or metal would crumble like parchment before such a blade, while simultaneously granting you a physique as resilient as metal itself. This is merely the foundational ability. As you master the fruit, myriad new techniques can be developed, new skills. Following Lin Xiao's exposition, a hush fell over the shop. Xu Zhuqing, Xue Ye, and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. After a brief pause, it was Ning Rongrong who broke the silence. Drawing a deep breath, she expressed her admiration. This fruit is indeed extraordinary. It seems reminiscent of the fruit my father consumed. Her eyes shone with fervor. What? Master Ning also consumed such a fruit? Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing were momentarily taken aback. Of course, if no one from our 7 treasures Glazed Tile School had consumed a devil fruit, how could it command a price of 5 million gold soul coins? Ning Rongrong did not withhold information regarding Ning Fengji's consumption of the devil fruit. The truth cannot remain concealed forever. She believed that the tale of Ning Fengji's remarkable prowess in Heaven-Do City would soon echo throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. When that time came, discerning individuals would easily deduce the source of Ning Fengji's abilities. Furthermore, Ning Fengji had confided in Ning Rongrong that the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly be aware of the origins of his powers. Concealing it held no significance. After all, the rebellious Xue Ye had already been exposed. Moreover, Ning Rongrong had observed a confident smile on Ning Fengji's face, a testament to the assurance of a true powerhouse. From now on, even without assisting others, Ning Fengji would be recognized as a formidable soul master. Zhu Yan, my earlier offer stands. I was not jesting. Would you sell your fruit for 5 million gold soul coins? Ning Rongrong inquired eagerly. In truth, she had begun to contemplate the potential of this devil fruit herself. Transforming into a blade seemed acceptable. While not aesthetically pleasing, it would undoubtedly enhance her combat capabilities. That, for her, was sufficient. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's question, Zhu Yan hesitated. It was not that she doubted Ning Rongrong's sincerity. Rather, she recognized the gravity of the devil fruit's significance. In essence, possessing the ability of a devil fruit equated to awakening an additional martial soul. Sister, what do you think? She instinctively turned to Zhu Qing, hoping for guidance. Zhu Qing pondered earnestly before replying. This matter should ultimately be decided by you. This complicates things, Zhu Yan sighed, her expression a mixture of contemplation and uncertainty. I shall return to Xinghua today and consult with my father regarding the fate of this devil fruit. This was the most prudent course of action she could conceive. Hearing her words, Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Yet they remained silent. As she spoke, Zhu Yan took a step back, clearing the space in front of the counter. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. Which one of you will open the jar? Ning Rongrong winked at Zhu Qing before stepping forward, declaring, I shall do it. Very well. Lin Xiao welcomed her, accepting the gold soul coins from Ning Rongrong. He maintained the same straightforward principle, taking 10 jars starting from the first row sufficed. However, this time, Lin Xiao presented her with 11 jars. Boss, you've given me too many, Ning Rongrong remarked after confirming the count. Not too many. Have you forgotten that this week, you can additionally open a Lucky Wish jar? Lin Xiao reminded her. Right? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, a look of realization washing over her. I almost forgot about that while watching Zhu Yan open the jars. She sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Lin Xiao chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, Zhu Yan had also taken note of the Lucky Wish jar, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue, unable to tear her gaze away. This was the rare jar that allowed for the selection of rare items. Boss, can I choose a devil fruit from this jar? Ning Rongrong did not immediately open it, but looked eagerly at Lin Xiao, awaiting his response. A devil fruit? Lin Xiao's heart stirred as he arrived at his answer, responding succinctly, no, not possible. Ning Rongrong's voice held a tinge of disappointment. In truth, the Lucky Wish jar could only yield items from the dungeon world and was not yet capable of producing items from the pirate world, which was unlocked later. Oh, I see, Ning Rongrong murmured, a hint of despondency lacing her tone. However, her spirits quickly rebounded. No worries. If I can't obtain it this way, our 7 treasures Glazed Tile School can still procure a devil fruit with gold soul coins. If 5 million is insufficient, we can offer 8 million. If 8 million won't do, we could go as high as 10 million. I refuse to believe no one will sell it. She recalled her father's words. On Douluo Continent, there is no problem that money cannot solve. If there is, simply offer more. With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Yan. The latter felt a tremor in her heart, realizing that the devil fruit she held was indeed a difficult choice when weighed against the prospect of 1 million gold soul coins. She believed that even her esteemed father would find it exceedingly difficult to make a choice. After all, the prosperity of a family is undeniably intertwined with wealth. Rongrong, what do you wish to select from this fortunate wish jar? Beside her, Zhu Qing could not suppress her curiosity and inquired. Just watch and see, replied Ning Rongrong as she took the initiative to shatter the jar. On the other side, the area surrounding the Spirit City was nearly deserted. The elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall, all at the title Douluo level, wore expressions of tension and anticipation as they gazed towards the horizon. Where's the grand offering? This is driving me to distraction, bellowed the impatient bear Douluo. His voice shattered the silence that enveloped Spirit City. Do not rush, uttered the ghost leopard Douluo with a calm demeanor. Not anxious? Am I the only one feeling this way? Surely, those of you who excel in posturing share my urgency. Why pretend to be so composed? The bear Douluo unabashedly exposed the facade. Instantly, ghost leopard, serpent spear, and even the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo could not help but display a hint of embarrassment. The bear Douluo spoke the truth. Who among them was not anxious? After all, the grand offering's return was crucial to the Spirit Hall's prosperity. Enough of this noise. The grand offering has returned. Suddenly, the aged voice of the golden crocodile, Douluo, rang out. At the sound, everyone turned their gaze in his direction. Initially, there was nothing to see, but within just a few breaths, a streak of light descended from the sky, rapidly arriving above Spirit City. They were not ordinary individuals, and thus they discerned the figure enveloped in golden light. Grand offering, you have returned. The elders and offerings on the city walls hurriedly exclaimed. Qian Daolu nodded lightly. Grand offering, has Tang San met his end? The golden crocodile, Douluo, hesitated before he could not help but ask. Upon hearing his question, the others could not help but admire his wisdom. Such a question greatly preserved the grand offering's dignity. He has escaped, Qian Daolu replied nonchalantly, then added, from this day forth, the Spirit Hall shall reinforce its defenses, with at least 2 elders stationed on the city walls each day. Yes, we understand. The elders, including Serpent Spear, Ghost Leopard, and Bear Phil, responded with solemn expressions. All offerings must also devote themselves to training to achieve greater breakthroughs, Qian Daolu instructed, turning his gaze towards Qianjun and Jiang Mo. Yes, as offerings, they dared not hesitate and promptly affirmed their understanding. Golden Crocodile, come to the Angel Temple this evening, Qian Daolu said, casting a calm glance at the Golden Crocodile, Douluo. The Golden Crocodile understood. He nodded vigorously, feeling a tinge of excitement within. Could it be that the grand offering intends to employ the power of the angel to heal his injuries? Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Who dares to ascend the city walls at this hour? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. It should be noted that the weakest among them were titled Douluos. The invisible aura surrounding them would impose immense pressure even on soul Douluos, rendering them nearly immobile. Yet, the newcomer showed no signs of hesitation. At that moment, the figure had effortlessly reached the city wall, coming into view. The sword Douluo. The crowd recognized the visitor, clad in white, with flowing white hair. An intangible yet piercing aura sliced through the pressure on the city walls, rendering it non-existent. Sir Douluo, what brings you here? Roared the bear Douluo. However, in the next instant, he found himself at a loss for words, for the sword Douluo's gaze fell upon him. The bear Douluo felt as if an invisible sword were poised at his throat, and any move deemed offensive could result in a fatal consequence. How has he become so terrifying? Is this the sword Douluo of level 98? The golden crocodile Douluo recalled having seen him at his peak. But the current sword Douluo was incomparably stronger. Gulp. The bear Douluo, unable to restrain himself, swallowed hard, realizing beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He silently vowed to amend his impulsive tendencies. Bear, why are you silent? Don't cower before him. At that moment, Serpent Spear Douluo suddenly interjected. Damn it. You try being intimidated. All you do is offer sarcastic remarks. There are always troublesome people seeking to undermine me. The bear Douluo could hardly move except to give Serpent Spear Douluo a disdainful glare. If looks could kill, Serpent Spear Douluo would have perished 1,000 times over. If I am not mistaken, you have come seeking me? Finally, Qian Daolu spoke, his voice dispelling the peculiar tension. The bear Douluo immediately sensed the invisible sword hovering before his throat had vanished. I sense your injuries and intend to postpone our duel, the sword Douluo remarked. His sharp gaze fixed on Qian Daolu. What? The grand offering is injured? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard, Qianjun, Jiang Mo, and others displayed disbelief, turning their gazes toward Qian Daolu for confirmation. Tang Chan's power has increased significantly, even at my full strength. I could only achieve a stalemate against him. I sustained considerable injuries as well, Qian Daolu explained without reservation. However, he did not perceive this as a disgrace. After all, Tang San possessed divine power and artifacts. Although he, Qian Daolu, wielded divine power, he lacked artifacts. Yet, relying solely on his understanding, he was able to contend evenly with Tang San, which he considered a testament to his strength. Grand offering, what of your injuries? The golden crocodile Douluo inquired with concern. Qian Daolu smiled faintly. It is nothing serious. With a stroke of luck, I may recover by tomorrow. This was not mere pretense. If he could find a moment to visit Lin Xiao's shop and gain a healing treasure, recovery could be swift. Then, tomorrow evening, the battle outside Spirit City shall commence. The Sword Duo stated coolly before turning away. The crowd fell into silence. How dare he be so arrogant? As the Sword Duo had distanced himself, Jiang Yamo could not help but voice his thoughts. It was evident that the Sword Duo had just exhibited utter disdain for everyone but the grand offering. In the Douluo Continent, arrogance is not a crime. If you possess his strength, you too could be so bold. I would welcome you to be this arrogant with me. Qian Junduo shot a disapproving glance at his ineffectual brother. Big brother, out of respect for you, I must ensure I never attain such strength in this lifetime. Jiang Mo muttered quietly, retracting his neck. Get lost. Qian Junduo replied irritably. Hey, where's the grand offering? Suddenly, someone noticed Qian Daolu's absence. At the Spirit Hall, before the Angel Temple, Qian Daolu's figure gradually appeared. Upon sensing the peculiar aura emanating from the temple, a flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise expressionless face. Is that Xue Ye? Has she achieved a breakthrough? Chapter 269. Lin Xiao Smile, one of the mystical arts. Under the imposing and majestic angel statue within the Angel Temple, Qian Rinxue abruptly opened her eyes. Her beautiful gaze sparkled with uncontainable delight. A powerful wave of soul energy surged, elusive yet potent. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The upgrade scroll can indeed enhance cultivation without any drawbacks. She murmured in disbelief. Were it not for her personal experience, she would never have believed such an outrageous phenomenon existed in the world. At that moment, the grand doors of the temple creaked open, and Qian Daolu stepped inside. Ha ha, it seems my intuition was not mistaken. Indeed, you have made a breakthrough, he remarked, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Grandfather, you have returned, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, a flicker of joy illuminating her gaze. Yes, I have returned, and to my surprise, I am greeted with quite the delightful revelation, Qian Daolu said, unable to suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his lips. Qian Rinxue's brilliance was beyond question, endearing her to Qian Daolu immensely. Grandfather, you flatter me. My cultivation has merely ascended by a couple of minor levels. It hardly constitutes a surprise, Qian Rinxue replied, tugging at her garment, a hint of bashfulness coloring her tone. That is no modest improvement. Given your current cultivation, you must be nearing the realm of a soul Douluo. Am I correct? When I was your age, I certainly did not possess your remarkable prowess, Qian Daolu responded, shaking his head slightly, a wistful expression flickering in his eyes. Yet, his words were imbued with profound admiration for Qian Rinxue. The more exceptional an individual, the more encouragement they require. Grandfather, how could I possibly compare to you? My breakthrough was somewhat opportunistic. If I were to rely solely on my own efforts to achieve my current state, it would likely take a year or two before I could even hope to succeed. Qian Rinxue spoke, her expression betraying a tinge of complexity. Opportunistic, you say? Qian Daolu initially looked taken aback, but soon a realization dawned upon him. Did you stumble upon an experience capsule, or perhaps an upgrade scroll, in that quaint little shop? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. In his understanding, these were the only two items capable of enhancing one's strength. It was indeed an upgrade scroll. Qian Rinxue reflected momentarily before adding, and not just one, but several. Unbeknownst to her, a smile crept into her voice, radiating a sense of joy. Quickly, tell me all about the events that transpired, Qian Daolu urged, unable to contain his intrigue. Taking a deep breath, Qian Rinxue organized her thoughts and began. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. She recounted not only the recent occurrences, but also those from the past. So, it seems your ascension to the position of Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire owes much to Boss Lin, Qian Daolu remarked after listening to her narrative. Had it not been for Boss Lin allowing me a glimpse into a fragment of the future, revealing my impending failure, I would never have opted for such a bold approach to seize the throne. I must also extend my gratitude to Boss Lin. Without his provision of the Fate Coin, I would have struggled to uncover the treasure that enabled Xue Ye's daring venture. Qian Rinxue's expression grew increasingly intricate. She firmly believed that her achievements were inextricably linked to Lin Xiao's assistance. Although Lin Xiao's consistently downplayed his contributions, attributing everything to mere luck, Qian Rinxue held a different view. Is it truly mere coincidence that he could produce so many things I needed? She thought skeptically. Furthermore, among the many elders of the Spirit Hall, who was unaware that Boss Lin was a philanthropist, one who performed good deeds without seeking recognition. Ah, Boss Lin truly has been instrumental in our success. Qian Daolu sighed softly, his voice imbued with nostalgia. He believed that the emergence of the small shop had most significantly benefited the spirit hall, with any elder or worshipper ranked as a title Douluo experiencing remarkable advancements in their abilities. For instance, the title Douluo, once deemed a disgrace, the Serpent Spear Douluo, had long since regained his pride, erasing the shame of the past. Grandfather, regarding Boss Lin, I have always been curious about his true identity and origins. Xue Ye inquired after a moment of silence. She felt that her grandfather, being well-versed in the world, would surely provide her with a satisfactory answer. Who exactly is Boss Lin? Douluo paused, shaking his head. To be candid, I suspect he may not be human at all. Not human? Xue was taken aback. Then playfully chided, Grandfather, how can you speak so disparagingly? Boss Lin has never wronged us at the Spirit Hall. I am not disparaging anyone, Douluo replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, though inwardly he could not help but think that his granddaughter had a peculiar tendency to defend him. You still consider that not disparaging? Xue pressed on, unwilling to relent. If it were anyone else, I could overlook it, but to speak ill of Boss Lin, who has done so much good, feels deeply unsettling. Yes, that is precisely the point. Xue reassured herself. You are truly misunderstanding me, Douluo sighed. What I mean is, Boss Lin is not human. He is a deity. What? A deity? Xue gasped, her astonishment palpable. Deities are exalted beings, supreme and omniscient, beyond reproach and irreverence. The so-called strong on Douluo Continent are but ants in their presence. Even Douluo, as a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, was merely a servant to the angel god. Grandfather, you must be jesting, Xue exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Initially, I believed Boss Lin was akin to me, merely a representative of some deity on the Douluo Continent. However, the more I interacted with him, the more I felt my conjecture was flawed. To speak of strength alone, Boss Lin's prowess far surpasses mine, Douluo asserted, memories of his encounters with Lin Xiao's flooding his mind, solidifying his conviction. Is it merely due to strength? Xue queried further. You must be aware of Poseidon Island and the priestess chosen by the sea god, Bibi Dong. Her power was once comparable to mine. That is the divine strength of a title Douluo at level 99, endowed with divine might. Yet Boss Lin exceeds such limitations. I feel that should he wish to end my life, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. In all my years, aside from deities, I cannot fathom anyone else who could impose such pressure upon me. Douluo spoke, a hint of trepidation lacing his words. Of course, that is merely one aspect. As he spoke, he turned to Xue and asked, think carefully about all the extraordinary feats Boss Lin has accomplished. What he has achieved is beyond the capabilities of any mere mortal. Enhancers, amplifiers, upgrade scrolls, and other miraculous items. His gifts elevate one's power beyond reason. Xue nodded in agreement. Indeed, these items, even if one were to scour the annals of Douluo's history, have never been witnessed before. And not only that, but the most astonishing aspect is the near-complete lack of restrictions surrounding these items. Even titled Douluos can utilize them, reaping the same benefits. For instance, treasures such as magic fruit juice, amplifiers, and enhancers provide equivalent advantages, even for me. This is nothing short of astounding. Even the angel god cannot enhance my strength through external means. Yet Boss Lin can. Thus, I suspect Boss Lin possesses true divine power. He may even be a deity more powerful than the angel god. Douluo's voice trembled as he spoke. Consider the likes of Poseidon, or even the deities served by Tang San, ethereal and exalted. Yet Boss Lin is different. He walks among us. Could it be that Boss Lin is truly not human? After absorbing Douluo's analysis, Xue was left utterly speechless. She had experienced shock and astonishment, and now she felt a sense of numbness. Meanwhile, in the small shop, Xue Ye stared incredulously at the item in Ning Rongrong's hands. It was a petite jar, the very jar of fateful encounters crafted by Yunmi Rongrong. Why did you choose this? Is this not sheer folly? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her expression darkening, genuinely upset by Ning Rongrong's peculiar decision, as she had come to cherish her as a true friend. It is indeed a pity to squander an opportunity that took 3 weeks to obtain. Beside her, Xue Ye felt an intricate mix of emotions. What does this mean? Could it be that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is merely a facade, outwardly proclaiming itself the wealthiest in the world while being hollow within? Must Ning Rongrong rely on opening a pot of gold coins to gamble on fate and alter her destiny? Surely not. The very thought was absurd. Little did anyone know, Xue Ye had already begun to concoct scenarios in her mind. Were this script to reach Ning Fengji, it would undoubtedly provoke laughter. Chuqing, do not be vexed. Ultimately, after observing for quite some time, None of this aligns with my aspirations. Perhaps it would be more exhilarating to simply open a pot of gold coins. Ning Rongrong said with a cheerful smile as she regarded Zhu Zhuqing. What do you mean by lacking ambition? By opening a strengthener or enhancer, your capabilities would be genuinely elevated. Even an upgrade scroll could equate to months of arduous training. Zhu Zhuqing countered, listing the merits one by one. All right, I concede. I admit I was merely a bit impulsive, eager to see how many gold soul coins I could obtain. Ning Rongrong raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. You realize this opportunity came at the cost of 3 million gold soul coins, right? To not enhance your strength with it would be a significant loss. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in resignation. The matter had already transpired. Elaborating further would yield no benefit, would it? No. A pot worth 3 million gold soul coins used for enhancing strength would be an even greater folly. One must select items of personal desire to truly realize their worth. To be frank, the moment I saw you about to open that pot, I felt a twinge of envy, thinking I too should give it a try and experience the thrill. Ning Rongrong, her excitement palpable, rubbed her hands over the pot of gold coins with glee. Ah, indeed, this epitomizes the notion of wealth permitting whimsy, Lin Xiao observed, beginning to understand why affluent individuals in his past life indulged in such extravagant pursuits. In summation, it could be succinctly expressed. Wealth cannot buy my willingness. Well then, proceed. I hope you can face the outcome with equanimity, without succumbing to disappointment if your expectations are unmet. Zhu Zhuqing sighed, a gentle reminder to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong carefully placed the pot on the counter before tilting her head towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, the amount is inconsequential. I am not particularly interested in it. I merely wish to relish the experience of opening the pot. In other words, as long as the pot is shattered, my purpose is fulfilled. Zhu Zhuqing, you truly are Ning Fengji's daughter, adept at delivering such lofty rhetoric. In response, he could only offer a succinct assessment. Exceptional. Enough chatter. I can hardly contain my eagerness to break this pot. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her excitement unabated. Setting aside everything else, today I opened 12 pots with 1 million gold soul coins. That alone is a tremendous profit. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuyin could no longer maintain her composure, internally exclaiming, goodness, it's the first time I've heard someone find joy solely in opening pots. Regardless of the outcome, merely breaking the pot is considered gain. Is it not? I wonder just how much you might uncover. 100,000? Million? It cannot be more than that. Zhu Zhuyin mused within herself. This was not a curse upon Ning Rongrong, but rather a reflection of her own experience, fully aware of the pitfalls associated with the pot of gold coins. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing, it was implausible for anyone else to amass several million gold soul coins. Crack! At that moment, Ning Rongrong smashed the pot of gold coins. The crisp sound of gold coins clattering resonated throughout the small shop. Look, Zhuqing, isn't my gold coin fountain magnificent? Ning Rongrong's laughter rang out, her joy infectious. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile. Spending 3 million gold soul coins for amusement seems unparalleled. In the entire world, aside from this young lady Ning, it is unlikely anyone else would be so generous. Zhu Zhuyin, with a curious gaze, began to estimate. It seems there must be around 70 or 80,000 gold soul coins here. It should be nearing its conclusion. 80,000, 90,000, 100,000 behind the counter. Lin Xiao silently counted the quantity. In the blink of an eye, the number of gold soul coins Ning Rongrong had unveiled surpassed 100,000. The momentum showed no signs of halting. Ning Rongrong had actually surpassed the threshold of 100,000 gold soul coins. At that moment, Zhu Zhuyin, caught off guard, wore an expression of disbelief. 100,000 gold soul coins is nothing extraordinary. Zhuqing opened far more than that initially. Ning Rongrong waved her hand dismissively. Suddenly, she turned to Lin Xiao and asked, Boss Lin, since this pot was worth 3 million gold soul coins, it would be unreasonable not to yield a bit more gold soul coins. Wouldn't you agree? Her eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao, as if seeking some hidden truth. Lin Xiao merely smiled lightly, though internally he thought, what do you want from me? How would I know how much it yields? The amount is determined by fate. Boss, you smiled. Every time you smile, it surely heralds good fortune, Ning Rongrong confidently proclaimed. It seems my luck today shall not be poor. Lin Xiao, if you wish to attribute the opening of pots to metaphysical principles, I have no objections. Whether it be auspicious timing or geographical advantages, as long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. But how my smile became one of those principles is beyond me. What does it have to do with your outcome? If it does, then it's a problem. Chapter 270, Lin Xiao's unique quirk after a considerable time. The small shop glimmered with gold. Indeed, gold coins. The entire room was awash in the golden, radiant glow reflected from the coins, dazzling to behold. What astonishing sum this must represent. Xue Ye was left speechless. The stone-paved floor of the shop was now entirely concealed beneath a sea of gold coins. Even beneath their feet lay a mound of wealth. I never imagined there would be so much wealth, she uttered, realizing it rivaled what Zhu Qing had uncovered previously. Beside her, Ning Rongrong was equally astonished. It was undeniably surprising, extremely surprising. What began as merely a desire to experience the thrill of exploding gold coins had escalated beyond expectation. Setting aside everything else, this pile alone must be worth at least 10 to 18 million gold soul coins, right? After confirming the figures, Lin Xiao slowly stated, "This total amounts to precisely 10 million. How much? 10 million? Zhu Jiyun exclaimed, her reaction akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This was no trivial sum. The entirety of the Duke of Yoming's estate combined barely approached 10 million gold soul coins. Why are you so excited? Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for her sister's lack of worldly experience. In a moment of weakness, she couldn't help but express her feelings. Zhu Zhuyun's cheeks flushed a vibrant red. She did not blame Zhu Zhuqing for her comments. Indeed, based on her recent outburst, it was rather embarrassing. However, she felt helpless. After all, her dreams had been realized by another. Zhu Zhuyun pondered gloomily. 10 million. Ning Rongrong was also momentarily taken aback. Yet, once she regained her composure, she hastily waved her hands. Boss, this simply cannot be. It truly cannot. Lin Xiao, observing Ning Rongrong's serious demeanor, could not help but chuckle. What makes it unacceptable? Boss, I appreciate your generosity, but I cannot accept such a sum. I already feel guilty for having received your gifts so freely. Those treasures hold significant value for me, and I cannot bear to reject them. However, this money is merely a number to me, entirely inconsequential, Ning Rongrong stated earnestly. Has she been possessed by Ning Fengji? Lin Xiao thought, somewhat exasperated. Regardless, he cannot accept this money. What are you here for, to gather dust? The urgency in Ning Rongrong's voice was palpable as she implored, Boss, please don't press me. Unfazed, Lin Xiao arched an eyebrow and inquired coldly, what if I do? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun also turned their gazes toward Ning Rongrong, eager to witness how far she would go in her desperation. Would she truly dare to clash with the boss? If you push me to my limits, I will have no choice but to implore you to accept my request. Ning Rongrong exclaimed helplessly. The onlookers exchanged glances, internally scoffing at her audacity. How could she dare to request such a thing? Lin Xiao replied, I cannot accept your money, but I can safeguard it for you. In the future, when you wish to purchase jars, you may simply settle the account directly, or even have others do so on your behalf. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong relented, realizing that even if she begged, Lin Xiao would not accept her money outright. It was better to store it with him in this manner. After all, in a sense, it constituted Lin Xiao accepting her funds. Since you agree, let us proceed accordingly, Lin Xiao declared, waving his hand, causing the golden spirit coins in the small shop to levitate as if drawn by an unseen force, before vanishing into thin air. Boss, I find myself more curious about the extent of your storage space, Ning Rongrong remarked, taken aback as she observed the coins disappearing in an instant. To her knowledge, even the largest storage soul tool of the seven treasure Glazed tile sect could not boast such capacity. In response, Lin Xiao gestured with his hands, indicating a rough estimate of the size. Is that truly the case? Ning Rongrong asked incredulously. Believe it or not, that's entirely up to you. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, retracting his hands. He was not deceiving her. The 1 million golden spirit coins he had collected had simply transformed into a numerical representation, much like the display of coins in a game. Were it not for the large panel in front of him, representing 1 million golden spirit coins would occupy less than a foot of space. Boss, please don't misunderstand. I do believe you. I was merely jesting. Ning Rongrong quickly reassured him, sensing the smile on Lin Xiao's face fade. Lin Xiao remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, which only intensified her anxiety. Well then, let's not dwell on unnecessary words. Let's open the jars. All the words are contained within. With that, she shattered a jar with a decisive crack. However, this was merely the beginning. With a succession of cracking sounds, she shattered 10 jars in one go. The shop was soon aglow with vibrant colors. Meanwhile, in the Angel Temple, Qian Daolu nodded as he noticed Qian Rinxue had gradually regained her composure. Although Lin Xiao's strength is beyond our reach, he seems to harbor no ill intentions. We need only to refrain from provoking him. Stop overthinking it. Prepare yourself well. A more pressing matter awaits your attention. Qian Daolu added, his smile fading to a solemn expression. A more pressing matter? Qian Xiao was taken aback, her eyes reflecting confusion. Indeed, Qian Daolu affirmed, tilting his head to gaze at the imposing angelic statue with complex emotions. We of the Spirit Hall venerate the God of Angels, safeguarding the faith in the divine. This much you know. Yes, what you do not know is that we bear an even greater mission, to seek the inheritor of the God of Angels' divine position. Anyone who participates in the divine trial and successfully passes the rigorous tests left by the God of Angels shall become the new God of Angels. Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Qian Xiao was struck with astonishment. Grandfather, are you serious? Her voice trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the shocking revelation. The prospect of inheriting divine status and becoming a true God of Angels was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, Qian Xiao grasped the deeper implications of Qian Daolu's earlier statements. This meant she was to participate in the divine trial. Haha, do not be overly anxious. Participating in the divine trial does not guarantee the inheritance of divine status. Qian Daolu reassured her, gesturing to himself. For instance, I too participated in the divine trial. Yet my talent fell short, preventing me from attaining the 9th test of the God of Angels. I can only serve the divine, not become divine, which has always been a source of regret for me. The God of Angels, the 9th test? Qian Xiao was momentarily stunned, finding this yet another unfamiliar term. Let us set that aside for now. You will learn when the time is right. What you need now is to calm your mind and prepare yourself for optimal performance. I initially thought you would require more time to reach this stage, but with Boss Lin's assistance, we have expedited the process significantly. I must express my gratitude to him shortly. Qian Daolu spoke cryptically, choosing not to elaborate further. Understanding his intent, Qian Xiao nodded obediently. Grand Priest, the Golden Crocodile seeks an audience, came a voice from outside the Angel Temple. How prompt, Qian Daolu remarked, his gaze flickering momentarily. No need to wait any longer. Let us proceed to open the jars. I hope this time my wishes will be fulfilled. Grandfather, you will surely obtain what you desire. Boss Lin is always obliging. Qian Xiao replied earnestly. If I had not opened the jars myself, I might have been persuaded otherwise. Qian Daolu chuckled lightly, choosing to speak no further as he strode out of the Angel Temple. This journey held 2 objectives for him, to recover his strength and to enhance his power. As for the extent of his enhancement, he must surpass Tang Chun. If he possessed a powerful artifact, even if Tang Chun ascended to godhood, he would still have the capability to contend. After all, attaining godhood did not equate to immediate peak strength. The path after ascension remained long. Qian Daolu pondered silently. The Angel Temple also housed divine artifacts, remnants of the divine sword left by the God of Angels, yet he was unable to wield it. How utterly frustrating. Outside the Angel Temple, the Golden Crocodile respectfully greeted Grand Priest. Let us proceed, Qian Daolu replied coolly, passing by him. I will take you to atone for your sins. Yes, the Golden Crocodile, responded promptly, following closely behind. Meanwhile, back in the shop, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the multitude of items Ning Rongrong had unveiled. There were ordinary, advanced, and rare items alike. Among them were magical fruit juices, body-enhancing armor potions, and even vitality scrolls. Yet, what intrigued Lin Xiao most were 2 items he had never encountered before, a hat and a pair of glasses. Item, monster hat, level, advanced type, non-tradable description, a marvelous artifact derived from the world of Doryman. Effect, when donned. This monster hat allows the wearer's limbs to extend, rendering their body as elastic as rubber. Item, dream viewing glasses level, rare type, non-tradable description, an enchanting artifact from the world of Doryman. Effect, when worn, these glasses enable the wearer to glimpse into the dreams of others. Boss, if I'm not mistaken, this appears to be a hat. I wonder what its purpose could be. Ning Rongrong mused, her attention drawn to the 2 peculiar items, mirroring Lin Xiao's curiosity. As she spoke, she excitedly picked up the monster hat and placed it upon her head. This was hardly surprising. It was evident that a hat was meant to be worn. The hat you are wearing is called the monster hat, and it causes certain changes to your physique once donned, such as allowing for remarkable flexibility, Lin Xiao explained. The first thought that crossed his mind being that of a rubber man. It was undeniable that this was a commendable ability. Of course, its effectiveness would be amplified for men. Remarkable flexibility? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, and her cheeks soon flushed with a rosy hue. Were it not for Lin Xiao's earnest expression, she might have thought he was playfully teasing her. You can manipulate your body with your mind, elongating or shortening it. Lin Xiao explained after a moment's contemplation. So that's how it works. Ning Rongrong, not lacking in intelligence, grasped the concept swiftly. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, inspiration struck her. Suddenly, before the eyes of Lin Xiao, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuyun, Ning Rongrong shrank down to half her height. Rongrong, what happened? Where did your neck go? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, utterly astonished. It was indeed the case that Ning Rongrong had suddenly lost her neck, her head precariously perched between her shoulders, rendering her appearance rather comical. Don't panic. It's just a trick, Ning Rongrong giggled, and with a pop, she returned to her original form. Zhu Zhuqing, relieved, finally exhaled deeply. However, Lin Xiao could still discern from her rising and falling chest that she had not entirely calmed down. This hat is truly marvelous, Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong remarked, extending her fair leg and pointing. Look, now I have a pair of legs that are 2 meters long. As she spoke, under Zhu Zhuqing's watchful gaze, her leg indeed appeared to have elongated significantly. Don't stretch it too much. It's becoming deformed. Lin Xiao finally couldn't hold back, interjecting with a teasing remark. Ning Rongrong's charming face darkened at once. Honestly, Boss Lin, you are such a killjoy. Don't all men prefer fair-skinned beauties with long legs? What is wrong with having long legs? She thought to herself. Rongrong, please retract this ability of yours. Zhu Zhuqing tugged at Ning Rongrong's garment with an air of resignation. What, are you jealous of my long legs? Is it so hard to bear? Ning Rongrong teased playfully, a mischievous glint in her eye. I'm not jealous of you. You big-headed fool. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, somewhat exasperated. I just think this ability is crucial for you. It's best not to let others know that you can freely stretch and shrink your body, she added earnestly. Oh, why do you say that? Ning Rongrong inquired, pustlet. I noticed that your 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit lacks sufficient self-protection capabilities, which is why I suggested you keep such a trump card hidden. In moments of crisis, when attacked by others or spirit beasts, you could utilize this ability to evade critical strikes to your body, Lin Xiao remarked, somewhat exasperated. Ning Rongrong, it seemed, was too caught up in the novelty of her newfound treasure, thinking only of fun rather than developing optimal strategies for its use. All right. After hearing Lin Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ning Rongrong smacked her forehead, a look of realization dawning upon her. Martial spirit users with the 7-treasure glazed tile are often targets on the battlefield or in soul fights. If I have this ability, I will possess a measure of self-defense. With that, she affectionately patted the hat atop her head, clearly cherishing it. I must say, this is indeed a remarkable item. What about these glasses? Ning Rongrong suddenly remembered the other unfamiliar object. Lin Xiao promptly responded, those are the dream viewing glasses. When worn, you can see into others' dreams. What? How can such an indecent item exist? Ning Rongrong instinctively thought upon hearing Lin Xiao's description. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively taking a few steps back. They had not anticipated that Lin Xiao harbored such peculiar interests. Of course, if it were someone else found with dream viewing glasses, they would be immediately branded a peeping Tom. Seeing the trio's expressions, Lin Xiao immediately understood their thoughts. He shrugged helplessly. If I said this item has nothing to do with me, would you believe me? If you say it like that, I would believe you. Ning Rongrong chimed in cheerfully. Lin Xiao turned to her, his face darkening. You believe? You believe my foot. You say you believe, but disbelief is written all over your face. Lin Xiao recognized that Ning Rongrong was a classic case of saying one thing, but meaning another. Rongrong, I also believe in Boss Lin, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly added. Lin Xiao noticed that her decision was made with considerable internal conflict. Sister, do you really think so? Zhu Zhuyan tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's sleeve, murmuring softly. Although Zhu Zhuyan did not think Lin Xiao was a perverted voyeur, she felt an intangible barrier she could not quite breach. Lin Xiao's strength was apparent. If he wished to indulge in any deviant activities, he could do so without much effort. Exactly, Zhu Zhuqing remarked instinctively, her words striking a chord with Zhu Zhuyan. However, Lin Xiao's expression darkened further. Enough of this discussion. If you want the item, take it. If not, then don't. Lin Xiao addressed Ning Rongrong before adding. Is there anyone else who wishes to open a jar? If not, you may return to your own affairs. As he waved his hand dismissively, he thought, out of sight, out of mind, let them do as they please. I want it. Boss, I want it. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, swiftly tucking the glasses into her bosom, as if fearing Lin Xiao might refuse her. Deep down, she indeed found the prospect of peering into others' secrets utterly intriguing. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she entertained the thought. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun instinctively shuddered, their perception of Ning Rongrong's danger level rising considerably. Rongrong, promise me you won't use that thing on me. Otherwise, I'll be very upset. Zhu Zhuqing immediately warned Ning Rongrong. Ah, come on now, Ning Rongrong said, scratching her head bashfully. Do you think I'm the kind of person who enjoys prying into others' privacy? By the way, it's your turn to open a jar. Hurry up. Ning Rongrong quickly changed the subject. Sighing in resignation, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. It was clear that Ning Rongrong had not taken her concerns to heart. Fine. We can hang out at other times, but when it comes to sleeping, I must keep my distance, Zhu Zhuqing silently vowed to herself. She then turned her gaze to the shelves behind Lin Xiao, lost in thought for a moment. I'll go with the same choice as last week, she softly declared, pointing to 10 jars. Very well, Lin Xiao replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Zhu Zhuqing's selection reminded Lin Xiao strikingly of his previous life, where after completing a game, he would invariably choose the third card during the reveal phase. The reasoning? A friend had once claimed that consistently selecting the same card yielded better results. Later, whenever he recalled this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a mix of irritation and nostalgia. Damn it, that guy was such a loser. Following his advice, I never turned up anything good. Boss, have you forgotten something? After placing the 10 jars on the counter, Zhu Zhuqing did not act immediately, but looked at Lin Xiao with eager anticipation. Indeed, Lin Xiao had forgotten one crucial detail. Realizing this, he quickly retrieved a brand new jar from the system space and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Best of luck, he said with a smile, a gesture meant to compensate for his earlier oversight. Remarkably, Zhu Zhuqing responded with a sweet smile in return. Zhuqing, what do you wish to choose? Before Zhu Zhuqing could open the jar, Ning Rongrong, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired eagerly. Her demeanor mirrored that of the Zhu Zhuqing from before. Zhu Zhuqing's temperament diverged from Ning Rongrong's, and thus her response was markedly different. An amplifier, she replied after a moment's contemplation, her tone earnest. Are you certain that using this jar will merely yield an amplifier? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her brow furrowed in disbelief. I think we should take a risk and seek something more exhilarating. Do you believe that everyone is as indifferent to this hard-earned jar as you are? Zhu Zhuqing shot her a disapproving glance. Rongrong, aspirations vary from person to person. If I believe that what lies within this jar can enhance my strength, then it is worth every bit. Zhu Zhuqing remained unmoved by Ning Rongrong's words. Taking a risk might yield great rewards, but if one were to fail, it would squander an invaluable opportunity to enhance one's abilities. I cherish this rare chance too much to gamble it away. Well, do as you please. It is truly a pity. Not to mention, I believe you are missing an opportunity to earn 10 million gold soul coins in a heartbeat. Ning Rongrong sighed in resignation. Do you truly think 10 million is a mere breeze? Do you think everyone is fated to acquire it? Beside them, Zhu Yun internally scoffed. As one who had opened the coin jar twice, she felt she had the most authority on the matter. Crack! At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing shattered the luck wish jar. Immediately, amidst a swirl of purple light, she extracted an amplifier. Are you planning to commence immediately? Zhu Zhuyan asked, her anxiety palpable. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a decisive nod. In the next instant, the amplifier shattered, and a mysterious force enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. Meow. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively let out a soft sound. Then, under the gaze of the onlookers, a tail sprouted from her back. Amplification successful. Zhu Zhuyan observed, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. Her sister had grown stronger, and it seemed the distance between them was widening. The once easily bullied sibling was no more, from now on. It would be Zhu Zhuyan who faced the brunt of adversity. What a calamity. Hey, where did that cat's meow come from? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the backyard. Swish, swish, swish. Instinctively, several pairs of eyes turned towards the source. Emerging was Xiao Wu, dressed in a pink short skirt, adorned with pink stockings and crystal high heels. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong gasped in disbelief. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuyan's face displayed a look of confusion. Who is this little girl? Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, it's been a while. Xiao Wu greeted them with a warm smile upon recognizing familiar faces. Why are you here? Ning Rongrong asked reflexively. Wherever my master is, that is where I shall be. It's only logical, Xiao Wu replied, glancing at Lin Xiao. Master? How did Boss Lin become your master? Ning Rongrong's brow knitted in concern. Do you remember Tang San from outside the Stardow Forest? Zhu Zhuqing's gaze shifted to Xiao Wu as she inquired. He has been searching for you frantically. Tang San? Xiao Wu's eyes flickered with surprise. She felt their relationship was quite complex, yet why did Zhu Zhuqing's words sound like a distant tale? Xiao Wu, perplexed, explained to Lin Xiao, Master, please don't misunderstand. I have no ties with Tang San. Misunderstand? Not a chance. Lin Xiao replied, exasperated. He recognized the system's meddling had subtly altered Xiao Wu's feelings. If Tang San were to witness this scene, his heart would surely shatter. Xue Ye and Ning Rongrong thought simultaneously. Yet, it must be noted that Xiao Wu seemed to have grown more beautiful since parting ways with Tang San. Gradually, their gazes shifted, laden with meaning, towards Lin Xiao. Conversely, Lin Xiao appeared taken aback as he looked at Xiao Wu and asked, "What with your attire today?" Xiao Wu felt as if she could sense his approval. A bit bashful, she gazed down at her toes, unable to meet Lin Xiao's eyes. However, is it wrong for a servant to please their master? It must be that pesky system at work again. Lin Xiao quickly deduced the situation. But whatever I like, you may do. Why verbalize it? Am I Lin Xiao? To lose face? He waved dismissively. When have I ever said such a thing? You may not have said it, but enough with the buts. If you continue to slander me, don't blame me for casting you out. Now, go attend to your duties. And remember, do not come to the front hall unless summoned. Having regained a semblance of pride, Lin Xiao promptly sent Xiao Wu away. Bound by contract, Xiao Wu obediently departed, much like a docile lamb, without uttering a word. Witnessing this, Xue Ye and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, a glimmer of intrigue passing between them. They recognized Xiao Wu's typical rabbit-like temperament. Even Tang San's commanding tone would likely irk her. Yet, with Lin Xiao, she appeared exceedingly compliant. If Tang San were present, his heart would undoubtedly break. "Boss, what on earth is happening?" After Xiao Wu left, Ning Rongrong's curiosity ignited, and she could no longer hold back her questions. "How did she become your maid?" "Well," Lin Xiao hesitated, contemplating how to summarize. "I saved her in the Stardow Forest, and in gratitude, she insisted on following me." Though his explanation was somewhat one-sided, he intended for it to suffice while allowing the others to fill in the gaps. Doesn't that echo my own beginnings? Xue pondered, memories flooding her mind. Reflecting on her own encounter with Lin Xiao, she wondered, had she been bolder and more audacious? Could she have remained by his side like Xiao Wu? Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over her. Like Xiao Wu, she too owed Lin Xiao a debt of gratitude for saving her life. "Ah, boss, when you next venture to the Stardow Forest, could you please inform me?" Beside her, Ning Rongrong sighed at Lin Xiao's words. "What is it?" Lin Xiao asked, surprised. "I wish to grant you the opportunity to save me." Ning Rongrong hesitated, her words trailing off. To be honest, she felt that opening jars paled in comparison to delving into Lin Xiao's private life. If luck were to favor her, perhaps she could become a boss's lady. Oh, what was she thinking? One cannot achieve greatness in a single leap. It requires careful steps. Ning Rongrong chided herself for her impatience. "You've missed your chance." Lin Xiao shook his head firmly. "Boss, you are truly heartless." Ning Rongrong's expression fell, her face a mask of disappointment. "You may continue opening jars." Lin Xiao dismissed her, showing little interest in her theatrics. Women, always the dramatists. Just let them perform their roles. Xue Ye nodded in agreement, refocusing on the jar. Crack, crack, crack. In rapid succession, several jars shattered. White light, more white light. Xue Ye's luck this time seemed rather lackluster. Behind her, Xue Ye felt a pang of anxiety. To her, a series of white lights hardly signified good fortune. Perhaps, she may not uncover anything of value. She mused, though this notion was merely a whimsical theory she had heard from others. Crack! At that moment, two more jars shattered, still yielding the disheartening white light. Instinctively, Xue Ye stepped forward, just close enough to observe Xue Ye's profile. Surely, my sister is feeling the pressure now? Xue Ye found herself instinctively glancing over. To her surprise, even in profile, she could discern the serene expression on Xue Ye's face. That composure, that tranquility, was evidently not feigned. It seemed that not only in terms of cultivation, but also in mindset, she was inferior to her. Xue Ye was momentarily taken aback, and then she sighed inwardly. She was genuinely impressed, wholeheartedly so. However, she could never voice such admiration. With a resounding crack, Xue Ye finally shattered the 8th jar, and in that instant, everything in the little shop seemed to freeze. A pink glow emerged, as if it had become eternal. A divine artifact. Xue Ye and Ning Rongrong immediately held their breath. The little girl was indeed fortunate. Her hardships had finally borne fruit. Lin Xiao's gaze flickered subtly, and he mused quietly. 8 ordinary jars exchanged for a single divine artifact jar was undoubtedly a profitable trade. Ha, splendid. Who would have thought that upon arriving, I would witness someone uncovering an item of divine quality? Truly a good omen. I hope some of that luck rubs off on me. At that moment, a hearty laugh from outside the door shattered the tranquility. Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards the entrance, and Xue Ye, Xue and Ning Rongrong all turned to look as well, equally startled. Had this been in the past, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong would have certainly not recognized this person. However, following the earlier challenges outside the Tang San Spirit Hall, even a fleeting glimpse had left an impression on everyone. Qin Daolu, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. Please, do not be alarmed. I originally intended to wait outside the shop, but upon witnessing the pink glow, I simply could not resist the urge to come in and take a look, Qin Daolu explained with a smile. Noticing the nervousness of the three girls standing by the jars. If you prefer not to have someone watching, I can leave. No matter. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and turned to Lin Xiao, asking, Boss, what is this item I have uncovered? Lin Xiao, upon hearing her, turned his gaze to her and inwardly exclaimed, what a treasure. The contents of the jar were undoubtedly invaluable to a spirit master. Your luck is quite remarkable. This potion is unlike the previous ones. It is called the Drop of the River of Forgetfulness. Its sole effect is to allow you to forget a designated soul ring, while your soul power remains unchanged. Afterward, you can hunt for a new ring to replace the original one. Lin Xiao elaborated, pointing at the item within the jar. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuyan were momentarily engulfed in confusion, striving to comprehend Lin Xiao's words. Meanwhile, Qin Daolu could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, Does this not imply that one has the opportunity to choose anew their soul ring? If considering my strength, could it not mean that my first soul ring has the potential to transform into a 100,000-year soul ring?